Ginsburg in the house.
Yes, sir.
You look as happy today as you were 5 days ago when it started.
Well, I get extra color in my skin from all the broad eggers that I eat here at the National Park of Speed. Undoubtedly the best track food in the nation.
It is pretty good. You know what? I would give Hallett
maybe
not as big a menu, but the family that runs Hallett is just awesome, and their food is good too. But let's not talk about that. We'll do a whole new podcast on track food.
Yeah, that is an idea.
There we go.
Oh,
Write that down, somebody.
That's
okay.
Right. So just to note, you might be able to hear in the background, we've got some warm-ups going this morning before our first races of the day, but an amazing schedule here for race day number 2 of Hagerty race days here at the Runoffs.
Hold on a second. We can't say there's warm-ups going on because there's not warm-ups.
Well, they're going to hear the...
We're at the racetrack.
Okay.
We can't say there's
warm-ups. Well, we're talking about that the racing's coming up, and they're blasted by us.
But there are no warm-ups.
Okay, fine. Okay. Fine.
People have figured out that we pre-record these shows.
Okay, maybe.
Because everybody here knows there's no morning warm-ups.
Okay. There's no warm-ups in baseball.
It's right. Here we go. It is...
Shit. You're all fucking dead.
We're now loopy.
Hey, at least you're smiling.
Race day number 2 here at Elkhart Lake, Road America, the National Park of Speed. I've already lost my ability to speak here. I'm Brian Belansky. He is Greg Ginsburg. It's the 2024 SCCA 60th anniversary runoffs. No, we're just going to keep going, folks.
No.
We are just going to keep going.
Start it again.
Don't do this to me, man. We gotta get these done.
I know, but that was a disaster.
No, it wasn't. It's fun. We're having fun. All right.
Let's try it. Take it from the top.
Reset. We'll do it live. Welcome to day 2 of racing here at Elkhart Lake, Road America, the National Park of Speed. The 2024 SCCA 60th Anniversary Runoffs presented by Sunoco. This is Inside the SCCA, brought to you by our good friends at Goodyear Racing Tires. I'm Brian Belansky. He is Greg Ginsburg. Day 2, tons of great racing today, Greg.
Yeah, and if it's anything like the action we saw on day 1, Brian, this is going to be, I think, probably the day. We have got such a heavy loaded schedule at the front of the day with 4 great races, some of our biggest, most popular classes, and some of the tightest competition that we saw in qualifying. And then we follow it up with classes that are vying for their very first national championship. And it's going to be spectacular.
That's right. This morning's races are Touring 4, STL, A Sedan, and Spec Racer 4-3. This afternoon, we've got Spec MX-5, F Production, Prototype 2, GT1, and Formula Atlantic. We're going to talk about the afternoon races during our lunchtime show, so stay tuned for that, the break between the morning and the afternoon. We come back. If you're not sick of us, stay and watch it. If you are, stay and watch it anyway. But let's talk about these morning races. First up, we've got Touring 4, and this is going to be a good one.
It indeed is. Now, Touring 4 has seen some changes over the last couple of years, not in the rule set, but in the makeup of the grid and the types of cars that come out. For the last couple of years, it has been very heavily populated, and I think the most popular cars were what we call the twins, the first generation Subaru BRZs, Scion FRSs, Toyota 86s. Also, in addition to that, some Ford Mustangs, and also NC Miata MX-5s.
Right.
But it had been a number of years since we saw a huge influx of the Mazda RX-8s. We saw a number of them take to the grid at Indianapolis back in 2021. Also back earlier in 2017. But we saw, for one reason or another, far fewer of them the last 2 years at Virginia International Raceway, and not many of them here at Road America back in 2020. But this appears to be the year for the Mazda RX-8. And we've seen that, a lot of times in a lot of classes, you've got horses for courses.
Sure.
And the Mazda RX-8, they've got very good top speed with an independent front suspension and a great multi-link rear and being very balanced, much like the MX-5 is.
Right.
It is a very strong car for the course. And we've even had drivers come out this week with MX-5s and RX-8s, and in testing try to determine which car they thought was going to be more capable of winning a national championship. And almost to a man, they all chose the RX-8.
Sure. So we've got a good field which is also going to be fun to watch.
Yes.
Going to have a lot of cars barreling down towards turn 1 for that first time. Let's start looking at who is at the top of this field.
Okay. Well, first off, let me say the Mazda RX-8s.
Yep.
When I said that there's a horse for a course, our top 7 drivers in the field are all going to be piloting Mazda RX-8s.
Yeah,
it's
big.
not until you get to the 8th car on the grid when you see a different chassis.
Okay.
And so, we've talked about in different classes. We talked yesterday about B-Spec and how the draft is very important.
Sure.
We know in Spec Miata the draft is always incredibly important. We talked about that during yesterday's show as well. Then, also, we see in many different classes like Spec Racer Ford, obviously, which is going to be racing this afternoon. We'll cover them in our next show. But it has been fairly important here in qualifying for Touring 4. And we had 2 teammates, Matt Spicuzzi and Alex Lozano, in their Blue Forest Healthcare Huffmaster Racing Mazda RX-8s, jump to the top of the field. They set their fastest lap times not during the final day of qualifying, not on pole day, but on the second day of qualifying. They're separated by 7 one-thousandths of a second, and they will make up your front row. Again, both in Mazda RX-8s,
right.
And they were working the draft as much as they could around this course. It looked like Spec Miata racing, frankly.
Well, it's interesting because the spec classes are the ones that we typically see those partnering cars work together. And while T4 isn't a spec class, when you've got 8 of the same chassis, it's almost kind of like for that group of people, they're like a spec.
Well, yeah,
and
exactly.
Can team up and work
but
together.
there's also the question there as how those cars get through the air. If they put a big enough hole in the air that the car behind can draft up very easily and stay with them. But these are 2 teammates, both out of Michigan. One representing Spicuzzi is representing the Detroit region, Lozano the Western Michigan region. But 2 teammates that have been working together and driving these cars all season long. They know how to work together. They had almost a 4/10 of a second advantage over the rest of the field coming into today's race day. I've mentioned that there were a couple drivers that brought different chassis to try and determine which was going to be the fastest. All year long, Mark Cefalo went out and raced and won a number of Super Tour races and Majors races behind the wheel of his Planet Miata NC Miata.
Right.
And he brought both cars, and during the test days, it took him 1 day and 1 session to determine that the RX-8 was going to be the more capable car for this race course. He said that the RX-8, it's got some issues because of gearing, digging out of slower corners. Also because it's a rotary versus a piston engine, not a lot of torque. And so the challenge is, say, turn 5 and maybe turn 14. But when the whole front half of the field is in an identical car, that kind of becomes a moot point.
Exactly.
And so he's going to start on the inside of row number 2. Christian Braunlich, who was on the podium last year at Virginia International Raceway in his Mazda RX-8. He's going to start 4th. He's been working this week with, and I asked why they let the Southerner in with him. He's been working with the Blethen brothers, Ray and Stephen Blethen, identical twins. When I talked to them during testing this week and asked them what their goals were for the week, Stephen said it was to beat Ray. Ray said it was to beat Stephen. And that was... and neither one of them said win a national championship for some reason. But Ray was your pole sitter at Indianapolis in 2021. Stephen had started 4th. They've had some time off. Big story, I think, because there was a rather large wreck at the start of that 2021 race. Ray coming off some brain surgery last year and missed about half the season this year in recovery, but doesn't look as though he's lost any speed at all.
That's fantastic. And we know we've got all of those RX-7s, RX-8s up front, and with Matt Spicuzzi on the pole. I had a chance to talk with Matt in Impound after the final day of qualifying. Let's hear what he had to say. All right, I'm here with Matt Spicuzzi, the T4 provisional pole sitter here at the runoffs. Tell us about how that fast lap went.
It went really well. Me and my teammate Alex Lozano worked together. We've been planning this for about a year now. Finally, everything fell into place. We got some clear track, and we were able to go out and put in a real solid lap.
How important in T4 is it to have a partner, especially during qualifying?
I think at a track like this, having a partner in pretty much every group would help, especially the low horsepower stuff, low torque stuff. Absolutely imperative to find somebody and work with them.
T4 starting the race. What's your thoughts here on how those first couple laps go, and how critical are the first laps of this race?
I mean, everybody's going to be on top of each other. We're all running essentially the same car, everybody up front. It's going to be a drag race down to turn one, and hopefully everybody can get through clean and we can kind of sort it out through the race, and we don't have to let the safety cars figure it out. There you
go. That's Matt Spicuzzi, your T4 pole sitter here for the 2024 runoffs. All right, so that's the guy at the top of the RX-8 heap. Let's talk about everybody else.
All right. Well, at the other end of the RX-8 heap, one driver we didn't mention, he's going to be starting 7th.
Okay.
Chris Haldeman. Haldeman, of course, the proprietor of X Factor Racing.
Sure.
We know what he can do both in Spec Miata and also in B-Spec. And he has been campaigning this Mazda RX-8 all year. He was, during qualifying, trying to catch some whiffs of a draft off of the Blethens and Bronlick and never could quite get up to them.
He's like the one guy who doesn't have a teammate.
Right, exactly. He's there by himself, and it showed. And he was running a couple tenths, about a half second off of where the Blethens were. And then, of course, the Iron Man. He runs 35 out of 26 classes this weekend. Scotty B. White, who is in his V6 Ford Mustang, here in T4, the Night Transport Goodyear CMT machine, and again, he's kind of the best of the rest. He did not go out and set a time on the Wednesday qualifying. He sat that second day out, turning his best time on pole day with a 2:37.4. But that 2:37.4, that is a full 3 seconds off of the provisional pole, or off of the pole time that Matt Spicuzzi set. So you can see where that gap is. And he has Ethan Barker along with him, who's in an MX-5, James Eben along with him, and Paolo Salvatore in the other Ford Mustang. And we've got a few other racers past there as well, primarily running those twins, the Scion FRSs.
Right. How do you see this race playing out? It's going to be tough for any of those non-RX-8s to work their way up through, because even the fact that the cars are different and they draft differently, when you've got a bunch of people working together, it's just hard to pass those packs.
Indeed. And this is a speed track, and you don't have this race course is very hard on brakes. I was about to make a comparison to Watkins Glen, which also is notoriously difficult to pass on, because you don't have really many traditional braking zones where you're hard on the brakes. Here at Road America, it is very tough on the brakes down to turn 5. Obviously, Canada Corner as well, and also turn 8. And I think some of the heavier cars, specifically the Mustangs, might have some challenges there, specifically under braking. The Scion FRSs, which are also very well balanced, very light-ish cars. Comparatively, I don't think they're going to have a bit of an issue, but the RX-8s are a very light, nimble car. They rotate very easily, and I think it's going to be very difficult unless you can work your way up and break these cars up within the first 2 laps. I think it's going to be a non-issue, and it's going to be an RX-8 fight to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a long race. Tire management is important. How is that going to play into this?
Well, I think for the Mustangs, it may be an issue. For the RX-8, they are light-ish. They are nimble. They are much like the MX-5s. They're very well balanced. You're not going to have to worry about loading up the fronts like a front-wheel drive car, as you would in a front-wheel drive car if somebody was out driving a Civic. You'll notice that we don't have any of the T4 Civics out here for this event, and I think they would definitely suffer the more you try to push and stay with those RX-8s. I don't think it's going to be an issue, even if we go the full distance, which is 13 laps or 40 minutes.
Right. Let's just switch gears for a second, and let people know that one of the cool things that happens at the runoffs every year is we award the Worker of the Year for all the different specialties.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about all of those winners on our shows tomorrow during the noon show. So just want to let everybody know that when those awards get announced, we will have all that information, gathering all the data. So knowing the names is one thing, but knowing the story behind the
them.
names is another. So we are going to collect all of that stuff, and then tomorrow the Sunday noon show is going to be where we're going to talk a little bit about who those winners are. And then we often have a number of the Worker of the Year awardees on the Inside the SCCA podcast as the year goes on. So we'll hopefully get a chance to talk with those folks here as that is. But all part of the slice of life here at the Runoffs.
There's a lot going on.
You know, every evening we've had something to do. If you wanted to stay at the racetrack, or if you were staying at the racetrack, a lot of people camp here for the week. Every week there was a block party on Wednesday night that we, Inside the SCCA, hosted a spot on the block party, and we had some adult libations and some food.
Thursday night was the big all-hands party at the RA Center.
Yep.
With musical guests. A band fronted by Eric Prill, who's the vice president of road racing for SCCA.
And a multiple national champion.
Yes.
So, yeah, something for everybody here.
Indeed.
Also, just walking up and down the paddock throughout the day, get a chance to get up and close and personal with the cars, meet the drivers and the crews. It is a very welcoming. It's basically, if you're a car geek, this is like car nirvana. You know, you get to see all this stuff up close, and you get to see some great racing.
Right.
So that is, and you know, we're in the start of the second day of competition here, and we still have what is it, 12, 13, 15? I don't even. I've stopped. Many races left to go. So if you're thinking about coming out here, there's plenty to do here at Road America. If you live in the area, make your ride up here. Come up for the rest of today, or come out tomorrow. You know, weather's going to be spectacular. I'm promising that. Oh, I shouldn't do that. But anyway.
Please don't do that.
All right. That's going to do it for our coverage of T4. Up next is going to be STL. All right, now we've got one of my favorite groups out here, STL. The Super Touring groups, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Kind of cars that you see on the showroom, drive it around. Lots of stuff done to them.
Yes.
You know, unlike the touring cars, which are as close to stock as we get.
Right.
The Super Touring cars.
They're
super touring cars. They've been supered up, if you will.
And we talked during yesterday's show about the STU race.
Right.
And STL is the little brother of STU. Super Touring Under. These
the
are for
stepchild?
Yeah, perhaps so. With 2-liter or smaller engines, you can do engine and drivetrain swaps as long as they're from the same manufacturer that put the car on the showroom floor. In addition to that, you can have your standard multi-way adjustable shocks and spring packages, what have you. You can't change pickup points for the suspension, but you can also have small wings.
So, say manufacturer, can
Yes.
it be like, can I put an Acura NSX motor into my Honda Civic?
Except for the fact that those are 3-liter or 3.2-liter and wouldn't fall under 2
No one will
liters.
notice. It's just you and me here,
None
folks.
at all. But yes, you could put
An Acura motor into a
absolutely
if it fit the spec.
Yes, exactly. And for the most part, you're going to find in most cases, in the case of the Honda motors or Hondas and Acuras, they do share usually drivetrains across both of the brands, and so you're going to see in many cases either a K20 or a B18 or a B16 engine in those, all which were offered across the Honda and Acura lineup. So yeah, absolutely.
So, very cool. Very cool. Some good stuff happening in this class this week.
Yes.
And
some not so good things. You know, your typical stories at the runoffs where people come where they think their cars are repaired and then they find out that
maybe they're not so repaired.
Maybe they didn't come off the trailer the same way they went into the trailer to come out here, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we walk down the grid.
All right, so tell us how our 3 qualifying days worked out here.
Okay, so what we ended up seeing is on day number 1, Joe Moser, who is our defending national champion in his Honda CRX in the King Motorsports Hoosier Carbotech car, put down a flyer on day number 1. Did not bring the car out for day 2 or day 3. He was also he's racing in multiple classes.
Right.
He was doing some care and feeding of the other cars in his paddock space. But he turned in a 230 flat on day 1, and that was by far and away a time that nobody was going to get close to, and they didn't over the next 2 days. Danny Stain got somewhat close. He turned in a 2:30.24. So about a quarter of a second off. Unfortunately, and we talked about this during yesterday's show, Danny was involved in an incident during Spec Miata qualifying.
Right.
He's not going to make the grid today, and so I think the big story then becomes who fills his spots.
Right.
We've got Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX, and so we're going to have, instead of that battle between front drive and rear drive, and last year it was a magical race between Stain and Moser for the national championship. They were door to door. They were side by side. They were nose to tail. They swapped positions multiple times. Some of the most respectful club racing I have seen in many years of attending majors races, regional races, the runoffs, what have you. But unfortunately, Stain's not going to be here, and so now it's going to be a battle of front-wheel drive cars at the front of the field with Pena, who is in a very strong car in the Lion Sales Group Honda CRX. He is out of Miami, Florida, representing the Puerto Rico region of the SCCA. And then I don't want to jinx things right now.
But you're about to.
No, I'm hoping I don't, because he's had a very strong 3 days of qualifying. He didn't have the best practice. He was 2 years ago, Brian. He was our what was it? Not the hardship award, but it was
Perseverance
the
Award.
Perseverance Award winner, and that's Mike Taylor out of
Right.
Cumming, Georgia. And I've promised his wife Tina that I would stay somewhat mum and not invoke the announcer's curse.
Yes.
But Mike has been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. He's run very well this week. He's now, with Stain's absence, going to move to the inside of row number 2 in his Just Track at E3 Storage MS3 Pro Acura Integra.
Right.
And I think he has a very, very strong chance of coming, if not with the win, with a podium. And I personally want to see his string of poor-ish luck. And when he was last here in 2020, I think he was qualified on row 2, rolled off for the pace lap, and had a tire go down on him, and he never completed a lap. And so I want to see him.
Yeah.
I want to see him take the checkered flag here at Road America, and I again think he has a real good chance.
So 2 years ago at the runoffs, one of your friends who had been trying for a long time to win a national championship, I believe, did, and you were a puddle mess of tears.
Nick Bruni.
Yeah. Okay. So that's I couldn't remember who it was.
Yes.
So but gosh help us if Mike Taylor wins in a national. I'm gonna have to.
It's gonna be difficult.
Bring a bucket of tissues for you.
It is. It will be difficult.
It's funny because we've all. How long have you been in this club?
Now running on, this is my 25th year.
Okay, I don't do math very well.
Neither do I.
My first race was 1986, so I don't have enough fingers and toes to make that work.
No.
But we've both been around this in a long time.
Yes.
And you make friends, and some of our friends become family.
Yeah.
And when you see someone work so hard for so long and then finally get to that top step of the podium at the runoffs. I mean, you get emotional when they win their first race. You get emotional when they get their first pole position. And then to be here, though, at what is arguably the largest and most competitive amateur motorsports event in North America with 500 plus cars, when a driver that you know and have become family wins, we win with them. We also cry with them when they have bad moments too.
True.
So which is why I loved your reaction. I pick on you about it.
I know, all the time.
But I loved
All
your
the time.
reaction when Nick won, because it was so emotional, it was so real, and for every Greg that does that, there's people all over this paddock having the exact same reaction to whomever is winning. So that was really cool, and I loved seeing that. And maybe I'll get to give you some tissues again.
It's if Mike puts the car on the top step, or puts himself on the top step of the podium, most likely.
Very cool.
And I've seen, and nobody saw it on camera last year. Rich Roman, another good friend of mine, winning B-Spec. Danny Richardson, who I've known, he and his mother, Pam, his crew chief for so many years.
Still the best pit road post-race interview of all time. Danny Richardson talking about his kids.
Well, if his children ever ask for emancipation at age 14 or
They'll
something,
be granted it.
That exactly. They're just going to play that video. And Chip Herr to come with, as we talked about the STU race yesterday, for him to come from last to first in a car that, he drove to Pirelli World Challenge wins 20 years prior, and I've known Chip since he was 17 or 18. Really. There and again, like you said, I'm not the only one in the paddock like this. We all have friends, we all have acquaintances that we've known and we've had adult beverages with in the evenings and told racing stories and what have you for so many years.
Any driver or team that's here, the young drivers notwithstanding, those of us who are our age, who are racing at the runoffs, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
We live, eat, and drink this stuff. We're working on our cars at night at home. We're working on our cars on the weekends at home. We're cleaning parts in the sink until your wife finds out you're doing it, and then you get yelled at. It's all of what we do, and all of our friends understand that, and our family understands that, and every person here has that support staff, or else you wouldn't get here.
You wouldn't be here.
You don't get to the runoffs. It's not easy to get here. It's maybe easier than it used to be.
When they say it takes a village, when I ran here in 2010,
it took a whole city to get you here.
Yes. A whole county.
Exactly. All right, who else do we got to talk about in T4?
All right, let's take a look. We've only talked about the top four. We've got Chuck Hines, who is in his auto business, Slim Chance I Love Mom Mazda X5.
Is it a slim chance that he loves Mom, or is Slim Chance and I Love Mom two separate sponsors?
There's a slash there, yes.
Okay.
There is. So technically two different sponsors. And Chuck, I've known also for years, an IT racer down in the Southeast. He's been racing in STL for many years. It took me forever to realize that with the last name of Hines, which is spelled H-I-N-E-S, not H-E-I-N-Z, that he has 57 on the door for some reason. It just never
clicked with you?
Yeah, never clicked. So he's scheduled to start 5th, starting 6th. And this is a driver who unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out for him the last couple of years. Not because of attrition or anything like that. I'd love to see him pick up a national champion. He was our STU national champion at Indianapolis back in 2017. It's Max G in a Honda Prelude. He's in the exact same chassis that he won STU in, with a smaller displacement motor. And for whatever reason, that Prelude, and I think a lot of it has to do, one, it's a front-wheel drive car.
Sure.
It's one of the heavier front-wheel drive cars. It's a longer wheelbase than a lot of the cars that are on the grid, so it's not quite as nimble. And so I think that hurt it a little bit at Virginia International Raceway. It may be okay here. May have some challenges at turns 6 through 8. But a little better chance. Unfortunately, he's starting 8th in the field, so he's starting 6th in the field, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. 7th, we've got John Sewell in an Acura Integra GSR. That is Mike Taylor's teammate. They were working together all week. Sewell just didn't have quite the pace of Taylor, but he could play a spoiler. He's come away with a number of podiums on the East Coast this year. And then we've got Austin Hill. And Austin is racing in his Spec MX-5 car. And Austin, besides having a lot of experience and a lot of seat time in that car, he's also had a lot of Formula Atlantic experience, a lot of race experience. The one thing, and I think we saw this during the Super Tour this year, because we had some in-car video from Austin, is he gets a little worked up sometimes behind the wheel. As a matter of fact, we had a race where he was right behind Chuck Hines and couldn't get around Hines, and you could see him getting more agitated as the race went on. And as long as he can keep an even keel, I think Austin Hill has a great opportunity to move up through the field.
Absolutely.
And then we've got Amy Mills, who's in her flat-out racing Mazda Miata, always tough. Tom Van Veen, who is coming to us from Bellingham, Washington. He's in a Honda CRX. A little bit further back in the pack, he was one of the, I think, the strongest STL racer on the West Coast this year.
Right.
We saw him have a great race at Portland, where I think he had like almost 20 seconds on the rest of the STL field. But I think this is his first time out to Road America, finding it a little tough to carry speed through some of these corners where it is. I mean, this track is much more difficult and nuanced than it looks on paper.
Absolutely. Let's take some time to thank some people.
Yes.
Get some bills paid here. Of course, it's Inside the SCCA, brought to you by Goodyear Racing Tires. Got a big thanks to those folks, Jay Chapman and everyone over there. They're here this weekend taking care of their drivers, and we wouldn't be here without them. Of course, we have a new presenting sponsor of the entire podcast for the full season. That is raceschool.com. They're based out of California. They've got schools at both Buttonwillow and Willow Springs. Very popular destination school because people want to come to Southern California. Maybe not because they want to come to Southern California, but they know they're going to have good weather for their driver's school. They do both licensing school, so you can do your school, and if you pass, you walk away with an SCCA license. They also have defensive driving. They have teenage driving, a bunch of cool stuff. Really good people, and so happy to have them as a partner with us here. Then, of course, we have Solo Performance Specialties. They are the preeminent supplier of solo stuff here in the United States. They head to most of the national tour solo events here for SCCA. They're also at the SCCA Solo Nationals. And if you don't go to one of those, Greg, you know what you can do?
What can you do, Brian?
You can go online to Solo Performance Specialties website, and you can buy all the stuff there. And that's where I get my stuff, by the way, for the slowest car in solo. And then, which is not their fault, that's my fault. Ray Esports is the official sim racing league of Inside the SCCA. You've done a ton with Ray.
I've with Stevie, and
Ray.
yes, and I have I've raced a ton with them, and I announced the first 10 seasons. I think they've got season 12 starting up in just a few weeks for the Ray Esports Racing League. But of course, they have the Weekend Warrior leagues for a Spec Racer Ford, for Formula F or Formula Ford, and Formula V as well on the weekends. That Spec Racer Ford League, where they have close to 60 racers every single week. Absolutely amazing. One of the best attended league races I've ever seen.
And finally, Racekeeper, the official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. They're great people also, great products, and they have something really cool that's going to be coming out soon that I'll have a podcast on at some point in time. So, all right, we're going to be right back. We're going to A Sedan is next. All right, up next is this is if you like 80s muscle cars, this is your class, people. And there's some newer stuff.
There is.
But the original cars in this class were my cars growing up.
The pony cars.
The pony cars, the Mustang F-bodies and the IROC Camaros.
Well, the F-bodies were the Camaros and the Firebirds.
Right.
The Fox body
Mustangs, and the Camaros and the Pontiac Firebirds, the Fire Chickens, exactly. But now we've got some newer versions of those cars as well. Yeah. But this is fun.
I love this class, and because there is almost always so much drama, and the drama. Drama equals attrition.
Yeah.
Because this is the one class where, you used to watch Formula One races for years, and you knew that half the field wasn't going to make it to the checkered flag because engines are blowing up everywhere because they're, done to within an inch of their lives. These cars, they're not tuned to within an inch of their lives, but they're pretty much on edge with what is very basic machinery in many cases. And
it's a class that you could run shoestring-ish.
Yes.
You can pull a motor out of a junkyard and throw it in your car, or you can get a reman motor and put it in your car.
And build it out. Yeah,
build it out.
It may not be fast if you just put that in, but yes. And so I look back, for example, to the National Championship race here at Road America back in 2020, where seemingly nobody wanted to win.
Right.
And Greg Eaton took the national championship. That was his second national championship in a row.
Sure.
And that was the case. At VIR 2 years ago, we had the damp conditions, and Danny Richardson pulled the car over in the horseshoe while he was leading the race. We had other racers. I think McDermott was leading at one point. He pulled off, and it's one of those things. Who's still running at the end is going to determine who your national champion is.
Exactly. Let's talk a little bit about our field here.
Okay.
It's going to be a good one. 13 laps like everyone else.
That's right. Well, in some cases, it may only be 10 laps. You never know. But I think our fastest racers, they were all reading Sports Car Magazine this month because, what Sports Car predicted, that is how the front of our grid looks.
Right.
On the pole, we have Greg Eaton in the Eaton Racing and Development Mustang. He is looking for national championship number 4.
Yep.
That's right, 4. And he's out of the Washington, D.C. region in a Ford Mustang.
Okay.
He turned in a qualifying time of 2:26.578. And that is almost, if we look here, about 0.04 of a second faster than our outside pole sitter.
Wow.
And that is reigning a national champion. 400ths.
That would be 2 zeros before the 4.
That is correct. Let's see if I got this right. A 2:26.578 versus a 2:26.655. Does that sound about 800s?
Yeah, it's close.
It's close. It's less
very close.
Less than a tenth.
Exactly.
Let's put it that way.
That's good.
All right, and so Danny Richardson, who's your defending national champion.
We're not good at math.
I only have so many fingers and toes, and
that's right.
Most of them have frostbite. I can't use it. Anyway, but Danny Richardson, our defending national champion, he's going to start on the outside of the front row.
Okay.
Andy McDermott, who is a many-time national champion out of the Milwaukee region, he is going to start on the outside of row number 2. And if there is a racer in this field that has something to prove, it is Andy McDermott. His string of bad luck now, I think, is running on 5 years. And you see, now this is where I get to do math. At 2018 in Sonoma, so 6 years, I guess, where he was going into turn 4 mid-race and had a wheel meet him or beat him to turn 4.
And it was his own wheel.
It was his own wheel,
which is the bad part about it.
Yeah.
If it was someone else's wheel, it wouldn't be so bad for him.
Exactly, and he's had similar bad luck for the following years as well. So he's got so much talent. He always and he is one racer. And I look back to a race that I saw him run in mixed conditions at Mid-Ohio 3-4 years ago. He will run that car flat out until either the car breaks or he gets the checkered flag, whichever comes first.
Right.
And sometimes the car breaking comes first.
Sure.
So we'll see how that goes. Plus, there is a video on YouTube of him racing here in 2020.
Right.
And you can see his driving style. He races with one hand on the wheel at all times, and only one hand on the wheel.
So is the other one, cigarette? Like the old NASCAR guy?
Periodically making shifts.
Oh, there's a shift every once in a
Yeah,
while.
but it never comes back up to the steering wheel. And if it was his right hand and he had the left hand on the door sill, then it would be, then I'd understand it, and it would be more along the lines of what I'd expect of a pony car racer.
Exactly.
Or a pony car driver. But no, it's actually the left hand that's on the wheel. But it's so funny to watch.
That's great.
All right, so in addition to that being your front 3 drivers, Amy Aquilante, who has multiple podiums in American Sedan. She finished, I believe, 3rd here at Road America back in 2020.
Oh, I was thinking last year she finished 3rd, I think, as well.
Yes, like I said, multiple podiums. Yeah. She's in the Tom Aquilante Racing Hoosier Hawk Performance Pontiac Firebird, running a car that's identical to her sister Beth, who's starting a little bit further back in the field. She is always one to watch. I look back to a race that she had with Danny Richardson at pit race at her home track, where she just hounded him, and then 2 laps to go, she made a move on him that was just, I didn't see it coming.
Sure.
And he obviously didn't see it coming.
Right.
And she took the win that day. Evan Pecor who took the win both days at the June Sprints this year. He's out of the Milwaukee region in his Ford Mustang. He's in the Diversion Motorsports car. Again, this being his home track, he was in a very tough field with some of the exact same runners here back in mid-June. I think he's definitely a dark horse starting from the inside of row number 3. So not all that far back. No. And then we've got Kyle Jones and his Camber Performance, engines by JB, Pontiac Firebird. I think also he's in a good place. I think the one surprise that we may see, and he did not have a good day of testing. He did not have a good start to the week. He was not able to get the car out for the very first day of qualifying. Is James Jost? Jost is your 2021 national champion,
right?
And in his Jost Ironworks Ford Mustang. And he is currently sitting 7th, which is not somewhere he wants to be, I'm sure.
Right.
But again, we're talking about another national champion. He's got the opportunity to move up through the field. Did I ever mention that he was my student in driver's school?
You may have at one point in time.
600 or 700 times. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'd definitely like to see him move up there.
More tears coming.
Exactly. And then there is the antithesis of the pony car.
Yes.
In the field. Tom West, who is starting on the outside of row 4 in his Cadillac CTS-V. And, I'm sure that, he goes and he buffs the fake wood on the dashboard before the car goes out. But that car, he picked it up actually at Sebring 2 years ago.
Okay.
We went down there for the Sebring Super Tour, and he purchased the car, I think, the day of qualifying, and went out and raced. He used to race a different type of vehicle in American sedan, but he is acclimated to that car very well over the last 2 seasons.
Well, I had a chance to catch up with Greg Eaton after the final qualifying session. He, of course, is our pole setter. So let's hear what he had to say. All right, we're here with Greg Eaton, the provisional pole setter in A sedan for the runoffs. Tell us about that pole lap.
Well, that was yesterday, I
think.
Yeah, it was a good lap. We had a little bit of tailwind yesterday. I think that was helping us out.
Yeah.
The day before it was the opposite. So, but yesterday it seemed to help us out. We got a little bit of free track and just did our best to put down a couple laps. We're always concerned there's a black flag or something, so you want to try to get that lap early if you can, and we were lucky to do that.
Sure. What are your thoughts? What are your plans going into the race?
Well, we were trying a couple little things there. I didn't want to push the limit too far today, right? The race is too close. And so we just wanted to see what kind of average pace we had. So that worked out for us today. I know Danny was close, obviously, and I gave him a nice tow down the front straightaway, so you're welcome. But that's okay. In the last few years we've been close all the time, and I expected that here. So whether we're separated by a tenth or 5 tenths, it doesn't really matter, right? Because it is what it is.
All right, that's Greg Eaton. He's your A sedan provisional pole sitter here at the 2024 runoffs. So how do we think this race will play out? These are high-powered cars on a big track that likes high-powered cars.
Yeah, well, as I said, the last time they raced here, where you've got a lot of flat-out time, where you've got full throttle between corners, there's a lot of stress and a lot of strain put on the drivetrains of these cars. We saw in 2020 that a lot of the cars weren't up to the challenge.
Yep.
And so we'll have to see here. I don't want to say it's a toss-up, but I'm gonna, I have to go with Sports Car Magazine here. I think Greg Eaton, good opportunity. Danny Richardson, that Camaro, sometimes I get the feeling that it's held together with baling wire. As I've watched that car over the years with Danny racing it, and before that, his mother Pam racing it, it is a fragile machine.
Yeah.
But if he can keep that car on the boil, I think he may have something for Greg Eaton, and of course Andy McDermott. I think, frankly, probably the best racer in the group. But again, he just doesn't know how to dial things back. And if there's one racer that I'm worried about where the car wouldn't make it to the end, he's the one.
Yeah. Well, and this is one of those classes where the car has to go 13 laps. Doesn't have to go 14, just got to go 13. And if there's nothing left after 13, you got all the way till next year to put it back together. So that is going to be a very, very interesting situation here. But it's always a fun class to watch because these are cars that a lot of us grew up with.
Yeah.
So
and I think, and as far as the closed wheel cars, they are the most raw, I think, expression of speed and power that we have in SCCA road racing.
They're the least refined.
Yes.
I think is probably
that's
accurate.
That's a very good way to put it.
I think it's probably right. So lots of things happen here at the runoffs besides racing. We have some parties at night, big gatherings, stuff like that. On Wednesday night, we had our block party where a bunch of different groups put together food and drink, and people walked and had fun and met each other and talked to each other, had a good time. Part of that whole thing is something that's been done at least for the last few years. They do a golf cart parade, and people do their best to crazy up their golf carts and decorate them
and it's all for charity.
Yeah, well, I was going to get to that.
Okay.
Decorate them in opulent and extravagant ways, and they drive around, and then people choose which one is the best, and in your choosing, you make a donation to a great organization, lemonsoflove.org.
Right, exactly. Lemonsoflove.org. They put together care packages for cancer patients in the hospital, and in addition to that, each year they hold a raffle for a Mazda MX-5.
Oh, I like that.
and in some cases, global MX-5 Cup cars. So a great opportunity to donate to a wonderful charity and maybe come away with a new race car in the process. Again, if you go to lemonsoflove.org, you can find out more about their organization and make a donation, or send a care package of your own to someone in need.
You know, it's funny. I'm a sucker for those raffles for cars and motorcycles, and for me, it is always a donation because I don't win those things. Right. So, but anyway, definitely a cause worth following. Again, lemonsoflove.org. But just an example of a lot of the things that are the extracurricular activities that happen. At least
here at the
the extracurricular activities that we could actually talk about. There may be some that we can't talk about.
Tennis ball race, or no.
Tennis ball races we could talk about. That's probably one of the most wholesome extracurricular activities that
other than the betting involved.
We're going to find here at the runoffs. We all have a good time, and it's a lot of fun. Even if you're not driving a race car, plenty to do here. So we've got one more race to talk about this afternoon or this morning. It'll be happening right before lunch, and that is, of course, one of the preeminent classes in the club.
Biggest field at the event.
Yep. We'll talk about that next.
Spec race.
All right, now here's a class that is close to my heart, Spec Racer Ford. I'm so old that when I started racing that class, it was Sports Renault. We're now, 4 generations past that?
Three.
We're on Spec Racer Ford 3. So there was Sports Renault and then 3 gens. No?
Sports Renault and then
2 gens.
Yes.
So Spec Racer Ford
Gen 2 was the 1.9 liter Fords, which is what was put into the cars once Renault left the U.S. market. And then there's Gen 3 car. So the Sports Renaults were Gen 1.
I have issues with the naming nomenclature, but that's not going to change anything that's happening today. Spec Racer Ford 3, our largest class here this weekend. We have, 78,000 cars?
No, a little bit less than that.
Okay, just a few.
57 drivers
57 drivers that qualified. That is going to be one of the most fun classes to watch. Turn 1, get your Johnny Bench catcher's mitt. I hope not.
I have seen so many Spec Racer Ford races here at Road America in particular, and where the podium is decided by thousandths of a second. We had a photo finish here at the June Sprints a number of years ago, and it is. This track really promotes amazing Spec Racer Ford racing, and a lot of it is because these body styles, which haven't changed much since you raced Spec Renault.
I don't think they've
tiny little bit to support in the rear to support the different engine profiles or what have you, and obviously the exhaust tracks have changed a little bit, but the body styles themselves, which look fairly swoopy, which were not designed in a wind tunnel, put big giant holes in the air, and make for some amazing drafting and some amazing racing here at Road America. There's
so many stories up and down the grid. We can't tell them all, but there's some really interesting that this class for a long time had been, with people who'd been in the class for years and years and years. Now there are some up-and-comers in this class, which has changed the dynamic a little bit. And I talked with our pole sitter. We won't do the interview just yet, but that's one of the things he's talked about is it's making him drive a little bit differently because there's some different mentalities in the class.
Sure.
And he's not saying that it's bad. It's
just different.
It's just different.
Right.
So be interested to talk with
knowing that he's raced with the old guard for so long.
Yep.
Yeah, it takes a new mindset. You have to try to think like your competitors are going to think. That's how you defend again.
And sometimes you have to drive a little bit like your competitors are going to drive to make it happen.
Yep.
So, all right, let's talk about it.
All right. So I think the big story here is our our defending national champion coming off his second win in a row last year at Virginia International, Franklin Futrell, not here. And we talked yesterday about some of the challenges that the recent hurricane imparted on Georgia and North Carolina and somewhere up and down just west of the eastern seaboard. Franklin Futrell, family, business down in Georgia, and he decided not to come up this year. And I think that's left a big hole. And he was... again, besides being a two-time champion, we had Bobby Sack the prior 2 years taking national championships, both in 20 here at Road America, 21 at Indy. And then prior to that, we had Clay Russell 2 years in a row. So big changes here. And we saw three people with a plan coming out of the gate on the first day of qualifying.
Right. Before we do that, let me just say we're thinking about all the folks in the Southeast who are dealing with that. All the SCCA family, as well as everybody. We're up here having fun, but we know that there are some people facing some hardships right now, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of those folks. Continue on.
All right. So three drivers with a plan.
Right.
And I think you've had two of them on your Inside the SCCA podcast this year alone. Denny Stripling and his Lupe tortilla machine.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, and I'm Lupe.
You're Lupe, and I like tortillas, so we're the perfect combination here.
Russ Turner, who's got a national championship, just not in Spec Racer Ford. Dave Ogburn, who is out of Texas, has many years of racing experience. Certainly, if you need somebody to tell you what your tires are doing underneath the car as a tire engineer for Goodyear, he's definitely your guy. Well, they went out working together, locked nose to tail from the start of qualifying, put the cars on provisional pole on the first day of qualifying, and nobody has been able to match their times since. And it's going to be, I think, a big challenge for people to not only work up to, but also around three drivers that are essentially driving as one. And we saw these three drivers work together last year at Virginia International Raceway as well. And, it's going to be a challenge. Talking about that new guard, we've got Tyler Stevens out of Oklahoma and the Hallett Race Shop. That he is sitting fourth on the grid, but he's sitting his qualifying times 3/100ths of a second back, almost exactly, not much at all. His teammate Liam Flanagan, also out of the Hallett Race Shop, right there with them. So they're going to be starting fourth and fifth. They're going to be on the outside of row number 2, inside of row number 3. But then you've got the national champions. You've got Bobby Sack, two-time national champion. He won here again back in 2020. We got John Black, who's our first ever Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 national champion. He is going to be starting in 7th position. And I think probably for me, one of the biggest surprises for me, Caleb Rothel, out of West Bend, Wisconsin. So local track. He's got the car in the top 10. He's sitting 8th in that number 122 car, and I think he's in a very good position where he is, being within the first 4 rows, where I think that's really where you want to be to start this race off. We've got Caleb Schrader, who has been incredibly fast, both in Spec Race 4 Gen 3 as well as Formula Enterprises 2. And he is going to be starting in 9th position, so on the inside of row number 5. I've seen him putting in laps since the first day of practice last Saturday, and he is nothing if not serious and focused right now.
Yeah.
I think it's just a question of not a lot of seat time here at this track.
Exactly.
And so that's challenging him. Sandy Satullo, who has been partnered up with Bobby Sack, starting then in 11th position. And I'm sure Sandy would probably like to be a little bit closer to his partner. But as we've seen in the Super Tour this year, they have a habit of finding each other about mid-race. So something there that we should definitely look for.
Right.
I think the big surprise, our pole sitter from last year, Morgan Burkhardt.
Yeah.
He is, I think he called it lawn dart territory in talking to him yesterday. Yeah. He's a little bit further back in the pack than he wanted to be. They came with a car. It's not the same chassis that he ran last year.
Okay.
Had some mechanical issues last year, of course. Had to retire from, I think, 4th position about mid-race. But in a different chassis. A chassis he's been running all year, but it came off the trailer, and they just got the setup wrong early in the week, which put him mid-pack for each following day of qualifying, not able to move up the order. He is going to be starting, I believe, down in 20th position.
20th, okay. Let's hear from our pole sitter, Denny Stripling. All right, we are here with the fast guy of 3 fast guys and Denny. Denny Stripling, your provisional pole sitter for the 2024 runoffs. It's big in this class to start P1, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost bigger to achieve starting P1 than it is to start P1 in the race, because we have a gaggle of unbelievably talented, accomplished, credentialed drivers in this class. We're talking 1 through 20. There are guys 12th, 15th that have won national championships before. So it's less important to start P1, but it's much more of an accomplished to achieve P1. And I'm over the moon. I cannot tell you how excited I am to be in this position right now. And I have no one, I mean, I got to thank my wife and kids and everybody, but I got shoved around. We had 2 motors and 8 tires for the qualifying session, and that's how you have to do it here. And we whiteboarded a plan, and we executed it line by line by line, and that almost never happens. And it worked, and it's been wonderful.
So has it been an easy week?
The week is easier when you crush your plan on day 1.
Okay.
I'm not going to say easy. It's been stressful. It's been weather monitoring. It's been you do this, let's try that, and trying to pull all guys together. It's not been easy. It's been a challenge. But getting that first day under your belt and having a lap bank that you feel good about, well, it makes the next 2 days much easier.
All right, so I talked with Dave Ogburn yesterday.
Yep.
There's easily 10 guys behind you who can win this race.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is the plan?
So, I mean, the plan is, at some point in this race, it's all about friends of opportunity, right? And you have to make sure that you make no mistakes and you don't get dropped from the pack.
Right.
The challenge is we ended up with, in a Formula One parlance, we ended up with a DRS train here.
Yeah.
That happens in this race. And you're like, I'm quicker than the guy in front, but you're not, because you can't get him on a straightaway because he's just as quick as the guy, and it becomes the DRS train. So we have, one of the things that'll be interesting for folks that are going to watch the race this year, we have, the dynamic is a little different. We have a bunch of young, up-and-coming, really fast, respectful gentlemen, but their aggression level is higher because they are coming up the ladder. I get it. I understand it. I think you're going to see some things happen that you might not have seen in previous years. I think there will be less patience overall, but really it comes down to mind your P's and Q's, friendships of opportunity. If you're with the right guy and you're the same pace, lock down and go. Don't be battling. Get to the end of the race and see who's left in the front pack.
A lot of years, Spec Racer Ford is boring for the first, all but the last 2 laps.
That is by design.
That might not happen this year.
You're right. It may not happen this year because there's 2 things. Number 1 is the extreme pace, depth of the field. Number 2 is the higher aggression level. And number 3 is the Road America effect. Right. If I counted 21 guys that could win this race.
Yeah.
Of the 21 guys that could win this race, I probably would have said 14 of them at VIR. Road America has its own impact and its own effect on our class specifically.
That's Denny Stripling. He is your pole sitter, provisional pole sitter for the runoffs in Spec Racer Ford. All right, there's your pole sitter. This race is going to be interesting. Dave Ogburn said, and I liked how he said, there's probably 10 guys who can win the race and 15 guys who think they can win the race. And one of those 15 guys probably can get up on the podium. It's going to be a barn burner. I've talked with a lot of the Spec Racer Ford guys over the last couple of days, and without prompting, one name keeps being popped up. And this is if all of the drivers are thinking about a name, this is the one I'm looking at. Tyler Stevens. He is the name that each of them have said, driving well, smart kid, blah, 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 blah. All right, let's get right to it, folks. Racing on the way, just around the corner. Don't change the channel. Don't click the mouse. We're going to have a good time. He's Greg Ginsburg. I'm Brian Belansky. This is Inside the SCCA, brought to you by Goodyear Racing Tires.
Just a taste of what's to come today, as we've got 9 more races coming up on Hagerty Race Day number 2. As we are just getting ready for some fantastic racing. Tom O'Gorman and I will be with you for the first 2 races of the day, as we've got T4 and STL coming up. Right after that, A Sedan and Spec Racer Ford 3 with Greg Kramer and Lefty McLeod. After the lunch break, Lefty and I will be back with the first race of the runoffs for the SMX class, the new SMX class for the NC Miatas. And then Tomo and I will be back with F Production coming up right after that. And then we'll round out the afternoon with Greg and Lefty with Prototype 2, followed by Greg and Tomo with GT1. And then I'll be back for the final race of the day with Lefty for Formula Atlantic. So that's the card for today, as we've got some good racing coming up. And like I say, T4 is first on the docket. But before we get started, please ask you to rise if you're able and remove your cover, as we would like to introduce Eric Prill for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
It's Hagerty Race Day number 2 of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Welcome, I'm John Phippen. Alongside me, Tom O'Gorman, and we're about ready to go racing with Touring 4. Let's send right down trackside to Haywood Wagner.
Good morning, gentlemen, here on the Touring 4 grid, and it is all RX-8s all the time. I've been talking to some of the crews down here about why that car has kind of risen to the top of this class, and it's really track dependency. It's about the course here at Road America. This is a car, once it gets some momentum going, has the highest top speed in the class. It takes a little bit longer to get there, but guess what? Road America, you have plenty of time on straightaways to get these things spooled up. The other thing the RX-8 does very well, it is basically an NC third-generation Miata with a longer wheelbase. That longer wheelbase in these long sweeping corners provides a little more stability, a little more grip. What to watch for in this race? This was a class that had some contentious qualifying sessions. There were some penalties handed out for driving. There's some different interpretations of that, shall we say. Some of the drivers in the final session were out betting brakes to be ready for the race. Others were trying to get flying laps. So there are drivers in this field that feel like their qualifying performance was not well represented by the times that they put up. Other drivers in the field that are a little bit further up that maybe there's some frustration there. So keep an eye for early race moves to try to keep this pack close. A lot of the guys in the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 range are really going to try to hold on to these front 3, which put a pretty good margin on everyone else in qualifying.
Tomo, this is a race group that I'm really looking forward to, especially with the new pavement here since we last ran at the runoffs here at Road America, and the top 8 cars under the existing lap record. So that should be an exciting way to get started. 7 of those 8 are RX-8s, just as Hayward was saying.
Yeah, the top 7 in this class are RX-8s. It's interesting to see how quickly the makeup changed of this class, but you can kind of see why as we look at our Mazda track map. Down into Sector 1, you can see those long straightaways. Obviously, we all know the layout of Road America, but it's going to be into those long sectors these long straights where those top 2, Matt Spicuzzi and Alex Lozano, really established themselves by doing essentially a Spec Miata style qualifying session. They were working together. They were in close quarters with each other, working on some of the draft, and that's what gave them about half a second up on the rest of the field. Getting down into Sector 2, this is where maybe we'll see some of the other cars come alive, the Mazda MX-5 or potentially the Scion FRS, but those RX-8s are fantastic handling cars. We also have some Mustangs in the field, working our way through the hurry downs into the carousel and the kink, into that great passing zone at turn 12. We'll be curious to see if there's any parity or difference in the RX-8s for the drag race from 14 to the start-finish line. In a spec class, we see that often, but this isn't exactly a spec class. It just happens to be a lot of the same car at the front.
Exactly right. So we'll see how that's going to shake out. That's the reason we run the races, ladies and gentlemen, as we're just about ready to release the cars from the false grid. And as soon as they hit the grid behind the Mazda safety car, let's take just a quick break to thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
It's Touring 4 as the cars heading out on their pace lap behind the Mazda pace car. Let's introduce the starting grid for you. On the pole, a runoffs rookie in the number 63, Matt Spicuzzi, out of the Detroit region in his RX-8. Alongside him, the number 98 of Alex Lozano from the Western Michigan region, also in an RX-8. Mark Cefalo, the veteran campaigner in the 00, will start inside of row 2 from the Northeast Pennsylvania region in his Mazda RX-8. Next to him, the number 83 of Christian Braunland from the Central Carolinas region in another, yes, RX-8. The winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer for making the most improvement between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying is the number 50 of Stephen Blethen from the New England region in his RX-8. Next in the order is Raymond Blethen in the number 51, also from the New England region, also in an RX-8. The last of the RX-8s in the front of the field is the 28 of Chris Haldeman from the Texas region. Next to him is the 0 of the veteran campaigner Scotty B. White from the Northwest region in a Ford Mustang V6. This is his 43rd runoff start. He's also racing in T2 and T3 this weekend. Highest placed rookie in the field is the number 117 of Ethan Barker from the Houston region in a Mazda MX-5. Next to him, the 166 of James Eben, local driver from Appleton, Wisconsin in the Milwaukee region in another MX-5. Paulo Salvatore, I don't know if he'll be in the field. He was not in an earlier race, the 142 from Houston in a Ford Mustang V6. Next to him is the other rookie, one of the other rookies in the field, the 123 of Dirk Strassfield from the Houston region in a Mazda RX-8. The veteran Izzy Sanchez in car number 78, next in the order. He's from the Cal Club. He is the only former champion in this 15-car field. He won the SCCA National Championship at Road Atlanta back in 1983, so Izzy is due. He's in a Scion FRS. Another of the twins is next to him, the 35 of Tony Carrazos from the San Francisco region in another Scion FRS. And 15th on the grid is the number 26 of Leanne Falk from the Texas region. She's in a Mazda 3S. So that's your starting grid for Touring 4, first race of the day. And Tomo, we talked about the RX-8s dominating the front of this field, but they're not all necessarily the same. It's not a spec class, like you said. So I'd be curious to see just if the cream rises to the top here.
Yeah, you see a couple different generations of the RX-8. I think it looks like a majority of them are that latest version that we saw come out very towards the end. I believe it's called the R3 model. But in general, the RX-8s are going to be mostly the same. And overall, this Touring 4 in the Touring category, especially in T2 and 3 and 4, what you see is what you get. It's very much a production car. You're allowed to change a certain number of things per car, but it's not the same. So the RX-8s may get some shocks or a different wheel package, while the Mustangs get a different tune. You know, there's a different level of prep that each car gets. Also noticing Chris Haldeman was absent from the grid. He was supposed to start right there in between Ray Blethen and Scotty B. White in the first of the Mustangs, and he's just not present.
So yeah, we'll see if he's just had a problem getting off the grid, or if he's not going to be here. Obviously, he'll have to start from the back, from the pit lane, if he's not able to make the pace lap. Matt Spicuzzi, a runoffs rookie, showing great pace all season long, as Mark Cefalo is the man leading the Hoosier Super Tour coming into this round with 150 points. Unfortunately, none of our drivers are eligible. Actually, I take that back. Mark Cefalo is eligible for a Super Sweep. The Super Sweep is the hardest award to win in road racing. In the same class, a driver has to win a Hoosier Super Tour race, win the Hoosier Super Tour National Points Championship, and win a U.S. Majors Tour Conference Championship, and oh, by the way, win the runoffs. So that's a tall order.
No biggie.
Yeah, no big deal. we don't give away a lot of those for sure, but Mark Cefalo is in a position to win that if he can find his way to the top of the order, and he starts third, so he's certainly in a position to do so.
Also keep an eye out for the 83 of Christian Braunlich. Lost out on the championship last year by less than 1/10 of a second at the start-finish line. He's going to be feeling like, it's my turn, man.
Yeah, I'm owed one for sure. The field nicely formed up as the stragglers catch up to the back of the field as the Mazda safety car comes through turn 14, and he'll lead the field up the hill as we get ready to start. Touring 4, the first of 9 races today, the second Hagerty race day of the 2024 runoffs. Pace car pulls into the pit lane, turning the field over to Matt Spicuzzi and Alex Lozano as they climb the hill. It gives you some indication. This shot gives a pretty good indication of just how steep this uphill climb is under the NTT Spectator Bridge. And we're waiting. Got an eye on the starter, beginning to pick up the pace, and there's the green, and we are away. And our pole sitter, Matt Spicuzzi, jumps to the front right away. Lozano immediately moves over to driver's right to get in behind him, and it looks like we're going to have a drafting tool right from the top as everybody's staying pretty much single file. Trying to make the move down to the inside was Lozano, but he was not able to make that stick. So our pole sitter Spicuzzi is going to lead the field under the Aaron's over the Aaron's tunnel, should we say, down into turn number 3.
One of our MX-5 drivers, I think James Eben, with a great start, and these guys went early. I think those RX-8 drivers knew we don't have a lot of torque, and we've got a couple Mustangs behind us. We need to go, and Spicuzzi really put the throttle down early, way before we saw the green flag, actually, in my peripheral, when the pole sitter can go in that acceleration zone. Now look at the Mustang swinging back out around the MX-5. Scotty B. White trying to get back past James Eben.
It looks like he's going to get that done. At least he's going to get side by side as they make the run down the hill toward turn 5. And yes, Scotty B is able to get back in front of Eben as they exit turn 5 and make the climb up the hill under the Corvette Bridge into turn number 6.
See the confidence in the top two. Spicuzzi and Lozano are just already on it, and in the way that they are able to pull away about a 5-car length lead over Mark Cefalo. And again, they are working together in the sense of they have the same strategy and they're going to run in this formation, we expect at least, but they aren't bump drafting or anything. This is just raw pace. They have those cars working really well. You see little wiggles of the cars. They're mostly soft suspension, but they are absolutely running away just a little bit from Cefalo, although Cefalo comes back nicely out of turn 8.
Cefalo's best finish in the class was 5th, and that was back in 2022 at VIR, so he's looking for a little redemption as well. His car, easy to recognize that green and blue livery, very characteristic of Cefalo's cars through the years. As they make their way through the kink and heading down toward Canada Corner for the first time, turn number 12. Lozano's looking a little impatient here. He's trying to, just from the body language from the car, looking like he's urging Spicuzzi to pick up the pace just a little bit, or he's going to try to go around him.
Yeah, he's glued to the back for sure. And we saw that Mark Cefalo was able to pull back a little out of turn 8. He's continued to bring that, and also Christian Bronlich's trying to come with him. But Hayward mentioned at the top of the show that these cars do need a little bit of time. You kind of get the proverbial rock on the string spinning before you can, slingshot it. So these cars are kind of working their way up to momentum. Maybe Lozano feels he has a little bit more momentum than Spicuzzi, or he's just staying absolutely glued there because he's got to. He needs to keep the momentum up.
Exactly. As they make the run down the straightaway for the first time, Spicuzzi, Lozano, Cefalo, Christian Bronlich, Ray Blethen, and then Stephen Blethen, as Cefalo taking advantage of the draft to get right on the tail of the top 2. So Cefalo goes way wide, however, at the exit of turn 1.
That's the Spec Miata line he's using there, but it worked for him.
Yeah.
This is a 3-car battle now for the lead.
Yeah, exactly. They are absolutely nose to tail as they exit turn 3. Heading down the Moraine Sweep, they call it, under the Sargento Bridge. As they head down the hill toward turn 5, Cefalo now the one looking impatient as he shows a nose to Alex Lozano in front of him.
This race, of course, 13 laps or 40 minutes. They should complete those 13 laps well before the 40-minute mark, but we're only working lap number 2, so we have a long way to go. It'd be curious to see. Whoa! Lozano loses the back on the downshift on entry, barely saves the car, but now Cefalo's got a little bit of a run. I think Cefalo had to check up just to make sure he wasn't going to get T-boned into Lozano.
Yeah, exactly right. But everybody kept it together, and they are continuing. But that's allowed Spicuzzi to get away just a bit at the front as he's opened up about a car length lead. So Lozano and Cefalo battling for second. In the distance there, you can see the red number 83 of Christian Bronlich as they exit turn 8 and head under the Speedville Bridge into the carousel turn.
There's a look at Christian Bronlich and then Ray Blethen, who started to pull away from his twin, Stephen Blethen. So Ray is in the orange, Stephen is in the green, both, of course, with the blue front end there, but they're way separated. And then behind, we still have that great battle between Ethan Barker and Scotty B. White. I misidentified that car earlier as James Eben, but Ethan Barker is trying everything he can in that MX-5 to find a way past Scotty B. White. They're having a great duel.
Heading down the hill toward Canada Corner. Just as it looks, Spicuzzi's car seems to be really good in a straight line, and I don't know to what to attribute that, but he is definitely on the straightaways able to open up a gap to the battle for second behind him. But then in the handling sections, Lozano and Cefalo are able to close back up.
Yeah, Cefalo definitely looks most confident in the corners now at working lap number 2. The other interesting point, take a look at the shadows. We're really early in the day, and we're really dealing with a lot of sun glare and sun flare for these drivers. If you take a note at the low banners that both of the top 2 cars are running, essentially half the windshield is covered because they knew we're racing at 8 a.m. The sun's going to be absolutely in our eyes coming up out of turn 13 into 14. But also just in general, those glares, if you don't have a perfectly clean windshield, it'd be very difficult to see.
Yeah, you can see that, especially in the 2 Blue Force cars, as Cefalo is obviously using that line purposefully, and look at the slingshot it gives him as he exits turn 1, thinks about going down to the inside of Lozano at the bottom of the hill, but falls back in single file.
Just noticed Mark Cefalo usually running that Planet Miata livery. This one says Planet Brap, which is a good rotary joke there on the side of that car. He doesn't quite seem to know what to do with it yet, but he is absolutely filling the mirrors of Alex Lozano after that one mistake. That's all it took, and he hasn't been able to get back up to Matt Spicuzzi, who's continuing to have about a 3-car length lead consistently around the track. Whoa, Lozano deep again, confident, but he's going to go a little bit wide. Cefalo still just kind of gets stuck there. He doesn't know where to go because he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah. And again, we talked about the rotaries taking a bit to spool up. They're not known for torque, they're known for horsepower. And that's part of the issue is that Cefalo has is that dig out for that uphill run up to turn 6 is going to be tough. As they're into the hurry downs section, down into turn number 8. A little lockup there from Christian Braunlich. Right behind him, Ray Blethyn in the 51. There's Braunlich and Blethyn as they are battling for 4th and 5th currently. And right behind them is Stephen Blethyn in the first of the Mustangs. And that's the 0 of Scotty B. White. Ethan Barker just behind, the first of the MX-5s.
That's going to be the V6 Mustang, so of course still probably the biggest displacement in the field and typically the biggest torque number in the field, but of course not a Mustang GT or anything V8-wise. Whoa, look at Lozano just fighting that RX-8 under braking. Big wiggles through the entire braking zone. I'm not sure the 98's handling exactly the way you would like. With maybe some extra front grip this morning with the cool temperatures, the setup on that car, something's just a little bit unhappy. And unfortunately, Cefalo just seems a little bit stuck by it because the momentum on that Lozano car is still good. He's just got a handful.
Cefalo once again using all the track and a little extra as they make the climb up the hill. But Matt Spicuzzi with a pretty comfortable advantage now, up to about 4 car lengths, I would call it, as they cross the stripe. The interval is just about 0.68 seconds, so almost 0.7 of a second. Cefalo's going to, again, try to get in Lozano's head a little bit, saying, hey, guy, I'm here.
Grabbed a little bit of grass on the left side there, actually kind of caught the sidewalls along the blades there and had to come back on the track a bit. So Cefalo is starting to kind of weave and bob just a little bit more every lap. Has yet to realize where the opportunity may be. And Spicuzzi's not going anywhere, so Cefalo doesn't have to be too impatient at this point. But if Alex Lozano's car continues to handle a little bit more poorly than Cefalo's car, he's going to want to get by sooner or later.
Cefalo was picked by Sports Car to be the winner of this race. Christian Braunlich and Stephen Blethyn were picked to be on the podium. But Alex Lozano and Matt Spicuzzi showing that Sports Car may well be wrong as far as that calculus is concerned, as they work their way through turn number 6 once again.
Lap times last time across the line, 2:35.93 for Spicuzzi, 9.4 for Lozano, 9.5 for Cefalo. They're basically running the exact same lap time. And I always say these types of races are the most intense in the car. They may not be battling, there may not be a lot of racecraft happening. This is basically qualifying. You cannot make a mistake, you have to keep pushing. Right now, Spicuzzi is the quickest and appears to be the most confident. Lozano is finding his footing, or maybe is just content with the car driving that way as they're getting a little bit more spread out this lap.
Yeah, exactly right. Lozano seems to be a little more comfortable in the car as the tires are up to temperature. So, but neither of them seem to have anything for Matt Spicuzzi. in qualifying, Spicuzzi's best lap was turned on Wednesday at 2:34.4, and trouble 4-0, and we've got a car off big time. That's the 117 of Ethan Barker, who was the lead MX-5.
Right at the exit of the carousel, too. That went off early, and that was a pretty big impact on driver's left. Lost the left rear of that car.
I wonder if that caused the spin.
Very, very possible, as it may have departed the car before the loss of control.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw that, and the tire there in the gravel trap, so we're thinking that the wheel may have come adrift, and that's what's pitched him into the gravel trap, because it doesn't look like, you can see the trail through the gravel, it doesn't look like he hit over here, so I'm guessing that's what happened, is that left rear wheel came adrift, and I am sure this is going to bring out a full course yellow, and it has. We'll have a chance to get a replay here so we can see what happened.
And this is that 117, the car that we were talking about having a great run. It actually gotten up in front of Stephen Bleffin. Let's look for it. Yep, sure enough, it's a suspension failure in the left rear. Maybe a hub or something has gone right at the worst spot on the track. I don't think, though, that Ethan Barker made it quite to the wall, so that car will only have suspension damage, luckily, and the driver is okay, but very, very frustrating. I mean, you worked all year to be here,
yeah,
and he was having the greatest charge in the MX-5s at least.
So tough break for Ethan Barker. Again, the quickest of the MX-5s. So that promotes Scotty B. White in the V6 Mustang up into 6th position.
Yep.
James Eben right behind him in the green MX-5, number 166. Stephen Bleffin dropping back to 8th now as Ray Bleffin up into 5th position. Paolo Salvatore did make the field. There was some conjecture that he might not. Paolo in the 142 Mustang V6. In 9th position, Izzy Sanchez, the 1983 SSGT champion. In the 10th position, Dirk Strassfeld, Tony Karatsas, and Ethan Barker would be the last car listed. Leanne Falk and Chris Haldeman both out of the running so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw that look at Leanne Falk's Mazda 3 on pit lane just before the incident. It's just hood up, mechanics looking at it. She's driving away from the pit box just now. We'll take a look and see if she goes to the track or to the paddock, but not the runoffs that that Leanne was looking for either.
So as the Honda safety car has picked up the field, as we'll wait for the safety crew here to attend to the damaged car of Ethan Barker. Matt Spicuzzi, your leader. Alex Lozano in 2nd. Mark Cefalo in 3rd. Tomo, does this yellow give them a chance to cool tires? Is that a good thing in these cool temperatures in the morning, or is it going to be, okay, now we got to heat them up again?
It may be a little bit of both, to be honest. This would definitely be a nice break for those tires. A lot of the cars running a more or less standard size of DOT R compound tire, a Hoosier or a Goodyear, something like that. So they're not invincible. They're good tires, but they're not invincible. You're going to need to cool them down. But then when you're ready to go, you need them to be a little bit warm anyway. Not noticing anybody weaving or bobbing yet, so they're not too worried about tire temps. But what I am noticing is this will be, or what I'm proposing anyway, is this is a good reset for Christian Bronlick, Ray Bleffin, Scotty B. White, etc. Those cars that kind of lost touch of the field really early because Spicuzzi and Lozano were so prepared for the start and they were already going. They just kind of lost touch early and they weren't able to hold on. Their lap times have been okay. They're not as fast as the top 3, but this is a good reset to kind of inspire yourself to be able to keep up and have a little bit better restart.
Exactly right. As we're beginning to see some of the cars doing a little weaving. Scotty B. White, one of them, as he just now comes by in front of our camera. And just behind him, James Eben and Stephen Bleffin. A couple of the Mazdas, the MX-5 for Eben and the RX-8 for Stephen. He and his twin Raymond were running together just before this full course yellow came out. So Stephen must have had a miscue of some kind because he dropped back 2 spots behind Scotty B. White and James Eben just as the yellow came out. So he's got a little bit of a chore to see if he can work his way back around those two. As we're going to go around at least one more time as the pace car does not pull into the pit lane.
It's a difficult extraction when the car has no wheel and buried in the gravel. It's kind of a tough spot to get to. It's very close to the safety crews there at the bend, just before the kink, where the motorcycles will run. But it is a little bit of a difficult extraction for a car in that position. So we'll probably get, hopefully, just this one more pace lap. And then we'll get back to racing with about 7 laps to go. We are coming up on about half distance as far as the 40 minutes is concerned, though. 25 minutes left in this race. By the time we finish a full course lap, we'll be right at 20 minutes in the 40-minute time allotted. We should still have plenty to finish this race, but it is going to be a little bit more up on that limit of 40 minutes.
Just coming up on half distance now as we're working race lap 6 of the scheduled 13. There's the beach area just past the Mission Foods Bridge overlooking the exit of the carousel turn and the kink. It's one of the many, many improvements they've made here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. I'm lucky enough to announce up here a couple times over the course of the season, and it's just amazing to me the effort that the ownership group here puts into this track with, addition of the big screens, and they've improved the PA system, and there's just constant improvement. The Mission Foods Bridge was rededicated earlier this season. The walkover bridge just at the top of the hill, coming up the hill onto the main straightaway, is going to be replaced with a drive-over bridge over the off-season. So you just get some indication. You can see a golf cart there off to the right of the screen. There's a path now all the way around the outside of the carousel turn. There's also a new path through the area they call Kettle Bottoms, which runs from the kink all the way down to Canada Corner. There's now a spectator path down on the inside or driver's right of that section of the racetrack. There you go. You can see a good shot of that. Just a great indication of just the constant improvements that they're making here. The track, of course, was repaved over the off-season a year ago, so it's a hallmark of this facility and the people that run it here, that they are just constantly reinvesting in this racetrack, and it is a lesson that a few other racetracks around the country could take from Road America. They need to pay attention, and you can see the beautiful fall colors in the trees here. We were talking with Lefty McLeod yesterday, and he was hoping to do a time lapse over the course of the week. I just got here Wednesday, but Lefty and Tomo have been here all week through the testing, and the leaves are just turning as we're here, and we're getting a beautiful swath of fall color here in northern Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's awesome. I had not seen that beach that they installed. I have a couple races off. I may go sit in one of those Adirondack chairs, kick my shoes off.
Exactly right.
Enjoy the rest of the runoffs day. But yeah, those trees have been changing color while we're here. It's very nice to see. It's just a great place to be. This is the one track my parents come to other than Watkins Glen to come vacation to.
Yeah.
They say, hey, you're at 2, you race at 2? Okay, we'll be there at 1. And they go off and do their own thing, and they love it. So this is one of those destination tracks that is more than just a racetrack.
There's the Elkhart Lake Lions party deck. And in the foreground, you can see the RA Center, the big convention center where all of the parties are held here. And they have things going on here at Road America all season long, as well as in the off season. They actually have opportunities for snowmobile off-roading, I understand, and there's winter driving schools you can come to traffic school. Yeah, there's your cabana waiting for you, Tomo. And those Adirondack chairs, as you mentioned. I think it's a great place to watch the racing. I'm surprised we don't see any bottles of spotted cow on that little table.
It may be a little cold and a little early, but hey, if you cut to that camera in 2 hours, you're going to find it. So I'm happy to say also we're using a new system called Flagtronics. It's an electronic flagging system that assists the flaggers. And while it's quiet, hey flaggers, hey workers, thank you for your efforts. Great
God
to see
bless
everybody
you all
at the worker
for
party
doing
last
what you
night.
do.
But we have basically a screen that shows us where all the cars are and whether they're stopped or moving. The car that we know had the incident is shown as having moved and is no longer in that location. So we can hope, fingers crossed, knock on wood, that we're going green flag this time by as the field is now working into turn 14.
You can see as these great shots, and thanks to all the cameramen from Apex giving us these great shots, and the safety car is pulling into the pit lane. Perfect timing, Tomo, as we're getting ready for the restart. So let's see if Spacuzzi can do the same thing he did on the original start and get away, as one of the MX-5s trying to jump out a little early. I think that was James Abbott. Now we got a green flag. And we are away.
Yeah, at the back of the field, they were trying to go early, but it didn't quite pay off for that MX-5 driver. Yeah, Eben is the car we're looking at, but the top 4 did get away pretty well. Sorry, top 6, let's say. All the RX-8s and Scotty B. White got with them.
Yeah, White is right there with at the tail end of this clutch of RX-8s at the front, as everybody stays single file in the first run down the hill toward turn number 3. Little brake lock up there.
It's either brake lock up or rotary boogers coming out of the side pipe, one of the two, but we've seen the flames coming out. Sorry.
Oh, I like that.
Cephalo also is definitely looking racy on this restart. He's got the draft. Can he maybe break up the top 2? Spicuzzi and Lozano do not want to see that happen. Cephalo pops out.
Thinking about it, then he falls back in single file. And Spicuzzi being a little defensive, driving right down the middle of the racetrack as they head down to turn 5. That's going to sacrifice his exit speed just a bit. Lozano goes just a touch wide. Here comes Cephalo as he gets alongside. Can he make it stick? He can. Stay side by side through turn 6. They give each other racing room. Lozano drops a wheel off right behind him. The 83 of Brownlick trying to take advantage, and he gets side by side with Lozano. So Cephalo up to 2nd. Lozano is in danger of getting back to 4th, as down to the inside comes Christian Brownlick in that red number 83. And right behind him, Ray Blethyn in the 51. Once again, Lozano goes really wide at the exit of turn 8. Lozano goes from 2nd to about 5th in the course of a handful of corners here.
Yeah, just cannot catch a break. Had that one slip up. Cephalo beautifully done just to hold the car down to the apex, let Lozano make the mistake. And then it was a commanding move from Brownlick to go around the outside of turn 7. That is so difficult to do, but he was confident. He did the move, and Ray Blethyn tried to go with him. Didn't quite get by, so Lozano's going to settle into the 4th position after that battle in the carousel. Looks like Brownlick actually slipped up in the kink, was not quite prepared for that corner on this first lap, and now Lozano's going to get the 3rd position back, side by side for Blethyn and Brownlick.
Ray Blethyn on the outside, Brownlick on the inside as they make it through Canada. Blethyn goes wide and bounces his way back onto the racetrack over the rumble strips at the exit of that turn and slots in behind Christian Brownlick. So Lozano able to recover back into 3rd spot. But right now, the guy looking racy is Ray Blethyn, all over the back of that red 83 of Brownlick as they exit turn 14 and make the climb up the hill. But at the front, Spicuzzi beginning to get away, but Cephalo is going with him. So let's see if that's going to change the complexion of this one, as the leaders come across the line to complete race lap number 7. So into the second half of this, looking at the time, we've got about 17 minutes remaining. So we should have time to get the final 6 laps in.
Sure enough, last time by, Cephalo was quicker by about a 10th, and even on a green flag, or sorry, a green flag restart where Spicuzzi could pick when he went. So Cephalo is certainly very, very quick in that 00 car. The top 2 breaking away just a little bit. Lozano has settled back into that 3rd position, and I gotta say, these RX-8s, even when the drivers are struggling with them, just look so nice to drive. These are such nice cars. You can just tell that they are compliant. They're doing what the driver wants, and they're just a nice car, a nice chassis. It makes sense that this is the car that a lot of drivers shifted towards after a little bit of a run on the domination from the twins. Those the FRSs, BRZs, RX-8s are making a comeback.
And especially here at a track like Road America, where horsepower is certainly an advantage. The twin rotor RX-8s certainly have a good bit of horsepower under the hood, and I think that's an aid, even though they don't have the torque or the dig off the corners, as we talked about, as they make the run down the hill toward turn 8. Cephalo hanging right with Matt Spicuzzi. Spicuzzi, our pole sitter. Cephalo qualified in 3rd spot, so that change after Lozano had that sort of adventuresome first lap after the restart. Working their way through the kink.
So we'll take a look at how that restart kind of shuffled. This is the inside pass, Cefalo on Lozano. This is when he gets on the back foot just a little bit. Braunlick goes to the left, makes the outside move. Lozano still struggling just a little bit to stay just on the track as he's trying to keep the momentum up that we know that RX-8 needs. Loses the back just a bit to give Ray Blethen a run, but is not able to make that outside work, is Blethen. So he's going to fall back in line here, and Lozano will finally maintain that 4th position, but then something happens here in the kink for Braunlick as well. Gets balked, and now we're back to Lozano in 3rd.
Back to the front as we have live action once again, and once again, Spicuzzi beginning to stretch it out just a bit. And we don't want to write off Alex Lozano just yet because he appears to be reeling in. Cefalo and Lozano are going to have to sort out 2nd and 3rd between the two of them. Cefalo using that wide line there at turn 1. Again, track limits not being enforced at that point. So he's able to use that extra wide line to get a good run down the hill toward turn number 3.
And Lozano was flying last lap, a 2:34.2. That's 2/10 under their qualifying time, which was already under the track record. So Lozano was able to kind of mentally put that little challenging lap, that challenging restart behind him and really get up on the wheel for this lap. And he's continuing to do so. He's got the momentum in the 98 at this point. He's set a personal best, Sector 1, the fastest trap speed of the entire race, nearly 130 miles an hour down there into turn 5 for the braking zone. And that's not even the highest speed section of the track in some of these cars.
Yeah, so Lozano definitely the man on the move, considering how far back he was just a couple laps ago. He is now right in the thick of it. And once again, Cefalo has been able to run down Spicuzzi.
Now that's the first little slide we've seen out of Spicuzzi. You see that? The right rear just stepped out on him a little bit, trying to get that exit. He didn't get necessarily slowed down by it, but that's the first chink in the armor we've seen for the 63.
Off the carousel turn and under the Mission Foods Bridge as they head past the beach into the kink. Oh, Alex Lozano got a little squirrely at a very scary part of this racetrack, but managed to gather it up.
And that wasn't due to horsepower. We know that. These are not that powerful of cars, so that was all in momentum. He started to lose the back end, just kept his foot in it. We've seen that car do some dances into the braking zones, but look at this. Cefalo's got to run. Does he go to the inside in 13? Yes, he's going to get there. Ooh, barely has to chuck up.
And now that opens the door for Lozano to go on Cefalo as they go side by side into turn 14. Cefalo's got the inside line, which should be the better, but that's going to give Lozano a good run up the hill. He's going to tuck into the draft.
Cefalo knows it's 2 against 1. This is obviously a very transparent pair of teammates here with the matching liveries, the matching cars. Lozano going to poke out to the left to see if he's got any opportunity. The legs on those slightly newer model RX-8s are looking very, very strong, but this time the draft of Cefalo is going to take him right clear of Spicuzzi. Spicuzzi's going to drop to 3rd.
Oh, Cefalo goes so wide, but then gets it back. So Spicuzzi from 1st to 3rd, just at the tail end of the front straightaway here. And now Lozano nearly bump drafting Mark Cefalo as they come down the hill. Cefalo, the first leader other than Matt Spicuzzi since the drop of the green flag.
That was wild. We haven't seen the draft really take an effect like that before, and I have to wonder if something's going on with Spicuzzi's car, because look at this head of steam. All of a sudden, Cefalo just clears him, and Lozano goes with him as well. That almost looked intentional, or completely unintentional in the fact that it may have a mechanical, but now he's back to speed. That is very telling that the draft is maybe a little bit stronger than we knew.
Yeah, and it could be that something with Spicuzzi's car at the very top end of the rev range.
Yeah, he's dropping back a little bit further too. I'm not sure what sort of issues may be able to happen in these RX-8s to lose a bit of power, but he's just falling back. This is heartbreaking for Spicuzzi.
Yeah, no kidding. After leading in a dominant fashion for the first half of this race, and now it appears that something may be going away just a little bit. Oh, just a little bit of a love tap there from Lozano into the back of Matt Cefalo, letting him know that he's there. Cefalo says, thank you very much. I'll use that extra momentum to draw away here as we head through the carousel turn.
This is a surprise. Cefalo finds himself leading this race and with a bit of a gap, but he's got the fastest car on the track right in his mirrors. And we still don't know if maybe Spicuzzi is in this race or not. He doesn't necessarily seem to be fully at pace, but maybe only on the top speeds, potentially just lost maybe top gear. I'm not sure.
Working race lap number 10, so we'll have 3 to go next time by. And here comes Lozano trying to retake that spot, late on the brakes, trying to go high, wide, and handsome around the outside of Canada Corner. Can't quite get it done, but oh, they touch. A little bit of a wheel rub as they're in Thunder Valley coming through the Billy Mitchell Bend, and Lozano takes over the point.
Well, you mentioned there's no track limits, but you don't have to let cars that leave the track back on. Cefalo was trying not to, but Lozano forced the issue, brought himself back on the track, and goes to the top of the board. And Spicuzzi's doing absolutely everything he can to get back there. And take a look, Christian Braunlich is getting back in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Braunlich running down Spicuzzi. Definitely think something's gone south on Spicuzzi's car. It is not as quick as it was in the early stages, as these two beginning to march away. Let's see what Mark Cefalo could do. He was able to do a nice drafting pass the last lap on the then leader of Spicuzzi. Boy, he is right on the tail end.
Now they changed places where Lozano did not have to let Cefalo back on, but he did. You can see the different approaches there in turn one. Cefalo going for high entry speed, slinging it off the track at exit, but he kind of didn't have anywhere to go because Lozano was taking his normal line, which is much more on the racing surface, if we can call it that. Now we've got a battle for third. Spicuzzi has fallen back into the clutches of Christian Braunlich, who will likely, I suspect, make quick work of that number 63 car.
Look for that coming down the hill here, and there he goes already. Braunlich popping out as Spicuzzi appears to be powerless to hold him off. So Spicuzzi off the podium now after being dominant in the early stages of this one. He drops back to fourth as Braunlich takes over.
Yeah, it's just got no grunt. No grunt in that Spicuzzi machine. You can just see didn't have any drive off the corner. The momentum's still mostly there, but maybe some heating issues. We'll stop speculating on what could be wrong, but something is wrong. Meanwhile, Alex Lozano probably didn't see this going his way after a couple of laps ago. He's finding himself in the lead, but it's not done yet. Mark Cefalo is still right there, but Cefalo has not seemed to have the pace to be the lead car. He's strong when he's following, but every time he gets to the lead, he gets passed back.
Here's a replay of the pass for third spot as Christian Braunlich just pops out right at the top of the hill as they come under the bridge and just motors by. I mean, he has no trouble making that happen. Spicuzzi tries to answer back, but he's just got nothing. And you can see Braunlich able to just pull away up the hill. So yeah, something not quite right with Matt Spicuzzi's car. Certainly not able to turn the lap times that he was running earlier. His last lap was a 2:39. His best lap a 2:34.
Side by side for the lead. Once again, Cefalo was able to get to driver's left after the kink, but not able to do anything with it on the brakes. That number 0 is absolutely stellar on the brakes, but he just wasn't quite able to do anything with the 98. We're coming up on 2 to go, starting lap number 12 of 13 this time by. And Christian Braunlich is lurking. If these two start battling, it could end up with a 3-car battle, 3 RX-8 battle.
So it's going to come down to these two at the front. We'll see if Braunlich has got anything for those 2 cars in the front. As right now, Alex Lozano able to stretch his advantage just a bit, but Cefalo comes on strong at the end of the straightaway. So I'm thinking the very top end speed, Cefalo's car may be just a little bit quicker. And he is great on the brakes, as you mentioned. He's made up just about all of that disadvantage. Again, using that line on purpose, because he does it every lap. It's not that the car is getting out there by itself. As, Lozano locks up the rears as he feels the pressure from behind from Mark Cefalo.
Yeah, it's a dirt drop on entry to get that rotation. He kind of controlled it nicely, but now Cefalo's got a really good head of steam. We also just saw Matt Spicuzzi on pit lane, so he's calling it a day. Heartbreak for your pole sitter and your race leader for the first half of this one. What's Cefalo got? He's good on the brakes. He's going to look, but he's not going to go for it.
Not quite close enough. Lozano gets a good run down the hill and is able to get just enough of an advantage that Cefalo can't do anything with it. As they make the climb up to the Corvette Bridge and into turn 6. Most folks talk about turn 6 being maybe the trickiest turn on this racetrack.
So difficult. You're coming from uphill to level. You're turning in blind. The car goes light on entry. Basically, if your car's excellent at Road America, it's a little scary in turn 6. That's how the setup works.
Yep. As with any racetrack, it's always a compromise, you know, setup-wise. If you set it up to be perfect in corner A, it's going to be junk in corners B, C, and D. Christian Bromlick now in a podium position, as he was expected to be by the folks at Sports Car Magazine. But the battle is joined at the front. Right now, Alex Lozano at the point. His car has looked all race long to be a little unhappy, just handling-wise at least. He's been having to work at it pretty hard, and Cephalo's car much more planted.
Either that or it's just his style. You know,
Yeah,
some drivers drive a little more loose, a little more free. It's asking for mistakes, and it's asking for having to recover, but Lozano's been nailing it. Every single time the car gives him a challenge, or every single time he gets over his head, he recovers, he's fast enough to come back, and he puts himself back in a good position. So this is a great performance for the 98 car. And right now he's running a pretty confident defense on Mark Cephalo, who's just not able to quite get there. Right here is where they start to separate, and by the start-finish line, they're usually a couple of car lengths apart, but this lap, Mark Cephalo is looking much stronger.
Yeah, and the white flag is in the air, so he's doing it at the right time. If he's going to make a move, now is the time. One more lap to go. Cephalo's trying to show him the dummy to try to get Lozano to take the wrong line through turn one. Cephalo's going to be a little tidier this time. Thinking about a move down into turn three. Doesn't have enough of a run at that point, but he is glued to the back bumper of Alex Lozano. Mark Cephalo looking for his first gold medal, if he can make it happen. Alex Lozano also in only his second runoffs appearance in a position for a gold, but Cephalo's alongside now as they come under the bridge. He's going to have to go around the outside of turn 5, as Lozano doing a good job of guarding that inside line. You can see the burst of flame coming out of the exhaust of these rotaries. Cephalo trying to do the crossover, but he just can't quite get there coming up the hill. But he's maintaining contact as they exit turn 6 down into turn 7. Yet another downhill blast through Hurry Downs down toward turn number 8. Another good passing opportunity, but Cephalo's not close enough to do it. Oh, Lozano gets a little squirrely under the brakes. You can tell he's right on the limit. As they exit 8 and under the Speedville Bridge into the carousel for the final time at speed.
Spectacular defense from Lozano down into turn 5, put the car exactly where it needed to be, didn't interrupt his momentum, and Cephalo just didn't get the opportunity he was hoping for. His chances are running out. We really only have the run from, the run into Canada corner out of the kink here. That's one chance, and then the last chance is that run out of turn 14 up to the wall, up to the line.
Let's see what happens. Can Cephalo get close enough to try a bonsai move down to the inside at Canada corner? He's not close enough. He's great on the brakes, but not that great. Just about a car length between the two of them, tracking right out to the edge of the track. Into Thunder Valley and the Bill Mitchell Bend. One more turn to go. Can Mark Cephalo get close enough to get a run on Alex Lozano in the run to the line?
Oh, he chucks it in there. He's trying to get any momentum that he can, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. Cephalo, wait, he does have an exit. This is going to be a drag race.
Yep, up the hill they go. Cephalo's going to duck in and pop out at the last possible moment. The checkered flag awaits, but it's going to be Alex Lozano taking his first gold medal on second time of offering. Mark Cephalo on the podium. Christian Bromlick will finish in third. Great recovery drive for Christian with Ray Blethen across the line in the 4th spot. Scotty B. White in his 43rd runoff appearance climbs the hill in the V6 Mustang, so he'll take the class win, if you will, for the non-RX-8s. Best of the rest. And Izzy Sanchez in his Scion FRS started this race back in 13th position as the veteran comes across to take 6th place. Next in the order is Derek Strasfield in the 123 RX-8. As the Sealy, Texas driver exits turn 14 and makes the climb up the hill in kind of a lonely 7th spot. James Eben was mixing it up amongst the RX-8s, or at the tail end of that battle in the early stages, but he has dropped back into 8th position now in the MX-5. as there he is crossing the line. Stephen Blethyn also was running right alongside his brother in the early stages, but not able to maintain the same pace as he has dropped well back. He's just now exiting Canada Corner is Blethyn. So he'll be in 9th position, and Tony Karatzis will be the last car running in the 10th spot in his red Scion FRS. So Mark Cefalo falling just one position short of that super sweep that we talked about earlier on as a almost unobtainable award. It's something that we don't give out frequently, but there are a number of drivers eligible for the super sweep this runoff. So far, we've not had a super sweep winner, but Mark Cefalo came tantalizingly close. Margin of victory just about 0.2 of a second.
And that's 2 years in a row that T4 at least has been very, very close. Last year, the margin of victory, 78 thousandths of a second. So this is a class that's showing us really, really tight competition year after year. It's the first podium for two of our top three. Lozano and Cefalo both have never podiumed at the runoffs before. Bronlich has. He missed out last year by that scant amount. Now he's got the bronze. He's got to come back for the gold.
There you go. As you can see, Lozano waving to the corner workers and the crowd as he makes his way around on his cool down lap. Mark Cefalo, I'm sure disappointed that he wasn't able to get to the front, but going to be happy with that medal. As you said, he has not yet had a top 3. He's had a top 5 and 2 top 10s in among his 10 runoff starts.
And remember, we were on track for 3 first-time podiums. A heartbreak for Matt Spicuzzi. Our condolences to that, as a car mechanical failure appears to take that front runner out of this race about halfway through. The number 63 is back in paddock, but the teammate takes the win. You're going to have some vicarious high from that.
Yeah, exactly right. As our winner, the number 98 of Alex Lozano, qualified outside of the front row alongside his teammate Matt Spicuzzi and brings it home. Hayward Wagner there directing traffic as he'll have a chance to talk to our winner once he gets his helmet off. There's the gold medal going around the neck of our latest champion. And let's send it down to Hayward Wagner with our winner, Alex Lozano.
Alex is getting the hat and the neckband and the medal. You, sir, have won the runoffs. How does that feel?
Oh my gosh, it's awesome. That was a crazy race. I made a couple mistakes. I'm really bummed to see Matt have an issue. We were teammates, and I was really hoping that we were going to go 1-2. Wow, that was crazy. That was crazy.
It looked like your car was a bit of a handful mid-corner, and particularly if you got to curbing on track out. How hard was it to hold on to this car for 13 laps?
It was insane. I felt a knocking noise on the right-hand side on lap 1, and it got worse. And I felt it the worst right at the restart where I lost all the places. I couldn't turn left at all. But yeah, it was just keep in it. I kept my head down, tried to make everything work. So yeah, it was awesome.
You think you can get the car to hold together for a victory lap?
I think we can do one more. Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of people to thank. Ray Huffmaster for making everything possible this year. Huffmaster Racing, all of the guys involved, my parents. All right, I'm going to name them all. Matt, Don, John, Andrew, Jack. I'm going to be missing some more people. Let me look over. Everybody involved. This has been a huge, huge year. It's been 4 motors in the car this year, 5 motors in the car this year. It's just been a one for the books for sure.
Well, congratulations to you. Enjoy the victory lap, and we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
There's your winner, Alex Lozano. Let's have a look at our top 10 finishers in this race. As it turns out, there were 10 cars running, and it was Alex Lozano as your winner over Mark Cefalo. Margin of victory just under 0.2 of a second. Christian Braunlich about 4 seconds further back in 3rd spot. Ray Blethyn takes the 4th place honors. Scotty B. White in the first of the Mustangs takes 5th. Izzy Sanchez, great recovery drive from Izzy, coming all the way from 13th on the starting grid to finish in 6th. Dirk Strassfeld takes the 7th place. James Eben finishing in 8th, Stephen Blethen in 9th, and Tony Carrazos, the last car running, finishing in 10th spot. And we've got our 2nd and 3rd place finishers with Hayward Wagner, Mark Cefalo, 2nd place.
What would you have done for a drag reduction system on this car for the last lap?
Well, unfortunately, the DRS was not quite working where I wanted it to. The strategy was for the long haul, hoping for a green race the whole way through. It might have been a little bit different, but all in all, super happy. You know, this is a new car for us, just a couple weekends in it. The Plant Miata crew did an amazing job getting it ready. Really good runoffs, amazing weather. Overall, you know, solid race. Really happy. First podium. I've been coming to the runoffs for almost 20 years. Never stood on the podium, so all in all, you know, really thrilled.
There was a point that you took the lead going into and through turn 1, where it looked like you might just leave the entire facility. You were so far out. How edgy was it to bring the car back onto track?
We washed out quite a bit. The track walk helped earlier in the week. Knew it was going to be a little bit rough. Kind of had a sense of when the grass was going to begin and to hurry up and get on solid ground. Now the most drama for me was actually a moment in Canada Corner. But yeah, no, it was the normal line for us.
Well, congratulations to you on the silver. We're going to talk to Christian here at the bronze. Christian, you said on grid your goal was to stay clean and hope that maybe something happened up front that let you sneak onto the podium, came together for you brilliantly.
Yep, exactly how I planned it. Just wanted to keep my head down, try and stay as close as I could to those guys, hoping they'd battle it out towards the end. Not sure what happened to Matt. I think mechanical issue, but luckily I was there and was able to overtake him. So back on the podium 2 years in a row.
Yeah, you've got a knack for that podium spot. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Hayward. Some happy podium finishers here in our first race of the day. As we'll get the highlights, as you can see, the jump from Spicuzzi from the pole as the green flag came out. And then here was this great battle between Lozano and Cefalo as Lozano goes really wide. That's what promoted Mark Cefalo up to second. And then Lozano with another problem, falling back into the clutches of Christian Brownlee. And then he just put his head down and made it back. And this is where Spicuzzi's race went south. Something obviously went wrong with that lead car as he lost top end speed. Cefalo just about lost it there at the exit of turn number 1. Side by side, that's where they touched coming off Canada Corner. And that's when Lozano was able to finally take the lead for good as he was able to get around. And this is how close they were at the finish, nose to tail, but Cefalo just couldn't quite get enough of a draft to pull alongside and make it a bid for that gold medal. So congratulations to Alex Lozano taking his first gold medal in runoffs competition. Thanks to Mazda for presenting this broadcast. And we appreciate your being with us. Don't go away. Lots more races to come at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Good morning and welcome from Road America as we are into the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. As we'd like to thank Mazda for making this broadcast possible. I'm John Phippen alongside Tom O'Gorman, and we're about ready to go racing with Super Touring Light. Let's head right down to Hayward Wagner on pit side.
Good morning, gentlemen. Of course, the big story in Super Touring Light is tied very much to the Spec Miata story of this week, and that is that your pole sitter, Danny Sane, involved in an incident in qualifying, had some injuries, and is recovering from those. Tom O'Gorman was able to speak with Danny earlier, I believe yesterday, and we're hoping Danny's feeling well and enjoying the show watching from Milwaukee. But that leaves a couple of Hondas to battle things out. Moser and Pena here up front. I was talking to Joe Moser. He said these cars are essentially identical with one significant difference. Actually, two. The first one is that Joe runs a 4.4 final drive where Pena runs a 4.9. So Joe may have a little bit more at the end of the straights. Pena might come off the corners a little bit stronger. The other difference is that these guys have gone in different directions on brakes. Pena's running on the Hawk pads. Moser is running on Carbotech. And each of them thinks that gives them a little bit of an advantage. And while these guys are going to be duking it out, keep an eye on that third car on grid, Mike Taylor. Mike was on pace for podium last year and just kind of ran out of car and tire towards the end of the race. Mike did say that he would gladly pack up, head home, just to let Danny come run this race. That's the kind of spirit and attitude we've heard down here on grid. One final note, I believe it's Chuck Hines, should be the fourth car on grid right now, currently a no-show. So we have a couple of cars here at the front of the field that are missing.
And again, our best wishes go out to Danny Stain, involved in that qualifying incident in Spec Miata earlier in the week. I think it was on Wednesday. Both he and Jim Drago still hospitalized after that, but our best wishes go out to the two of them. And again, Tomo, you had a chance to talk to Danny, so you can fill us in on that. But first, let's talk about our Mazda track map.
Yeah, this will be fun. These are really cool cars. You're allowed to do engine swaps within the make and model of the car. You can modify the aero. You can modify a lot of the suspension components, etc. So these are really cool production race cars. Coming down into turn 1 and out of turn 3, that could be where those gearing differences will absolutely show here in this first sector between those top two CRXs. Then we get down into the deep braking zone of turn 5. Most of these cars, a little bit older, are not going to be running anti-lock brakes. So that braking zone down into turn 5, but also turn 6, turn 8 are going to be a little bit more challenging than some of the other categories. Then a big high momentum run through turns 9 and 10. Aero kicks in almost flat out through the kink in these cars, but just not quite. And then a heavy braking zone one more time down into Canada Corner, up the hill through Billy Mitchell Bend, what we're taking a look at in the background there, beautifully up into the Sunrise through turn 13 and 14.
14, of course, leading on to the straightaway, as that's a 4-mile lap around Road America. As we are just waiting for the cars to roll off behind the Mazda safety car. But let's take a quick break and thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to Road America as the safety car from Mazda making its way out on track, and the field is in tow. Let's introduce the 18 starters. Actually, it'll now be 17, as Joe Mosier is your pole sitter. His second pole position, hard to believe, but his second pole position for the number 36 out of the Detroit region in his Honda CRX. As we mentioned, Danny Stain, who qualified in second, will not be making the start. Jose Osiris Pena, the number 199 out of the Puerto Rico region in his Honda CRX, will start second. Next up, Mike Taylor, the number 39 out of the Atlanta region in an Acura Integra. Chuck Hines, don't know if Chuck made it to the grid. Chuck would be in the number 57 in the North Carolina region in a Mazda MX-5. He won the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for making the most improvement between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying. Max G, a former champion, winning in STU in 2017 in the number 22 out of the Ohio region in his Honda Prelude. John Sewell in the number 48 out of the Florida region in an Acura Integra Type R. Car number 8 is Austin Hill, also from the Ohio Valley region in his Mazda MX-5. Next to him is Amy Mills, the number 37 out of the Northwest region in a Mazda Miata. Tom Van Veen is in car number 66, also from the Northwest region in a Honda Civic CX. A rookie to the runoffs, making his first start, Adam Sargis. That's the son of Steve Sargis in the number 18. He was the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday, got 15 gallons of Sunoco fuel for getting his qualifying time closest to .260 in Tuesday's qualifying in his Miata. Next up is the 42 of Sean Duncan from the Detroit region in a Honda Civic VX. Whitfield Gregg, veteran campaigner, in his 22nd runoff start in the number 17 out of the New York region in a Mazda MX-5. John Elder in the number 21 out of the Land O'Lakes region in a Mazda Miata. Maxwell Kittleson is in car number 09 from Milwaukee in a Ford Focus SVT. Next up is Dan Harding in the number 79 from the Ohio region in a Mazda Miata. And on the back row are two rookies making their first runoff starts. The 32 of Deacon Greenfield from the Washington, D.C. region in a Honda CRX. And the number 88 is Caleb Patriot out of Waukesha, Wisconsin in the Milwaukee region in a Mazda RX-8.
That's a driver we've seen in the SCCA sim racing when that is active. But I do want to just translate a message. The main thing, when I talked to Danny Stain on the phone yesterday, he was in pretty good spirits, obviously still in the hospital there, but the main thing he wanted to say for us to get out is that they're just so grateful, all three of the drivers involved in that incident, for all the kind words from the SCCA family, the people who reach out and say, hey, hope you're doing okay, we're thinking of you, et cetera, et cetera. That's reached them. They're so grateful. I guarantee you Danny's watching this race right now, would love to be right in between those two CRXs in his MX-5, and Chuck Hines not taking to the grid in his MX-5 means we're left with a bunch of Hondas up at the front.
Indeed. As we mentioned, Chuck McDudis was the other driver involved, and glad to say that Chuck is back here with us. So his recovery from that incident a little better. Unfortunately, Jim Drago, the other driver involved, still hospitalized along with Danny Stain. They got a long road to recovery ahead, is the word we've gotten from their teams, but they're in good spirits, and that's good to hear.
Love to see that Ford Focus SVT. Max Kittleson, just unique choices available here in STL. Obviously, the Hondas and the Mazdas have shown themselves to be the cookie cutter, if you want to call them that. Lots of variety within the cookie cutters, but it is the path you choose. But that number 09, a unique build, and then we obviously have that RX-8 out there as well, keeping things with a little bit of variety.
Joe Mosier, of course, the 5-time and defending champion of the class. Danny Stain won it 3 times as well, although he's not in the field. He and Joe Mosier picked by Sports Car to finish on the podium. Mosier picked to win. Mike Taylor picked by Sports Car to finish in the 3rd position, so we'll see how that shakes out. He's certainly in a good position to make that happen, 3rd or even better. Jose Osiris Pena from Miami, Florida, racing for the Puerto Rico region on the outside of row 1.
And the last thing to throw in here before we go racing, those top 2 cars separated in qualifying by less than 3/10. This should be a pretty good battle.
Yeah, in fact, 3 cars, the top 3 all under the old lap record, as we have broken a lot of lap records in the 26 classes racing here this weekend. Field's nicely formed up as they begin the long climb up the hill as the Mazda pace car pulls into the pit lane, turning the field over to Joe Mosier and Jose Osiris Pena. Pena on the outside, Mosier on the inside in the orange number 36. And there's the green. Mosier gets just a little bit of a jump. We'll see who's got the better top end speed. Watch Max G already making a move. I understand that that is the same car that Max won the STU championship in. He's just put a little smaller motor in it to be able to run it in Super Touring Light.
This is a good start for Mike Taylor as well. Sweeps up underneath Max G. Look at Austin Hill. Big run around the outside using that Spec Miata / Spec MX-5 knowledge to come around the outside of John Sewell, but he doesn't quite have the motor. The Integra keeps the drag race fair down into turn 3.
Top 3 just as they qualified with Mosier, Pena, and Max Taylor. Max G right behind him in the 4 spot, side-by-side racing for 5th. As the 48 of Sewell trying to come back as he ducks down to the inside. Sewell with the advantage as he hangs on with Austin Hill just behind him.
Just a little bit of a 3-car breakaway. Mike Taylor is going to do everything he can to stay with these two. He was about a second slower in qualifying, but I talked to him and he said, I know there's more. This has been the smoothest week for Mike, knock on wood on my desk here, and he's absolutely looking racy in that Integra. So it's a pair of CRXs leading the Integra on a breakaway in front of that Prelude. Then Austin Hill, I think that car is essentially just a Spec MX-5. It's not maximized for this class. He's pushing everything it's worth, but he doesn't quite have the power to stay in front of John Sewell in that beautiful blue Integra.
Jose Pena shows the nose to our leader, Joe Mosier, in the run down the hill toward turn number 8, but falls back in single file as they make it through the carousel. Mosier's car hoisting that inside rear wheel off the pavement. Great battle there between the 81 of Austin,
Look at this move. Austin Hill trying to go around the long way at the exit of the carousel. It's not quite going to work as Sewell gets the throttle down and the Integra pulls ahead. But this is our top Mazda in the field, who's basically just in a Spec MX-5, and he's trying to take Amy Mills with him.
Austin Hill in his 5th runoff start already has 2 medals to his credit, as we've got a new leader as Pena has made his way around Joe Mosier.
We're watching that battle for 6th, and Pena must have gotten a heck of a run through the kink and overtaken Mosier there just even before Canada Corner. We noticed Mike Taylor was looking racy, and I said, hang on a second, that's a different CRX.
Exactly right. So Jose Osiris, or Osiris, I suppose, if you pronounce the Spanish correctly. Up to the top of the hill, but Mosier's car definitely strong in a straight line. He said he had a new motor package for this year, and he was feeling pretty confident that he had the run. And again, his car a little narrower, doesn't cut as big a hole through the air, and he's got the top end for sure.
Yeah, you can see he's going for the aero setup, fighting the wheel down into the apex of the corner. He's going to get pinched off just a little bit by Pena, flicking leaves out from underneath those cars in the autumn here at Road America. But Pena, you see he's got the side mirrors on that car. Mosier, no mirrors. They're inside the car. Everything about that car is designed to go fast in a straight line.
Great run off of turn number 3 as they dig under the Sargento Bridge and head down the hill toward turn 5. The Moraine Sweep, it's called. Mike Taylor dropping off the back of this battle. Here comes Mosier again, getting a good run. Pena doesn't fight him as he takes over the top spot once again.
Textbook outbraking maneuver down into turn 5 there. Again, no anti-lock brakes in either of these cars, so that was all mechanical and driver just maximizing the braking performance.
Out of 6 into 7. And then into the portion of the track they call hurry downs into turn number 8. As Joe Mosier, our pole sitter, retakes the top spot. So let's see, we'll follow this lead battle to see if there's a place either through the carousel where Pena has the advantage as we get a replay of this pass. As Joe Mosier pops out, just carries the momentum down the hill later on the brakes and makes the pass happen.
Hayward mentioned the difference in braking packages, mainly in brake pads. But I do wonder there, Joe Moser struggling in the kink. Pena sweeps back by him again. This is a great battle. We're on our 4th lead change here on the 2nd lap of STL, but Moser, better on the brakes, is going to go back to the inside. Pena makes it easy for him. Not fighting the issue too much, but we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, I was going to say now, but
Yeah.
a little later on, that may be a different story. It looked to me, and it just as we cut away to the replay, it looked like Pena's car really working well through the carousel. I think that's where he gets the momentum, and so we'll see how that shakes out.
Look at Moser fighting the car.
Moser's hands really busy on the steering wheel as he's making his way out of Thunder Valley and down into turn 14.
These cars obviously from 1990 or so, and they're big old steering ratios on those Hondas. You can shrink the steering wheel, but it still makes it a lot of work. As Pena now has the draft, looks up to the inside, heads up another lead change.
But let's see, this is where Moser's car really comes into its own at the top end of the straightaway. But he's going to stay behind this time. Then Mike Taylor, then the battle behind is a good one. Max G and Zahn Sewell going after it. Sewell now up into that 4th position as Max G, the 2017 STU champion, falls back to 5th. And right behind them, Amy Mills to pick up the pieces if those two come to tears.
Yeah, it looks like these three have kind of found their footing. Austin Hill was racy from the start, but he doesn't have the raw pace. You see that red MX-5 just falling back just a bit, as we would expect. But Amy Mills is keeping both John Sewell and Max G honest, but Sewell's starting to run away from those two.
Here we go down the hill once again to turn 5. This time, Joe Moser not quite close enough to make that passing maneuver. He's going to try the over-under, however, as he gets alongside Pena as they climb the hill up to turn 6. Well, he takes the lead.
That was interesting. A great move. It's still not done. I think Pena's going to try to go to the outside. No, it's not going to quite work. Pena actually closed off the exit of turn 5 a little in anticipation of Moser doing that over-under, and I think it's what gave Moser the run.
Let's stay with these two as they make it through the carousel, because I have a sneaking suspicion that this is where Pena is making up a lot of ground. Moser, as you say, with that inside rear wheel off the ground. Pena, a much tidier line, able to save ground. It stays right on Moser's tail now as they come under the bridge. Let's see what happens at the kink, because the last couple of laps, Pena's been able to get alongside right there. Pena takes he straight lines the kink, and that's where he gets all of his momentum.
Yeah, Moser just has no confidence in the car in the kink. I'm noticing a little bit of a ride height difference, and that's about it. They have the same engine, the same minimum weight, but now again, Moser just so much more confident on the brakes. They're going to go door handle to door handle through Canada Corner, and now it's a drag race up to Billy Mitchell. I think Pena's going to get it. No, Moser's got the motor. It's still side by side.
Still side by side.
Oh, that was close.
That was way close, but Pena slots back into the lead now. And let's see if Moser can get the run up the hill and put the pressure on at the end of the straightaway as he has the last couple of laps. This battle going on about 2.5 seconds in front of Mike Taylor in the Integra.
And this is only the 3rd lap. This is the first time, though, that Pena has led across the finish line. Moser was scored as the leader both previous laps. So this is the first official lap led by Jose Pena. Mike Taylor's still in shot, so these guys battling just enough to keep Taylor in the fight. But if they get a couple of clear laps, we know they're just a little bit quicker.
You know, we talk about getting your elbows out. In Moser's case, his elbows are up around his chin all the time, and he is just constantly working the wheel as he is driving the wheels off this thing.
Well, I have to wonder also if this point, with the 2.5 laps of battling, if Moser will be, the more savvy of the two and just say, you know what, you want to be in that front? I'm clearly not confident in a couple of spots on this track. I'm just going to follow you and build that confidence and then wait for my, opportunity. This race was one of the best races last year of the entire runoffs, and it's shaping up to look that way again.
Joe Moser, of course, taking the win at VIR last year for his 5th national championship gold medal. Jose Pena, in his 7th runoff appearance, has 3 third-place finishes to his credit, so looking for 1 or 2 better this time by.
It's been a lot of fun to watch Pena's development over the last couple of years, commentating different classes, just kind of working the way forward, starting to get medals, now battling for the win in this class. It's been a lot of fun. There's a good shot of Mike Taylor in that Hong North Integra, running a nice lonely 3rd, a peaceful 3rd. And then it's a big gap back to now G has gotten back around John Sewell. This is going to be another great battle. We may not see too much because the front one's awesome, but this battle for fourth is solid.
Indeed. Max G now up into fourth spot. John Sewell in fifth. Amy Mills there at the back of the shot in the lead RX-7. RX-7 Mazda Miata, that's I should say. And then a little deeper back, the 42 of Sean Duncan and Max Kittleson. And right behind them is Whitfield Gregg in the number 17. That's the battle for 10th, 11th, and 12th. And Duncan has gotten around Kittleson since they crossed the stripe at the end of the last lap.
This is good stuff. The Focus has a little bit of a run on Duncan, but back to the front. I always love saying that. Back to the front. Pena leads another lap. No challenges really on this lap from Joe Moser, but he's keeping it right absolutely glued underneath. And take a look on the left side of the screen. That's Chuck Hines in the green MX-5 taken to the race as we have another change for the lead.
Moser takes over that position. Once again, that car really good at the very top end of the straightaway. Again, he's got it trimmed out. Down the hill to turn number 3. Joe Moser back in the lead.
Wow, look at the something going wrong with Moser's car. Maybe missed a shift for a moment there as Pena just powered right around the outside. That's not very common when the cars have the same engine.
Yeah.
But Pena goes right back around. Moser's seems fine now, but just a momentary pause there gave Pena the lead back.
Yeah, maybe, like I said, maybe missed a shift. Down into 5. Moser makes up just about all the ground he lost. Maybe a car length separating those two as they climb under the Corvette bridge into turn 6.
You can hear on throttle through the entire corner using the front drive and differentials to just pull these cars around the track. It's wild to drive one. You start to feed in the throttle and the car just carves exactly where you want it to go as long as you don't break that front traction. It's a very unique driving style to drive a well set up front wheel drive car, and these are some of the best that we have at the runoffs doing it.
Good look at Mike Taylor with that Union Jack on the hood. I don't believe that Integra was built in Great Britain.
His wife is British, though.
Oh, there you go.
There
you go. Let's watch for this fourth place battle. There's Max G, the 2017 champion. John Sewell right behind him in the Integra. Amy Mills dropping off the back of that battle just a bit. Max G and his dad, Sonny, of course, fixtures at my home track, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Max, one of the instructors in the Mid-Ohio School.
All these drivers running essentially their qualifying laps, so they're putting in their best lap after lap after lap with slight improvements relative to qualifying. They're just pushing for everything they've got, but G was able to hold the point, and now towards the front, Pena starting to run away from Moser a little bit, and it's not uncommon, you know, we hate to see it, but it's not uncommon for slight mechanical issues to influence these home-built, garage-built classes sometimes. I have to wonder if Moser either has a little bit of a problem, we saw that hiccup earlier, or if Pena's just got the pace, but last time by, neither were particularly fast. It was a 2:31.7 for Pena. They've been in the 2:30s. That time by, Joe Moser was in the 2:32, so they've dropped the pace kind of back towards what the third and fourth place cars are running.
So as we're approaching half distance, there's a lot of racing left to go, so this one's not over yet. And now we've got a change for fourth as Sewell was able to power by Max G on the straightaway and retake that fourth spot. So Max G in the prelude. See if he can take that spot back.
Looks like the Integra's very healthy, but G keeping the prelude tucked in nicely on the draft all the way down towards turn 5 under the cheese bridge. Pops out for a breath of fresh air and a little bit of a sight line for the brake markers. The prelude a little bit better handling. Looks like he closes up under the apex just a bit. Watch the power of the Integra drive away just a bit up that hill.
Into turn 6 they come. It's battle for fourth position. Amy Mills just behind in 6th. Down into turn 8. Max not close enough to make a challenge into that passing opportunity. Max able to hug that inside line through the carousel as Sewell's car a little bit wider, so Max saving ground. Gives him a good run coming under the Mission Foods bridge. Into the kink they come.
They're actually closing in on a local yellow for this reason here. This is the number 88 of Caleb Patry, who has a mechanical issue, a bit of smoke out of the hood of that RX-8. So unfortunate failure, but that's in a very safe spot. We'll likely see a local yellow for a lap or 2 and then back to green.
See the rotary logo on the back of Patry's car. Mosier a little closer here, so we'll see.
Yeah, they're settling into a nice pace this lap. For whatever happened last lap, maybe just a mistake or something, that we know that he did have that hiccup on the back straight, but Moser seems to be completely fine. We can speculate all we want, but the car seems healthy and is actually closing in just a little bit on the momentum run through turn 1 there.
You can see the leaves on the racetrack as fall is very much here in Wisconsin.
Yeah. You see Mosier kind of flirting with the curbs. It's something you have to think about when you're coming into a championship race like this. Of course, the runoffs, one race takes it all. This track is very hard on cars. The curbing is very rough. There's a lot of runoff that you need to use to go fast. And I'm noticing neither of these drivers are particularly pushing the limits of that yet. Because these cars are 30 years old, you can't just hit every curb every lap and expect it to hold up 100%. So they're being a little bit cautious for now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see they start to extract a little bit more of the track towards the end of the race when a mechanical would be acceptable if it's not for the win.
The battle we're watching right now is the one for 7th and 8th. That's Tom Van Veen in the red Honda Civic hatchback and Adam Sargis in the white Miata. And Sargis has just taken over that 7th spot from Tom Van Veen. They've been battling for that spot throughout the course of the race. So Sargis, again, the son of the legendary Steve Sargis. But Van Veen's car looks to have a little more straight line speed, and he's able to just motor right by in the run down the hill into turn 5. But Van Veen goes way late on the brakes.
A little too much speed, huh?
Afraid so. And Sargis gets right back at him. But Van Veen maybe with a little horsepower advantage.
That's typically been the balance of STL here. We see, again, a lot of Honda, a lot of Mazda, and it's kind of what you would expect. The Mazdas tend to be the more handling cars, and the Hondas tend to have a little bit more power, if nothing else, by the product of being front-wheel drive with a little bit less driveline loss. But it's not a surprise to see a Civic pass a Miata in a straight, and then the Miata pass it back in the turns.
Back to the front we go with Pena. Still leading Mosier, but Mosier's a lot closer than he was the last couple of laps. So he may be in recovery mode here.
Yeah, this is getting good. See Mosier tuck in again. We'll see if he's going to maybe get a run from even here. That's a great drafting spot. The gearing differences are very apparent on the hill. Look at how much extra pull Mosier has up the hill, clearly in a better power band. But then as they level out here towards the end of the straightaway, Pena brings it back.
Yeah, Mosier's been really good at the top end, and here he comes once again. Down to the inside, and they can stay side by side through turn number 1. Still side by side over the Aaron's Tunnel. Down the hill toward turn 3. Mosier with the inside line. Should be able to make it happen. But Pena glued right to his bumper. This one is far from over as we're working race lap number 8 of the scheduled 13.
Mosier beautifully confident on the brakes on that car. Every time you just see very, very clean, smooth entries, despite the fact that he's making these passes, where Pena does not seem to be nearly as confident on entry. Look at that confidence. Mosier dives on the brakes, takes the line, and makes the corner, no problem. But Pena's going to go for the over-under, a little bit of a straighter run. Shows the nose, he's going to be there.
Climbing the hill is Pena.
Backs out of it.
Yep, not quite able to make that pass stick, so Mosier hangs on to the lead for the moment. But as we have seen for multiple laps, if Pena can stay where he is right now, he is able to get back by Joe Mosier at the kink, which seems like a very strange place to make a pass. But Pena is able to straight line it as that car handling so well, and he's very confident. And Mosier's car uses up all of the racetrack. Oh, man.
Not in the right way. He starts to run a little bit wide on the apex there in the carousel, misses the banking that picks up there towards the inside of the track, and he's going to lose that momentum. This number 36 car is just struggling in the fastest sections of Road America, as Pena then takes the point once again right back around in the kink.
Mosier's going to try to hang tough on the outside. Can't quite make it happen. But he should have a good exit here, as Pena was a little defensive coming down into Canada as they blast through Thunder Valley and out of Bill Mitchell Bend toward the final turn on the racetrack.
Working about a dozen lead changes on lap 8 of 13. Ooh, that was a clunky hit on the curb. You saw the whole car just shudder. And those are the things that these cars can't just do forever. And you don't know how long it's going to last. It could be the first time you hit a curb. It could be next year's 13th lap of the runoffs when we come back. You know, it's just one of those risks that you have to choose if you're going to take.
You know, Hayward talked about in his grid walk about the gearing difference between these two, that Mosier geared a little more toward top end speed. Pena geared a little more toward torque off the corners. And that's showing what we're seeing as Pena was able to keep Mosier behind him in the run up the hill.
Oh, this is good. Look at Mosier trying to position the car so that Pena can't do that over/under that we're talking about. That car's so good at. Puts the car right in the spot that Pena was going to think about going. Ooh. And then there's side by side, I think, in the grass. Nope, we're good. No, the heavy braking. It's going to be Mosier again.
Mosier able to hang on to the lead as our cameraman struggling with the tripod there.
It's windy out there today.
Yeah, no kidding. Up the hill they come.
It's actually a good point. I hadn't looked up yet across the booth. It is very windy, and it's a tailwind down into turn 5 with the direction that's traveling. So that we're going to have to take a factor of that maybe for some of the other races. I don't know that these STL cars have enough aero for that, but if you get the tailwind just at the wrong time in a front-wheel drive car, you could certainly go for a bit of a ride.
Mosier trying to build up enough of a cushion that he can keep Pena behind him out of the carousel and into the kink, which is where Pena's car has been so strong.
That's the oddest line for Mosier through the carousel. It's working okay for him, but just using a lot of distance and then a very late exaggerated apex. Not a line you see used very often. And then here's where he seems to have confidence issues, not using a lot of the track. And I wonder if he's even just letting that be his weakness. You know, I don't need to dig that deep just yet for the kink, but I know I can pull that out when I do need it. Although I would imagine if he's got more in there, it's just not going to put it to use into the braking zone there. Pena is going to continue to lead up into Billy Mitchell.
Yep. Pena, though, compromised his exit, doing that a bit of defensive driving down into Canada corner, but Mosier not able to capitalize just yet, as he's going to take a little wider run into 14 to try to get that momentum up the hill. And this is where Pena's car, with that gearing change, maybe a little better drawing away, and on the last lap that basically indicates Mosier's going to have to be in front of Pena if he's got a chance to beat him to the line.
Noticing both of the body language of these drivers is that they're hyper aware of each other. They're trying to make sure that each other don't have a place to go. They're racing in a way that's right here, showing the nose early. They're not just putting in laps. This is hardcore racing, and it's not going to work this time for Mosier. Usually he can keep that inside apex through turn 1, but this time he's going to have to slot back in. I don't think he's going to lead down into turn 5 this time.
Coming off of turn 3, we turn our attention back to the battle between John Sewell and Max G for 4th position. Sewell in that blue Integra, G in the white with green and orange stripes Honda Prelude. They have swapped that position multiple times over the course of the race.
Wow, I thought he wasn't going to get it, but Mosier gets back up underneath Pena down into turn 5. Pena goes for the over-under, but we saw him think better of this move last lap, and he does it again. Single file through turn 6, and then it's usually not until the kink that Pena gets the opportunity to come back at Joe Mosier. Mosier in the orange CRX back at the point. We're working closer to 20 lead changes at the front of STL, and a pair of CRXs very similar but not carbon copies. Pena looks to the inside just to fill the mirrors and is going to think better of it.
Just to show you how dominant these two are, this is going on 22 seconds in front of the 3rd place runner, Mike Taylor. So these two guys definitely the class of the field.
And with the draft down the back straight last time, Joe Moser cleared 134 miles an hour in that CRX. I don't think the speedometer originally went that high on that car, but it is today. Pena, let's see if he can find a little bit more again in the kink. Just turns in so much more confidently than Moser. Moser tries to block just a little bit, totally fair. Just in the middle of the track, Pena powers right back around every single lap.
Moser's going to stay strong on the brakes as Pena goes defensive into Canada. They're still side by side. On the last lap, that may be a position of contention, I'm guessing, as Moser is doing a little dress rehearsal here to see what he needs to do to offset that advantage that Pena has down through the kink to be in the front of the run up the hill.
Oh, so this is an earlier look at a pass, I think this lap, and Moser with a little bit of rear brake lockup tells you something about the brake bias on that car. When the rear locked first, he was able to keep it going straight, which is a really, really skillful piece of driving. But it wasn't able to hold on to the lead as Pena still gets back by. It must have been in turn 14 when we look for that replay, because Moser had just taken the position at turn 13. We take a look away for 5 seconds, and we get another one of those lead changes. Pena pulls away just a little bit down towards turn 3. There isn't even a pattern to this battle at this point. It's just changing positions back and forth.
Working race lap number 11, so 2 to go at the line. Pena with the lead, but once again, Moser. Oh, we got a car on its top.
This is a big incident for Amy Mills in turn 13. So this is driver's left coming out basically before the pit in. And it looks to be only one car stopped over that way. Moving in the cockpit, that's good to see. And I'm sure this was an incident of running wide and maybe catching the dirt. Very, very odd spot.
It's hard to tell. That we can see some skid marks in the foreground in the access road here, and I don't know if she was responsible for any of that.
So here's an instant replay.
We've got a replay of this incident.
Mills running a little bit wide, loses the back. Oh, it's another hub failure. We just saw this in a previous race, a mechanical failure from the left rear of that car. Sorry, right rear. Pretty heavy impact into the concrete wall there, and then because the tire's off the car, it just pulls her over. So good to see no heavy impact with the rollover. It's never fun to end up on your roof, but man, that's what we were talking about with choosing to use the curbs and these cars just being a little bit older and a little bit more fragile.
Yeah, so that was, again, no fault of her own. That was a mechanical failure for sure, which pitched the car into a spin. And then because the wheel did not completely detach, it sort of acted as a lever when she got sideways coming off the wall. Then that's what spun it over on its top.
Well, that means we're full course yellow with 2 laps to go. And in this particular event, we have not seen a restart with a late caution in the race like this, which means Jose Pena, with all that duking it out, not being patient is going to pay off, or at least will likely pay off. We shouldn't say it's going to pay off yet, but Jose Pena in the lead over Joe Moser after the dueling. Last time across the line was 55 thousandths of a second, as we can see a really good look at how windy it is here today.
And the leaves blowing off onto the track.
Cool shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Great pictures here from our Apex broadcast crew. Thanks, gentlemen and ladies, for putting these images together for us. Let's take just a quick break while we're waiting for this full course yellow to resolve itself as we're working race lap 11 of the schedule 13. Let's hope for a green flag finish.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Conclusion of this race. As again, a full course yellow. And we could see Amy Mills coming out of the car.
Yeah, so we're coming back on what looks like a very ominous shot, what was a fairly harmless rollover due to a mechanical failure on the right rear of that Miata. You see Amy Mills waving and having to kind of do the scooch out of the car, but totally okay. And unfortunately, this is the main influence this has had, other than ruin Amy Mills' race and a couple extra dents on that car, is take away the potential opportunity for Joe Moser to bring the fight back to Jose Pena. You see those top two CRXs. Pena was at the front when this full course came out. We're working lap 12 of 13 with less than 10 minutes on the timer to go. So we hope for a green flag. We don't know if we're going to get one. Pena has the championship in his hands right now if we don't.
Yeah, exactly right. If we were just talking while we were in break, you know, just as we cut away from the lead battle to cover Amy's incident, Joe Moser had been able to lead Jose Pena out of turn 14 in the climb up the hill, and realizing that was probably his best opportunity for the win, because Pena's car is so strong coming up the hill out of turn 14 with that slightly different gearing. And at the line, they were separated by 55 thousandths of a second, with Pena with a nose ahead. And if we're not able to get the restart, that's going to be the margin of victory, if you will, for this race. So Joe Moser's opportunity for a 6th national championship may have been scotched by this late full course yellow, as he was still looking for that opportunity to find a way around it. But take nothing away from the great job that Jose Osiris Pena has done all weekend long in his 7th runoff appearance, looking for his first gold medal. We'll see if there's any chance they've got that incident clear and that we can go green for one more lap, but past experience this weekend has indicated that's unlikely.
Well, and as they clear the kink, we get word from race control. STL will finish under full course yellow behind the safety car. So that's it, folks. The racing is over, but it was a heck of a battle while we had it. It was 20+ lead changes back and forth with no pattern, just good straight up racing between two very similar CRXs, and a massive congratulations, a hugely impressive performance for Jose Pena over these last years to build up to that drive and battle with Joe Moser to earn the win in this way is spectacular, even if this way happens to be finishing under yellow.
Yeah, exactly right. He finished 3rd in the race a year ago. One of 3 third place finishes, bronze medal finishes for him. As this time the maroon Mazda safety car out in front of the field. As we can see the waving yellow flags here as they come out of Billy Mitchell Bend, and I'm guessing that the recovery crew perhaps still at work, although it does appear to be clear. No, they're still there. They're just off to camera right. You can see the nose of the recovery vehicle. So we do have confirmation that this one unfortunately will finish under the yellow. I think we're going to see the white flag rather than the checker.
The only thing I can guess for the reason behind that is the flagger does have white in his hand, is technically The race is supposed to be a 13-lap race. We haven't hit the limit. And if something were to happen on this race, say a fuel issue, a mechanical issue of some wild circumstance, it would technically be a part of the race. They don't want to cut it early. So we will have to sit and watch another 5-minute lap before the checkered flag with no changes unless mechanicals happen. But this is technically extending, an extension of the race, part of the race, in fact, and that's part of the runoffs.
Yeah. And Chuck Hines, who was not able to make the start of the race, recovered for a 13th place finish, albeit multiple laps down, but, good on him. In fact, we can see his car in the serial here, back about halfway. So, but Jose Osiris Pena, if he's able to keep it together for another 4 miles. Stranger things have happened. I can't recall the last time we had a car drop out on a lap behind the safety car, but it certainly can happen. And so to make it official and to cover all 50 miles of this runoffs competition, the option is to bring them around behind the safety car for one final time, and then we'll get ready for the rest of the races on the day.
Let's talk about Mike Taylor. He got a podium position sealed up right now and his smoothest runoffs performance ever. If something happens now, just put me out. I'm sorry, but this is a spectacular finish.
Mike will take care of that for you.
Yeah. No, Tina will. So Mike Taylor with a fantastic run. It was a quiet race for him, but really, really, really strong performance there for the driver out of Georgia. And another kind of semi-teammates there, John Sewell, very similar cars. Both of those drivers with a great run ahead of Max G. It's top 5 Hondas, top 6 Hondas, in fact, with Tom Van Veen getting that Civic CX hatch with the motor swap done in there, up into the 6th spot.
Yeah, and great job for Adam Sargis in the number 18 in his first runoffs appearance. Picked to be the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday for having his qualifying time closest to .260. He gets 15 free gallons of Sunoco 260 fuel, a oxygenated, unleaded 100-octane fuel that is available at a gas pump near you.
Love the back bumper on Chuck Hines' car. Love you, Mom.
Yeah, good on him. Maxwell Kittleson in the 09 yellow Ford Focus, the 8th place finisher.
Had a scare for a moment because Pena's car is so small behind that Mazda. I was, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Don't tell me.
Whitfield Gregg. The most experienced driver as far as runoff starts in his 23rd runoff start. Notches another top 10 as he'll finish in 9th position. Dan Harding also running in his 20th or 19th, excuse me, runoffs. I think it's 20th because he was in an earlier race, so this would be his 20th runoff start. And is going to get a top 10 out of it, so good for Dan. By my unofficial reckoning, that's his first top 10 in 20 runoff starts. So tip of the hat. Chuck Hines saluting the workers and the crowd. And he loves his mom. So that's, that's a great thing.
I've seen thanks workers back there. I've never seen love mom.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So to make it official, the Honda safety car will bring the field around to the checkered flag, and then we'll go around one more time before.
For good measure.
Yeah. Just because we can, and that will give Hayward Wagner an opportunity to prepare himself for the top 3 interviews of our podium finishers. You can see this is going to have to end this way because the recovery work on Amy's car, they have to get that car back on its wheels and then up onto the tilt bed to get it into the pit lane. So the recovery work, even though the safety crew here at Road America is some of the best in the business, Unfortunately, a little too much to ask with only 2 laps left. So let's make it official as the checkered flag in the hand of the starter, Jose Pena.
Fist pumping in the air, drops the clutch and tacks her up across the start-finish line to celebrate. That's fantastic.
On the rev limiter across the start-finish line. Good for him as Jose Pena finally breaks through with his first gold medal. Joe Mosier, a valiant battle all race long, finishing in the second spot. Mike Taylor with the Union Jack, honoring his bride in third spot.
And this will be a popular win. We got a lot of Honda fans, a lot of Puerto Rico fans and family watching this race for Pena. Been, again, just a multi-year charge across multiple cars. You can see the emotion already. Just so excited in that car, and he knows he put on a show. These guys know they had a good race, and I know Moser is going to be a little bit disappointed, but ultimately just thrilled to have had a great battle, a good, clean battle, and have finished in the second spot with a great race.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Joe's, this is his 16th runoff, or 17th runoff start. He's had 5 gold medals, 3 second-place finishes. Interestingly, he's never finished third, but, you know, he leads this entire field with 8 collective medals over the course of his 17 starts, 11 top 10s. He's been fast qualifier twice. He set fast lap of the race 4 times. And he was and is, or was until now, the defending champion of this race.
Pena's not going to have a clutch or a rev limiter left by the end of this lap, but I don't think he cares.
Hopefully, yeah, at this point he can blow it up and it won't matter. His engine builder might not be happy, but. And it's really interesting. I mean, you know, Hayward talked about it, you know, and we mentioned it throughout the course of the race. These cars very, very similar, same motor, but the 2 differences, they opted for different brake package, and they opted for slightly different rear gearing, with Pena offering for a slightly shorter final drive to have a little better torque coming off the corners. Mosier going for top speed, the car trimmed out as we've talked about, you know, just as aerodynamic as possible. And he opted for a little taller gear, hoping for a little better speed at the end of these long straightaways. And as it turned out, Pena's solution was the better one on this day, at least for 11 laps it was. Could it have been for all 13? That's something we'll determine here next year, as the runoffs, of course, will be back here at America's National Park of Speed in 2025. The actual dates have not been announced yet, but we can assume it'll be about the first weekend in October. And great to be looking forward to another opportunity to see these cars stretch their legs at arguably America's best road course.
Well, and next year we'll certainly see some Mazdas try to upset the apple cart again, just due to circumstance. This year it was an all Honda battle for the podium, but next year will look very different. And it's not every time that you get 2 attempts at the same track for the runoffs. It moves around. It's usually not at the same track twice, but we did 2 years in a row at VIR, 2 years in a row here. It's feeling like a 2-chance pattern at this point, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly right. This is the 7th runoff run here at Road America, and so it'll be the 8th at the end of next year, and that is third only to Road Atlanta and Mid-Ohio for a number of runoffs appearances. So Hayward, put down that cup of coffee. It's time for you to go to work here, as the safety car finally pulling into the pit lane, and our top 3 finishers will have a chance to talk to Hayward Wagner. As we can see, Amy Mills' car coming into the pit lane just in front of these drivers on the tilt bed. And tough end of the day for her. She was certainly well inside the top 10. But a mechanical failure with a wheel coming adrift at the exit of Thunder Valley put that car on its top. And Hayward Wagner, Johnny on the spot, as Joe Mosier and Mike Taylor pull in right behind him. Jose getting the balaclava off. Let's send it down to Hayward Wagner.
Jose, I can't tell if you're out of breath from the drive or the celebration. How does it feel to win the runoffs?
Oh my God, everything that I dream of. First of all, how is Amy?
Amy's fine. Mechanical failure, very light incident.
Okay, oh man, it feels so good. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to my team, Nani Libre, Eduardo Grau, Peluca Tuner, everybody here, the workers, everybody. Thank you so much. Danny, we miss you. You should be here, but I did what you tell me to do, so it's now your.
Talk to me about this race. You and Joe ran door to door. It looked like you never touched. Tom was noticing that you guys were passing in places that are unconventional, unusual. What was the adrenaline? What was the stress level racing Joe that close?
So, my God, man, you're racing the national champion, and like you said, it was super stressful the whole way. We didn't touch at all. Like, he's really clean race. I knew from the back race, the previous race, that he was like that, so I was confident on that. And our car was straying in a little bit. His car was straying in another point. So great race. Thank you so much.
If you could do it, would you go back and race to the flag, or are you perfectly happy to get it this way?
I will race to the flag. I think I had it. Thank you, my family, my kids, Nico, Lucas, Enzo, my wife, Sonia. Thank you so much for everything.
All right. Enjoy one more lap around Road America. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Jose Osiris Pena, a very happy and very thankful winner. He is so relieved to finally break through and take that gold medal around his neck. Congratulations to Jose and his crew. And here's the top 10. We've run it down before, but just to make it official, Jose Osiris Pena taking his first gold medal. Joe Mosier on the podium in second spot after a valiant battle all race long. Mike Taylor finishing in kind of a lonely third spot. John Sewell and Max G swapped that fourth and fifth multiple times throughout the course of the race. Tom Van Veen and Adam Sargis did the same for sixth and seventh. Maxwell Kittleson finishing 8th, Whitfield Gregg in 9th, and Dan Harding coming by with his first top 10 in runoffs competition. Let's send it back down as we've got, I'm sure, a disappointed Joe Mosier.
Joe, the guys in the booth are guessing you might be a little bit disappointed, even if only because it didn't go to full distance. You guys raced real hard from the get-go. Did you just kind of have a feeling that it might come down to a full course and you needed to be leading as much as possible?
No, actually, well, first and foremost, congratulations to Jose. Hell of a competitor, good friend. He's got a King Motorsports 1.6 liter in there, so cars are dead even on power. We just have them set up a little different. No, I was actually setting them up for I knew where I needed to be on the last lap, and yeah, certainly disappointing to end on a double yellow, but you know, he drove a hell of a race, and it's just, you know, you got to be in the right place in the right time sometimes. So
I'm going to ask you about your poker game a little bit. The theory in the media room was you were giving up the kink so that you could have Canada every lap. Is that where it was?
No, I don't know if I have the yips and the kink or something. For those at home that don't watch racing that much, that high-speed corner with the walls, I just, I don't know what it is. I just don't want to go as fast as he does, and congrats to him. The car's only got 3 laps on it all week just because we thought we had a pretty good package, and I probably should have set it up for the kink a little better, but just where I'm at, and I felt like I had an advantage everywhere else. I set my car up very, very loose, and that's not conducive to the kink.
To say the least. Well, congratulations on the silver. An incredible race. Great sportsmanship, great driving.
Hey, thank you very much.
We're going to bring Mike Taylor on up. Mike? Buddy, you have been waiting a long time for this interview. How does it feel to be on a runoffs podium?
9th time's a charm. What can I say? Oh, no, it's fantastic. And I got to thank Tina, my wife. And I wanted to give up so many times. I mean, you kind of know some of my history. I mean, this car, I wrecked the car the first race of the year. And Tina said, go build another car. So that car went from street car to racing in 4 weeks. So it was crazy. But yeah, it's, man, it's, you just keep plugging away, you know, just every year make the car a little faster, make the driver a little faster. And, you know, we've come a long way since our autocrossing days in Atlanta, haven't we?
We sure have. You alluded to it. I'll speak to it. You've had some incidents. You've had some bad luck over the years. This was a race where you kind of got into a space by yourself you could drive. Were you able to relax and enjoy it? Was it nerve-wracking? How did it feel?
Yeah, it was, you know, you always worry about if you come off the pace too much, you're going to do something stupid, you know, because you're not doing your normal routine. But after, you know, I hung with them for a couple of laps, and then, but Joe and Jose, I mean, then they get together, they're pretty fast. So I just thought I'd, take care of the tires, and if something happened, maybe I could get back up to them and give them a run, because I can hang with them for a couple laps.
Well, congratulations to you, your first one off the podium.
Yep, thanks.
Thanks, Hayward. Some very happy podium finishers. We got to go as this one ran a little longer than we liked. Thanks again to Mazda for presenting this broadcast. We'll be with you next time. See you down the road.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
A brisk fall day. There's probably no place you'd rather be than at America's National Park of Speed for the 60th anniversary running of SCCA, the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco at this absolutely glorious facility. We are getting ready for the run to the gold in one of my absolute favorite classes, American Sedan. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod, and down in the pit lane is our Hayward Wagner. And Hayward, it's time. I got to bring this back after a lot of years for some WUMA.
WUMA indeed, Greg. I tell you, you say it's one of your favorites. I think there's only two types of people in the world, people who love American Sedan and people who aren't paying attention. These are big, fast, real race cars. Relatively speaking, skinny tires for the amount of weight and power they're carrying. I talked to the first four drivers on this field. All four of them said things like, it's a long race. We got to take care of the car. I don't think I can run away and hide. I think we're going to have to be careful. I think every single one of them is lying through their teeth. This is going to be a bare-knuckled bar brawl, start to finish.
I wouldn't put it past them. That is absolutely right. And, one of the reasons I love this class so much, Larry, is the simple reason that this, to me, is essentially what the first glory area of Trans Am was in the 66 with Parnelli and Donahue, Gurney, Savage, those guys running these cars. And it's kind of what this is. And back then, they ran this track too. Let's take a look at it. 4 miles. And it's a special place.
And this place with these cars, these big motors, going to be screaming down that front straightaway the way the world was intended to be. Down into turn one, probably going to be 3 wide on the first lap, maybe even a 4 spot somewhere. They'll go screaming down the hill from 2 into 3. That long run down the back straight under the Cheese Bridge. They'll probably come 2 or 3 wide into turn 5 on the opening lap. 5 goes uphill into the Corvette Bridge at 6, 7, 8, all the twistiest parts of the track. You're going to see these cars climbing curbs, going to be sliding around down in through 8. The carousel is going to be great. We got some great camera shots of these cars. Trust me, you're going to see them sliding through the carousel, through the kink, and then lots of passing as we get down through into turn 12. From 12, they're going to turn and start climbing back up again. The Bill Mitchell bend through 13. You're going to see cars again wheeling around, sliding through 14. And it's just going to be a draft fest on the long front straightaway. Even these big motors need a little bit of draft.
Absolutely they do. And one of the things here is this track is incredibly hard on brakes. And these cars, they use up brake in a hurry. So along with saving those tires, you probably need to be taking a little care of the brake package that you have on the car. Our coverage today is presented by Mazda, as was our track map. And we'll be right back with the run to the gold in a sedan.
joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get right into the starting grid. As you can see, the cars are out on their pace lap. Tire Rack Pole Award winner is going to a three-time champion in the category, the number 21 of Gregory Eaton out of Woodbridge, Virginia for Washington, D.C. region in his Ford Mustang. Starting second is the defending champion in the class, the number 22 of Daniel Richardson out of Durwood, Maryland, Washington, D.C. region in a Chevy Camaro. Starting into the third spot inside of row two, number 24, Andrew McDermott, an 8-time gold medalist out of Fowlerville, Michigan in his WeatherTech Felice Performance Ford Mustang. Starting fourth, the number 51 of Amy Aquilani out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, and she is driving the Phoenix Performance Pontiac Firebird. Starting fifth, the rookie, the number 94, Evan Pecore out of Newton, Wisconsin, Milwaukee region, the Diversion Motorsports Mustang. Starting in the sixth spot, making his second start, the number 5, Kyle Jones out of Milford, Michigan, Detroit region in the Camburn Performance Pontiac Firebird. Starting in the seventh spot, sixth start at the runoffs, the number 14 is James Jost, gold medalist at Indianapolis at 21 in this class in the Jost Ironworks Ford Mustang. Starting in the eighth spot, making his ninth start in the runoffs, the number 56 of Thomas West, New England region in his Limerick Machine Cadillac CTSV. Starting in the ninth spot is the number 11, making his second start at the runoffs, Roger Eagleton out of Burlingame, California, San Francisco region in his Mustang. Starting in the 10th spot, third runoff start for the number 15 at Kyle Gilbert out of Janesville, Wisconsin, BBR region, and the Chevrolet Camaro. Starting in the 11th spot, making his fifth start, the number 2, Tom Brown. He's our Hawk Breakthrough Award winner out of Breesport, New York, in the Watkins Glen region in the Chevrolet Camaro SS. Starting 12th, seventh start at the runoffs for the 117 of Andy Schniedermeyer in his Chevy Camaro. Starting in the 13th spot, fourth runoff spot, for the number 6 at Tim White, Omaha, Nebraska region Ford Mustang Cobra. Starting in the 14th spot, his 12th runoff start, or hers, I should say, is Beth Aquilani, and she was fifth last year at VIR in this category out of Collingswood, New Jersey, and the Philadelphia region in her Pontiac Firebird. Starting in the 15th spot, making his fourth runoff start, the 177, Philip Waters out of Grand Prairie, Texas region in the Chevrolet Camaro. Starting in the 16th spot, a rookie, the number 10, David Henderson out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Land Lakes region in the 5-star towing Chevy Camaro. Starting in the 17th spot, number 3 is Kelly Lubosh, and Kelly's been doing this quite a while in his Chevrolet Camaro. And starting in the 18th spot, a rookie, number 4, Doug Cross out of Brockport, New York, and getting ready to go in the Chevrolet Camaro. And when I was talking about WUMA at the top, when these guys give it a bit of welly, that's the sound that emanates. It is special, and these things, it's just a joy, and they race so incredibly hard.
They do. They all race very hard, and at the front with Eaton and Richardson, they know each other very well. They may have each talked to me a little bit about, both cars are blue and white. There may be a little bit of, they may share colors by the end of this race. They may not bring back their own paint, maybe a little bit of the others. Hopefully it's not too much. These guys do, they know they race really close. They race respectfully, but they race hard.
Oh, they do. And that's what just makes this magic. Like I said, akin to the early glory days of Trans Am, it's American sedan. And the Mazda pace vehicle making its way down into pit lane and bringing the field up. Gregory Eaton going for a 4th gold medal here in the American sedan class as they climb this long hill and watching for it. Look how close those two are at the front. The mind games playing already right now, and they waved as we go green. We are racing. What a start by Eaton. Kind of caught Richardson napping just a little bit, and that might give Andy McDermott an opportunity to come up the inside as we head down into turn 1. Big look in the back, a little bit too far back, and even McDermott at this point says, nope, not quite yet. And Amy Aquilani, who has had an absolutely fabulous year, slots into that 4 spot right where she qualified.
Yeah, she's going to be very quick all day, very consistent. Watch her. I talked to Danny a little bit ago. Danny expected maybe at the start he'd have a disadvantage for the first run down the hill. He likes his chances in the long race. He thinks the car can run almost qualifying pace for the entire 13 laps. And so it'll be interesting to see if he can. Right now, holding on to second is probably about as good a start as Danny could have hoped for.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Danny's car, when you take a look at these Mustangs, that Camaro's definitely a little slipperier.
Yes.
So, whatever draft these cars are going to have, and there's a couple of spots where they're going to punch a hole. Big battle at the back, and a big look there as well. I don't think any positions changed, but tell you what, 51 Amy Aquilani, she is under attack right now.
Yeah, Kyle Jones up in there getting pretty aggressive in his Firebird to try and get around her here early, but Amy calm and cool, keeping her spot there in 4th. But look at that little bit of separation now with the front 3 because of the battling behind her. And it's
exactly. And a big look here again from the number 5 of Kyle Jones, and he's through. Nice move. Bit of smoke from the back of Amy's car. That didn't look like a lockup to me, but she just counterpunches, comes right down the inside. But Jones covers it up and hangs on to it, and a pretty aggressive 94 of Evan Pecore right there as well.
Yeah, look at that line of Amy going down to the carousel, just super tidy, just like her cousin Andrew does in his Mustang around here. Amy just as good for car control, able to hold on through that there. Kyle Jones, very aggressive on this opening lap, picking up a couple of spots, so a good start for him.
Looks like he thinks he's got a little bit more pace than where he qualified and didn't want to lose too much touch with this lead group here. And the one thing about Eaton's, and McDermott doing what Andy does, just the tail end drifting around here. And when I was talking about how hard these cars are in the brakes, before this class became a national class, it started as a regional class, and Andy McDermott was driving it. Back then, the Mustang did not have discs at that point. And I watched him. I was announcing a race. He came down into turn 5, and there was nothing home. And he literally slalomed through the tire bundles that are set up, did a snap U-turn, came flying out back on the track, lost 1 position, and went on to hang on to second. But he knows well the issue, but he's got some
leaves or things. It is fall out here. It's beautiful here at Road America, but there's some leaves that go down. You look at the front of McDermott's car, there's just a little bit of leaves collecting there under his radiator, so got to keep an eye on his temps. Luckily, the air temps are cool today. They may not need to be too good. It's not like one of those 90-degree days like we had back at the sprints, but perhaps that could be blocking his airflow a little bit. But look at these 3 just sort of settling in here early. Eaton, Richardson, and McDermott, former champs in this class, all lined up.
Well, in this class, clearly the cream has risen to the top because those top 3 cars, 12 gold medals between them. This is the gold standard right here in American sedan right now. And I wonder, I'm watching Andy. Obviously, the car is moving around, but I think maybe he's set it up so it'll come in just a little bit later. So he's got to kind of hang on here. But I think he's just kind of maybe laying back, watching these two and seeing if he can keep that Mustang underneath him and have something for a little later in the race. We'll find out. And Jones got in front of Amy, but he hasn't really been able to make much inroad into that group of 3 at the sharp end, has he?
No, those front 3, just in that first sector alone, almost a full second faster than Jones and Aquilani and Pecore behind him. So Eaton, Richardson, McDermott are clearly setting that pace. Their trap speed's 147 miles an hour down the back straight, which is interesting. You've got, of course, the GM, the 3rd gen Camaro there, Richardson. You get that white Mustang and McDermott. Eaton's Mustang is, in fact, a stock Coyote, as he's gone to the limited prep motor in that car this year. He's very proud of what he's been able to do with it, and that's a big deal for a lot of these sedan cars that have come from a lot of years of building motors to the extremes. He's the exact opposite. A 50,000-mile junkyard motor he put into that thing after last year VIR. All the Mustangs were out in the first 2 laps. Big smoky blow-ups there. Wasn't good. And for Greg decided, let me try this and see if it works. And so far, it's been strong.
Yeah, he's had an absolutely fabulous year on a lot of different levels in that number 21 of his. Thinking about it, he had a win and podiums and poles in the Super Tour. He's just been really stout. Good little scrap going on here is watching there's that 94 of Evan Pecore behind Amy, but behind them, really good battle here with James Jost in the number 14 glued to the back of the 56 of Thomas West as we go back to the lead heading down into turn 1.
And then a couple little battles, obviously the front 3, but as you talked about, then you got that next 3, and then there you go. There's Jost and the Cadillac of West.
Yep, Jost getting through and making the pass. Looks like it's going to stick. So Thomas West fading back 1 spot here. And everybody, as we've come to see here, just uses every piece of that super wide curving and pavement at the exit of turn 1. And, there are those that say, yeah, it's not part of the track, it's track limits and all these things. But, Mario Andretti, I think, just put it pretty simply once. He said, if you don't want me to drive on it, don't pave it.
Exactly.
Simple deal. So.
And some of these guys are calculated about how they use it. Of course, McDermott, he's more of the, I'll go right up to wherever the pavement ends and maybe a little bit beyond. But some of these guys, Richardson, one, doesn't like using a lot unless it's a paved flat piece beyond the rumbled curbing.
Yes.
So you can see what he does there at 6. But you watch him through 7, he doesn't want to get out to it. This time he does, maybe because he's trying to keep up with Eaton in front of him. But a lot of times, that car, that's now a 35-year-old chassis he's out there in that 3rd-gen Camaro. Does not like, you see there on the exit, he's trying to keep it tidy there. Wants to keep the car together. 13 laps is a long, long run here for these sedan cars, especially these older ones like his.
Yeah, and the one thing, you're right, when he does run over the curb, he's always back on the track fairly quickly, and you watch McDermott behind him. Every once in a while, he'll catch the end of that curb, and usually there's a divot there, and he just powers through. Just a couple of different driving styles here.
Oh, speaking of divots.
Way wide there. Kyle Jones really pushing hard and maybe paying the price there.
Yeah, and his tires are going to be a little bit dirty here for the kink. He's going to have to back off a little bit. Might be good for, I think it's Pecore and Aquilante now behind, as Pecore's going to try to make a run to the right of Amy.
I think Amy may have checked up, seeing Kyle bounding around there through the kink, and it may have been just enough. Pecore just pounced. So Amy has dropped back now into the 6th spot after her 4th place qualifying effort. And, Thomas West, James Jost are not that far back. Jost in particular in that powder blue Mustang, once he cleared West, he's starting to make up some ground on these 3 up front really now.
Yeah, he really is. He's had a rough week, but good to see him getting that pace back on here, try to run the front 3 down. But he's going to have to go through this 3 first, because this 3 is racing very hard now with Evan and Amy and Kyle.
Yeah, McDermott just set, up until this lap. McDermott had the fast lap at a 2:27.1. Eaton comes through at a 2:27 flat. And here we go. Aquilani says, I'm not done yet. Takes a big peek down the inside on the 94 of Pecore, and just didn't quite have enough speed to be able to make that work.
Yeah, she just wanted to be able to see. She looks like she wants to see her normal brake mark. She wants to see the visuals here, and having that Mustang in front of her kind of blurs a little bit, so she's looking for good visibility. Now she gets that good run coming off at 3, and like she did off of 14. Maybe she'll pop out here going into 5.
Now this Moraine sweep. Whoa, speaking of which, how about McDermott diving down to the inside of Richardson, takes away 2nd spot down into turn 5. Wow. Both of them wagging the tail at the exit. And I tell you, McDermott did it, and if Richardson, could have avoided that, he might have been able to come back up the inside. But that's the one thing we've talked about. A lot of power in these engines, not really wide tires. They're a little bit under-tired, which I love.
Yeah.
So when you jump on the throttle, it's easy to get the back end to snap. Let's take another look at it, Larry.
Yeah, so again, going down the hill into 5. Now they're on the brakes. Big cars, little brakes, little tires. And McDermott, the veteran, is going to stick his nose down there. Good, fair fight there. Blocks it inside, so he's got the good exit. And Richardson nowhere to go. But both of them just wagging the tails coming out of there. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's almost that was a tandem power drift there. You got to love it.
You ever watch drifting? It's exactly what it is.
There you go,
right?
yeah. But look what that did. Even with these big, McDermott running wide, drops the left, does a big wiggle through the kink, and hangs on to it. But all of this, that little bit of battling into 5 and up the hill, look what it's done for Eaton. That margin, last time by was about 0.7 of a second. It's probably 1.5 seconds.
And really all that is, that's that turn 5 exit that these guys are side by side long enough to slow them down. They're going to have to work real hard to catch Eaton. Eaton's very consistent out in the front there. He's going to, in fact, he just reset fastest 1st sector, just reset fastest 2nd sector. So Eaton is seeing the opportunity and he's seizing on it.
Yeah, he's, looking in the mirrors, and you see those two guys battling, and, that's when you say, just go. See if I can make a break. So often in racing, the best defense is a good offense. Just get your head down and drive.
And there
let's
he
see
goes.
what's that margin going to come to now. Yeah, 2.6. So it actually went up even more than I thought.
Yeah, well, he just laid down fastest lap at a 2:26.4.
Wow.
Which I believe they qualified in the 27. So
he had a 2:26.5.
Okay, so
still
under
quicker.
qualifying
Yeah.
times.
Really getting after it here. And I'm not sure, if Andy at that point said, look, I don't want to lose touch with Eaton, but the way that they race McDermott and Richardson down through 5 and everything, they may have done exactly that. Now the thing is, Larry, these two, these are big booming cars, and but if these two work together, does that give them maybe an opportunity to get to Eaton, or does Eaton right now just have the Oh!
Wow.
Richardson so close to that rear deck of McDermott under braking.
Yeah, so close. They got to within about a foot. Danny able to keep the car woeing down to stay off the back end of McDermott. But I do think if they can work together a little bit, they have a chance. Look at the slide, though, for McDermott. He has just got that car moving, and I worry a little bit about
again.
Yeah, where the tires aren't going to stay under him too much longer if he keeps sliding like this.
Yeah, when you're sideways through 7, you are pushing it, because that's normally a corner you're fairly careful with, and the wind is just absolutely become fierce out here right now, and it's going to be a massive tailwind down into 5, a huge headwind up here into turn 1, and even these big cars are going to feel that.
And you get that crosswind across 7 where that kink is, where it's going to be coming at you as you come out of 6. You got to make that turn down toward 8. You are going to feel that. It's a big open exposed part of the track. You're going to feel something. There's McDermott again, grabbing the dirt at the exit of the kink. He's just toying with that dirt down there. Now, a little tap of the brakes. Interesting there with right there behind him with Richardson so close, but McDermott really pushing hard right now. And I do wonder how long he can keep doing this, whereas Richardson, I think, can run these laps. He can be consistent at this pace, and I suspect in the long run, Richardson may be thinking Andy's going to drive his tires off in front of him.
Well, McDermott has immaculate car control. I've announced him long enough that it's amazing what he can do. But as you said, when the tires go away, he might be able to control it, but it doesn't mean he's going to stay quick, because the grip eventually goes off here. And one of the reasons I think we saw McDermott tap his brake is he's really been clouding curbs, and sometimes the brake pucks move away from the rotor, and you just tap it a little bit.
Oh, look at the hood.
The hood, that could be a real problem for Richardson, Larry.
Yeah, what if a hood pin or something kind of popped loose? Really got to keep an eye on that as he's running there in the baffled air behind McDermott.
Thinking about it, and this comes right back in behind. And Andy now, let's see what he does, accelerating out. Well, again, he's using every bit of racetrack he can right now, and still that car is sliding around. Sometimes you'll use all of that racetrack, and you'll actually dip a tire off here and there, but just to open the radius up so you don't slide.
Yeah, the defensive line there going into braking for McDermott. He's looking for Richardson to maybe try to make a move there. Richardson didn't seem like he wanted to. McDermott, though, protecting just in case, because Andy did it to Danny in the last time by.
Up through turn 6, tricky corner this. This is where McDermott had a big slide last lap. A lot more. But he clips the curb as he turns into 7. Big time. Unloads the right side of the car. And that may have been why he snapped sideways a little bit last time. This time was better prepared for it. And it's Richardson this time with the big slide through 8.
Well, it is funny when I talk to Danny, he's like, I'm just going to run my race, stay off the curbs, keep it clean. I think that plan got thrown out the window about the third turn of this track, because suddenly now in this battle with McDermott, he is just going for it on every corner right now.
What's crazy here is Eaton was on pole at a 26.5. Richardson was second at a 26.6. So not that much of a difference. McDermott was a couple of seconds back.
Yeah.
So Andy's found some speed, but Eaton has too, because he is absolutely flying right now. And also got a report that the 177 of Philip Waters had a bit of a moment here. Watch this.
It's coming into
right in
14.
front of the 10 here. Ooh, yeah. Looks like he carried a little bit too much speed.
it looked like he had a little bit of a wiggle under braking coming into 14, and then the way that 14 brakes, you come down a little bit of a crest out of the Bill Mitchell bend, and you have to find a braking zone deep on driver's left. And look at this. Now Richardson with a run on the front straight.
And there's that slipperiness maybe of that Camaro, and did he make that pass too soon? See if McDermott now gets a little bit of a toe and then pops out here. Look at that hood. That is really nerve-wracking if that comes up in the wrong spot and you're blinded. Both of them using all of that exit curb, but Richardson back into second. And my guess is what we were speculating about, I think McDermott's tires have maybe seen the...
Could be a little bit, yeah.
As Martin Brundle would say, have just lost interest.
Oh, no, and that's Beth Aquilante in the 58 now behind the wall.
A little bit of smoke from the back of that car, we're getting reports. And there you can see that worker grabbing that yellow and red striped flag. Oh, McDermott, big plume of smoke. Down the back straight, down into the Moraine sweep into 5, and his day looks to be done.
And that was big, just at the fastest part of the track coming up underneath that Sajicha Bridge. Yeah, he's going to head to turn 5 and head back to paddock. Oh, it takes away what was such a great battle between Danny
really
and Andy.
was.
It's so rough there for the multi-time champion.
8-time gold medalist for Andrew, but that last one came a while back, and I know this is going to be gutting once again. 2016 in Mid-Ohio was his last win.
Well, while that battle had now ended, well, let's see what Danny Richardson does for the next number of laps. This battle, this is Kyle Jones, Amy Aquilante, James Jost now fighting for what's going to be the 3rd spot here.
And Jones way wide down at 5.
And then a big slide there for Jost.
I'll tell you, if Jost hadn't made way more room than he really should have, Jones didn't pay any attention coming back on the track, and that was a rough one. And then Amy right there as well.
So remember, Amy's been on the podium a couple times in this class. I think last year she was on the podium here, I believe. And, of course, Jost won this class at Indy about 3 years ago as well. So you got lots of experience back here. Kyle Jones been running this class for a long time against a bunch of folks up in the Detroit area, which includes some of the other bigger names we've got in this field. So all 3 of these very familiar. Look at the defensive line there for Jost, trying to keep Amy behind him.
There's that little puff of smoke again from Amy's car. We already saw what happened to Beth with some smoke, so got to be a little nervous about that. And, you know, if it was just Jost and Amy, that move into Canada could have been considered a move in reaction, like a little bit of a block there. But Jost is going to say, no, I was just setting up a move on Jones. So that gives you that little bit of leeway. Right now, just to keep everybody up to date, Eaton is now up by over 10 seconds. He is just putting on an absolute thrashing of this field.
Yeah, still running 27s, essentially qualifying pace. But look at here as Jost pops out on Jones.
Well, I think Jost decided, you're going to barge back on the track like that. I'm coming through, and Jones.
He's going to race.
He's coming right back on, but can't quite even fend off Amy at this point. And I'm starting to wonder just the way that car is approaching the turns for Jones.
Yeah.
If it isn't a tire grip thing. I think it's a braking thing.
It may be. He's got a bit of a struggle there into braking, but he's pushing so hard. He's fighting for every corner. He's having fun. He's having an absolute blast out there. Let's see if he gathers himself up a little bit here, because Amy right there, great opportunity to stay inside of Jones, who had run wide one. Amy's thinking, my race is with Jost in front of me. I'm not going to lose him.
Yep.
And so Amy doing a good job of gathering it, taking that opportunity. Now she'll try to reel the Mustang and Jost back in.
Watching that smoke, I'm wondering now if it might just be the body laying down on the tire, because it seems to be, mid corner when it's at max lean here. Speaking of which, Eaton, that thing is just on rails right now. He is just flying. And like you said, he knows. He's been on the radio. He knows that the guys behind him are struggling and dropping back. And he's still clicking off low 227s. I think he's just in a complete zone right now.
Yes, he is. Yeah, you get into that groove. You don't. At one point when they say you're up 10 seconds, your crew guy tells you, okay, I'm just going to put not cruise control. You start putting it into corner by corner, hit your marks mode. You just get into that mental state of, I don't have to worry about anybody coming up behind me. I just need to hit the next mark. And he's doing a great job of that right now, running consistent pace. Richardson now is kind of in the same mode. He's also trying to just put it into a click and go and see what happens. He's obviously been in this position before a number of times and knows that attrition plays. Danny knows if he can bring this thing home, potentially another podium for him. You never know what happens out front. But look at this. Amy Aqualante's rolled into Jost now.
Yeah, he'd opened up a little bit of a lead, and she has tracked it down, and there is Kyle Jones.
Ooh, he hit the wall at some point. He's got some damage on his left rear. He's trying to get off there and get behind the wall.
Yeah, that tire is the wheel is.
Oh, that's down at the exit of the carousel just before kink.
I wonder if he just did the classic, ran wide and did a tank slapper and just couldn't save it. That's a shame.
That'll be a local yellow down there coming off of the carousel. But he is pretty far to driver's right. Which way is he going to go? We're going to have to see.
Well, he's going to try and at least get it going here. Again, out of Milford, Michigan, runs out of the Detroit region. That's the Camburn Performance Engines by JB Firebird. Let's see if we can figure out exactly what happened here.
See him, coming out of the carousel. Looks like he might have gone too far left. He catches that dirt on the exit and then likely hooked back to the inside and hit that left rear into the wall on the right side. And now he's stopped after the kink on track right.
All right, so we are working lap 9 of 13, eaten up by 12.5 seconds last time through. Richardson at this stage, a very lonely second place. Like I said, 12 behind Eaton and about the same in front of Jost. Jost Aquilani still having a good scrap. And then Thomas West in that black Cadillac and Evan Pecore are having a really good scrap for that last place in the top 5, too.
Yeah, that's just great to see. That Cadillac, bit of a unique machine around these parts.
Yes,
but it is
is
so cool. Makes great noises for Thomas West. He's been at it in this class for a long time. And so are we going to go to full course?
We have, it looks. Yep, full course. And I was wondering because Eaton suddenly just eased around the carousel. And you can see there's a fair plume of dust coming off Eaton's tires.
Yeah.
Now, he wasn't on the line. He was right down the middle, which is as he exited. There's a look at our Cadillac CTSV out of Standish, Maine for the 56 of Thomas West.
Very cool car. The noises out of that big GM motor just are fantastic. Look, he's got a lot of leaves collecting under his radiator inlet as well.
Well, you know, all the way down the Moraine Sweep, and even worse, once you turn into the kink, all the way down to Canada Corner, leaves gather and billow and move around down there a lot. And you're so right about the sounds out of West Cadillac. You know, you think about in the SCCA World Challenge when it was back in the GT days, pre-GT3 cars, and the V8s in those Cadillacs. I remember announcing the World Challenge at Circuit of the Americas the year that the Aussie V8 supercars showed up.
Yeah.
And the mechanics working in the supercar, the V8 supercar garages, when World Challenge GT came out, they would go to the wall just to hear those V8s go by. It's a great sound, no question about it.
All right, so we've got our Mazda pace car out there gathering the field. As you can see them right there going down the front straight right now. We'll see how long it takes to gather the field and how quickly the Road America crew can get the car extracted there from the side of the track down just past the kink. It looks like they're on site already, so hope that that's quick.
And that is not tire rub for Aquilani's car. Under caution, she just was easing through 14, and there was that little puff of smoke. So they're going to be concerned about that. Here's the question. You know, you take a look at best laps. Richardson has faded a little bit. Jost was 12 to 13 seconds adrift, running very similar lap times, though. So opportunity here maybe for Jost to get something going here and maybe improve on a potential podium.
He's the one that would worry me the most.
Exactly.
If I'm Eaton out in front, you know that you believe that you've got pace on Richardson. You're able to pull ahead of him at early stages. You think you could do it again. But Jost has had a bit of a rough week. Had some issues getting good lap times down in the qualifying sessions. So he's thinking opportunities here. He's in a provisional podium spot now, but the win is just 2 spots away. If he can somehow get up there in what may be a 2 or 3 lap shootout, depending on how quickly we can get that car out of that spot.
It's both Ford Mustang GTs, so it depends. I'm not sure on the what the engine prep is in Joe's car, but we'll see how it plays out when we come back here to America's National Park of Speed. Welcome back, everybody. If you stayed and watched that commercial, at one point you saw a picture of a number of corner workers, and right in the middle, a lady with some sort of reddish hair. And I'll tell you what, special night for her last night. She is the head of flagging and communications for Milwaukee Region, and that's Nikki Preventis, and she got Worker of the Year award for flagging and communications. Great party last night down in the RA Center, where they awarded Worker of the Year for all of the various specialties that take part. And there's a ton of them here. We try and list them all. And
love those moments of recognition for the people that do work.
It's their
so
national
hard.
championship too, right?
Yeah, they work they work hard all year long at every race. They get to come here and demonstrate their skills and be a part of this and to contribute so well that they deserve their recognition. Those people they just work their tails off.
They do. And a special award given to Deanna Flanagan, who is served marvelously as the head of club racing for a long time. She's moving to another position within SCCA, and so Eric Prill presented her with a very special award to acknowledge her great work with the SCCA road racing department, and working with the Summit road racing program as a whole, which includes the Hoosier Super Tour and the majors and the whole thing, and of course the runoffs here as well.
Yeah, and actually the award was kind of re-presented to Deanna last night. It actually was presented shockingly to her on the prior night down there when the band, the Back Rows, is playing. Eric Prill, of course, part of that band, and in the middle of the set takes a bit of a break and presents her award that she was shocked by, and that was a great moment as well. Besides, the band was pretty darn good too.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, they were great.
I missed it. I'm kicking myself for that.
They could rock. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, Eric is a multi-talented gent.
He's got lots of talent.
Not a bad shoe behind the wheel.
He's a pretty good administrator of race stuff. You know what? He could wheel pretty well too, with a couple of gold medals and up there playing guitar, lead singing. Oh, it was great.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch that sometime. Make a special trip out to Topeka.
Yeah.
Catch them when they're playing there at some point. So working lap 10 now of 13, and still trying to get that car moved here. The one thing is anybody that's out there, perhaps like a Daniel Richardson, who might have been having a little bit of brake fade, gives them a chance to maybe bring them back just a little bit here, and we'll see what's going to happen. And Eaton has to be absolutely beside himself in a way that he worked and pushed, but was really smooth and fast doing it to build a 12-plus second lead, and a caution comes out and it just evaporates. But you also then have the confidence that to know that I was running laps 2 to 3 seconds quicker than everybody else. I just have to put my head back down, as you said, hit your marks, do exactly what you were doing, and be good. But I can't wait to see what might happen between Richardson, Yost, and Aquilani.
Yes, I think that's going to be fascinating. Amy's traditionally a bit on the conservative side, kind of waits for the race to come to her. But now if we do get back to green, could be a sprint opportunity. Let's see if she's able to stick to the back of Yost and challenge him, maybe even then the two of them with Richardson in front. I think it's because we're thinking Eaton's going to be able to pull back away again, but I'm not so sure. The way that Yost was running since this thing went green and having to go through the traffic as he did, I like his chances to be able to pressure Richardson and Eaton out in front of him. This, if we can get to a restart here with 2 to go, I think that would be a fascinating race. See if one Mustang can catch the other, or do the third and fourth gens have a chance.
That's a good point. And the other thing, keep an eye on Evan Pecore, who's 6th right now, and of course right behind Thomas West in the Cadillac. Pecore in another dark blue Ford Mustang. His best lap was about 0.8 quicker than Thomas West's, but as the race went on, West was able to get in front of him, which usually tells you that maybe something on the Mustang was fading just a little bit. So he might, we might see a fun battle here for that 5th spot as well. Again, this is all presuming that we go back to green.
Yeah, and down the order, some of the battles that are kind of fun to watch is you got Andy Schneidermeyer there in the 117 and his buddy Tim White. They're paddocked together. Well, out on track, they are nose to tail with each other. And so these good buddies are probably going to be kind of winking at each other as they go green next if we can get to it. And see what kind of battle within the battle, even if it's down the order, the fun is no less for sure.
Looks like that pace maybe is picking up just a little bit here, and I'm trying to be the optimist here and want to see this one go back to green.
And I keep peeking over. We've got a Flagstronics monitor. So the folks that are maybe watching this racing coverage, we're on our qualifying coverage Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We had the Flagstronics screen that shows you a GPS of all the cars that are on the track. And I can see where the services vehicle is next to the Jones car down there just past the kink. And I don't know that it's moving yet. They may be having trouble moving because normally they would be able to either lift it. They may have to get a flat for that because the rear left is pretty well hit.
Yeah, it was. And we know, of course, that Jones was trying to help, trying to get it to a spot where he could, pull it in and park it. And where he was might have been able to get away with it when it first stopped. You don't know, but he was trying to help. We understand that, and we respect that certainly. So.
Yeah, he was in that spot before the kink, and maybe he was thinking, he probably didn't realize his left rear was completely flat at that point. Maybe thought he was stuck in some dirt. Thought, well, if I get back out of this, maybe I can run down to an opening in the wall somewhere. Unfortunately, he got just past the kink and realized there is no opening to reach down that area to get a car through. So it's kind of how we got to the position we're in. They have moved the car, so we're going to see the Mazda leading all these sedan cars down around the kink, and it looks like they have moved past now, and they are down around Canada at this point. So let's see. Fingers crossed that we can get to green flag racing.
And the thing in Canada, if you go straight off and hang a hard left, there's a big area to tuck cars. So we could potentially get 2 laps here.
They are, I think they're going to head to the cutoff track just after Bill Mitchell
13?
Bend.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. That's probably a much easier one ultimately.
I think they're going to get there
Lights are
before
off.
the field. This
Lights
is great.
are off.
Yes. Still a little smoke coming out of the back of Amy Aquilante, though, right here. You can just see a little puff there.
Yeah.
We're going to keep an eye on that. I'm sure.
That almost looks like it's diff or something, doesn't it?
Maybe. I'm sure the Phoenix gang's a little bit nervous over there every time we talk about it. Sorry, guys. It's interesting. We got to talk, even if even if you cringe.
Yeah, well, we see it. And, you always got to be concerned because Beth Aquilani, when she stopped, it was a lot of smoke. So, and that same type of car, same prep program and everything, so we'll see.
Yeah, the Phoenix team worked so hard on those cars.
Absolutely
They're meticulous,
the best.
every single one of them. Earlier in the week, Beth had an issue, kept throwing belts on that thing, and they kept having to go out, hardship, put a belt on, belt would throw. Not sure if that was her issue still today, but we're going to go green here, and let's hope that we have good green flag racing for 2 times around.
Yeah, that's 8 miles here at Road America. That beautiful Mazda Pace vehicle going to be ducking into pit lane, and Greg Eaton is going to lead him up the hill with a hungry Daniel Richardson. James Jost going to be right there. Jost won at Indy in 2021. So he's somebody that certainly would be interested in grabbing a second one. Richardson, the defending champion.
Yeah.
So would like to go 2 for 2. Let's see what happens.
Remember, Richardson was slow on the original race start. Let's see if he can do better here on this restart.
And, of course, Eaton would like to win a 4th gold. Here we go, up the hill. Wait for it. We're green! We are racing, and again, Eaton got a nice jump, but it was Yost who looked like he got caught napping, and that, of course, has slowed up Amy Aquilani as well.
Yeah, Amy's going to try and pressure. Let's see if she pops and tries to go to the inside here.
She is! Late move on the brakes by Amy Aquilani down into turn 1. Yost gives her the room. Amy's got the inside on the exit. Yost drops the tire just a little bit. You can see that little shimmy there. And now turns in, does Amy, with Yost in second. That was a great restart by Amy, taking advantage of Yost not quite being on it. And now, can Yost get through? Can Amy and Yost work together to get up to Eaton and Richardson?
Yost
Here
is
we
going to
go.
get aggressive. Look at him already. They're not even past the bridge, and he's looking, and Amy's defending.
All right, you can see Eaton worried here, right down the middle of the track, into 5, trying to dissuade Daniel Richardson from trying anything here. And here we go, and it is still West in the Cadillac. He actually got the better start, and Pecore has dropped off just a bit here, as we now have a lap and 2/3 to go.
Yeah, look at this advantage, though, for Eaton. Just since turn 5, he looks a little better digging out of 5 and through 6 than Richardson behind him. But we'll see how they are through the carousel here and see if Richardson can reel him back in before they get down to Cannon Corner.
Ooh, Richardson, big lurid slide. He is giving it everything right now. Here's that long run, the carousel, about, 210 degrees? It just goes forever, so it doesn't feel like it.
Danny's got a great run going on.
he does.
Good turn in. He's got good grip. Look at the pressure for Eaton. He's actually dragging a tire a little bit on the exit of that. Richardson may have an opportunity here, as does Jost.
Jost looking at coming after Aquilani, looking pretty solid here, but Richardson, that slippery Camaro, right behind Eaton as they head down into Canada Corner. He pops to the inside. Richardson inside, but Eaton a little bit better on the brakes, runs a little bit deeper into the corner, keeps it on the track, and Eaton continues to lead, and Aquilani was able to fend off Jost as well in that battle for third. And here we go. Larry coming up last time to start the final lap up this long hill. You got to get a really good run out of 14 and climb that hill. Let's see, did Richardson get enough of a run where he's going to be able to use a little toe here and come through? Eaton looks like he's easing away.
Eaton's got a good motor. That thing is pulling. It may be a stock motor, but it is a strong coyote in that thing, and that's right now working his advantage. But what about behind him?
Jost looks this time to repay the favor on Aquilani. Pops to the inside. Is Amy going to try and round him up? Nope. She's going to let him go. Maybe watch for her to square up and come down underneath. She uses a little less track. Ooh, Richardson showing the nose. He sort of looked again, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Richardson definitely likes that part of the track, but now he's going to try and tuck under the back of Eaton.
Oh, did he get a nice run?
Yeah.
This might be a spot for Richardson here. He really got out of 3 well. Showed that nose, got Eaton to defend just a little bit, and then opened up and went for it here. But look at again, Eaton protecting right down the middle of the track. Totally legal. You can put your car anywhere you want as the leader in a battle. You just can't make more than one move. In other words, you can't move in reaction to somebody.
Yeah, so again, looks like Eaton gets a pretty good dig out of 5. Throws the car, good grip here through 6. Richardson, though, was pretty quick coming off 8 carousel last time. He's going to have to get a great one, and he's going to have to get a good run to the kink to get a better job on the brakes into Canada. That's how all this is going to set up. He didn't quite have the ability to outbrake him into Canada, and that's where Eaton was able to hang on. Let's see if Richardson can do it a little bit better the last time around.
Yeah, he really needs to, I hate to say it, but I don't know that he's close enough. But he's really picking some steam up here. Jost has solidified his hold on third a little bit over Aquilani. And just so you know, the Cadillac West has gapped Pecore pretty well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here we go, through the kink one last time. Eaton on rails, using up every bit of racetrack, throwing up some dust. Richardson tracking him through. It's another car that's off back there as well. Might be the 117. We won't. We can't confirm that. Here we go. Last time into Canada. Hard on the brakes. Eaton under great control. Richardson throwing the Camaro in here. And watching to see, is it still? It is. Jost with Aquilani in tow up through Billy Mitchell. Turn 13. And last time through the absolutely crucial 14. You just want to get a great drive out of here, Larry.
You're trying. Richardson's giving it all he has, but right now Eaton is just so precise. The car is working perfectly for Eaton.
Eaton climbing the hill, and it will be gold number 4. What a run for Gregory Eaton. Daniel Richardson, defending champion, brings home a silver medal this time. James Jost comes home with the bronze. Aquilani a scrappy 4th, and Thomas West in the Cadillac completes the top 5. I am so glad we went back to green. That was a finish right there, and there's still some people out there really scrapping it right now. The number 6 at Tim White and that old John Wire Automotive liveried Mustang. Right behind him, climbing the hill, David Henderson in that black Camaro. And that is the battle unfolding right now for 8th and 9th. And you can see a little bit of room there. And then I think it's going to be the number 3 of Kelly Lubash right there, flashing through in that yellow Camaro. But Eaton, man, what a run he has had here in American Sedan in the last few years. Didn't get it last year, but gets his 4th today.
He was looking for some redemption after the way things went last year and that first lap blow up that he had. And I tell you, he could have been more proud that he's going to do this on essentially a stock powertrain in this car. Yep. He's happy that this worked. It sends a message to everyone else that, you know what, you can build a sedan car using a junkyard motor. You don't have to spend tons of dollars to get going. Nothing in motorsports is cheap, but you can do it reasonably. And for Eaton, that's got to feel like a massive relief for somebody who operates out of his 2-car garage at home. He doesn't have a big shop. He's got nothing else to support him. It's the satisfaction to go from a blown motor a year ago to pole and win this year. It's just got to be unparalleled.
Well, and the other part of it too is, you can have all of those components, but if you don't have a wheelman, and that's one thing Gregory Eaton can do. Just watching how he drove, and obviously, their setup changes, the cars are different, but you rarely saw him throwing it around very much. He just, and the smoother you can be, the less scrub you get, which robs speed. That takes less of a toll on tires. Everything, and he was just glass smooth.
And you look at the way that he and Danny, when they were side by side, left exactly enough room for each other. Danny made that lunge there in the second to last lap to go into Canada corner. Greg left him the room on the inside, outbrake him a little bit, coming around the apex and out. No contact. Beautiful racing for both Greg and for Danny. Those guys are going to go and probably have a beer. Looks like that car against the wall on the right. I think that's the 177 of Philip Waters down there.
He had that off earlier, remember, when he ran wide as well?
Yeah.
So he may have been fighting something, clearly.
The other one, the 117 of Schneidermeyer, I think he's down in turn 3 off somewhere. May have had a mechanical issue in his. But the front two, Eaton and Richardson, great show. Jost, what a great run through the field to come up and end up on the podium.
I think he's the early candidate here for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award because he qualified, started in the 7th spot, and ends up on the podium. And you can see his hand's been out the window waving fervently to all of the corner workers and fans out there. I think he's going to relish this one.
Yeah, no, that'll be a fun. These guys are all great guys. These interviews are going to be pretty special. We know Danny Richardson last year when he won had the greatest interview ever. I'm convinced it was the best. Here on the second place, let's hear what he's going to have to say. But I'm sure Eaton, it's going to be a lot of relief on his face. And for Jost, he's going to be jumping for joy.
Absolutely. And Amy Aquilani, what a great drive.
Yeah.
She was just scrapping in a car that maybe wasn't completely healthy. It didn't look like it hurt her too much in terms of speed, but all those little puffs of smoke,
I'm sure the team was telling her about Beth's issues as well, so that gets in your head. And for Amy, a great job here to come in 4th.
And the other impressive run here was Thomas West. We had talked about how Pecore had actually been quicker before the caution came out, so we were thinking Pecore could have maybe jumped in front of West. West dropped the hammer and actually set on the last lap. He set a lap that was only 4/10 off of his best lap of the race, and Pecore was a couple of seconds off of his best lap, and that's what sealed it for Thomas West. So a great drive for him too.
Yeah, look at this. The sense of relief, the sense of just personal satisfaction with all this work. It's just got to be oozing right now through that helmet.
You betcha. And this track, one thing about this place is, it's magnificent, but it's fast. And these cars are fast. And this is
so much fun to watch. Watch these guys wheel these women and men wheel these cars around. It is just spectacular.
It really is. It really is. All right, there goes the gold medal. And that, of course, is now his 4th. Going around the neck of one Gregory Eaton, there is the Hoosier necklace. And a little bit of water, and Hayward, take it away.
Greg, it's one thing to put a gap on the American sedan field once. How does it feel to do it twice?
It feels great. Tremendous amount of work done to this car in the last 365 days. We had a really poor showing last year. Really kind of was a thorn in my side all winter. And it really pushed us to change our whole combination. This engine in this car is out of a junkyard. Like, it's awesome. 50,000 mile engine. I haven't even changed the spark plugs in it. It's unreal. But, and it runs good. It's a little slow on the straights sometimes, but I mean, well, what a joy to drive. I haven't even changed the oil in two races. So.
Talk about the emotion of seeing the full course caution, having to regather yourself, and then looking beside you and seeing the Camaro coming down to the Canada corner. What was that moment like for you as a driver?
Well, I was hyper aware of what was going on, and I told myself before the start of this that I was going to make sure I ran the best 13 laps I'd ever run in my life. So I did 12 of them because that next one out, I blew one of the corners, and I dropped the wheel out on the kink, and luckily that's a tight spot. I had to protect a little bit to the center of the track there, and then once we got going, I don't know if it was temperature in the tire or what. But after that, it kind of came back to me. So maybe it just fogged me out for a sec or a little tire. I guess I'll blame both.
Well, congratulations. I believe this is your 4th gold medal. A huge redemption from last year. Do enjoy this victory lap.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, guys.
Soft-spoken, but an absolute gun behind the wheel. Beautiful job. Let's take a look at our top 10 provisionally here. It is Eaton with that 4th gold medal. Daniel Richardson comes home with a 2nd place. And, of course, he was the defending champ. James Jost, a former champion, earns another medal. And that will have him on the podium. Amy Aquilani, a great run to 4th, and Thomas West, just a great last couple of laps to fend off and open it up over Pecori in 5th. Then Roger Eagleton in 7th, Tim White in 8th, David Henderson in 9th, and as we saw, that bright yellow machine of Kelly Lubaj coming through and claiming that 10th spot. Let's get right back down to Hayward with our 2nd and 3rd place finishers, Daniel Richardson, James Jost.
Danny is silver here at the Runoffs, but much more importantly, how are your kids?
My kids are awesome. I want everyone to know they're absolute angels. And for legal purposes, I love all 3 of them. It was a great race. I missed a shift going down the 2nd straight after 3, and then Andy got by, and it took me a minute to get by Andy. And I used a lot of car to try and get around Andy. And until the yellow came out, I figured there's no chance I'm catching Greg. And then came back up. I was able to cool things down under the cautions, and man, I tried to stick it in there a couple times. It just, I don't have as much power as a lot of the other guys, but braking and handling, I tried to go in deep and just couldn't make it stick. Greg did a great job, a hell of a race, and you can't complain about what we did today.
Well, huge congratulations on the silver. Guys, you were talking about the community with American Sedan. Danny was coaching Greg's crew on how to get more people in the car for the victory lap right before we did that interview. We got Jim Yost here. Jim, you had a great drive through the field to come to this podium. How was it for you?
It was awesome. It was a really good race. I saw those guys up ahead. I thought, man, we might get a chance at this, but we just day late and a dollar short like normal. We struggled all week. Wouldn't be for my crew, Mikey and Lee, we wouldn't have never been here.
Well, big congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you very much.
All right, what a race. As we said, 7th to 3rd, I should say. That might well be. And look at Richardson going, is this really silver? All right, let's take a look at some highlights, and there were a few here to be sure. At the start, Eaton, you looked at me at one point and you said, are they waving at each other? And, maybe that's why Richardson lost a little bit, but we had seen McDermott go to the front, and then Richardson, just this absolutely great pass. Then McDermott, plume of smoke out of the back. His day was done.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was queuing up to be a great one. Tough way to go out there for him, and then a really tough way here for Jones as well. Kind of led to that full course caution that came out, which gave us a restart, gave us some excitement there on the restart with Eaton and Richardson coming down there into Canada. That restart, though, Eaton was just so good.
Yeah, and you can see in the back there a couple of cars kind of overrunning things. But here was that battle with Amy Aquilani pouncing and sneaking through on James Jost. And then he came back and took that back. But you see Richardson there looking to the outside into turn 1. He had some speed early on in that and actually got up alongside at one point. But at the end, Eaton just had enough. Takes that 4th gold with Richardson 2nd and James Jost 3rd. And I'll tell you, you win a 4th gold, it's great. You win it at Road America, it's even better. Big thanks, as always, to Mazda for presenting our broadcast. I'm Greg Creamer, and for Larry and for Hayward. Thank you so much for joining us for the Run to the Gold in American Sedan at the 60th running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a glorious fall day here in the Kettle Moraine Forest region of Wisconsin. We are here for the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Our coverage today presented by Mazda, and we are getting ready to go for the run to the gold in our biggest class here by some margin, 57 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 cars, or SRF3s, have taken a time in qualifying and will be going for the 13-lap or 40-minute run to the gold here at Road America. And down amongst that massive field is the third member of our team, Hayward Wagner.
Good morning, guys. It is there is a lot of tension in this grid right now. It's pretty amazing. A lot of the runoffs grids a couple of minutes before go time. Guys have their helmets off, they're chit-chatting, talking to their crew. Everybody seems to be in, visors down, focused, ready to go. Front of the field, Denny Stripling, Russ Turner, and Dave Ogburn. These guys got it done in qualifying on Tuesday. Their strategy is to try to work together, get away, and hide. They are on comms together. They can talk to each other during the race. They are very much planning to work together in this one. Russ said that if they're still together going into the last lap, you're going to see some stuff. Denny said that his promise was that no matter what happens, we're going to see a heck of a show. And that guy right there, Dave Ogburn, he promised he's going to come talk to me at the end of this race. So we'll see how these guys play it out.
Yeah, this one is going to be absolutely spectacular. Really quickly, Larry, let's talk a little bit about these cars. The key word there is spec.
Yes, they are absolutely spec. They are Ford powered. They're the third generation of this class, which means they've got the updated Ford engines. They're now, most of them are using the sequential gearboxes. They switched over to that a couple of years ago from the traditional H pattern. So now all of them, pretty much the front of the field. There may still be a couple in the field that are the old ones, but sequential gearboxes, Ford power, spec, built by SCCA Enterprises. You buy the car, the engines last many years before they need to be refreshed. The engines are sealed. You don't get to play with them, nothing like that. You can do alignments and things like that, but at the end of the day, these are spec. Watch those air inlet openings as well, as they do a lot of bump drafting, and the ones that are mangled probably do a little more bumping than drafting.
And let's keep in mind one thing here. There's got to be now over 1,000 of these. It is
close,
one of the most successful builds of SCCA Enterprises. Let's take a look at this 4-mile track here. For these cars, the drafting trains are going to be amazing.
This place is special in these cars. They will draft 3 deep, 4 deep, 12 deep down the front straight. They will be able to go multi-wide into turn 1, all the way down the hill into 3. And again, they'll draft from 3 through 4, all the way into 5. You'll see them go 2 and 3 wide, breaking into 5. Then they'll mostly train their way through 6, 7, and then down through 8. They'll again queue up the draft coming off of the end of the carousel and down through the kink, where they'll push each other. They'll draft through each other all the way down to Canada at 12. Great passing opportunity into 12. My guess, strategically, you probably don't want to be leading going into Canada on the last lap, because there's a passing opportunity, and then you come up 13 to 14. Yes, you can draft and pass for the finish. We saw it at the sprints. We saw it a lot of years, but you can also win it from 14 to the stripe, as Bobby Sack did here in 20.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible here what they can do. And, Dorsey Schrader once told me, because of this being a momentum class, and you have to maintain the momentum. Not a lot of power in these cars, not a lot of downforce. It's driver's mechanical grip. He directly credits his year in Pro Spec Racer, was what it was called back then. The next year, he won the Gong Show, the Rouse Gong Show, got hired, went and won the Trans Am Championship in his rookie year, and he said it was because I could carry more speed through corners than other people. He came it right to Spec Racer Ford back in the day. With that, we're going to step away for a minute. We're going to run through a very long grid when we get back.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody. There is the field. You can see the signals. They are getting ready to set sail. It's so big. I'm going to start right now with this grid order. On the pole, as Hayward was talking about, Denny Stripling in the number 4, making his 15th start. Outside of the front row, the number 23, 13th start for Charles Russell Turner. Starting in the 3rd spot, the 108, his 8th runoff start will be David Ogburn. Starting 4th, a rookie, the 105, Tyler Stevens. Starting 5th, the rookie, the 92 of Liam Flanagan. Starting 6th, the former 2-time gold medalist, making his 14th start, the number 19 of Bobby Sachs. Starting 7th, making his 38th start, 4-time gold medalist in various classes at the runoffs, the 17 of John Black. Then we are going to have a rookie starting in 8th, the 122 of Caleb Rothell. Starting in the 9th spot, making his 7th runoff start, the 99 of a 2-time bronze medalist, Caleb Schrader. Starting in the 10th spot, making his 7th start, the 07 of Sandy Satullo, the 3rd 2-time bronze medalist. Starting in the 11th spot, a rookie, the number 43 of Peyton Long. Starting in the 12th spot, making his 19th runoff start, a 2-time gold medalist, the 61 of Brian Schofield. Starting in the 13th spot, in the number 58, making his 19th runoff start, a 3-time gold medalist, the very talented Cliff White. Starting in the 14th spot, the number 3, making his 2nd runoff start, is Rob Clifton. Starting in the 15th spot, a rookie, the 51 of Simon Gable. Starting in the 16th spot, making his 3rd runoff start, the 46, Grant Vogel, who has a bronze medal back at 2010 here at Road America. Starting in the 17th spot, making his 9th runoff spot, the 31 of Robeson Clay Russell, the 2-time gold medalist. Starting in the 18th spot, his 14th runoff start for the 22 of Richard Baldwin. Starting in the 19th spot, it is going to be his 6th runoff start for the number 7 of Justin Clotchery. Starting in the 21st spot, a rookie, the 133 of Carter Kunkel. Starting in the 22nd spot, making his 2nd runoff start, the 33 of Rob Peelsticker. Starting in the 23rd spot, a 2-time gold medalist in other classes as well, the number 68, 22nd runoff start for James Goffrey. Starting in the 24th spot, a rookie, the number 87 of Ben Albano. And you know what I missed? I'm sorry. Starting in the 20th spot, the 02, only a 2nd runoff start. The defending pole sitter, but having problems in that race with a mechanical issue and struggling with some issues here, Morgan Burkhardt. Want to make sure we got his name in there as well. Then, moving along, starting in the 25th spot is the number 47, making his 4th runoff start. That's John Vogel. Starting in the 25th spot, the number 47, making his 4th start. As I said, Vogel, 26th spot. The number 56, 2nd start for Richard Stevens. Starting in the 27th spot, his 20th runoff start for the number 119 of Todd Vanacore. Starting in the 28th spot, making his 19th runoff start, the 45 of Tom Burt. Starting in the 29th spot, 6th runoff start for the 71 of Mark Greb. And completing our top 30, the 8th runoff start for the 00 of Scott Monroe. Moving into the 31st spot, 15th runoff spot for the number 8, Jean-Luc Liverato. He's had a silver medal in CSR right here at Road America previously. Starting in the 32nd spot, 19th runoff spot for the 41 of Chris Jennerjohn. He is a gold medalist in Formula V here in 2020 at Road America. Starting in the 33rd spot, 9th is his number. 2nd is the number of starts he's going to be making at the runoff, Tyler Fox, starting 34th. 3rd runoff start for the 101 of William Hendricks. 35th will be the number 30, making his 2nd runoff start, Mac Harrison. Starting 36th, the 177 in his 6th runoff start of Charles Pigeon. Starting 37th in the number 79, 5th runoff start for Stephen Greenhill. Starting 38th, 2nd runoff start for the 171 of Ben Jacobs. Starting 39th, 7th runoff start for the number 12 of Russ King. Starting in the 40th spot. 16th runoff start for the number 64 of Matt Gray. Starting in the 41st spot, a rookie, the 188 of Judson Holt. Starting in the 42nd spot, second runoff start for the 04 of Steve Clifton. Starting in the 43rd spot, fifth runoff start for the 77 of Andre Pera. Starting in the 44th spot is the number 49, his third runoff start, that's Scott Barr. Starting in the 45th spot, a rookie, the number 2, Chris Preventis. And I got a special spot in my heart for Chris. He started like I did, corner working. And eventually, just a couple of years ago, was able to start driving and managed to make it to the runoffs. Well done for Christopher out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa right now. Starting in the 46th spot, the number 5 second runoff start for Peter Jankowskis, two-time silver medalist. Starting 47th, the 66 of Dwight Ryder in his 9th runoff start. Starting 48th, second runoff start for the 16 of Mark Fogarty. 49th, 5th runoff start for the 98 of Craig Wheatley. And starting 50th, the 06 of Dave Taki. Starting in the 51st spot, the number 78 making his 12th runoff start, Reed Johnson. 52nd spot in his third runoff start, the 29 of Dave Yon, very active here in Milwaukee region in this area. Starting in the 53rd spot, the 08 making her 6th runoff start, Andrea King. Starting in the 54th spot, rookie number 32, Robert Edmondson. Starting in the 55th spot, number 40, 5th runoff start for James Nelson. Starting 56th in the number 59, 17th start, and way out of position for his speed, Wade White. And then starting in the 57th spot, the number 91, 7th runoff start for Justin Elder out of Lakeville, Minnesota. That is your field. Larry, I'm going to go take a nap. You got it.
The oxygen tank is just in the back of the room here. Well, let me tell you, we talk about the large numbers in this field. We've talked about maybe some coordination of some teams on comms. We've got experience in this field. More than 60 medals accumulative in this group. 60 medals.
Oh, it's incredible.
Oh, the number of championships. I think there's 8 former gold medalists in this. Maybe not in Spec 4, but other things like Formula V's and Formula Mazda. A P1 winner is in this field as well. You got fathers and sons in here. You've got best friends. You got I'm sure they're frenemies at some point. You've got last year's pole sitter starting the race in 20th, as you talked about with Morgan Burkhardt. You have so many stories, and he's going to have around him people like Sandy Satullo. Bobby Sachs a couple rows up. He's won here twice. It's just top to bottom one of the best fields you will ever see.
Oh, without a doubt.
But the opening story is those front 3 that qualified together, they work together, they play together, they are calculating and strategizing together. But right behind them is their good buddies, Tyler Stevens and Liam Flanagan. There's a lot of familiarity. Those 2 youngins, I call them, 2 young kids there, are going to make a push to break up that front 3. So this opening lap is going to be tense.
And don't count out Bobby Sack, man.
The veteran.
Is fast.
Yeah.
He's always been really quick. John Black, talk about a veteran.
Yep.
Yeah, it's such a deep field. When you have Brian Schofield and Cliff White back in the 12th and 13th, that's a deep field.
And Clay Russell.
Yeah.
So Clay Russell's on 17th. Behind him is Justin Clouderty. Behind him is Carter Kunkel. All the very fast drivers with Morgan Burkhardt and Richard Baldwin thrown in between. Oh, this is going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, and the guy who starts second won the gold in FE2 last year at VIR. So this is going to be fascinating. Look at the size of this field. The Mazda pace car is in. We are ready for the start of the run to the gold in SRF3. Spec Racer Ford 3. They are coming up to the line. A massive field. They're waiting. We're green. We are racing, and a nice launch by Denny Stripling. Really timed it beautifully. Back in the pack. We're 3-4 abreast already. And there's damage coming up the hill before they ever got to the green. 3 cars look to be involved. 2 of them damaged and fluid down on the track.
That likely is going to bring a full course here before we even get going too far. We'll wait and see officially before we say that. But yeah, where they are and what they are. All right, so your pole sitter Stripley is going to lead the pack in through 3. His buddy's on his left with Russ Turner. Ogmar's still behind him. Tyler Stevens, they look like they're still on that pace lap.
Yellow is out. Full course caution has come out now. And everybody needs to be mindful of where they are because lots of lockup back there as the front starts to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, very careful in these situations. Yeah. The leaders know you don't hard brake.
No,
you
that's
just
not
coast
lockup.
back.
That is one of our cars is a lot of smoke.
Trying to see if that is somewhere is one of the front 3 or is it further back like John Black or something?
I thought it was that the orange car.
It might be. That's Ogburn if it is.
Yeah.
There may be a little extra smoke. That would not
there
be
it
good.
Is.
Yes,
you can
it
see
is
it
Ogburn.
out the back. So problems.
Well, it's a problem for him as well as anyone behind him. If there's any fluids, it's going to cover the open cockpits of this thing. Everyone uses tear-offs. They're going to need to use a few. If you're behind them, like Liam Flanagan, Bobby Sack, John Black, they're going to have a little bit of visibility issues.
You bet they are. Let's take a look at what happened on that run up the hill here. As I said, it was a late green. There it is.
A little bit of an accordion effect, and they kind of got in the back of each other. Wow, that's a pretty good hit there. And it's not fast. It's just, it's at the wrong angle, wrong time.
Yep.
And as you said, there's some fluid down there.
Yeah, and it was the car that first hit the brakes in that stack up. And like I said, I understand, you want to, with a field this big, you want to give them a late green and everything. And the people in the back, you're trying to make up a little speed, make sure you're not lagging too far behind, and you just got to be prepared for that stuff.
Yeah, 57 cars. If you're in those back 5 rows, you're not going to see much. And with the way the uphill is here at Road America, you're kind of staring up into the sky, not quite able to see if the front leaders have gone, because now they're crested over the hump of the hill. And unfortunately, a little bit of that accordion effect on the start has led to that. So we'll see how quickly that the Road America crew can get that cleaned up. So you can see the front 5. The order has not changed at all, obviously, with Tyler Stevens, Liam Flanagan in the 105.92. But we'll keep an eye on Ogburn on that smoke.
Yeah, and it looks like everybody, at least in the front here, did a really good job of remembering who was in front of them, who was behind them at the start, because that caution came out and everybody looks to be right back in the queue. So we're going to get another crack at this here. And for the guys like a Schofield, the White, talking about Morgan Burkhardt, who we know are out of Robus and Clay Russell, who are out of position here. They don't want to be losing laps because they want to have as much time as they can to get to the front. They wouldn't mind a yellow maybe 2/3 of the way through, a short one to bunch things up, but they don't want one this early because it just eats into their track time. And I got to make one quick comment about Morgan. Kyle Heyer and I announce a sim race, a really good one, the Full Send Sim Spec Miata Championship on Tuesday nights on iRacing. And Morgan swept all 3 seasons in the first year. Yeah. The kid is absolutely incredible.
He is.
He's transferred that beautifully.
Amazing
right
driver on the track, off the track. He's done a little bit of broadcasting for different sim races. He'll jump in and do some things there. And he's done some coaching. The kid's so young, but yet he's so mature. What helps? His parents, Workers of the Year last year at VIR, they've raised him at the racetrack for the last, teen years, ex-teen years. Yeah, he's not an old kid, but just a fantastic kid. He's so good. I met him, talked to him a little bit after qualifying this week, and he sounded so optimistic, and he walked away, and his dad comes up a minute later, and he's like, oh, well, not where we wanted to be. And he was a little bit more of the, the pessimistic, but Morgan always optimistic, and I'm sure right now he's still thinking there's opportunity here.
That he is. He's a very talented young man, to be sure. Well, while we have this early caution, we're going to step away because we want to be able to say a big thank you to a number of the partners that SCCA has that makes this broadcast of the runoffs possible.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to America's National Park of Speed, or America's Nürburgring. And in the background there, you can see these are the cars coming up into turn 6. And in the background, this actually gives you a pretty good idea how steep that hill is. You can see one of the cars that's the one that actually got all 4 wheels airborne and then just dropped down. It's on the back of the hook. So again, the Road America EV crew doing a really, really superb job here as we continue under caution. We are working lap 2 of 13. Now remember, there's a 40-minute time limit, but it looks like this is getting close to done. The only concern here, and there you can see they're already putting some of the absorbent down on that little trail of oil from the car that first got clouded, and they just grind that into wherever that fluid is. It absorbs it, they blow it off, and we can get going here. So it looks like, I'm not sure exactly where the pace car is on the track right now. If you could take a peek over there.
Carousel.
So maybe we might be able to go back to green this time. It just depends on how quick they get that absorbent, the oil dry, cleared up. That's Craig Wheatley in the number 98, and just a shame. You know, you work all season long, you really bust your hump to be able to get here, and then something like this happens. And this was his 5th runoff start. Yeah, it's just a shame.
It really is. Tough to see that going out that early. From a track cleanup perspective, since they weren't really moving too fast, the cleanup doesn't have a large area for an oil dry. It's just contained to that small spot. The cars did stop where they were, so we're hoping for the best. You can see the field there still behind that Mazda safety car. And they are trying to work some heat in these tires. What we saw in qualifying is these tires were fastest around that 4th lap or so, which tells me that they need a couple laps to get heat in them. Obviously, 2 corners wasn't going to be enough. They've now had a couple laps under yellow plus the warm-up lap. They're still going to be relatively cold on the tire side for these guys. And we'll see how quickly they can get up to speed. We're going to keep an eye. We got some spotters out there keeping an eye on Ogburn to see if it continues to smoke.
Yeah. One of them said he looked okay through Canada Corner area. Let's hope. Lights are out. That's a late out on the lights. They were still on as they came into Billy Mitchell, and they decided, nope, we're going to get this one going again. Love that call for sure. That Mazda pace car is going to make its way down into pit lane, and the run for the gold for SRF, Spec Racer Ford 3, is going to resume here. You can see that little bit of oil dry down there shouldn't be any issue. The cars are probably going to be bobbing and weaving around that anyway, the way that they try and break the draft here. So Stripling bringing them back up for a restart here. And again, more of a mess back there. Cars in the grass, and they throw the green. So we are running, but that was really close to another big incident. We've got 3 cars wide, 4 wide. That is the swirl, the swirl sucker car with that graphics package in the grass. That's the 22 trying to work his way and make up some ground, Richard Baldwin. But wow, that restart was absolutely insane, and somehow everybody pulled it off. But look what's happening out front. Stripling and Russell Turner have already put a gap on the rest of this field.
They have very quickly, they're very smart, calculated on comms together, as Hayward had mentioned. Some of those cars that had gone off, I was starting to see if perhaps that was even Schofield. It was one of the ones that had to dive to the grass to avoid the checkup in front of them. But look at these front 2. This is how qualifying was. It was in this order. Denny in front, Russ Turner was in second, and their buddy Ogburn sort of brought up in 3rd. And the way these cars work is when 2 are pushing together, they will hook up at the apex all the way down the straightaway, and they create a perfect in-sync twosome. But look at this further in the pack where they haven't gone linear. They're still side-by-side going through 6.
Yeah, and as you're side-by-side through a corner, neither of you are running the quickest line, and it's costly. Ooh, big drop of the tires back there, 99. Caleb Schrader did a nice job of saving it, and a big lunge here by the 46, Grant Vogel, diving down to the inside into turn 8, and manages to make that one work. There's your 2 leaders. Here is the rest of this absolutely massive field working through the carousel, and I've been just keeping a loose eyeball, and I have, and an outside move by the number 22, Richard Baldwin. Cars dropping tires on the exit, and still, that's Baldwin off on the outside through the exit of the carousel, and got to be careful when you dirty those tires up into a corner like the King.
They definitely do. They're all a little cautious staying off of that. But look at this pack behind. Bobby Sack now to the inside of Tyler Stevens. Liam Flanagan's going to follow him down the inside, and they're going to go back in line once they get out of the Canada corner.
So that's a nice move by Bobby Sack now. He started in 6th. That puts him up into 4th. As he is watching those two guys up front, and I think he's saying, come on, we got to get after it here. Ogburn, I'm not seeing that smoke anymore, so that's good news for him.
Yeah, let's see if Bobby Sack pushes Ogburn, knowing that that's how these cars are fastest. They'll hook up together right here underneath this walking bridge. It looks like Liam Flanagan's going to try and tuck in behind them. But look out front. Look how Russ and Denny. See the little brake light on Denny? He's trying to hook in with Russ. That's what he's trying to do, and keep the cars square, like make 2 cars into 1.
Sandy Satullo having a good start as well. Started in the 10th spot and has moved up now smartly as well, up into 7th as we head down now into the really important, we don't talk about turn 3 a lot, but it's a really important turn because it leads on to one of the 2 best, or into one of the 2 best overtaking areas on the track. And that gap, Ogburn, right behind him, you got Sack, and then there's little gaps here. So
yeah, keep an eye on the Tyler Stevens, the 105, the red and black car sitting in that 5th spot right now. A little bit of loose bodywork on that left front, like the clip may have popped loose there. That restart got a little bit shuffled there. Everybody may have had a little bit of contact, so keep an eye on that red and black car running in 4th. He's right there in front of his buddy Liam Flanagan. They both work out of the same shop, so they're going to work really well together in the 5th and 6th spot.
He just ran wide over those rough curbs, and if you got a piece of loose bodywork, it's not necessarily the optimal thing to do. Ooh, snap right there. That may have been, no, it wasn't John Black. 2 cars absolutely off. One we can't even see. Hopefully was able to rejoin and do so safely as the leaders through turn 8 and heading into the carousel. We get a report that car did continue and no harm, no foul, just lost a lot of time. Look at the different line for Denny, how wide he enters into the carousel and then tucks it back to that apex.
Yeah, he's really working it. And Denny, super happy. Great week this week, obviously putting it on the pole. But the way his weekend went, he had a bit of an incident at the kink actually on Saturday practice. Rubbed the rear end of the car, had to have the whole deck lid repaired on the back of it to get him back running again. Him up on pole, he was super thrilled. Russ, his buddy, was super thrilled, except, he kind of feels like he should get half of the Tire Rack Pole Award because he pushed Denny around for that lap. But these guys are good friends. They work together so much with Dave Ogburn in that 3rd spot. Ogburn just can't seem to make any ground. It shows you how, when a well-driven pair really works well together, how fast they can be.
And Morgan Burkhardt, by the way, has last year's pole sitter, has worked his way up to 15th from 20th, so doing everything he possibly can. But look at this. Ogburn and Sack and Tyler Stevens, they are, I think that's also going to include Liam Flanagan, have closed up. This is soon going to be a 6-car battle for the lead here. 3 packs of 2 right at the moment. That's not going to last long. And look at Turner just right up there again, shoving Denny Stripling, and Bobby Sack, having none of that, takes a peek and is going to tuck right back in behind Ogburn. Is it warm enough out there? It sure doesn't feel it here in our booth for them to need to move over and get a little air inside there.
It probably is a good thing for Bobby. Maybe kind of get the air in there. He can also see the brake markers a little bit. Maybe also make sure that behind them, Stevens and Flanagan aren't going to pop out at all. But that is definitely now to a train of 6. Good job by Ogburn and Sack to be able to lead that train to catch up to Stripling and Turner out in the front.
Well, and let's keep in mind, those ducts aren't just for engine cooling. There's also brake cooling that runs there. And this plays hard on brake. Sack pops to the inside on Ogburn. Ogburn going to try and round him up here. Sack's got the inside move, a touch, and it was enough, and Ogburn able to hold on to that 3rd spot, and Bobby, as a result of that, is going to drop back just a little bit, and it's going to be in the sights of Tyler Stevens in a hurry in that red 105.
Yeah, I've talked to Bobby this week. I've talked to Tyler. I've talked to Liam. All these guys, their strategy is to get in between those front 3, somehow, some way, break them up, and that's what Bobby's doing. He's looking for any opportunity to get in front of Ogburn.
Ogburn absolutely being the perfect wingman for those 2 up front right now. Going quick enough, but just backing everybody up a little bit here. And Bobby has obviously got designs, as you said, on messing with that plan just a little bit here. Oh, and another
That's
big
Stevens.
wide run for Stevens again.
Yeah, so Bobby, let's not forget, is Bobby actually leading Super Tour points? Had a lot of success against these exact same guys all season long. So Bobby, no strangers. They're more catching dirt, trying to make some passes. I think that might be Stevens trying to get around Ogburn. Maybe Bobby.
You bring up a good point about Sack. Here he goes. He gets another good run. This time into Canada corner. He's got enough of a lead. He is going to grab that third spot and doesn't overrun the exit. And that's the important part. When you make one of those passes, it's so easy to then just get a little bit too hot into the turn and carry too much pace. He did it beautifully there. If Sack wins, he wins the super sweep.
Yeah.
And that's, believe it or not, that's tougher to do than win the runoff. So
and remember, those
that
watching
says a
that don't
lot.
follow these all along, Bobby won this class here at this track in 2020. He led the last lap coming out of Canada, and he just walked away up around the Road America Straight to win it. He came back and won it the next year in dominating fashion at Indy. His father was a racer. Bobby grew up at the racetrack since he was just a kid. I mean, everybody knew Don Sack. Don out, cheering his boy on here, and I call him a boy. He's, he's a father. He's no young kid anymore. But I tell you what, growing up at the racetrack has given him some extra little bit of skill that's hard to acquire.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of announcing Don Sack for many years in the Trans Am Championship back in the day, and then he created his own team, American Revolution Racing. The Sacks have been very involved in this sport for a long time. And that train is growing now because Aerobus and Clay Russell in the 31, the 122 with Caleb Rothel, they are closing up and expanding this drafting pack. Look at the numbers here. Quick look there by Russell Turner, and I think that was more to just defend on Bobby a little bit. He did not want to slow himself down. Ooh, a big, wide run there, costing a couple of spots. I think that may have been Grant Vogel.
May have been if it was the 46. I'm keeping an eye on Morgan, Burkhardt, and John Black. They're at the tail end of this train. Well, now they've moved up that one spot there. Watch these guys continue to work. You got Sandy Satullo also down in that group. Some really seasoned veterans, some great wheelmen down there. They're going to try and keep this pack a long, continuous train and try and pick off one corner at a time. We're not even at the halfway point. Guys like John Black and Morgan Burkhardt, very patient drivers, thinking that they still will have a shot at a podium here.
Yeah, and keep in mind, John Black, I mean, this is his 36th start. He's a four-time gold medalist. Not all in this class. I think he's got one here, and the others are in GT level racing. But nonetheless, tons of experience. Let's go back and take a look here at a moment a little bit farther back in the pack. Ooh. That's turn one for the 45, just having it get sideways up there. That's Tom Burt.
Yeah, it's a big slide. Luckily stayed clear. Look at this Ogburn trying to...
Sack is through.
Yeah, that was a big move there for Sack to get in. Stripling gets shuffled back in this order now. He stays in front of Ogburn, but Bobby really being smart here, knows he's got to break them up. Now Bobby can sit here at this point. He'll try and push Russ along, knowing that two are better than one.
Yeah, and look at Ogburn right now as he's tucked right in behind Stripling going, I got to push you back up there.
Yeah.
But look at Sack. He's having none of this. He is tucked right in. And Russell Turner was second behind Stripling, so you wonder if Stripling made a little bit of a mistake.
So.
And Turner and Sack just scythe through. Ooh.
So that's Tyler Stevens. Then out of him, I think that might be the 31 of Clay Russell popping out behind Stevens on the inside.
Yep. And all of that. Every time you do that, look at that wide run through the corners in the back there. There's the 17 of Black.
With Morgan Burkhardt right behind him. So Bobby Sack, now you might think, okay, Bobby may be looking to go to the lead. Trust me, he is not. The last thing Bobby wants to do right now is to lead, because if he does get around Russ Turner, it's going to put Russ and Stripling and Ogburn back together again.
Exactly.
Bobby knows you can't let that happen. So watch Bobby. He will push. He will push. I would be surprised if he actually makes this move, but then again, Bobby loves racing.
Oh,
look
at this.
Look at this.
He's going for it. Now, does he check up and let him go around the outside? I think he may have done that. But look at this. That gave Stripling an opportunity when Bobby got pinched a little bit there and had to lift, and Stripling looks to the inside. Bobby decides, nope, not going to let you through on this one, and manages to hang on, but just that quick, Russell Turner, a couple of car lengths margin, and gets to breathe for a second.
Yeah, just for barely a second at this point. Bobby is just having all kinds of fun. He's racing at this point. I think he's even saying strategies are boring. I want to race.
Well, you know what? This is one of those classes because of what you're talking about, all the drafting. You got the teammates up front on radios together that play the game incredibly well. I talk a lot about racing being high-speed chess. Never more so maybe in this category.
Oh, these guys, all of them, they're so smart. They spend so much time planning and looking at video and tendencies, and you watch it all playing out here. Of course, at some point, you throw all that out the window and you just get back to racing.
Exactly.
But you have to have all those. Look at this here as Stripling and Ogburn both down the inside trying to make a move on Bobby.
Bobby's going to try and keep it around the outside, does that, and that pinches Stripling just a little bit. And we'll give Bobby the better angle through Billy Mitchell here and see if Stripling has the ability, among other things, to stay around the outside. He did.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised here that both Ogburn and Denny are taking different jabs at Bobby and not trying to just power past him on the straightaway. But it looks like Stripling did get around him, and all they've done is let Russ Turner sort of pull out in front of the whole field. And I tell you, Russ is a very versatile driver. He's the defending champ in FE2. He's been on the podium here in Spec Ford. He races with all these guys. He's kind of the kingpin to the strategy that goes on with him and that team. But look at this. Now Bobby's going to try and pull to the inside of Stripling, while behind them they're trying to start to train up with Tyler Stevens and Ogburn.
Yeah, and Bobby gets that done. Got a great toe. And now squares up at the exit of one for an instant there, thinking maybe he could do something, and quickly jumps back into position here. In the background, you see the number 92, Liam Flanagan, that bright yellow car. There's the 07, Sandy Satullo, who's dropped back just a little bit.
I'm keeping an eye on Morgan Burkhardt. He and John Black are working very well together right now.
Are.
Sitting back there just outside the top 10 as they're trying to make a move now on Peyton Long, Caleb Rothel. We'll keep an eye on them. They're at the back of this continuous train.
Look at these two here that are just way off to a different side here, like they're in their own little race as we get down here.
Tension's amazing.
Yes, it really is. It's thick, isn't it, here?
And it's all started once somebody was able to break up the front three. Bobby really did throw it in there and made sure we made a race out of this. Let's get this whole team thing out there. Oh, your favorite car.
Yeah, the great color is off over there. Richard Baldwin, once again, in that swirl sucker colored car. Here we go, down through turn 8, heading into the carousel. Look at the size of this pack of cars. I think that takes us all the way back to John Black at 12th. That's how big. Maybe even 13th. I think Vogel has joined after that. Yep, there he is.
Yeah, he had that little bit of a slide earlier where some got around him, but he has not left the train.
Yep.
He's the caboose at this point, which is really tough to hang on to in this field because you don't get anybody in your push draft.
Let's see what happens here. This is the number 22 of Baldwin. Looks like he may have just got a little tap in the back.
Yeah, got a little contact.
Two cars
there.
Spinning. Baldwin just grazes into the barrier there on the outside.
Says hi to our turn 1 cameraman, John Hunter.
Yeah.
Give him a little bit of a wave. Good shot, John.
Nice job, John, covering that one. Yeah, that was great. All right, back to the battle here, working 8 of 13. Lots of race yet to go. Little bit of a break here now by the top 5 cars. I don't think it's going to last long.
It may not at all, but they're all just sort of settling in. Middle part of the race, a couple of corners without some action, but I'm not sure it's going to last long. I think, again, Bobby may be rethinking his moves earlier to pop too early. He may be thinking, let me get back to pushing. Even Stripling maybe to try to push and pull away from Ogburn. Let's see if the front 3 play nice for a lap. Nope.
Here comes Bobby looking to the inside here. And is he going to actually go for it, or is he just trying to make sure that Stripling has no opportunity to get back up there? Denny, though, going to try and stuff it down the inside into turn 3. He's got the car far enough ahead, and Ogburn going to force his way through. This is exactly what they did not want to have happen, and that top 3 executed that to perfection.
That was well done. Watch, though, for Flanagan and for Stevens behind him. Those two buddies, they work out of the same prep shop. They're out of Hallett, the Hallett Students of Speed. They're going to work together here on the straightaway. We'll see if the red and black and the yellow do any kind of pop, or they play conservative behind the battle.
You're going to have Bobby moving out and trying to make the move. Also, maybe a nudge there on Ogburn.
Yeah.
And
I think Bobby's tendency to battle has gotten him shuffled back. He started all this going into 1 by popping, and he ended up being the one that suffered a little bit. I'm not sure he wanted to do that. He may regret that, but he's going to fight back for sure. Don't be surprised even into 8 if he starts pushing Ogburn, certainly by the time they get to Canada.
Yeah, and you know what? Morgan Burkhardt has gone from 20th to 10th.
Yep.
I think he's an early candidate for that Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Great job by Morgan here, and firmly in this pack.
He had a tough qualifying session this week.
We have a full course caution. It's got to be for those 2 cars down in turn 1.
the Flagtronics. I don't quite see yet if that's the case.
Oh, it's down at 11 is where the incident is. We're getting it. All right. And, you know, Brian Schofield dropped way back along with Goffrey. And, oh, there it is. That's the number 29 of Dave Yon. He's a local guy. That's a real shame. Dave Yon, for lots of events here, normally at the sprints, for instance, he drives the pace car, really involved in Milwaukee region here. And that's a real shame to see.
That is. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
But I was going to mention here, Schofield had dropped back by about 8 seconds from John Black. And this caution's going to bring James Goffrey, Caleb Schrader, again, some real experienced drivers back to the back of this. So just a matter of how quickly we can get this cleaned up.
Well, if we get back to green, you know, we talked a little bit about how the front three are battling in front four. So Morgan Burkhart, Sandy Satullo, Grant Vogel at the back with John Black. That group still could move up a bunch. This could be fun to watch.
And that is Chicago region's Glenn Tachi, or Dave Tachi, excuse me, who had a problem and did a nice job of getting off onto the motorcycle chicane here and getting out of the way. And, you know, every time you see somebody have any kind of a problem at the runoffs in the race, to me it guts me because you know how hard they have worked for an entire season to be able to get here, and to have something like that happen is just tough.
Yeah.
So we're going to be at a caution for a little bit here, Larry, so we're going to take one more opportunity to say thank you to the partners that make the SCCA Runoffs in its historic 60th running possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to America's National Park of Speed and the 60th running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs. The run for the gold in Spec Racer Ford 3 has been put on pause just a little bit here. A couple of incidents. We had one down in turn 1 and one at the exit of the kink. And so the Mazda pace car is back out on track. And hopefully they'll be able to get them cleaned up. Again, the Road America EV crew is among the very best. And it's just a matter of, it's all angles, isn't it, Larry? You know, what's damaged? Can you grab the car and tow it? It's fast. If you got to wrecker it, okay. And if you got to flatbed it, it takes a bit. It's just simple.
Hey, I'd love to have that Mazda pace car driver slow down just a little bit. Let's just slow that pace car. Let's give a little more time to these crews.
Look at the fans here. Everybody out there having a good time, enjoying the runoffs here. Great to have you here. You can see it's a lovely fall day here. You can see some color changing in the trees. You've been here for a week now, so you've been
been watching the trees change almost every day. You look out, it gets a little bit more red and bright yellows, and it's just beautiful.
There's the party deck, and then there's people just doing a little grilling. Excited right there because it's lunchtime for as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, fire up the grill.
Yeah.
A couple of brats, I'm sure.
Yeah, good crowd here. They, really, when you have a destination like this, it's really, really impressive. and everybody gets behind it. And this is 26 races, national championship. Level racing, and you and I have talked about this, Larry. It's pure racing. There are some classes here that have a lot of aero and all that, but most of it, it's mechanical grip, the tires, and the suspension on the ground,
it's exactly
and the
what
driver's ability.
This race in particular, you're watching it unfold. No one's out motoring anybody. This is strictly just pure racing at its finest. It's the strategy, the chess match, knowing the partners and the buddies together like Turner and Stripling Ogbar, but knowing that Stevens and Flanagan are also familiar with them. We know Bobby runs with them all the time. They're all good friends, and watching them know those tendencies and play that chess match out is just so much fun.
Yeah, and it's all down to the driver's ability to wheel the car, without any. I used to catch a lot of flack for calling aero false grip, but it is. It's not. It isn't natural. You're sculpting air to be able to make the car have more grip, and I just love it. That's one of the reasons I love that second glory era of Trans Am. Back in the 80s and 90s, because they were monster engine, like GT1 today. Lots of power, not enough tire, and very little aero.
Yeah, you had to drive them.
Man, they were the guys and gals who run at the front of Trans Am, GT1, any class like this, they're pilots, man. They are really good here. So let's see. We are going to start lap 11 of 13. So. Maybe we can get this one going and get 2 laps of green.
I'm hoping, and I'm watching the field. They're optimistic. A lot of them working those tires, get that heat, keep that heat in the tires. The air temp is still, I believe, in the high 60s out there. It's been mildly sunny. There's a couple little clouds kind of rolling in here to kind of keep things a little bit cooler. But they're trying to work everything to keep the heat in the car. Optimistically hoping that we're going to get a bit of maybe a 2-lap shootout here before it's done. And but if it does, it's going to be gloves off. It's going to be just absolutely wild to watch, because you're going to have 50 cars in a train, everyone thinking, I can get 2 spots.
Yeah, and did you note, I was just watching, with the exception of Turner and Stripling, every car in that top 10 group, those front air openings are bent and twisted up. They are bump drafting, pushing, whatever they need to do right now. That's just the name of the game. Aside from it being a brisk 65 degrees, this wind is really stout, and it's supposed to be even windier tomorrow that we're now hearing. So 65 degrees, a big wind, and we got more cloud than blue sky right now. It isn't. There's no rain or anything, but so you don't get the warmth of the sun either. It's chilly out there.
It really is, and for these drivers, it's a headwind going down the front straight, it's a tailwind down the straightaway that they're on right now, and it's just blowing. It's blowing leaves around. We had seen earlier some of the classes, like the A sedan cars, were collecting leaves in their inlets. These guys could also collect debris and things into theirs as well. So, especially if they start dropping tires and bring the debris to the track, sometimes these things are like vacuum cleaners. They pick that stuff up and start actually making them orders a little bit too warm. So they've got to really watch all that. But right now, all they're thinking about is, can I make up a spot? Can I make up 2?
Yeah, and the other thing here, cars that aren't heavily aero dependent, those cars, like going through the carousel right now, where it's a headwind in, a side wind, and a tail out, that you have to adjust your lines, how you're driving, when you have a really stout wind like this. So it's going to be interesting as the rest of the day and the event unfolds here. Did you notice I got to give a little shout out to the 101 of William Hendricks here. He's out of Brighton, Mass, New England region. His Spec Racer is jet black with a white 101 on the nose. Obviously, he was a Shadow Can-Am fan, and it looks good, my friend. Well played. Currently running in 29th.
Well, I'm looking at Flagtronics, and I think the car has been moved that was down past the kink. We still have the car stopped at the motorcycle chicane. I don't think that's an issue. They were even parking safety equipment there over the week.
There he is.
Optimistic. Fingers are crossed.
How about that?
Fingers are crossed. Let's see if we're able to have lights out on the pace car.
There's a little homage right there. Yeah, you got to love it here. And he's got a race going. He's I just looked over at where he was running in that 101. He's 29th, and he started back deep in the 30s.
Yeah.
So he's having a pretty good run, too. So, and that's the thing. You may come to the runoffs and know, all right, I may not have this. The lights are out. Yes, love to hear this. As you may come here and go, I recognize I don't necessarily have the skill set of a Turner, a Stripling, an Ogburn, a Sack, or whatever. But if you if you start and make up 10 places and you're racing as fiercely as these guys are at front, you get out of that car and you can't wipe the grin off your face for that either.
It doesn't matter where you are, top to bottom. There's a battle, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Now, as we go to the restart, remember, teammates are at the front. They're on comms together. Trust me, they're going to go 3, 2, 1, and they're going to because the leader controls in the start zone. There's a start zone here in SCCA Racing that you can see some signs up the hill there on the driver's left. So in this case, it is in fact the leader that dictates once he gets to the start zone. He can go early or late. Watch those two. They'll go 3, 2, 1, and go.
And you know Bobby is going to be aggressive as hell to try and jump up front here. All right. Oh, and again, contact in the back as the field cannot seem to understand the pack up. Though, more fluid down. This really, really sad here. We're seeing, and we get the green, and you can see drivers in the back waving, saying, don't do it. But green we are. So here we go. Down the front straight. It is Turner. It is Stripling. It is Ogburn. You can't even see Sack there. He is so close, trying to make something happen. There's the 51. Lots of damage on the side of that car involved in that, obviously. And that's Simon Gamble. And now that deck pops up, thankfully, to the other side of the track. And here we go. 105, Tyler Stevens sitting in that 5th spot. John Black, he is going to mow down cones. I think that may have been a sound.
Yeah,
and
so.
he got through there cleanly and didn't look like he tore that up too
see
much.
how long we stay green.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion, I'm sure, going on. And you can see Ogburn defending mightily on Sack, trying to protect those two up front. Here we go. Big spin.
That's Vogel.
Vogel going around. He's had an interesting race. He's had a couple of wide runs, back on track, going. He's trying to get it restarted. Now it's stalled.
Remember, these drivers know that if full course comes out, at the moment it comes out, wherever the order is, when they get to that flagger station, that could be the finish. So that's why you saw Ogburn protecting on Sack. That's the 00 stopped over there on that track.
Yeah, turn 14.
And we're full course.
We're full course caution, and that's going to pretty much do it.
So smart for Ogburn to defend, knowing that could happen. This is the finishing order. It's not going back to last lap. It's when the flag comes out at the flag station they first see it. And for Ogburn and Stripling and Russ Turner, they're going to get their swept podium.
So does Russell Turner saw that gold medal, assuming he lasts here through these last couple laps under caution, into thirds? Because they have been working together well.
They have.
And you think about it, all three of them are going to medal. You cut the medals, each medal into thirds, glue them together, and there you have it. Wow. We talk about the game of chess, and they executed it about as well as you can, didn't they?
But you know what? Bobby Sack, hats off to him. He made this such a fun race. Bobby was having no part of this team stuff. Bobby wanted to race quarter to corner. I love the guy. I love his attitude. I love the way he just wants to wheel. He gave it everything to break those guys up and had a yellow come out 3 laps of 4. Maybe he wins this thing. It's just what he was hoping for. And in the end, he'll get a 4th. But
well, he's one of those guys. He can literally pick a car up and just, by the scruff and just throw it around.
But he's been in this class for so long.
Oh, he has.
He's so good at it. But he
Absolutely.
could jump into anything. Any of these guys do. In fact, the front 3,
All
they
right.
do endurance racing.
And just so you know, we're getting a report because of the cars strewn around the track. We might just get a checker this time by. And let's see. Yep, checker is in the starter's hand. So Charles Russell Turner comes through and puts together a second consecutive gold at the runoffs, but 2 different classes. That's impressive enough. Denny Stripling comes through in the 2nd spot, gets that silver medal, and David Ogburn comes through and gets that bronze medal. So great stuff there. They just did it beautifully. Bobby Sack, an incredible drive out there. And again, looking at, as I said, there's that Sunoco Hard Charger Award, and I really think Burkhardt, he went from 20th to 8th.
Yeah,
that might just do it.
That's absolutely huge. But for Russ Turner, to get the win last year in FE2 was big. To get the win here is bigger. He's going to join the likes of the late great Scott Reddick and having won both spec classes in the Enterprises family. That's huge to him, trust me. He wanted this. He knows that the win in FE was big, but he has wanted this one for a long time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so much talent And it's just great to see that play out here for sure. And I wanted to take a look at one of the stats for Russell here. Like I said, this was his 13th start. This is his, he's run in 4 different classes at the runoff, so this might be a 5th. I don't know. Has he raced Spec Racer before? He usually has done
Russ
some other stuff.
Russ has been doing now Spec for a couple of years with these guys. But they also do endurance racing. They do some other series together, both Stripling and Russ. These guys are just fantastic racers. They are so smart, so calculated. They think through every scenario, deserving absolutely of what they've done this week. And remember, this is all set up by how they qualified so well and working well together, which goes back to the practice that they have with each other on how to hook up to get the right drafting and pushing down the straightaways. I said it the other day when I watched them do it. Russ is the kingpin to this. He can be the push car, he can be the tow car, he can be the trailer of the 3. He can do it all, and he's so versatile. And so for him in this race, you watched him pushing Stripling around until Stripling had an issue, and then he was willing to be pushed by Bobby. He was willing to wait for Bobby to make a mistake and trying to make too much happen, and Russ just capitalizes. He's so good.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that lunge before that yellow came out by Ogburn to get back around Bobby, and then his defense to keep Bobby behind him, and then that caution came out. I mean, Ogburn did. I mean, it's kind of that that scenario, isn't it? When you've got 3 racers that are working together like this, the guy in third understands his mission, and that's protect. And Ogburn did that beautifully and cleanly. Well. I never saw him once throw a blatant block or anything. He just defended superbly. And I think Bobby, he might be a little frustrated, but I think Bobby is also going to be, man, those guys played the game. Beautiful.
Yeah, shout out to the youth in this field as well. Looking down this order, Tyler Stevens and Liam Flanagan. These kids are very, very young. Tyler Stevens' his father, Richard Stevens, is in this field. Further back, he's second-gen driver. Liam Flanagan, another young driver out of Oklahoma. You look down at Morgan Burkhart, just a young kid. Sandy Satullo III, his father was very successful. Sandy out here also coming along has been so fast for the last number of years. There's a lot of youth in this group, and I'd love to see that mixed with Russ Turner and Stripling aren't as young as these others. Ogburn's starting to kick to the older side of the field, but it's great to see that behind them there's so much youth in there. It makes it such deep, deep talent.
Yeah, I agree. And the future of the sport and the class, it's in pretty good hands here, to be sure. And there he is. 2 gold medals in a row in 2 different classes, both of them Spec, which tells you how darn fine a pilot this guy is. But Charles Russell Turner is out, and here it comes for him. It is going to be, as I said, that 2nd consecutive medal going around the neck. What a story for Charles Russell Turner. Let's get down to Hayward Wagner.
Getting the Hoosier neckband, another gold for you, Russ. I know you would have liked to have done it under green flag conditions. When did you know that this was over?
As soon as the last double yellow came out. I started celebrating immediately as soon as I saw it's unfortunate for the other racers out there that didn't get to, to race to the end, but I had to feel selfish, man. It's hard earned, it's hard to win here. We have a fabulous team, and the team worked perfect this time.
Obviously, you guys were mixing it up a little bit during the race. There was a lot of action behind you. Did you feel like it was important to lead after the full course caution? Were you okay to push? Where did you want to be?
Well, obviously, I always want to be in the lead here because you never know when the race is going to end. This is a perfect example of it's critical to lead at the right time here. We were comfortable giving up the lead as long as we stayed up front. We knew that as a team, we needed to stay up front to maximize our chances of winning. And fortunately for us, we stayed in the lead the whole time. I did get a big shove by Bobby one time, so I had to go by around Denny. It wasn't planned. It's just one of those, I got to go now kind of thing, where I might create a mess behind me, and it just worked out in the end. Otherwise, it would have been Denny right here instead of me.
Well, congratulations on the gold. Enjoy the victory lap.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Denny.
Hey, Denny. He wants to go talk to him right away. All right, let's run through the provisional top 10 here in this 60th running of the runoffs in SRF3. Charles Russell Turner, 2nd straight medal. Denny Stripling in 2nd. David Ogburn in 3rd. Bobby Sack, a fighting Bobby Sack in 4th. Tyler Stevens in 5th. Liam Flanagan 6th. Caleb Rothell in 7th. Morgan Burkhart from 20th to 8th. And another great performance in that 0-2. 9th, Peyton Long, and completing your top 10, Sandy Zatullo, the 3rd. Let's get right back down to Hayward with our silver and bronze medalists, Denny Stripling and David Ogburn.
Denny, it was a big hug for our winner. You guys worked really, really well together. How was your race?
Hey, it's kind of what we thought. We put on a show, right? The yellow flags are disappointing, but I hope everybody's okay. Looked like there was a fair number of damaged cars. We had a plan. We executed it in qualifying. We had a plan. We executed it today. I can't get a sports car was right or wrong shirt, but I'm going to get a sports car bridesmaid shirt. That's what I decided I'm going to do. Dave ran an unbelievable race with some damage under double yellow. We got hit by some at double yellow, had some tow out, and we were on the radio. He thought he was done. He drove like freaking heroic to hang in there with us. Obviously, Russ, he made the pass when he needed to. I had a shot at him in 5. I was not going to risk putting a bunch of cars in danger, and I stayed behind him. We went double yellow. That's the way the race ends, but it was a phenomenal race.
Congratulations on the silver. Dave, it sounds like you had some contact under full course, and the car just never looked happy again. How hard were you working?
It was the hardest thing I've ever done. So yeah, I'm not sure who I got hit by, but I got hit in the left rear end of the double yellow. And the weird thing is I was full throttle, so it's not like I even checked up. But my steering wheel was about 45 degrees down, and it was all from the limb. You can see the toe out on the left rear, which, as you can imagine, makes the kink especially uncomfortable. So where before I turn in flat and the car is understeering, now I'm oversteering out to the wall every single lap, and I came so close to pulling in because the car felt so broken. I don't know if you see it on the coverage, but I was pulling up in front of them. So the main thing I was worried about is that something was breaking and getting worse, because it felt like I should not be on track on the pace lap or the yellows. But they told me it looked like nothing's moving. So I said, look, I can hang in. Best case, I can hang with you. Worst case, maybe I back the field up and you guys can check out and I'll pull in on this lap. And then I almost pulled in after the first lap, and I wanted to see what it felt like to get bump drafted one time, and my car's wiggling the whole way down the straightaway. And then all of a sudden it was like I kind of got used to it, and in some ways the car turns really well to the right, but way too well. And I just had no idea, if I could hang on like race pace wise. But yeah, no, I know between Denny and Rose, hard to pick. I probably didn't have anything for the two of them, so that's the happiest third place of my life, because I really expected to be watching from my trailer. So.
Well, you promised you'd come talk to me. You made good on that. You might have earned the ultimate rear gunner award for the weekend, protecting your guys up front. We can see the camera, the tow out on the car right here. I don't know if you can get a shot of it, but a huge congratulations to you on the bronze.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. A big thank you to Loopy Tortilla Motorsports for helping me be here. So thank you, Judson.
That's a significant chunk of tow out,
yes,
and you
is.
can only imagine flat chat through the kink, and that thing's trying to swap ends.
Dave's a tire tester for a living. He can drive cars that do weird things, and this has proven the skills he's got to be on the podium with all of that.
And look at the outside edge.
It's
that
been
thing
rubbing.
has just been absolutely scraped clean here.
There's your smoke.
There it is. Now we know exactly what it was. So great story there, to be sure, and what a drive he put in. Let's take a look at some highlights here. And we had them. First off, unfortunately, right there, that 3 cars coming together, and that third one catching all 4 in the air for a second there. It wasn't a hard hit, but it sure elevated them.
Yeah, but the front, a great start. The front just battled so much in this race. And Bobby really shaking it up. I feel bad for these guys. Never even got to see green to start with. But once this restart got going, Bobby said, I'm going to make a game out of this. A lot of excitement down to the field. A lot of drivers just out there really wheeling it all day.
Yep, and here came Bobby Sack after we had heard about that top group of 3 working together. Bobby wanted to get up there and at least split them. He did. Then here comes Denny trying the inside, and then later on, Denny comes down the inside again. And this was a really crucial moment here because it let Ogburn through. And even in that turn, you knew that car was trying to swap direction, and he still went for it. Then the 46 here, Bogle having a little bit of an issue. And then the caution coming out, and that is how it finished. And the 3 coming across having a great run here. I'll tell you, Bobby Sack did everything he possibly could to be the disruptor, and they just had it worked out too well.
They do. The team just had all the strategies. Some days the strategy works, doesn't always, but today for them it worked to perfection.
And as we once again say a huge thank you to Mazda for presenting this broadcast of the 60th historic running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs, there is your champion in Victory Circle here at America's National Park of Speed, the magnificent Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. That wraps up our coverage of the Run to the Gold in Spec Racer Ford 3 for Larry and for Hayward down in the pits. I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for joining us. More runoffs happening, of course. Hope you enjoy it all. We'll see you next time.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
It's lunch at the Runoffs, the 60th anniversary SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. And of course, this is Inside the SCCA presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Big thank you to everybody for joining us today. You know what? I don't mind doing these lunch shows because you and I are here during lunch while the lines are really long.
Right.
At the best food, one of the best food places in all of motorsports.
And I look at it like this is the start of my diet right here.
No, it's not. So we get to talk to you while you're all standing in line at lunch, and then when you all go back to watching racing, then we go get our lunch.
We go eat, yeah.
So I don't mind it. It's all good. It's all good. We've got 5 great races coming up this afternoon. Spec MX-5, F Production, Prototype 2, GT1, and Formula Atlantic. Lots of fantastic action on this Saturday afternoon at the National Park of Speed. By the way, I'm Brian Belansky. He's Greg Ginsburg. If you didn't know, that's fine because you shouldn't know us. People, anyway, we're going to move on.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Exactly. The newest national championship class in the SCCA.
Spec MX-5.
Spec MX-5. It's a really exciting class of cars. Some up-and-coming drivers who are have a real motivation to do well here because there's money on the line. People who are in this class are being looked at by Mazda as potential drivers to go to the shootout and potential sponsor opportunities. So this is a very different dynamic in this class than any other class we have here.
It is, and a younger dynamic. We do have
except
some
for
elder.
Dave Penterick.
No. Oh, you're leaving out Whitfield Greg as well.
I am.
And frankly, I think Michael Borden probably pushing 30-something years old.
Pushing 30 being the old guy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. It is a younger generation of racers. Many of them coming out of karts. Some coming out of Spec Miata. but certainly looking to work their way up the ladder, and many of them and most of them looking to make a name for themselves, not necessarily only in amateur racing, but in pro racing as well. And there are definitely some opportunities here. And again, you have racers, we talked about this at the end of our morning show, racers that are racing for more than just your typical contingencies from certain partners of the SCCA. There's a lot of money on the line as well. And that is a huge motivator. And we've seen that over the course of the year on the Super Tour and different majors races as well. I think that little piece is in the back of the mind of a lot of the racers, and it impacts the way they race as well.
Sure. All right, so let's get right to it. We've got 5 races to talk about in 45 minutes.
All right, let's do it. All right, so in Spec MX5, a bit of a surprise to some, not to most, on the final day of qualifying, where Justin Anaconis, who found himself qualified 18th after the first day of qualifying. He is our current SMX points leader, and if he comes away with the win, he'll win. Well, besides what's on the line for the championship, but also will win the season-long series. Exactly. He jumped 18 positions from day 1 to day 2, put himself on provisional pole. On day number 3, however, Ethan Lampe, who had started off racing with another organization in Spec Miata on the West Coast, Justin Corneliuson, the series manager for SMX, is very high on him. Was giving me a little bit of history about him, and he has been in SMX on the West Coast. Been very, very strong, running in some different majors races. I think we saw him at the Super Tour at Buttonwillow, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I know his first race was at Laguna,
and
he won that race
by like 2.5. And put the car on pole by I think like 2.5 seconds.
It was big.
Yeah, it was huge. So he put the car on pole on the final day of qualifying, eking out that position over Anaconis by about 0.15 of a second. Then we've got Cam Eben, who had a pretty big shunt here at the June Sprints, and on Saturday had to go to a backup car for Sunday. Didn't turn out the way he wanted. He's out of Appleton, Wisconsin. This is his home track, and again, we'll just say that things didn't work out well for him that weekend. Ethan Jacobs also here out of the Wisconsin, representing the Milwaukee region. He's out of Oshkosh in his HRX Slipstream JDH machine. If I were to pick one person to be a dark horse, even though he's qualified on the outside of row number 2, he would be one of them. We've got Cooper Hicks and Marcelo Paniccia, and here is the person to look for, starting 7th on the grid with a qualifying time. Let me see here. His qualifying time was 2:36.4.
Okay.
So less than a second off the pole time. That Lampe set. That is Noah Harmon. Harmon at the June Sprints finished 3rd on Saturday. Finished 2nd on Sunday during the feature race. Matt Novak actually took the win here in the feature race at the June Sprints. And I think that's probably the group that you want to look at. We've got Nico Bratz, Camden Gruber, who I've been watching for a number of years. He's out of the Washington, D.C. region and running the Planet Miata machine. Has numerous track records now on the East Coast. I believe he did pick up one win on the Super Tour. I think it was at NOLA, if I remember correctly. I'll have to go back.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to double check it right now, but I know he had at least one race win. Really good kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. Given how close this field is, we talked during the morning show about some of the racing here that, especially with these larger draft trains, it may be difficult to move up from 10th position. He's going to have to make some big jumps, make them early, I think, to put himself in a position for a podium, but he's definitely capable of it as well.
Yeah, definitely. So let's do this while we have a chance to do it. I talked with Ethan Lampe after his pole-winning session here, and let's hear what he had to say. We've got the pole sitter, the provisional pole sitter for Spec MX5. Welcome, Ethan Lampe. Great lap. Tell us a little bit about it.
Thank you, dude. It was a blast out there, man. I got the perfect draft, set everything up correctly, went out there and put it on pole.
First year in Spec MX5, right?
First year at Spec MX5, first time at a national SCCA event, first time at the runoffs.
Very cool, very cool. Tell us about your first Spec MX5 race. I heard it was pretty good.
My first Spec MX5 race was an SCCA local event at Laguna Seca. My first session out there, set the track record, won both days, broke the track record again, and went on to win the next few locals.
And now you're here at the runoffs on the pole.
Correct.
What do you think the race is going to be like?
It's going to be close, man. Draft is huge. The pack's going to be really close and tight together, so it's going to be about managing your pace and controlling the pack, and we'll see how it goes on Saturday.
There you go. That's Ethan Lampy, your pole sitter in Spec MX5. One other person we should talk about, Michael Borton.
Yes.
He is closely tied to this class.
Indeed he is. So he's starting 13th. He was your 2020 national champion in Touring 4. He's actually racing in the same chassis that he took that national championship in. And he spent the previous 2 years before SMX became a national class as the series coach and instructor that Mazda would assign the scholarship winners to him, and he's been on track with them as well. He knows, I think, probably better than anybody else, the mindset of some of these racers and how they race. So, he's mired back right now in 13th position. I could see him making up some positions, and it would be a heck of a story if he could find his way to a podium and take another national championship here.
This is going to be one of the more exciting classes of the whole week here, folks. It should be fantastic. If you're here, you want to find a good place to watch it. If you're at home, you want to find a good place on the couch to watch it, because Spec MX5 is going to be a barn burner. And that's going to be our first race here coming up right after lunch. Up next is my popcorn race of the day. This is the one I am most looking forward to, and because it's one of those legacy classes that is still really, really strong, and that is F Production. 26 cars plan to take the green flag, and it's always fun to watch these guys.
It is, and this class typically populated by not in some cases the old guard British roadsters and what have you, the larger displacement British roadsters, but for the most part we're seeing more modern machinery in this class, whether it be Mazda Miatas or Acura Integras or Honda Civic Del Sols. Things that are at least from the 90s. And for the past number of years has promoted such close, tight racing here at different races at Road America, but all the championship races I can think of so many that ended within just a couple hundredths of a second or a couple tenths of one another.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get right to it. Qualifying for this was close throughout the week.
It was,
and but it all came down into that final day, right?
It did, and I think, and we'll start off. I think the biggest surprise, Ken Kennard, who's in his Northwest Cable GLOC Jesse Prather Motorsports Acura Integra. He's your reigning national champion. Didn't have the sessions that he wanted. We know that this car, this Acura Integra, third-gen Acura Integra that he's racing, is capable of winning here at Road America. It took a two national championships with Mark Carpenter behind the wheel here. And, and again, we saw Kennard getting his first national championship last year at Virginia International Raceway. He certainly can drive the wheels off the thing, but he is currently mired in 8th position. And that, when we talked about SMX, where you're in the first 4 rows, that may be, a possibility to move up to the front.
Sure.
I think in production, where you don't have all the drafting and cars keep a little bit more of a distance, it might be a little bit more difficult for him. But going to the top of the leaderboard in the Cliff Ira Motorsports Jesse Prather Jesse Prather Motorsports Honda Civic Del Sol is Cliff Ira. Ira is your 2021 national champion. He took that championship in somewhat damp conditions, actually mixed conditions at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but very, very quick car. It is the car that the last 2 years has been quickest in the speed traps at VIR, and for a speed track here where you're looking for top speed on these 3 long straightaways, I think it's the car to have. He turned in a 232, 327 almost 0.6 of a second faster than the next fastest driver, and that was Kevin Ruck. Kevin, who also multi-time national champion with championship wins right here at Road America.
Which session did Cliff put his fast time in?
Cliff put it in on the Wednesday session, middle day. Kevin put down his flyer on the final day of qualifying. He did not make it out for the first day. And as we've seen, Kevin last year was in a position to win a national championship and had the car somewhat, we'll say, fail on him. And he has had, over the past number of years, times where that car cannot, for some reason, cannot make it to the end of a race. And I think that happened to him here in 2020, for example. So hopefully he's got, and that car, that Acura Integra, has got so many years of development behind it. Hopefully he can make it to the end, because I think he's going to be a contender there with Ira.
So we get our pole sitter interviews in impound after the last session of qualifying on Thursday. And I knew Cliff had a good time because he went out for 2 laps and then drove right past the impound back to the paddock, because he didn't have to go to impound. He didn't do anything illegal. But it was I lost my opportunity to interview him. So that's why we don't have him talk to him. But you know you got a good piece when you take 2 laps and you say, I got it, I'm out of here. Yeah. And that's what he did. So.
Moving back and starting on the inside of row number 3, Joe Moser. Yep. We've talked about Joe in STU. We talked about Joe in STL. The car that Joe is running in STU is actually the F-Prod car that he brought out this week. His second-generation Acura Integra that he brought out for the June sprints originally. We had that huge rainfall come down during the production race. The car went off at turn 3 with about 15 other cars and impacted a wall. They had to do a lot of repair on it. Came to the track here this week for practice, and was caught up in an incident not of his own making. The car had to leave the site and see a frame shop to get repair. Came back, and when I said that Joe has had he, for example, I think I said when we were talking about STL that he hadn't had a lot of time to devote to the STL program, and that is because he was getting repairs done to the F-Prod car, which then had to fill in as the STU car as well because he lost an engine in his STU CRX. So he's had a busy week, and to go and put that car on the second row, he said his fastest time on Thursday, the last day of qualifying. Like I said, the car was not ready, was not on site for the Tuesday qualifying, and he was still trying to get it dialed in on Wednesday. So, Moser, a multi-time national champion across many different classes. I think we should definitely be looking for that Acura Integra. Of course, I think that the 2 other Honda products that are starting on the front row, a lot more development time behind them.
It's impressive, though, because anybody who's ever taken a car to the frame shop knows when it comes back, it's never exactly the same as what you took to the frame shop. That doesn't mean it can't be a good race car again, but it means a lot of your data doesn't work anymore. And you got to almost starting from scratch.
Well, luckily, when I saw the car, when it was just after it had come back in from that incident, it had damage in the center rear. So likely
they were just pulling out the back.
Pulling it out.
That helps.
And didn't affect any of the pickup points for the suspension. So he should be in good shape. But he's going to have to contend with the first non-Honda product in the field, and that is, I think, probably the most aggressive driver in the field. Certainly when the track gets damp. But that is Mason Workman and again, common thread here, Jesse Prather Motorsports, Planet Miata, Hoosier Mazda MX-5. And that car is usually very hooked up, but Mason will do what is necessary to get you off of your game.
Sure.
And he's going to be racing with some national champions right in front of him. I don't know if that will work necessarily with them, but if there is anybody to upset the apple cart, definitely Mason Workman looking for his first national championship.
All right, so let's go a little deeper into the field. 26 cars. Any other good stories that we've got that you've come across so far?
I'd like to say yes. No good stories. No good stories whatsoever. Charlie Campbell, who was trying to bump draft us on the track walk in his golf cart earlier this week. Well, I told him that he can't do that. If that's the F-Prod golf cart, he can't do that. If it's his Spec Miata golf cart, then I'd expect it. Turns out he put his Spec Miata up for sale this week. So, so thankfully he didn't get to Larry Lefty McLeod and I on the track walk there. But I would definitely look as Campbell has been in a position to win F-Prod on multiple occasions. I look back to the race that he had with Eric Prill for Prill's final national championship. Campbell can be there. It's just a question of whether he can keep the MX-5 on boil. And go. I mean, the challenge is always going to be, we talked in the morning about, or yesterday morning about B-Spec, and this morning about Touring 4 and horses for courses. I think that when you look at the advantage that the Honda-powered cars have, it is outright power and speed. We talked about how that Del Sol that Ira has is fastest in the speed traps, and whereas the MX-5s and the Miatas, they're more nimble. I don't think that's going to be as much of a factor here, although they can. It may help them coming through the carousel and making the run that they could make a pass coming down in the Canada corner. But for the most part, I think the Honda-powered machines are definitely going to have a leg up here.
All right, that's F Production, folks. It is the second race coming up after lunch. P2 is our next race to talk about. P2, of course, one of the prototype classes. Lots of cars that used to be other cars got pushed into P2, and it's a very interesting class and some real interesting history in this class that we're going to get a chance to talk about. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely, Brian. And, of course, P2 grown out of the split between the old CSR and DSR prototype classes a number of years ago, and has turned into a really neat class to watch as you have nowadays. I think a little bit more homogenization of the different chassis. Back in the old CSR, DSR days, you had a lot of home-built cars made, but now we're talking about low-slung carbon fiber machines for the most part with high-powered, high-strung motorcycle motors in them, and it's turned into a lot of fun here as we've got Bart Wolf, who's going to be who's out of Elkhart Lake. This is right in his backyard.
He better
here.
know this track.
Yeah, he better. He's certainly better in a Ligier chassis, whereas and that's kind of the outlier. Not only the fact that he's in a Ligier, but he also has a lower displacement Honda motor in this car as well. Mike Rupert, who is in a store in the Sunshine Metals machine, and the majority of the field the last couple of years in P2 we see in the store WF1s, typically with a Suzuki motor in them. Much like in Prototype 1, we see the Elan DPO2s normally with the Mazda motors in them. So Mike Rupert going to be starting on the outside of the front row alongside Bart Wolf, and then I think probably not a surprise, but I think he's in a very good place in the Goodyear Summit Racing Gore store WF1, Tim Day Jr. Tim has 2 national championships to his name, and I think he's going to be in a very good place. The majority of our racers set their best laps on the final day of qualifying on Thursday of this week, and they're fairly close. So Wolf's got about 3/10 on the rest of the field, but Mike Rupert and Tim Day in very close proximity. We've got also Greg Guyan, who is in a store this week, also within like a couple hundredths of Tim Day Jr. And interesting to see that that Guyan is now in the store because he had been in a Ligier JS51 prior to that. So we'll see how things play out here. But we've got some interesting stats here, as you maybe some legacy and maybe some history here in the class that we probably should talk about.
Yeah, definitely. Richard Colburn.
Yes.
This is a guy.
He's
been around a bit. He's been around a bit.
Just a little bit.
44 consecutive runoffs appearances. I'm 54. So that means he goes back to 1980.
Right.
Was his first runoffs and he's been here every year since.
And we talk about Mark Webber.
Yeah.
Planning to make and Mark's running 2 classes this year to make this work, so that he hits his 50th race in the National Championship Runoffs next year. He actually has 1 fewer consecutive start.
There you go.
Than Richard Colburn.
There you go.
So that's I think pretty neat. And Colburn had sent me some information earlier in the week.
Racing 57 years. Well, how did he do his first race? This is my favorite little tidbit.
This is the neat thing that he borrowed, in quotes, his wife's Bug-Eye Sprite.
Yeah, and he doesn't put down whether he brought it back in one piece. or not.
No, he doesn't. And Colburn, he did podium his car in the 1994 runoffs. He's run a number of different classes. He's run H production.
Right.
He's obviously in the prototype classes. I think he was also in his CSR car back in the day as well. Right. So he's had his share, and I think he is at this point probably the elder statesman of the field at 81 years young.
Might be the older statesman of the runoffs.
Pretty close. He's been racing for 57 years now.
I'm not sure there's anybody here raced this weekend who's going to be older than Richard Colburn. All right, listen, one other guy, we talked about him already. He's our podium, our pole sitter, Bart Wolf. He's had 6 podium finishes, no wins. So he's at his home track. This would be big for him. I talked to him right after the final qualifying session. Let's hear what he had to say. All right, we're here with P2 provisional pole sitter Bart Wolf. How are you?
Doing great. That was quite an interesting session.
Tell me about it.
Started off really well, and then I think one of our competitors had a barbecue. There's flames going up over the safety truck, so I'm glad he got out and was safe. And SCCA, we kind of had a few short sessions in Q1 and Q2, and they were nice enough to give us 12 minutes. So we got back out there and went after it again.
Yeah, when they went back out, I said to myself, oh, they're going to give him one more hot lap. And then it was like, there's another one, and there's another one. So they really tried to get you guys some time.
Yeah, I really appreciated it because it was tough. It wasn't their fault, but a lot of cars, and everyone's going for it. So
this is one of those situations where you have to thank your competitors from the rest of the day because we got to here on time, you know?
Yes. So they did a great job yesterday, even shortening stuff up and getting it all in.
Yeah. So race day is coming up. What is your thoughts for what's going to happen on race day?
We've been doing a lot of testing since June sprints. We've been here quite a bit, and I think we got a great race setup. Our car is better on long runs, so it actually takes quite a bit of driving in the early laps and then really comes into its own. So I think we're going to be really in good shape.
Awesome. All right, that's Bart Wolf. He is your P2 provisional pole sitter for this year's runoffs. That's your pole sitter right after his pole sitting session. I don't know. Did he say that in the final day or not? I don't remember. But anyway,
all of our top 8 drivers all set their fastest laps on the final day of qualifying.
Right. One of the different cars in this class is a Radical, and you've got some information about that driver.
Yeah, indeed. We said that the majority of the chassis in the P2 field are the store WF1s with the Suzuki power. What we do have is we have Raiden Nickel in a Radical SR3. And Raiden, he is only 17 years old. He tells us he's been racing since he was 5, and I would assume that probably isn't in sports cars.
I'm going to do some math while you're talking.
Please do. That would be that would be 12 years, by the way. And 2-time back-to-back I guess if you do it 2-time, he's back-to-back SARC champion, 2022 SCCA Rookie of the Year, Jim Fitzgerald Award winner. He had been racing Spec Miata for the past number of years, and he had his debut in the Radical Cup Pro Series this year, where he got a podium, and he also set fastest lap in all 3 races that he's run this season. So, it's right now as he's starting, I think, right next to Greg Guyan. And he's going to be, I think, in a very good position starting 5th. Again, one of those stories where, as long as you can, and I think with that Radical, as long as he can push forward a couple positions, maybe on the first 2 laps or so, that car should be in a very good position. It's got a much larger frontal area than your traditional P2 car. Absolutely. It's also got a shorter wheelbase than most of the P2 cars.
So do I.
And stand up and take a bow, Brian. So I think there are going to be some challenges when that car is not running in a spec class, like in the Radical Cup. But he's definitely got a chance there. As his qualifying time, his best time was a 794. No, pardon me, a 709. That's still about 0.4 off of Guyan, starting just ahead of him.
Right.
So, again, he's going to have some pushing to do.
Okay, so the math I could do was the 17 minus 512. The math I wanted to do was he has 45 more years of racing to have been racing as long as Richard Colburn. So that was the math I was doing while you were telling the story.
Life goals, Reed Nickel.
Exactly, life goals. So that's P2. That is our third race after lunch, and we are always looking forward to that one. Next up, Grand Touring 1.
The big boys.
The big boys and the big board, GT1. This is, if you like to feel the... See, I live in California now. The ground rumbles under my feet all of the time.
All the time.
Unfortunately, not for a good reason.
That is correct.
Is true. If you want the ground to rumble under your feet here this weekend, you need to show up for the GT1 race. And I would get down maybe around the end of the main straight, because that's where they're going to be full on, and you will get the full anger.
Honestly, I think setting up at the bleachers at turn 5, as they come through the speed zone, and they're pulling lap times. We saw trap speeds anywhere between 178 and 181 miles an hour, and then they have to slow down for a 45 mile per hour corner. That's racing.
That'll get your heart pumping, and if it doesn't, maybe this is not the sport for you. But GT1, we've got 10 cars here this weekend, and we've got a couple of cars that are going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, indeed. I guess we should start right off the bat with maybe the biggest surprise certainly the biggest surprise to Dave Pinteric and Tony Ave, and that was Dave Rouleau and his Chevy Camaro, who just pulled a pole lap out of his hat.
Out of his tuchus.
Yes. With maybe two minutes remaining on the final day of qualifying. He turned in a 2:02.53. That was almost a half second, almost 0.6 of a second faster than Dave Pinteric had been able to manage throughout the week. And I think the Heartland, Wisconsin driver, again, home court advantage.
Home cooking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but Tony Ave is from Wisconsin originally, too.
That is true.
There's a lot of home cooking there for him as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be that classic Chevy and Ford battle. With Pinteric starting on the outside of the front row. Of course, Pinteric, I believe, I believe a 2-time national champion. I know he got it in 2017. I'm trying to remember if he had pulled another one, but also Trans Am champion as well, as is Tony Ave. Ave being a 2-time national champion in the SCCA and many-time Trans Am champion at the June sprints this year. This is, why I was a little surprised to see Dave Rouleau there. Rouleau definitely in the conversation. At the June sprints, Dave Pinteric won the sprint race, while Adam Romito in his Dodge Challenger took the win in the feature race. But Romito only able to manage 5th fastest here this week in qualifying. And he's got ahead of him, he's got Michael Lewis, of course. We talked about Michael Lewis with some of our other GT classes, sitting right up with so many national championships. And then Tony Ave, who's going to start on the inside of row number 2 in his Ford Mustang.
Right.
And that car, it looked strong, it sounded strong. I think he was maybe more so than Dave Pinteric and Michael Lewis, a little more cognizant of making sure that he put as few minutes or hours on the equipment leading up to the race.
Yeah, that Rouleau lap, I think, is the wait what moment of this whole qualifying.
It came out of nowhere.
Yeah, if lots of guys, most of the people who have the pole this week are folks that you're not surprised that they're there.
No.
Maybe not your number one choice, but you're not surprised they're there. And it's not that Rillo's not a good driver or anything, but it's a car that against a bunch of beasts,
right?
And not the car you would pick to grab the pole on this particular racetrack, being as long as it is and is horsepower driven. So definitely the wait what moment of the week.
All right, so last year, not to bring up bad juju, but last year the GT1 race, because of attrition prior to the race, was actually canceled. We did not have and did not name a 2023 national champion. The two prior years, 2021 and 2022, in some really magical rain racing moments. Tom Herb from Fall Line Motorsports took the national championships. He's not here this weekend, but the reason I mentioned that early race attrition is that we did have earlier this week two racers, Dave Firstand and Dominic Martinelich, who, although they managed to get their cars out for qualifying on the very first day of qualifying on Tuesday, the cars were considerably off the pace. They definitely appeared to be in various states of distress, shall we say. Neither car posted for Wednesday or Thursday qualifying, and we kind of need them there in order to name a national champion, because right now we're at 8 cars in the field.
Right. So we'll see how that plays out as well. Any other storylines before I start paying some bills?
I think we should start paying bills and paying them early.
All right, there we go. We are here. This is Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. They have been with me for 3 years in a row now, and it has been a wonderful partnership. They are huge supporters of the SCCA, and of course, they are now the Spec tire in B-Spec. So really making a commitment to club racing, and I can't thank Jay Chapman and the rest of the team there for everything they've done for us and of course for the SCCA as well. RaceSchool.com is the new presenting sponsor of Inside the SCCA, the full season of our regular podcasts, and can't thank them enough as well. They've got a great school out at Buttonwillow and Willow Springs. Lots of different schools there, right from defensive driving for teens and adults. You can be an adult and go to the defensive driving school, no issue. But I would definitely send your teen if your teen is a new driver. They also have an SCCA licensing school. If you pass that school, you'll walk out with an SCCA license. You head to Buttonwillow for a race. You head to Willow Springs for a race. Heck, you can come here and race if you want to. But that's all those from the good people at RaceSchool.com. They have a really interesting program, by the way, that they do, Greg. They pair up their students with an instructor right from the moment you sign up.
Really?
So they're working with the students in the weeks and months leading up to when they come to school. It's a very interesting situation there. Very cool people, very good school. Ray Esports, the official sim racing league of Inside the SCCA. We love Ray. You've done a lot of stuff with, or we love Stevie Ray. You've done a lot of stuff with Stevie Ray.
Right.
I participate usually in the Weekend Warrior programs that he has. Lots of fun there. Let's see, what else? Solo Performance Specialties. They are I think one of the leading solo parts and equipment and accessories for the solo and autocross community. They're really good people. They follow around most of the SCCA National Tour events. Of course, they're at the Solo Nationals. And Dave and his crew, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of tires, maybe hundreds or thousands of tires they changed at Solo Nationals, but I never saw nothing happening at their trailer. Every time I went by, it was a buzz with activity. Pulling Dave aside to do an interview took work because he was so busy. But so thank you to those folks as well. And then of course Racekeeper as the official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. Lots of Racekeeper cameras here at the runoffs. Lots of Racekeeper stickers, and they give contingency here at the runoffs.
Right.
So thank you to Racekeeper for doing all of that. All right, that is going to do it for our coverage of GT1. That is our 4th race this afternoon. One more race. We're going to talk about the final race of the day, and that is up next. Our final race of the day is, of course, Formula Atlantic. The names and the history of the drivers who have participated in Formula Atlantic over the years. You've got Bobby Rahal, you've got Graham Rahal, you've got Michael Andretti. Just some of the big names came up through this class over the years, and now we've got this as our last race here of the day. 13 drivers are going to plan to take the checkered Well, they do plan to take the checkered flag.
More importantly, they plan on taking the
but they got to take the green flag first.
Exactly. That's easier than taking the checkered.
It is. It is. So let's get started.
Okay. So not a lot of surprises, I think, up at the front of the Formula Atlantic field. Should mention, much like GT1 that we just spoke about a few moments ago, there was no 2023 National Championship race in Formula Atlantic. Alex Mayer in his JDR Ford, which was one of the F1000 machines, was your last named national champion, won his second national championship, with James French taking the win back at Indy in 2021, and Spencer Brockman here in 2020. So I don't think it was much of a surprise. We've got a number of Mazda-powered Swift 016s up at the front of the field.
Sure.
That's kind of what we were expecting. Hans Peter out of Olathe, Kansas, in his Hoosier machine, turned in the fastest lap on the first day of qualifying, turned in a 2:01.560, and that held across all 3 days.
Sure.
He did not come out for qualifying for day 2, and I think he might have felt that, perhaps because we had some cooler temperatures, that it might make sense to come out for the final day. Formula Atlantic was teamed up with Formula Continental for all 3 days of qualifying. So even though there were only 13 cars in the Atlantic field, there was quite a bit more density on track with the other class out there as well. And we found that these racers, they had some challenges of finding some open track in order to set lap times.
Yeah, I found that a lot of the drivers who were in those fields were, for 2 of the 3 days, they were paired with another class.
Right.
They put down the first day and to make sure they had a time, and then if the second day was where they didn't have their alone time, they skipped that day.
Right, exactly.
So,
and we talked about Prototype 2 as well. They were sharing with Prototype 1 through the whole weekend. And I should mention, as long as we're discussing it, Prototype 2 and Prototype 1 didn't get a lot of track time in their qualifying sessions because of on-track incidents, cars breaking down, what have you. And that was actually very much the case for Atlantic and Continental.
Sure.
And so we had Hans Peter taking provisional pole. We then had Dudley Fleck in his Cahill Motorsports Hoosier Mazda-powered Swift. On the final day of qualifying, turn in a flyer 2:01.729, so a little bit less than 0.2 of a second off of what what Hans Peter turned in the first day. And then third fastest driver, it's the Iron Man.
Right.
And no, not Scotty B. White.
The other Iron Man.
The other Iron Man.
We've got to come up with a different name. Like the Terminator. I mean, we got to come up.
Terminator, but
we don't.
GT Man, I guess.
That's right.
Tony Ave, who was racing in 3 different GT classes in Touring 1, as well as Formula Atlantic, and the maiden North Carolina driver, again in one of those Mazda-powered Swifts. He set his fastest lap on the first day of qualifying, a 2:02.427, so almost a full second off of our pole sitter. And so I think that tells you a lot about where the rest of the field is when the person starting on the inside of the front row is almost a full second off of the pole. It's a little, I think, probably concerning for him, but certainly a lot of other drivers as well. John McAleer, who has been, over the last number of years, putting in a lot of time in his Prototype 1 Elan DPO2. He is in his Moto Nomadics Omnivore Venture machine, so I'm always thinking about meat now when I talk about him. He was our sole racer in the entire field to set a fast lap on Tuesday, or probably on Wednesday, on the second day of qualifying. He turned in a 2:03.3. So, again, we're talking now, the person starting 4th is 0.9 off of what the person starting 3rd is. And I think what we're going to see here is the field probably very early on start to spread out.
Yeah, Absolutely, absolutely. And once they spread out, it's just trying to get yourself to the finish line. And frankly, some of these cars are a little bit older, and that could be problematic for some of them.
It certainly could. James French, who is our 2021 national champion, in a different chassis. He is in. No, I take that back. He's in the same Toyota-powered Ralt.
Right.
So I think what you would consider to be a traditional Formula Atlantic car. And again, starting in 5th position, he's out of Sheboygan. This is his hometown. This is his home track. And he qualified with a 203.580, so he was another 2/10 off of McAleer. And again, owing to, I think I'm hoping to see a true race. I'm afraid what we're going to see is a procession.
Well, that's going to do it for our coverage here during today's lunchtime show. We're going to be back again tomorrow to do it again. And we've got a lot of stuff coming at you tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, we've got 8 more races tomorrow. That is the most fun. In the morning, F600, E-Production, Formula V, GT2. Which one is your popcorn race for the morning?
Always Formula V.
Formula V for you. I think for me as well. I love those cars. I really do.
And at this track with these long straights, I expect somewhere along the lines of 700 to 800 lead changes. It should be good.
It could be. Afternoon, FE2, Touring 3, GT3, and P1. Which one is your popcorn race for the afternoon?
Touring 3, I think 1, and which was the GT race that we have? GT3, possibly GT3 as well.
FE2 for me, you know, I'm a wings and things kind of guy. And those cars, because it's a spec class, always running close together. So it'll be really fun to watch those cars tomorrow. Also, tomorrow we're gonna talk about the
SCCA Workers of the Year.
SCCA Workers of the Year. Those awards are given out on Friday night.
On Friday evening.
And we will have by Sunday we'll have all of the bios, so we know a little bit more about those those people and all of the great things that they do. And we will spend a little bit of time on our shows on our noon show it might even be the morning show. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Probably whatever. On Sunday, tune into both shows because there's going to be fun stuff. And one of those shows.
Hey, maybe we'll repeat the segment on both.
Or maybe we'll talk about half of them on one show and half of them on the other show. Because there's 6, 8?
Many,
who do we appreciate?
Yes.
There's many.
I think 6.
There's many. So
you are definitely an idea man.
I am an idea man, and I'm doing it live. I'm coming up with ideas on the fly, or semi-live, anyway. So yeah, that's all good. Again, thank you to everyone. While I've got just a few more seconds, we got a minute to kill here. Paul Morrison. He is one of the tech guys. It was his team that helped me coordinate all of the interviews yesterday, or on poll day, I should say, for getting all the pole sitters. And because not all of them were supposed to go to impound. So the ones that weren't, we had a system where we quickly told them.
If you got an extra fuel check that you weren't anticipating.
No, nobody who got pulled in for us had any kind of teching done on their cars. But his team was really helpful yesterday to be able to get those drivers in so that we could get these interviews and bring them to you. Greg Ginsburg, Brian Belansky, Inside the SCCA, brought to you by Goodyear Racing Tires.
welcome to a beautiful but windy Road America as we are getting ready for the afternoon card of racing on the second day, Hagerty race day here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. My name's John Phippen. Alongside me is Larry McLeod, and down trackside is Hayward Wagner.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We are on the Spec MX-5 grid here at Road America. You got some hardship cars firing up right now. These guys are just getting the 5-minute warning. This is a new class for SCCA road racing. It's been a part of this. There's been a challenge series for a couple of years, but this is the first year that they will race for a national championship. And as often the case with these classes, a whole bunch of youngsters in this field. One interesting story is Runoffs veteran Greg Amee is the driver coach for Spec MX-5, so he's here on the grid talking to the drivers, helping everybody get ready, making sure that headspace is right. These guys did have some incidents in qualifying, but a lot of conversations since then about running clean. These guys are looking forward to a good race.
Thanks, Hayward. Exactly right. Half of this field are making their first runoff starts. We have a total of 24 cars on the starting grid, and like I say, 12 of them making their first runoff start. Thanks to Mazda for not only bringing us this class, but also sponsoring this broadcast. Larry McLeod, look at the track map and take us around for this one.
Yeah, big, it's fast, it's long, it's gorgeous. So the long front straightaway will lead us down to turn 1 with these aggressive young drivers. Look for 4 wide going into there. They'll hopefully gather it, maybe go 3 wide through turn 3. Maybe they'll go back to 4 wide by the time they come up and over the back straight down into turn 5, where it will be action-packed in turn 5. It's one of the best passing zones out here. They'll come up the hill through the famous Corvette Bridge, make that left-hander at 6, a very treacherous left-hander. There'll be cars sliding across track, down through 7 to the hurry downs, down into turn 8, that little left-hand 90-degree. That'll lead them through that long carousel, out of the carousel, around the famous kink, and then we'll go down through the bottom of the track all the way to Canada. Canada corner down there at 12, another great passing zone. Could be 2 and 3 wide, especially on the last lap. They'll start climbing back up again, come around the famous Bill Mitchell bend where the old bridge used to be. They'll make that left-hander there and set up for the final corner 14, where they'll probably still be 2 wide and setting up for another run on the front straight.
Yeah, exactly. It just wonders how long it's going to take them to get a little less than 2 wide. We'll see how that works out. Before we send the cars out on their parade lap and introduce these to you, let's take a moment to thank the partners that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Good look at our pole sitter, Ethan Lampy, as the field is beginning to fire up and getting ready to head out. Again, a brand new class, first time this year. We had a preview of it at VIR last year. A couple races didn't count for a championship. It gave us kind of a flavor of what this is going to be all about, and we're in for some exciting stuff. This is basically the NC Miata, which is the 3rd generation Miata, so it's 1 generation more contemporary than the NAs and the NBs that run in Spec Miata.
Yeah, these things, that's exactly it. There's a lot of RX-8 as well under the chassis of these cars, very similar between those two platforms. These things are very durable on the track. It's a great platform for what's now becoming kind of the next level after a Spec Miata with all of these third gens out there available.
Let's introduce the starters to you. On the pole, as we mentioned, Ethan Lampe out of the San Francisco region. He is one of the 12 rookies in the field. Also, the man who is eligible for a super sweep and Sports Cars pick to win it all is Justin Atakanis in car number 18. He'll start second out of New England region. Also, he won the Hawk Breakthrough Performer, making the biggest improvement between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying. He gets a free set of Hawk brake pads. Cam Eben will start third, local driver from Appleton, Wisconsin, in the number 55 in the Milwaukee region. Next to him, Ethan Jacobs, currently second in the points coming into this round in the 199 out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin in the Milwaukee region. He is also one of Sports Cars' picks to finish on the podium. Another rookie is Cooper Hicks in the 86, excuse me, from the Cal Club. Right alongside him in row 3, another rookie is car number 6. That's Marcello Paniccia, I believe it is, from the New York region. In row 4, car number 11 is Matthew Novak from the Chicago region. The 77 of Nico Bratz from Milwaukee. Then the 111 of Noah Harmon, who finished second in the Spec Miata race just yesterday. He's from the Central Florida region. He's also picked by Sports Car to finish on the box. Camden Gruber next in the order in the number 24. He's currently third in the driver standings through the 20th round of this championship. He's from the Washington, D.C. region. Another rookie is Camden Hibbett in the number 32 from the Ohio Valley region. Then Jason Fichter, part of a brother-sister duo in this field. He's from Jupiter, Florida, in the Florida region. Jason won the Sunoco 260 award on Tuesday for his qualifying time closest to .260. Michael Borden, the 2020 T4 national champion in the 42 car, starts 13th. Then 3 rookies in a row. The 26 is Michael Tinnis from the New York region. The 115 is Will Robinson, danger, from the Atlanta region. The number 13 is Chase McIntyre from the Ohio region. Austin Hill from my home region, the Ohio Valley region, starts 17th. And then 3 more rookies. Ayrton Grimm in the number 21, also from the OVR. Harbor Doss, who races with us in the F4 championship. Harbor from Solon, Ohio, and racing out of the Atlanta region. And Will Lucas in the number 134 from Dahlonega, Georgia, also from the Atlanta region. Then we've got a veteran in the field. A 15-time runoff starter, also running in GT1 this weekend, David Pinterick in the number 57. David out of the Mahoning Valley region. He is a 2-time champion, most recently in 2017 in GT1. Then our last rookie in the field is in 22nd starting position. That's car 5, Adrian Comstock out of the Cal Club. And then 2 more drivers, and one of them a veteran. That's Winfield Gregg in the number 17 out of the New York region. He has 23 runoff starts. He's also competing in Super Touring Light this weekend. And shotgun on the field is Jillian Fichter. She's the sister of Jason Fichter in the number 12 in the Florida region. And Jillian did not turn a time in qualifying, but she has been given permission to start if she elects to do so. You get an idea of the wind, and we've gotten a weather warning here that's gone out to the crews. It's going to be even windier tomorrow. And so, they've been letting people know, be sure your easy ups and your canopies are well buttoned down, because overnight and into the day tomorrow, this wind is going to pick up even more.
Batten down those hatches, and, we'll teach those hatches. If we have to, we'll batten them down again.
Yep. The wind has changed direction just a little bit. Earlier in the day, it was blowing directly, basically south to north, so it was right in the driver's teeth as they make the climb up the hill on this long front straightaway. It's now switched a little bit, and it's coming more from the west, so there'll be a crosswind for these drivers on the front straightaway for sure, and I'm sure it's going to change as this weather pattern does work its way through. There are some clouds in the sky, but at the moment there is no threat of rain per se. I'm not a weatherman, nor do I play one on TV. So if it makes a liar out of me, you didn't hear it here.
A little bit of tire scrubbing, try to get a little bit of heat in these tires. They respond quickly. Expect this first lap to be a bit of a barn burner, a lot of aggression, a lot of youth, some karting experience. If you ever watched go-kart races, that we may see a little bit of that strategy here playing out. This is going to be a lot of fun throughout this whole field.
Argy-bargy is the word of the day as the leaders begin to form up 2 by 2. Our Mazda safety car peels off into the pit lane. They begin the climb up the very steep hill here out of turn 14 as we get ready to kick off the first ever National Championship race for Spec MX-5. SMX is how it is abbreviated. We keep one eye on the starter, one eye on the field as they begin to accelerate, and there's the green. Pretty good jump from our pole sitter, Ethan Lampy, as he's got about a car length advantage as the field, just as anticipated, spreading out 4 wide down the front straightaway. Lampy's got a drafting partner right behind him. I believe that is
the 55
of Cam Evan, yeah, right behind him. As everybody makes it through turn 1 safely. That's a good way to start this.
Contact.
2 and 3 wide down into turn 3, just as you predicted.
Yeah, I think Anacondas and Jacobs may have had a little bit of contact there behind the front leaders. Evan, good jump there at the start to stick right behind Ethan Lampy and get that good draft going into 1. So the 2 of them, maybe they'll work together, but then again, there's a lot on the line with these kids. This is the finale of basically a series. They're using the Super Tour Point Series as part of the overall Mazda contingency payout. So really great opportunity for all of these drivers.
Beginning to form up single file now as they make their way down into turn number 5 as the top 5 begin to break away. Still some great side-by-side racing just outside of our top 5 as they climb the hill under the Corvette Bridge and into the very tricky turn number 6. Great racing here. You get a good shot of the 115 of Will Robinson from the Atlanta region working his way through that 6th turn. But it is still our pole sitter, Ethan Lampy, at the front. Right behind him, Cam Ebbett. Justin Anacondas there in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, watch them as they come around here. A couple different lines coming on the carousel. You can see right there the 11 and the 86, Cooper Hicks and Matthew Novak. Novak up in the 7th spot on the start. Looks like he's up into about the 5th spot here. Good jump there for him.
Couple cars dropping a wheel off at the exit of the carousel turn, which kicks off a pretty big dust cloud.
2 wide to the kink.
Oh, your fingers crossed. As a couple cars got all the way out to the dirt at the exit of the track out at the kink, but everybody has made it so far, and they're single file coming into Canada. So everybody's got the message that it's time to line up and do a little drafting here, as we got a couple cars going wide at the exit of turn 12, the Canada corner.
Yeah, Ethan and Cam, the top 2, working very well together at the start. You don't see anybody popping out, nobody really trying to make any aggressive moves, so good there. The movement all seems to be back just outside, the back of the top 10 or just into the next 10 is where a lot of aggression is happening right
now. The Snake begins to climb its way up the hill as these drivers snuggling up against the pit wall, as that's sort of the customary drafting position. I think getting a little side draft from the pit wall.
They gotta be careful. The stewards have given lots of warnings. They've given penalties throughout this season about trying to weave and snake. That is not allowed. SCCA rules. You cannot snake to break the draft. It's considered a block, so they've got to be real careful with that.
86 coming under some pressure. That's Cooper Hicks from Matthew Novak just behind him as Novak trying to make that pass stick. That's the battle for 4th position. There goes Novak down to the inside. Still side by side with Cooper Hicks. And right behind the 199 of Ethan Jacobs. Jacobs, one of the picks to be on the box here at the end of the day.
Watching that train on the right side of the track trying to push past the one car who's out all by himself on the left side. The train's going to have an advantage coming underneath the cheese bridge here down into 5.
As you can see, our leader, Ethan Lampy, being a little defensive, but then he falls back into the regular racing line. But Justin Anacondas, the pole sitter now, right on the tail of Cam Ebbett, as those 3 have broken away just a bit from the Hicks-Novak battle, which continues to the top of the hill. And then side by side, the 111 of Noah Harmon. Again, he's already been on the box with a medal finish in Spec Miata earlier this weekend.
That'll certainly boost his confidence coming into the SMX race here a day later. Look at this, we can move here for the top 10.
Noah Harmon going side by side, a little touch with the 86 of Cooper Hicks as they work their way through the carousel turn. You can actually hear the tire squeal as these cars.
That's Marcelo there in the flat out motorsports entry in that blue and orange on the back there of the 86 of Cooper Hicks.
Everybody a little more judicious on the exit of the carousel turn, not picking up quite as much dust as we saw on that first lap. But single file, the order of the day through this portion of the racetrack. as the top three still showing the legs on the rest of the field.
Yeah, the maturity, the discipline of these front three to just stay in line, the trust that these other guys have on Lampy to sort of hold things in order. Atacanis is just fine sitting in the third spot for as long as he needs because it'll help keep the others at bay. But behind them, is it Novak there? That's Ethan Jacobs or Matt Novak that are going to have to really work to catch the front three. And the front three are really playing nice. They're going to be tough to catch.
That's the 199 of Ethan Jacobs right there in that fourth spot, with Novak just behind him as they climb the hill. But again, these top three know what they're doing. They are locked together in a draft. They're going to try to get as much distance between themselves and the chasing pack, realizing that 3 is better than 1 by far.
Yeah, they are showing how. Oh, we're going to have
comes Atacanis, dives to the inside, going for second spot, and makes the pass.
Haven't let him go. Didn't really fight him for it. Realize what's at play here. That's fine.
It's way early. We're only working lap 3, so lots of racing left to go. These guys can run single file all day long. Keep themselves out of the clutches of the 199 of Ethan Jacobs.
I'm sure Jacobs is sitting back to say, come on, guys, a little more fighting, just a little bit here. We're going to get a good look at Atacanis here, making this move on Eben, going under brakes.
Eben followed the leader, Ethan Lampy, in single file, and Atacanis decided he wants to be in the middle of that sandwich at the moment. As the top 3 continue their drafting duel, with that fourth place runner, Ethan Jacobs, doing a great job at fourth spot as he's pulled away just a bit from Matthew Novak. So he's kind of on his own right now. Looks like he would love to make that a 4-way battle up at the front.
He's getting close. He's a lot closer than he was when they came across start finish. Look at that now. He's almost there as the third placer of Cam Evans now sort of in a way kind of acting as a bridge. Look at that, we're up to 5 now, and I think we're going to go full course yellow.
We are indeed. No word yet on the reason for the full course yellow, but we've got yellow flags all around the track, and the field immediately slowing down as a safety car will pull out.
I think there's a car at the exit of 1 just before they go down the hill towards 3 that may be the cause for this.
There's a safety car staged right there at the kink, and yeah, we can see there's a car just behind that safety vehicle. It looks like a pretty good hit.
I think that might be David Petarik, who had an issue earlier in this week in his Spec MX-5. He may be the car involved in this one as well. I don't see him going past the next timing stripe, but I think that might be the 5.7.
He was in 19th when he crossed start finish as the field slows down behind the safety car. The Mazda safety car, we should say.
And that looks like the driver
there
walking.
Driver's out. That's great news, because the metal behind looks a little mangled, so it looks like he made a pretty good contact with that barrier. And it's a pretty classic spin there at turn 1.
Yes, the camera pans back. You see this is that Arians Bridge there in between turns 1 and 3 as they crest the hill. Maybe we'll get a bit of a replay. You'll see he's going to be coming into the shot. He'll be the red car at the back. You can see him.
Yep, tail end got away. That's pretty much all on his own.
Oh, he noses into a lot of tires there on track right, so they're able to absorb some of that energy. As we saw him walking himself into the track vehicle there. So a little bit of cleanup.
Big hit for David Petarik, but good to see that he got out of the car under his own power. But this is going to require a tilt bed, which is just now passing our commentary position here on the front straightaway. So it's going to take just a minute or 2 to get that car winched up onto the tilt bed. So let's do a quick rundown. It is Ethan Lampy as your leader, Cam Eben in second, the second place qualifier Justin Atacanis in third, who at the moment at least holds the fast lap of the race, Ethan Jacobs in fourth, Matthew Novak in fifth as they crossed the line last time. Noah Harmon finishing second in Spec Miata earlier this weekend in sixth. Michael Borden has moved up into 7th spot. Cooper Hicks now in 8th. Marcello Paniccia in the number 6 has dropped back to 9th. And Nico Bratz rounding out the top 10 as we are working race lap number 4.
Going back to Petarik for a second, he needs to get himself into his other race car. He'll be here in GT1. Remember, he actually won the GT1 class at Indy the first time we were there in 2017. So that guy's used to going very fast. He's got to shake this off. get the medical clearance that he needs, and we'll see if that comes through. Optimistic at least see him walk to the vehicle. But yeah, he's got to get ready. That race is coming up in a couple of hours this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly right. So that he is running 2 classes here this weekend, and GT1 being the other one. While we're in this full course yellow, let's take a moment to break and thank some of the fine folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Fun with cars, it's what the SCCA is all about, and we're having fun with cars here at beautiful Road America, America's National Park of Speed, as we are under our first full course caution. And that was for a single car incident there at turn number 1 involving veteran David Piterick, but David is okay and out of the car as the safety crew's going to work to get that cleared. We have 2 cars that did not complete the first lap. Jillian Fichter apparently did not take the start in the number 12 car. Camden Gruber crossed the timeline but did not complete the first lap in the number 24. So he may have had to retire for a problem. So we still have 21 cars still running. Whitfield Gregg in that 21st position right now.
Yeah, pretty exciting. A lot of discipline at the front there for those first couple laps between Ethan Lampy, Justin Adaconis, and Cam Eben. They recognized the situation. Behind them, you saw Novak make a good little run there, got by a few people, but some of that fighting and things may have actually caused him to drop back. Now that the field's been reset, I wonder if Novak's going to continue that aggression and try to make his way through Ethan Jacobs and maybe into that top 3.
Yeah, exactly. And also Michael Borden and Cooper Hicks both making up a couple spots just before the yellow came out, up to 7th and 8th respectively. Borden in the 42, Hicks in the 86. So working their way forward. Borden started 13th, already up to 7th. So he's going to be one to watch. He's currently 4th in the points and has a win already in the championship so far this season.
Yeah, I remember Borden actually won the T4 class here at Road America a couple of years ago. So he's almost at this point one of the veterans in this field.
Yeah.
So a lot of wisdom there, a lot of experience.
Safety car still with the lights on, so we're going to go around at least one more lap as the cleanup work continuing there at the exit of turn number 1. We addressed it, but let's talk just a little bit more about these race cars. This car is much closer to the Pro Spec MX-5 Challenge car in that it's an NC. Obviously, it doesn't have the open cockpit and all the other accoutrements in the Spec MX-5 car, but this car in the this car, like I say, a generation newer than the two cars that run in Spec Miata. I'm sorry,
yeah,
my
it
brain
used to be
is-
the 2006 through 2014 or 15. That's the
Thereabouts,
generation here we're talking about. We call it NC here, the third gen Mazda Miatas. Very different chassis than what you see in Spec Miata with the NAs and NBs, as they call them. The first and second gens are kind of one continuous generation. There are
Right.
some minor differences. When they jump to this platform, is a little bit bigger, a little beefier. You could almost fit a set of golf clubs in the trunk, which you couldn't in both the first two generations.
Right.
It's an important thing for a lot of Miata owners. But this one a little bit bigger. What that means also is they're really kind of a beefier chassis for doing exactly these kind of things. As successful as Spec Miata's been, as well as those cars in lots of other classes, we've seen them in STL and others, this generation really is a little bit better built for doing track things. And it's been a great platform here for Spec MX-5. And I think it's been great. These drivers seem to really enjoy it. These kids use this platform to really demonstrate how hard these cars can be raced and continue.
Exactly right. And it does have a little bigger motor. It's got a 2-liter motor in it, so they make a little more horsepower than the first two generations, which were either 1.6 or 1.8. So, obviously it's just an evolution. The evolution continues, of course, as Miata has continued to develop this car, but the NCs definitely going to be the face of the future, because I think Mazda realized that the NAs and the NBs are not exactly thick on the ground, and so pieces, parts, and whatever to mount a Spec Miata campaign getting a little harder to come by, and so they looked into the future and said, how can we keep this going? And so Spec MX-5 Challenge was birthed basically as an opportunity to get a generation more contemporary car and a little easier to outfit and take racing. So.
Yeah, it's really been a great fit for what we're doing out here. I love watching this. I'm watching some of the drivers out here on track. We just had a good shot of turn 5. Some of them being very gentle coming around 5. Others are thinking, I need to get some heat in the tires. Maybe we're going to go green. So they're sliding the car around through 5. Lights are still on the safety car. So far, no plans yet to come in that we know of. We'll wait and see. But you watched a little bit of tire working going on there for Justin Adacondas in the second spot. But your leader, your original pole sitter, Ethan Lampy, cool as can be. He's not moving that car around. He's happy maybe where the tire temps are, or maybe he's waiting to see the lights go out before he builds them back up again.
Exactly. Adacondas and Eben running second and third. There's Austin Hill in the number 8 near the back of the pack, which is kind of uncharacteristic. We'd expect to see Austin a little further up front, so perhaps he's had his share of adventures already in this young race.
Another thing to mention about these cars in particular is we've got this Club Spec Miata that's SCCA has brought into this year. Great for time trials, great for solo, and it's very similar package. Third gen Miata, standard bolt-ons. A lot of the parts are actually similar to what they offer on this package, and that's been wildly successful as well. Really great to see that. Talk about a great time attack car. Is just throw one of these things around a racetrack. It's just an absolute glory. I have a 4th gen myself that I've done some time trial with, but these 3rd gens are they're kind of the easy button. They're a ton of fun, and it's super great to have a competitive race series out there of 3rd gen Miatas.
And the lights are out on the safety car. That's exactly what we want to see. So those drivers who have been weaving a bit to get temperature into the tires, prescient perhaps, getting some word from their crews perhaps that it looks like we're ready to go green, and we are doing just that. So the Mazda safety car bringing the field out of Canada corner. They'll begin to line up here single file. This will be a single file restart, of course, as is the case. We are working race lap 5, so we'll be concluding 5 as they get the green flag.
We've had some issues on restarts with drivers at the back getting over anxious. Let's see if the back of this field can maybe just wait until they see the flag. In this case, the restart is controlled by, in fact, the leader of the race. There is a start zone they've got to get to. Let's see if that leader goes as soon as they reach that, or what the back of the field can do.
Cam Eben laying back just a little bit from Justin Adacondas, but now begins to snuggle up at the top 2. Definitely Ethan Lampy and Justin Adacondas together as they crest the hill. Everybody stays single file. They can't pop.
Oh, no!
And talk about commentator's curse, Lefty. That's exactly what happened. But I think everybody's going to be able to continue here.
I did not see the flag wave. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, the green did not flag. We're still yellow. So that all happened just as the starter was getting ready to hoist the green flag, but he did not display it. And at least one car has pulled off. 2, now 3 cars have pulled off onto the grass And Larry, you are a soothsayer, my friend.
Man.
Yeah, no.
We had seen this a couple of times. I was hoping perhaps the difficulty here at Road America is that it's such a long run from 14 to the starter stand. It's all uphill. If you're at the back of the train, you almost can't see over the crest of the hill to know if there's anything out in front of you. And I think we had seen some of those cars stop there. I don't have car numbers on them yet.
77 was the one that pulled away. That's Nico Bratz.
Yeah, see if I can get the timing stripe to tell me who that'll be in a second here. But
yeah, this was the issue right here, as the 77 of Bratz got nailed from the rear. And then once that car got sideways, there was no place for any of these other cars to go. And off into the grass they went. So
we'll have to wait and see who that is.
Yeah, no numbers on the back of these cars, so I can't give you car numbers.
Well,
those
I can tell you who hasn't crossed the next timing stripe is Will Robinson and Cooper Hicks.
Yep.
And Nico Bratz, the 77 you mentioned. So this could be Will Robinson and Cooper Hicks, the 86, which is possibly the red car with the black roof.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yeah, Will Robinson in the 115.
So another full course yellow and another opportunity for us to thank our partners. So we'll take a break. We'll be back with you after this.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to Road America as we are in our second full course yellow. As we were just ending the first full course yellow, which was brought out with David Pinterick having a single car spin at turn one. Once that car was recovered, we were just coming back to green, and as the field was all packed up coming to the green flag, the accordion unfortunately took place and knocked out three of our cars, Will Robinson, Cooper Hicks, and we believe the 77 of Nico Bratz, although Nico was able to drive away and has continued. I'll see if he's going to be able to catch up to the back of the field. At the moment, it's still Whitfield Gregg as the last car in the group. But they've dispatched a wrecker to the front straightaway to pick up at least one of the cars that was so damaged that they can't do a flat tow to get it quickly out of harm's way. So we're going to go around one more time behind the safety car. I think it's safe to assume that time will determine this race rather than number of laps, as we are already past the halfway point with 16 minutes still remaining, and we are only working race lap number 6.
Well, we're going to be doing, hopefully, again, going back to green. This time, I hope the field has kind of learned their lesson a little bit, maybe leave just a little bit more room. You can see there the cleanup going on down on driver's left. Just out of our, I couldn't quite see it through the windows here. But they've got, obviously, you can see there on the shot, quite a few trucks down there going to drag those cars out of there. Hopefully just get them to the pit out across. We can get going again here pretty quick. The crews here at Road America are fantastic. They are so fast to respond, moving things out of the way, getting tracks cleaned up.
And you can see the track cut right there. It'll be a pretty quick recovery if they are able to get the cars up on the hook. But if they have to wait for a flatbed, then that'll take a little bit longer to get the car loaded before they can get it done.
We've seen in these classes, this and Spec Miata, sometimes on the restarts, if they're well enough coordinated, you'll see a group of cars essentially nose to tail, 8 cars deep, and they're all slightly on the throttle waiting for the leader to release pedal, and then they all just go. In this case, it looks like some are doing a little bit of an abrupt stop, and I'm wondering if the start zone is just a little bit later than where they're maybe comfortable being. Let's hope that everybody just takes an extra breath and then goes. My opinion is if you leave a little bit of gap on a restart, perhaps the draft is going to pull you as you build speed anyway. Let's see if they do try something like that. All these drivers, I'm sure, are on comms with spotters and things to tell them when it's time to go. Let's hope they listen to their spotters.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, we saw Cam Eben laying back just a little bit from the front two, who are already locked up bumper to bumper as they were coming up the hill. Yeah. And as we said, it's complicated by the fact that there's that steep uphill climb before you can even see the starter stand. So there is that impetus for the drivers to think, oh, I got to go, even though I can't see the flags. So
yeah. You mentioned earlier, too, this class has a class ambassador working with them, kind of somebody between them, an advocate for drivers, but as well as an advocate for stewards. It's Greg and me, very experienced racer, really a great guy. If you ever get to a racetrack where he's at, he's always friendly. We'll talk to just about anybody. He even talks to me. But he's obviously going to be having talks with all the drivers in this group about these things to build on this going forward. He's also the ambassador for the Spec Miata group. Two classes that are just so tight, so strenuous sometimes. It's good to have someone like an ambassador. I love the program. I think it's something that maybe we ought to start working on other classes having this as well. It's going to make Greg's night pretty long having to have these discussions, but in the long run, I think it's good for club racing.
Yeah, exactly right. Normally, these guys have a couple races on the course of a weekend. Here at the National Championship Runoffs, it's winner take all. You've got one shot. You've got 13 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first, to get the job done. And so it's a learning experience in my announcing career. I also work with the F4 US Championship drivers, which are youngsters as young as 15, making their first foray. Many of them were coming right out of go-karts into open wheel racing, and we have the same issues. Our race director, Scott Goodyear, is their ambassador, if you will, and he preaches to them about, hey, this isn't a go-kart. You can't drive it the same way, and in an open wheel car, it's even more, insistent that they have a good deal of situational awareness, know where you are, know where the four corners of your car is at all times, and give your competitors respect and racing room. And bump drafting is something you don't see in open wheel competition, obviously. So these drivers can learn some of those same lessons as they
did the lights just go out? Did I see the lights go off on our safety car? Has it just disappeared from that shot?
Let us see. Yes, they have. So we're getting ready to go one more time. We've got 12 minutes left to go.
All right, deep breath.
So not enough time to get all 7 remaining laps in.
Deep breath, edge of my chair.
Yep, absolutely. And we're not going to say anything about the restart. Commentators curse only works once. Yeah.
Boy, the weather has been great. The wind.
The wind has been windy, and the clouds are above, but not threatening any rain right at the moment. It's cool. The temperature is only 68 degrees right now.
I think it's 58 inside of our broadcast booth.
Exactly. Our
right
broadcast
now.
booth, the air conditioning is working overtime.
Beautiful, crisp fall
we
day
are all
here.
bundled up in here. So, as safety car, thank you again to Mazda for providing the pace cars. Makes its way into the pit lane. Okay, guys, everybody mind your P's and Q's. Let's get this one back underway, as we now have 18 cars in the line. As they climb the hill, fingers crossed. Starter's taking her time. One driver pops out before the green, and there's the green. So far, so good. Collective breath being held in the commentator's booth here as everybody heads down. Atikonis thinks about diving to the inside, but High, Wide, and Handsome around the outside. The 55 of Cam Eben as he goes side by side with Ethan Jacobs.
And a bumper flying off of somebody there in the middle of that pack. A really loose rear fascia, maybe from the prior restart.
Yeah, kind of might have been caught up in some of that as the 199 has indeed moved up. Ethan Jacobs up into third now. Cam Eben is coming under attack as he's got a challenge from Matthew Novak, who was right there along with him, and Noah Harmon in the 111, who we've already talked about, finishing second in Spec Miata earlier this weekend. Ethan Lampe being a little defensive now. He doesn't want anybody to get down to his inside. And here comes side by side Ethan Jacobs side by side with Adakonis as they all go wide.
That divot.
Man, a big jump for Jacobs' car. Right behind him now is Novak as Noah Harmon gets shuffled back one more spot as they work their way out of 6. Again, a little more agricultural racing here as these drivers going wide at the exit of turn 6.
Told you these chassis are durable.
Yeah, no kidding. 3 wide and hurry downs down into turn 8. Everybody gets through safely. Right now, Lampe and Adakonis showing the way at the front.
It says we're working 8 of 13. There's about 9.5 minutes to go. Don't know that they can do, there are 5.5 laps, but it's going to be close. Probably going to end up being maybe 3 or 4 laps. These drivers are going to know that.
Top 2 breaking away just a little bit from the third place battle with Jacobs and Novak. Cam Eben shuffled back to the middle of that pack. Noah Harmon there, Michael Borden, Harbor Doss making a good run. Harbor Doss started back in 19th position, already up to 8th. A couple drivers going really wide at the exit of Canada Corner. And that shuffles them into 2 wide formation as they come up out of Thunder Valley. As Jacobs and Novak nose to tail, and then on the inside of them is Cam Eben.
They left 111 and Noah Harmon right up in that little foursome as well.
Exactly right. Meanwhile, the front 2 doing exactly what they should do, which is lock together and try to get away.
They're going to try, and at this point as well, we're underneath that clock time, only about 9 minutes to go, 8.5 to go. Any other yellow comes out could end this thing early. So if you think you got a chance to win, you got to get your nose out. But look at this 3 wide coming down the straightaway.
Fingers crossed. Looks like Ethan Jacobs going to hang on to that spot, but he goes really, really wide at the exit of turn 1. And now a bid for the lead as Adakonis dives down to the inside of Ethan Lampe and makes it happen. So Adakonis takes over the top spot. Remember, he will win the super sweep if he's able to make this win stick.
Look at Paniccia there in the number 6 as well, is making his way through this pack between he and I think it might have been the 111 of Noah Harmon. Both of them progressing pretty quickly through this group, but we got a battle for the lead again.
Lampe battling right back as he drafts by Adakonis in the run down to turn 5. So Lampe back into the lead now.
This time it's Adakonis going wide at the exit of 5. As done, that might have been Eben in the 55. I couldn't tell which car that was.
Lampe right out to the edge of the track, but no more. Oh, and somebody gets shunted off into the grass at the exit of 6. Down the hill they come, and behind them it's the 199. I think that is Cam Eben now, up into 4th.
Maybe Ethan Jacobs right there as well in the 199. And maybe Noah Harmon in the 111 behind him. And then behind them, I think it's Paniccia who hit the restart. I think it was back in 9th. He moved up to 7th. He's in that blue with the orange livery there. He may have moved himself up to about 5th right now.
Cam, I think, was the car that got pushed off into the grass. He went all the way to the back of that second draft. He's looking for a way around. As the leaders working their way through Kettle Bottoms, the run down toward Canada Corner.
Tires field. Yeah, Spec Toyo is working hard.
Lampe and Adakonis in a 2-car battle at the front. Let's see if Adakonis has got designs on diving down to the inside here at turn 14. He's showing the nose, but not quite. He is right there. In fact, he drops a little tire in the dirt on driver's right at the entrance to turn 14. And it is the 199 and the 111 of Jacobs and Harmon just behind. And so we've got 2x2 for the top 4 positions.
Smart racing for Lampy and Atacanas to stick together here. Remember, on the back straight, they popped out and tried some things. But here on the front straight, knowing that it's another twosome behind them, they're trying to just pull as we're under 6 minutes to go, which is probably about 3 laps instead of the 4 that are still remaining. 3.5 to the board. We may only get 2.5. Let's see how long that clock runs.
Noah Harmon just set fast lap of the race from 4th position. So he's certainly going to be one to watch.
You know what? That second pair may have actually made up some ground between Ethan Jacobs, Noah Harmon, keeping up with Lampy and Atacanas. We could have a 4-way fight for 3 podium positions very quickly.
Exactly. Marcelo Paniccia, again, a great job, up to 5th. Michael Borden right behind him, as once again Atacanas shows the nose down into turn 5. He's going to try to get the over-under happening here, but he's a little bit too wide at the exit of 5 to make that happen.
Good job for Lampy to hold that position there and not allow Atacanas to do a little bit of an up and under.
Ethan Jacobs breaking away from Noah Harmon just a little bit as they snake their way through turn 7. So Jacobs now making it pretty much a 3-car battle at the front. Although Harmon's great on the brakes. Closes right back up again.
See how good of an exit he's able to get from that, because they'll come around the carousel and down towards the kink. And if that 4-way pack stays together, knowing that this race at any time, anything comes out kinetic, they're going to want to always try to get to the front. I wouldn't be surprised if Atacanas pops on Lampy before they get to Canada Corner.
Through the kink they come. Right out to the edge of the track.
Lampy got a good run out through the carousel. He's able to open up a couple of car lengths in Atacanas, and that's got to be helping him defend.
Yeah, Atacanas is too far back. Even a bonsai move wouldn't work that far back. Bouncing over the exit curbs there at the exit of Canada. Through Thunder Valley and the Billy Mitchell Bend. Atacanas thinking about it again down into 14.
We're definitely a 4-way run now. It's no more 2s. This is just a 4-way fight for the win and for 2 other podium spots. These 4 are pushing hard. Everybody else led by Paniccia back there, but they're probably about 3 seconds back before you get to the Paniccia, Borden, Grimm, and Eben battle.
The 42 of Michael Borden, Paniccia right in front of him. Now Borden pops out, and he's going to try to go around Paniccia. And gets that pass completed even before they get to the braking zone for turn 1. So Borden up to 5th now. In Paniccia with Cam Eben right behind him. Cam's in recovery mode. Remember, he got shuffled all the way to the back of this group of cars, and now he's working his way forward once again. There's Cam right on the back of the 6 of Marcelo Paniccia.
There's the 13 of Chase McIntyre as well, currently up into that 9th spot. Having a pretty good run today.
Will Lucas going around Cam Hibbett, or Jason Fichter, excuse me, to move up into 11th spot. As we may have a car off in the gravel trap here at the exit of 3.
It's a lot of dust.
A lot of dust.
The wind blowing it this way. Once it gets up into the wind, the wind's heading straight down that back straight. Look at this fight here. Little defensive moves.
That's Cam Eben trying to make something happen.
Paniccia, a good line there to stay into that line and not try to make the move up in front of him on Borden.
Borden, Paniccia, and Eben in this second train. As Noah Harmon dropping off the back of the lead quartet just about a car length. And that may be to give him some options as well. So we've got 2 draft packs here. And down the inside is the 11 of Matthew Novak, also in recovery mode. He was up in the thick of that lead battle earlier on, working his way back forward now. Just behind him, the 21 of Ayrton Grimm. As Grimm has lost 2 spots now, as both Eben and Chase McIntyre, Matthew Novak, excuse me, have gotten around him. Here's the second draft.
Yep, that little pack right now. Michael Borden trying to lead that second pack. Up in the front, though, I think I saw Ethan Jacobs made his way around Justin Atacanas for the 2nd spot. So now it's Lampy leading Jacobs, and then Atacanas and Harmon.
Harmon now getting side by side with Atacanas. Feeling empowered perhaps with his 2nd place finish in Spec Miata earlier in the weekend. Still side by side. Give each other room, gentlemen.
It's going to help the front too, because we are now down to a minute left on the clock. We're going to be watching the starter stand just in case.
Might be a white flag this time by. As we can see the starter out the window here is our commentary position overlooking the tire rack bridge. And that is the white flag. 1 lap to go. So this one's going to be 1 lap, 2 laps short of the full distance because of the 2 yellow flags. So last opportunity. Ethan Lampe and Ethan Jacobs, a pair of Ethans at the front. Lampe being a little defensive. That's going to cost him some exit speed at turn 1. Jacobs.
Jacobs, I thought was going to pressure, decided to stay in behind. He may be thinking if he can wait. The problem by waiting is the 2 behind him are actually also playing nice, and they just caught up a little bit. So that little bit of pop out to Jacobs, it slowed down Lampe and may have made this back into a 4-car. For a minute, it looked like it was just going to be 2 for the lead and 2 for the third, but not now. Now it's going to be all 4. This is going to be amazing, these last couple of corners. It's going to get aggressive. It's going to get multi-wide. Don't blink.
Indeed. Lampe guarding that inside line. Jacobs thinks about popping, but falls back in single file. Meanwhile, Atticonis and Harmon getting closer and closer. They go right out to the edge. Another bit of rodeo racing for Ethan Jacobs as he jumps over the exit curbing. The second draft with Borden, Paniccia, Eben, and Novak continues.
Yeah, that battle for 5th is just as good as the battle for the lead.
Anyway, back to the lead battle. Lampe at the front, Jacobs in second. Atticonis all over the back of Ethan Jacobs, but he goes wide, opening the door for Noah Harmon to go side by side into the carousel. Harmon with the wider line. He's got a bigger distance to traverse.
Yeah, I'd much rather be on the inside there. I would not want to be on the outside. It makes your exit very difficult. And that's exactly what Harmon has to do, is back off, get in behind. But now they're a couple car lengths back. It's a one-on-one. Ethan Jacobs trying to keep up with Lampe. Can Jacobs get a run through the kink?
Lampe started on the pole. Can he make it a flag-to-flag finish? As the 6 of Marcelo Paniccia in the lead of that second group. Here comes Harmon trying to go around the outside of Justin Atticonis. Oh, Harmon gets a little squirrely as he tried to pinch the exit to get alongside as they headed into Thunder Valley. The battle is on for the lead. The battle is on for third. But at the moment, Ethan Lampe and Ethan Jacobs look to be destined to finish in that order. But this run uphill with these equal spec cars often leads to side-by-side finishes. Can Jacobs pop at the last minute? I don't think he's got enough momentum. Ethan Lampe's going to take it. Jacobs in second. Atticonis holds on for third. Noah Harmon across the line in fourth. And look at this battle coming to the line. 3 abreast as Michael Borden held on for that 5th place. Paniccia finishing in 6th. Cam Eben 7th. No, I take that back. Matthew Novak in 7th. Cam Eben back to 8th with Chase McIntyre getting around Ayrton Grimm on the final lap to be the last car in the top 10. Camden Hibbett across the line in 11th. Will Lucas finishing in the 12th spot.
Yeah, that was some great stuff. Really well-calculated racing, that front 4. Just chess move after chess move, trying to find opportunities. But Ethan Lampe took everybody's hits and just kept going, was able to defend, was able to just run fast. He didn't run away from anybody, but he made it very difficult to even get alongside him in the brake zone. You got to hand it to Ethan Lampe. What a spectacular race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Atticonis challenged him at one point, and it looked like Lampe was going to have to perhaps give up that lead, but he got it right back and led it pretty much from flag to flag, as he was in the lead as every time across the timing straight, even though he and Atticonis swapped it during the course of a lap later in the race.
Yeah, just brilliant stuff. And unfortunate the first restart, we had the issues, but the rest of this race was just fantastic. The moves going on, watching Borden, bit of the veteran, fighting it out with Noah Harmon, with Paniccia and Novak. Harmon, what a great week he's had there. Second in Spec Miata yesterday, just misses a podium here in SMX. He's had a really spectacular week there for Noah. Just a great battle. Cam Eben was fighting for the top 3 at one point, had a little bit of wide. Next thing you know, he's in that fight with Chase McIntyre. It just looked like a lot of fun up and down.
Noah Harmon started 9th and made his way all the way up to 4th, so that's a great finish for him. Same story for Michael Borden. He started back in 13th in row 7. Comes home in the top 5. Venezia pretty much where he started 6th, finished 6th. Matthew Novak also making up a little ground.
Yeah, Grimm starting this thing back in 18th, coming up into the top 10. That's potential hard charger there.
Yeah, no question about it. Will Lucas also with a good run. He started back in 20th, finished in 12th spot.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, you betcha.
Well, this will be fun. Be fun to watch this podium, watch these kids come up. And again, a lot of these kids, they're trying to make pro careers. So, which also means you got to be able to, work on your interviews. You got to be able to work on the partners and sponsors.
Right.
And it's got to see how they are here in front of our expert interview here and see how they respond. But what a great race.
Yeah.
This is just so much fun.
Nicely done. Yeah. Congratulations to all three of them. It would have been fun to see it go the full distance, but we ended up a couple laps short because we ran out of time because of those 2 full course yellows. As the field the top 3 being ushered into their podium position. No, don't turn there. No. Ethan Lampe doesn't know where to go.
He's going to Victory Circle.
He's going to Victory Circle, but, which he will be there eventually, but...
We saw a driver do that yesterday. In fact, we saw an 8-time gold medalist do that yesterday. So I'm not going to hold this against Ethan or anybody else that's a bit younger. It does happen when you got one person kind of pointing you where to go. You go, hey, I'm going to Victory Circle. Nope, they're going to bring him back because he gets to go make one more lap.
Yeah, he's got a victory lap to do. So absolutely. Yeah, he's getting some encouragement from the crew.
There's Ethan Jacobs, our second place finisher.
Here comes our winner. He finally gets himself into the right position.
Our man on the ground doing it all today.
Hayward directing traffic in addition to conducting the interviews. As you can see, the gold medal standing by there as the podium crew getting ready to serve the honors on our winner. Ethan Lampe started on the pole.
A lot of stuff to disconnect. All the comm cords and, of course, the Hans and everything else to get himself out of there. He doesn't need to get out. He can stay in the car. We'll get to do that victory lap, at least get the helmet off so we can see the smiling face after getting victory here.
Got to get the glasses off, the balaclava. He looks like he's a tired camper. As we'll get the gold medal on him and the hat. And now it's time for Hayward Wagner to interview our winner, Ethan Lampe.
Ethan, I'm sure you and your race strategist planned for every eventuality in this race. Did you think it was going to go like that?
I expected a yellow at some point, but I didn't expect it to be for that long. I just tried my best to stay up front as much as I could, and it paid off. I'm at a loss for words.
The last restart, you seemed to get away a little bit, but you were definitely in a scrap right there till the end.
Yeah, it was tough. I knew I didn't have enough pace with all the wind to pull away, so I just tried my best to stay in the lead the entire time and blocked when I needed to, held off the people I needed to at the right time, and we got the win.
Well, you are a runoffs champion. You get to take one more lap here at Road America. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Obviously, a very happy winner, Ethan Lampe. If
Not
you could
gonna
read
translate
lips,
what he
I know what he
just
said. I mean, he's getting some congratulations from Greg Ami, I believe. That's it. That's who's ducking in
so,
there.
Yeah.
So anyway,
that class ambassador, he's a part of this. He really is.
Yeah,
he gets to know all the drivers, and that's just great.
Yeah, great to see. Great to see. Here's our top 10 rundown. Again, unofficially, Ethan Lampe, your winner by just over a tenth of a second to Ethan Jacobs. Justin Atakanas finishing in third spot. Noah Harmon, a well-deserved drive into fourth. Michael Borden taking fifth. Marcelo Paniccia finishing in the sixth spot. Matthew Novak, Cam Eben, Chase McIntyre, and Ayrton Grimm, a good run from the back, rounding out the top 10 unofficially. Let's head right back down to Hayward as he has got our second and third place finishers, Ethan Jacobs and Justin Atakanas.
Ethan, I feel like I can just see it on your face. I think you're happy to be here, but not the spot you most wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I started out the race a little bit far back, but I mean, halfway through, I started gaining that front pack, and with the white flag, I was able to make that one pass for second place. And yeah, I stayed at second place, but I'm overall really happy with how the race went, and I'm happy to come home with the second place for Mazda Motorsports. I definitely wouldn't have been able to do it without them.
Well, big congratulations to you on the silver.
Say again?
Congratulations to you on the silver.
Thank you, sir.
And we got our bronze finisher right here, Justin. You were in the lead battle, out of the lead battle, back to the lead battle, and came back third. How's it feel to be on the podium?
Oh, it feels great. No, definitely at a race with this much prestige to it. It's a great feeling. You know, it's just a testament to the team. The team worked so hard to get us here all year, and we worked hard all year to be in this position and Super Tour champion, I believe. So that's a good feeling.
A lot of youngsters in this class. You mentioned the prestige of this. What does the runoffs mean to this group of drivers?
Oh, you know, it means a lot. You know, definitely. You think SCCA, you think the runoffs. It's just, you know, the one race everybody wants to win, no matter how you do all year. It's just everyone gives 110% in this race, and just to be up front on this one it's a great feeling.
Well, congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you.
Get a chance to review the race here as we've got some highlights. There's the original start.
Get used to seeing Ethan Lampy out in front, all these highlights, because he was able to stay there. But behind him, there you see Adaconda's making the move early on. That was Cam Eben that he was fighting with. And then we had this at that first restart. And it just was frustrating. And certainly for the front guys, I'm sure it was frustrating having to kind of wait for another couple of laps here.
Exactly. Best news, of course, all the drivers away. And here is Adaconda's taking the lead briefly after the second restart.
Lasted about one straightaway.
Yeah.
Here's the other end of that same straightaway.
Ethan Lampy just came right back down the inside. And, didn't even have to do a braking maneuver. He just got the job done. And Adaconda's had his hands full with Noah Harmon in the closing stages. Harmon trying to go around the outside at the carousel turn, but it was not to be as the checkered flag flew for Ethan Lampy, Ethan Jacobs, Justin Adaconda, and Noah Harmon, your top four. Well, that's going to do it for the inaugural running of the SMX class, Spec MX-5, here at the 60th edition of the Runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda for being the presenting sponsor of this broadcast. I'm John Phippen on behalf of Lefty McLeod and Hayward Wagner. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome to a beautiful fall day here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed, for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. I'm John Phippen, so glad to be with you. Tom O'Gorman next to me in the commentary booth. Let's head down to the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner on pit lane.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's a bit blustery here at Road America this afternoon for F Production. Obviously, this is one of the races everybody wants to tune in for, everybody wants to watch. This has produced some great racing over the last couple years, and we've got 3 cars at the front that are conceptually similar, but some real differences. On pole, again, Cliff Ira. Cliff has kind of cracked the formula here. This Del Sol came from Honda with a 1.6 liter to the B16. That lets him run a little bit lighter than the rest of the class because he's a 1.6 liter weights in F Production based upon displacement. The 2 cars behind him, Kevin Ruck and Joe Moser, both driving Integras. Ruck has been a perennial bridesmaid in this class for several years. He does have championships here, but has had a tough run the last couple of events. This car with the 1.8 liter runs a little bit heavier than the Del Sol. And then behind that, Joe Moser. Here's what's interesting about Ruck, though. He's building his own engine. Joe Moser with King Motorsports, they build their own stuff, but that is a business that builds race motors. At the front, you've got Ira with a Jesse Prather racing engine, but Kevin Ruck is kind of that old school privateer approach, builds his own car, builds his own engine. He's qualified second.
Tomo, I had a discussion with Kevin Ruck at Mid-Ohio, and he was really concerned. He's had a very, very difficult weekend, so we'll talk a little bit more about that. But first, let's take our fans around this beautiful 4-mile, 14-turn facility.
And we've got some cool cars coming up. F Production always has so much excitement, but we do have that difference in the Honda-powered front-wheel drive, the Mazdas, bringing up that second half of the top 10, really. But the Hondas are going to stretch their legs typically here in that first sector down into turn 1, and then obviously the downhill run into turns 3 and 5. Heavy braking zones, and then long straightaways. So you're doing log speed adjustments with those brakes. Then we get into this handling section, we'll call it. Turns 5 through 11 are really, really where you need the car to be handling well. And these cars are not allowed to alter the aerodynamics too much as far as big wings, diffusers, splitters, things like that. So they got to get it all mechanical grip through the carousel into the kink before another long straightaway, another braking zone into turn 12, obviously Canada corner, then up through Billy Mitchell Bend at turn 13, and then the uphill run from turn 14 back to the start-finish line, as you see in the background, a massive hill to climb.
Indeed. This is a beautiful facility and a little more overcast than it's been so far this weekend. Don't know if that's going to create a factor, but let's take a quick break before we send the cars out on their formation lap and thank the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to the championship run for F Production. Let's introduce the 26 cars on the starting grid. 3-time Tire Rack pole winner Cliff Ira on the pole once again in the number 36 out of the Kentucky region, the Kansas City region, excuse me, in his Del Sol. Right behind him, 2-time national champion Kevin Ruck in the number 73 from the Ohio Valley region in Integra. Joe Moser, we've seen this weekend in the number 64 out of the Detroit region, a 5-time champion in his Acura Integra. Mason Workman in the number 52 from the Ohio Valley region in his Miata, picked to be on the box by Sports Car Magazine. David Strickmatter, another Ohio driver from the Ohio region in the number 28, also an Acura Integra. Then we've got a whole string of Mazdas. Bill Hingston in the number 08 out of the Colorado region in a Miata. Charlie Campbell in the 89 from the, I always have to look this up, Misery Bay region. There we go, in his Miata. Then we got the Integra of Ken Kennard in the number 51 from the Atlanta region. Car 47, David Bednars from the Detroit region in a Miata. Doug Weaver in the 03 just behind him and from the Detroit region, also in a Miata. Stephen Powers in the 145 from the Arizona region in a Miata. Steven Simons in the number 63 from Houston in a Miata. Eric Greisinger, a rookie making his first runoff start in the number 69 from the Chicago region in a Miata. Then we have the Honda CRX of Thomas Gatos, another rookie in the 118. He's from the Ohio region. Yet another rookie in the 2 is Bill Verdian from the Milwaukee region in a Miata. Mark Webber trying to extend his championship starting string. He has got 67 starts in runoffs competition, the most of any driver, and he's also racing in E-Production later in the weekend. Mark Webber in the 25 out of the St. Louis region. He, by the way, was the winner of the Hawk Break through Performer Award for making the biggest improvement between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying. Gerald Lamb starts 17th in the number 42 from the Milwaukee region in a Miata. The final rookie in the field starts 18th. That's Wiley Timbrook in the 02 out of the Colorado region in a Miata. Michael Froh in the 72 from Milwaukee in the Miata. Paul Jensen in the 188 from the Continental Divide region in a Miata. Then we've got Mike Nat from the Milwaukee region in car number 74 in an MG Midget. Then William Storms in the 112 from the Northwest region in another Civic Del Sol. James Samaras is in car number 95 from the Milwaukee region in a Miata. Joseph Borsch in the number 17 from the New England region in a Miata. Robert Keller in the 29 from the Chicago region in a Volvo P1800. And bringing up the rear of the field, car number 4, Larry Funk from the Ohio region in his Honda CRX SI. So a really diverse group of cars. Obviously, the Hondas at the front, a whole gaggle of Miatas, a Volvo, and an MG Midget thrown in for spice.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that 1968 Volvo P1800. It's very, very cool. I think it might be the second to last car in the line here. But back towards the front, that Civic Del Sol, keep a very close eye on it. Cliff Ira tends to be a very conservative starter. It wouldn't be surprised to see Kevin Ruck or Joe Moser or one of the Miatas, starting with Mason Workman, who's just been on a tear, to try to maybe put him on the back foot a little bit. It happened last year at VIR, and that's how he ended up finishing second, not first.
Exactly. Cliff Ira, a two-time champion over the course of his runoffs career. He's got 9 runoff starts, 2 wins, a total of 7 medals. He most recently won at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in this class in 2021. Kevin Ruck, also a 2-time champion, but he has not won since Daytona in 2015. As I was starting to say before we went to the break, I talked to Kevin at Mid-Ohio near the end of the season, and he was really sweating getting the car even qualified for the runoffs. He's been chasing an electrical gremlin in the car all year long. It would jump out of time, and he's like rebuilt the motor like 3 times over the course of the season. But he thinks he's gotten it solved, and he's been on the pace here this weekend, qualifying outside the front row. That's him in that sort of copper-colored Integra on the inside. Cliff Ira in the open cockpit Del Sol alongside. And there's the green flag. Ira getting a good jump. Joe Bozier going with it.
Yeah, not a great start for Kevin Ruck. He's going to fall in line over on the right to make sure that more cars don't go up the inside. David Strittmatter with a good start in the yellow Integra. So we've got three Integras line astern. Ooh, and Moser's going to go to the outside. That's that aggression we were talking about.
Joe Bozier has raced this car earlier because the CRX that he normally would run in STU blew up, and he had to run this car in STU, and it was really not up to the task.
No, side-by-side for the lead, but Strittmatter forcing the issue on Bill Hingston as well. Mason Workman gets shuffled back in a little bit of a slide at the mid-corner, I think, for the 52. So Strittmatter takes it to the floor, to the top 4. All Hondas up there.
And you were just saying, Tomo, about Cliff Ira not necessarily being a rabbit starter, and that's the case here, as he has got 2 cars getting by him. Kevin Ruck making it 3 wide in the run down the hill. Ira goes from the lead to 3rd at the end of this first lap.
And here comes Workman down the inside of Hingston to take that position back. He's now the top Miata. And take a look also for Ken Kennard. That's another one of those Integras. He's buried in the back, but will have some pace. Not happy with his qualifying pace, but he knows he's got more in that car. Obviously a defending champion in this class.
0-3 moved his way up. Doug Weaver all the way up into the top 10. So great run for him. As we see our leader now, Joe Mosier, heading down the hill with Kevin Ruck right behind him. And Mason Workman all over David Strittmatter now. Workman wants to get forward just as quickly as possible.
In theory, this is the sector where the Miatas will come alive just a little bit until maybe towards the second half of the carousel at least, where the front-wheel drive cars start to get that elevation to help that front end to stick just a little bit better. These cars using racing slicks. They have multiple compounds to choose from, mostly running the Hoosier or Goodyear brand of tires in a various compound, of course. But Joe Mosier goes to the front with that extra data that he collected, having run his car in a different class when that car's engine failed. He has a lot of extra seat time and a lot of extra development time, where in the runoffs you typically wouldn't have those extra 3 or 4 sessions, and it's paying off for him so far.
Pair of Integras at the front. Here comes Workman once again on Strittmatter. This time, they almost touch. Strittmatter stays wide and gets the job done. Workman coming under pressure from Bill Hingston right behind him.
That was tight. Strittmatter left plenty of room for Workman, but Workman wanted to keep the momentum, and they barely avoided each other. Now look at Charlie Campbell getting himself up there from a couple of positions back. That's the white Miata. Oh, and a big contact for Bill Hingston. Gets caught out by, I think, David Bednarz, and he's going to get trucked in the gravel.
He's pounding on the steering wheel, realizing that he's stuck. I don't think there's any significant damage to the car, as we've got side-by-side racing. We're still green here, and I think Kevin Ruck has got a nose ahead.
He sure does, and it's likely a full course yellow eventually if that car of Hingston is stuck in the gravel. Heartbreak for Hingston. He's 2 years in a row of big incidents on the first lap of these races. Ruck to the point. Mosier trying to get a little bit racy, but goes conservative as he sees Cliff Ira has a lot going on. Maybe don't attack him just yet.
Exactly. Ira working his way back forward after coming across the line in third, or getting shuffled back to third in the course of that first lap. And that's where he is right now as well. But he gets a much tidier line coming off of turn 3 as they head under the Sargento Bridge. Ira and Joe Mosier side by side in the run down the hill. But Kevin Ruck trying to get away here and break this long dry spell. He's been in the medals many, many times, but it's been since 2015 since he's had a gold medal around his neck.
And this is looking very familiar to last year. Kevin Ruck was able to leap out at VIR, and then unfortunately the car just started falling off, and he slowly fell back and ended up not taking the win last year. But so far he's getting that breakaway that he got last year as well. We saw Joe Mosier kind of pick his moment. He got around the outside of Cliff Ira, who now has to deal with David Strittmatter as well. Mason Workman and Charlie Campbell. Let's throw David Bednarz in there. The top 7 have pretty much broken away from a Ken Kennard sitting there in 8th in the black and orange kind of newer styled Integra.
Workman and Strittmatter side by side. Strittmatter in the yellow number 28 Acura Integra.
Good move from Workman around the outside. Of course, track limits are good. You just don't have to be let back on if you go out there. He had plenty of space, gets right back on. David Strittmatter back down to 5th. But Workman looks like he's got some serious pace in that black number 52.
And Charlie Campbell, by the way, this is his last runoffs. He's announced that he's going to retire after this year, so he's just out here having as much fun as possible. Right now, he's in the top 6.
If you notice that purple Spec Miata that's got a for sale sign as you come in, that's Charlie. Go buy it.
Exactly right. Kevin Ruck stretching his legs here. Workman going to work on Cliff Ira and gets it done.
Yeah, he's getting busy, huh? He goes right by Cliff under their nice textbook outbraking maneuver. And again, Cliff tends to be a little bit more conservative on defense. He will absolutely take his opportunities and make passes and race. But when he sees drivers make moves like that, he's typically a little bit smarter to just say, not smarter than the other guy, right? But just smart enough to say, hey, okay, we're going to pick our moments. We're going to have this battle back and forth. This is your moment. I'm going to take mine later. Look at it. There's his moment. He's going to pop to the outside or to the inside and use the motor of that 1.6 liter Del Sol just to get by Workman on the straights.
Yeah, he's definitely got the straight line speed advantage over the Miata. As the 02 was able to get out of the 08, excuse me, was able to get out of the gravel trap, so that's great. We did not have to go yellow. So Hingston just going a lap down. That's not great for his race, but Kevin Ruck has already put him 1 lap down. Now the battle for second continues 3 wide almost as they head down into turn 3. Joe Mosier locks up a wheel as he hits the braking zone. Workman now up into 3rd. Ira back to 4th.
No anti-lock brakes in these cars across the entire field, so everybody's doing it manual brakes and right foot control. Maybe left foot for a couple of the drivers, but you saw the little bit of lockup and the shimmy of the knuckles as Joe Moser trying to hold on to that car under deceleration. And ironically, Bill Hingston was put right back out on track around the cars that he was battling before, just one lap down.
Yeah, so if you're watching at home, that multicolored Miata in second spot is a lap down. So the second place runner is the orange Integra right there. And then Mason Workman in the black Miata, Roadster. And the Del Sol of our pole sitter, Cliff Ira. David Strittmatter in the yellow Integra right behind him.
Look at Ken Kennard in the background to the circle headlights on that newer Integra. He's caught up to Charlie Campbell. He's going to go for the move down on the inside of turn 8, and it's a deep braking maneuver. They're going to go side by side. It looks like Campbell was able to outbrake Ken Kennard, but he's starting to find some pace.
Field beginning to string out just a little bit. Ruck stretching out his advantage. He set fast lap of the race on the last lap at a 34.8, which is still a couple seconds off his qualifying pace. Look at Hingston, man. He's running at the same pace as the leaders. I'm sure he's upset with the fact that he got nerfed off into the gravel trap, realizing he's got the pace in the car to run at the front.
Yeah, he's basically running where he should have been, within a couple of positions, right? So he's going to be maybe a little bit of an issue for Moser and Workman and the rest if they get to him and he's feeling racy. I don't think there's anything that says, other than a gentlemanly rule, to say you have to get out of the way. They're going to show him the blue flags, let him know that they're there. But this could be a little bit of an interesting dynamic dealing with second on back in F production.
This three-way battle for the second step on the podium is a dandy. Workman with the disadvantage, doesn't quite have the straight line speed of the Del Sol, nor the Integra in front of it. So he has to settle for dropping to the back of this group. But then as soon as we get into the handling sections of the racetrack, he has got the superior speed, it looks like. Cliff Ira getting a good run on Joe Moser, but not quite able to make the pass. But he gets a good exit at turn 1. He's going to try to go down to the inside in the run down the hill, and Workman's going to come with him.
That was nice. He wound up the entrance just enough to kind of get that car hooked up just before the apex, on throttle early, let Moser take his normal line, but he used the motor of that Del Sol with nice forward acceleration, pulled right alongside and goes to second spot.
Now Workman and Joe Moser side by side. Workman with the outside line, Moser on the inside. And now Workman falls in behind as Moser able to accelerate away as they head down into turn 5. Joe Moser a little deeper on the brakes, but not able to make it stick. A little tap of the brakes there from Cliff Ira, making sure the pads are well bedded.
This battle for second is starting to pull away from that yellow Integra on back of Strittmatter. Weaver actually has moved up a position in the number 03 car over Charlie Campbell. That's the darker colored Miata. Then Ken Kennard and David Bednarz are back there as well.
Strittmatter, Charlie Campbell right behind him.
Oh, as we say that, Doug Weaver had moved up. He's already back to where he was. So that battle is shifting very quickly. Weaver in the silver Miata, I should say. And then that 51 of the blue and green. 47, the blue and green of David Bednarz.
Yeah. But Kennard, you can see the round headlights on that newer generation Integra. Easy to follow.
Bill Hingston, big off in the kink. Did he say keep it off the wall? He's going to come back across the track. Don't tell me Ira's in there. Ira did get caught. Oh, that's a huge heartbreak. These two drivers had an incident last year and randomly end up with an incident again this year, and two cars involved with what looked like a simple loss of control in the kink turned into, left rear damage on the suspension of that Del Sol. Man, you got to feel for Cliff Ira.
What a heartbreak. My goodness gracious. Just an innocent bystander as Hingston spinning for the second time. And unfortunately couldn't keep it off the racing surface as he came right back across the track in front of Cliff Ira. And full course yellow has been brought out because of that. As Ira's car significantly damaged. That left rear is flat. Oh my goodness. what a tough break for Cliff.
Yeah, just kind of a freak incident with the loss of, well, we're speculating just a spin. I don't know that either car even touched the wall, which is kind of a spectacular feat in the kink.
Yeah.
But it is full course caution, just out of precaution. There's definitely been some issues with all the dirt flying in the kink once one car goes off. So it's a smart call to just throw the full course yellow, get the field neutralized, and then we'll get this thing back to green flag.
And I got to give Cliff props, man. Okay, here we go. You can see Hingston doing a 360. And he comes across the track and just nails Ira right there, just off camera. Oh, man. You can see Mason Workman waving his arm to the cars behind, letting them know.
Yeah, really heads-up driving from everybody. No one saying, oh, this is my chance, I'm going to send it through there. Everybody realizing this is a big deal. We just need to slow this thing down and make sure that everybody's safe. You see frustrated body language just kind of defeated there for Cliff Ira, sitting at the apex of Canada corner. And then we don't know if Bill Hingston has any other significant damage from the contact with Ira, but he didn't appear to have much from, didn't appear to have a contact with the wall. So maybe he's also able to have driven back, or maybe just a quick extraction.
Yeah. With the proviso that he was already a lap down, so it won't hurt him that much more, as he's being scored right now in 24th and last. So while we will need just a little bit of time to get Cliff Ira's car out of harm's way there at Canada Corner, let's take a quick break and thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to Road America as we are in the gold medal round for F production. And unfortunately, our pole sitter, Cliff Ira, caught up in somebody else's issues as for the second time, Bill Hingston having a spin. And he was able to get out of the gravel trap on his own after that first spin there, which may have been assisted in the exit of the Bill Mitchell bend. But the second time, unfortunately, he was not as fortunate. Came back across the track, and Cliff Ira was a innocent bystander, unfortunately, but terminal damage to the left rear of that car, and his chance for his third national championship scotched right there.
Heartbreaking because he's been in it every year of those three.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
he's been involved in kind of these freak incidents just trying to be conservative and run his own race. So he was able to get pulled out of that gravel trap, switching over to Bill Hingston, got pulled out of the gravel trap by the Road America Safety Crews. Thank you, Safety Crews, and was running basically right in the front of that pack. If you're just tuning in, had a spin in the kink and collected one of our front runners in the aftermath of that. But the other part of this that now shifts the makeup of this race, Kevin Ruck had broken away pretty confidently, and now that gap is gone. He's got Joe Moser right behind. One of the factors is no longer there, of course, with Ira being out, but Mason Workman has been incredibly quick in that black number 52 Miata, and now he's got a lot less ground to cover to get back to the lead.
Exactly.
Or to get up to the lead. He hasn't been there yet. He wants to be.
Yeah. Obviously, all of this happened back in the exit of the kink behind Kevin Ruck. And as he came across the line, just as the yellow came out, he had built up a 17-second lead.
Yeah.
And so it's just really tough cheese for him. Another guy with a lot of hard luck in the past several years, a two-time champion. In fact, Ken Kennard winning the Mark Donahue Award in 2023, just a year ago, after his win in F production at VIR. Kevin Ruck was the Jim Fitzgerald Rookie of the Year back in 2014 when he won his first championship, and backed it up the year following with the win at Daytona. I'd say he's been in the hunt. He's had the pace every year since. It just hasn't been able to bring it home. So
this is a tough class. There's just so many contenders, and the combination of the cars, the tracks that we've been going to, in addition to being garage built and not necessarily the newest cars. There's always mechanical issues, and then a bunch of them are just hard racers, and it ends up being certain people end up in and out, and there's about 7 or 8 guys that could win the championship, and every year someone says, well, next year will be mine.
Yeah, exactly right.
Taking a look at the digital flagging system, it looks like Bill Hingston's car was also still stopped down there at turn 11B, just past the kink. We haven't had eyes on it yet, but the safety crew's been there getting that on a wrecker as well. That one appears to be moving, but I still don't see the wrecker at turn 14 moving for Cliff Ira.
Well, the field's still just coming out of turn 5, climbing the hill. So, again, the safety crews here do a fantastic job. If they can hustle that car out of harm's way, we might well be able to get back to green at the end of this lap. As we're not quite halfway through the time available. 40 minutes is the time limit. Or 13 laps, whichever occurs first. We're working race lap number 6.
There's a look at that Volvo flashing through with the Swedish flag on the left front headlight. Love that car.
Yeah, no kidding. You're talking about awards for these drivers. Cliff Ira, also a winner of the Fitzgerald Rookie of the Year. Unfortunately, his 10th runoff start not going to result in a top 10 finish.
Pretty slow pace out of the pace car. They may be hoping to go green this time by, but that's going to affect the tire temperatures, especially on the rear of the front-wheel drive cars.
Yep.
So keep an eye out. Joe Moser, Kevin Ruck, David Strittmatter, and Ken Kennard. Those 4 of the 6 top front runners are all front-wheel drive Honda or Acura products that are going to be fighting a little bit of tire temperature come turn 1, turn 3, maybe even turn 5.
We'll get a chance as we follow the field through the kink area. We don't see any evidence of safety workers there with Hingston's car. So, yeah, he's already on the move, so that's a good sign. They can duck off right here at Canada if they choose, or are they going to take it all the way around? Yeah, they had to get Cliff Iris up on the tilt bed. That was the reason for the additional delay, but it looks like the safety workers getting back in their vehicles. I think if the pace car slows down we might have a chance for a start this time by.
They're definitely working on it.
Lights are still on, but we have seen the lights go off even later than normally they click off about now, but we've seen them go off a little later. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get it done.
We'll see. The sit rep right now, as far as the race goes, is half distance on time, 20 minutes done, 20 minutes to go in that 40-minute window we have. Working lap numbers about to start 7 of 13, so by both measures, we're exactly halfway in this F production race. I don't think we'll have any issues going back to all the way to the 13 laps if we get a restart next time by.
And if we can stay green, which...
And that too.
Yeah, that obviously is an essential point. So we're going to go around one more lap here behind the safety car before we get the field back underway. Pretty good jokes lately, Tomo.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What did I say?
Nothing. I'm just doing something to fill here.
Okay, gotcha.
Running out of things to talk about.
I've been working on my material. Thank you, John.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
You know, I got a chance to wander around. I had those 3 races off plus lunch, and that's not very common. So I actually left the booth and ventured around. I watched Spec Racer Ford as a spectator. That was fantastic. It's amazing to see so many fans out here.
Yep.
The place is huge, so it doesn't feel that packed. But everywhere you go, there's a lot of people around, and they're all, you get the gasps and the cheers and the different big screen TVs around. Everybody gets to see what's happening all the way around the track. The energy here is actually really, really fun.
Indeed.
We don't always get to leave the booth. We have to watch the races here, talk about it, and make them fun for y'all. But it was fun for me to get out there and go spectator race.
Awesome. You got all the way to the beach, I understand.
I did.
That's great.
If you come to Road America, check out the beach outside of the carousel. It's pretty cool.
Yep, absolutely.
I know Greg Creamer loves to come flag the races for the same reason. You get to get away from the booth. You get to go see the audience and see the crowd and get close to the cars and all that.
Exactly. Best seat in the house.
Yep.
Absolutely. No question about it.
And while it's quiet, thank you to the workers once again and the safety crews here at Road America. Been keeping us safe and under control for the most part here at the runoffs.
I think everybody's aware that we're going to go green this time by, as Kevin Ruck and Joe Mosier already starting to do a little weave. There you get a good shot of some of the crowd lined up there, one of the prime viewing areas, coming down the hill toward turn 5. Arguably the best passing opportunity on the racetrack. Grandstands spotted around the track, fantastic viewing areas. One of the best things about Road America is the food. It is just so good. Each one of the concession stands with their own unique menu. And it's not like you get the same hamburger at every concession stand. Every concession stand manned by local civic associations. The Kiwanis Club or whatever. And they do a fantastic job of keeping us fed here at the racetrack as well. And I said this in a race earlier, but I'll say it again. Road America really sets a fantastic example for racetracks all around the country of the commitment and the investment that they make in this facility year after year to keep improving it. Repaved the entire 4-mile stretch a couple years ago, and it is really a place that I have the luxury of coming to a couple times a year to announce, and it is one of my favorites without question.
A little look at the 118 of Tom Gatos in his, is that the 118 or the 112? Sorry, 112. The Civic Del Sol of Bill Storms. Was racing with his daughter in B-Spec, switched over to F production here, running that Civic Del Sol. Same livery as the Mazda 2s they used to race.
Okay.
But clinging on to the tail end of this field, getting his feet wet in the production category. It's fun to see drivers move and try different things.
Lights are out on the safety car as the Mazda pace car breaks the field through Canada corner. Kevin Rupp, Joe Mosier, Mason Workman, David Strickmatter, Charlie Campbell, your top 5. I'm sure Charlie would love to mix it up with these front three.
Yeah, Charlie always a hard racer, and I'm going to keep an eye on Ken Kennard as well. He's been finding pace in this race, and the Integras are just a little bit better in the straight lines, I think, which makes it a little easier to pass. Keep an eye on Mason Workman, of course. That car's been really, really dicey and fast in the corners, but we've seen it get passed on the straights pretty regularly, so that's why I'm saying maybe Ken Kennard there, that black and orange Acura Integra. Keep an eye on that, but obviously also the front two Integras. I think you have to have an orange Honda to be a successful driver in F-Production.
It looks like it. All right, climbing the hill as we get ready for the restart here. We are just completing the 7th lap, and we've got 14 minutes on the clock. There's the green.
Oh, and sure enough, look at Kennard. Immediately goes to the outside of Strip Matter, picks up 2 positions right away. Not only was he in the perfect spot to get the green flag, but he was right at the right spot to be in the power band. He just power moves around the outside. Charlie Campbell's going to try to go with him, and then it's the 0-3 of Doug Weaver around the outside trying to make moves in that blue Miata as well.
Mason Workman already challenging Joe Mosier for that 2nd spot as they make the run down to turn 3. Mosier able to hang on to that spot right now, but the 0-3, Doug Weaver really flying as he's following Ken Kennard as they've both gotten around Charlie Campbell.
Kevin Ruck able to break away just a little bit, just like the previous start. It looks like he's got a little more motor in his Integra than the one in Moser. Moser's got to deal with Mason Workman, and now Ken Kennard. There's a 3-way battle for second. I'm going to call it right now. They're all right there.
Into turn 5 comes Kevin Ruck, the 2-time champion. Up the hill he comes. Right behind him, Joe Mosier, the 5-time champion, winning Super Touring Light a year ago.
Unfortunately, go ahead.
Go. No, you go.
The driver that lost out the most on that restart was unfortunately David Stripmatter in the yellow Integra. He dropped back from 4th to 8th. You see him there cruising around back behind the 47 of David Bednar's, which I had misidentified earlier in this race backwards with another driver. I apologize for that. But Stripmatter, unfortunately, now has a lot of work to do. He was in fight for a medal, and now he's in fight for barely a top 10.
Yeah, exactly right. There's Charlie Campbell, and right behind him, the 63 of Steven Simons. Thomas Gatos, a little further back, David Bednar's in the 47 right behind him. Once again, Mason Workman showing that car is really well handling. As in the handling bits of the racetrack, he is all over the back of Joe Mosier, but he just doesn't have the horsepower to challenge him on the straights.
Yeah, hunting left and right. That was pretty intense going down towards Canada Corner. Now the 0-3 Weaver is going to pop out, try to get by Kennard, and makes it happen easily. Kennard lets it go. But Mason Workman is kind of hindered right now. I think a bit of a cork in the bottle scenario for Joe Mosier here. We know that he always sets his cars up to be nice and loose, nice and rotaty, and that means they're scary in the kink. He's admittedly not the strongest driver/car combo in the kink, and that is what built up this huge line for 2nd place in F-Production. That's basically 2nd through 9th.
Charlie Campbell going really wide at the exit of 14, but look at Kevin Ruck getting away once again.
He loves seeing this in his mirrors. He's like, yep, race, boys, race. I'm getting away.
Here comes Ken Kennard again using the horsepower, but he's going to get back by both of those Miatas, I think, before we get to turn 1, or at least get close to it. Ruck drops a wheel off at the entrance to turn 1. Kennard not able to close the deal as he gets forced just a little bit wide by Doug Weaver. Once again, here comes Workman down to the inside of Joe Mosier. You can see a little lockup on Mosier as he leaves the brakes as late as he dares.
And this time Campbell goes through on Weaver, and he's going to try to take Steven Simons with him. Simons is on a heck of a charge in the black and yellow Miata, has now pulled up a couple of extra positions, but then the motor of that Acura, he goes almost to the grass, does Kennard, around the outside driver's left, trying to go somewhere, but Doug Weaver's in his way. Now he finds a lane. No, has to come tuck back in.
He's going to stay to the inside, hoping he can do an outbraking maneuver, but he can't do it as this gaggle of Miatas in front of him now, separating him from the two Acuras up in front. Charlie Campbell doing a great job, the veteran, keeping himself right in the hunt for another medal here.
There's another driver we haven't mentioned, Tom Gatos in the 118. That's the orange CRX floating around in the background. He sits in the 10th position. He's now running with David Strittmatter, and he's in the same camera shot as this battle for second. So with the way things ebb and flow in F production, he could absolutely be a contender for even top 5 by the time this thing is done. Look, this almost looks like Spec Miata, but they let an Integra on course. It's Doug Weaver leading the way over Charlie Campbell, Steven Simons, David Bednarz. Those 4 Miatas line astern as somehow Mason Workman has gone by Joe Moser in the carousel.
Yeah, he's always been really strong there. We've seen him really putting the pressure on, and then Moser's been able to answer with the straight line speed. But look at Doug Weaver as he's gotten around Charlie Campbell. And now Steven Simons is challenging Campbell as well.
And with that clear run through the kink, look at the gap Mason Workman was able to put over Joe Moser. Now another position for Steven Simons on the inside of Charlie Campbell. They're going to go 3 wide up to Billy Mitchell. No, David Bednarz thinks better of it. Smart move.
Ken Kennard right bottled up behind this group and coming into the area of the track where he's got a little bit of an advantage. But Doug Weaver is broken away. He's going to try to mix it up with the top 2 in front of him, I think.
Yeah, he's got some serious pace in that blue and green Miata.
Yeah, no question.
Ruck flies by us. We're expecting this race will be right on the line of time versus laps, so we may not get all 13 laps. We have about 9 minutes left on the clock. If you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen it changed to time, that means we are racing on time, but these guys are racing on the track. Look at this on the outside. Moser trying to get to the outside of Workman. Just ran out of breath at the end and didn't have the brakes to make it work.
Moser, once again, as you said, likes to set up his cars kind of loose, and he has got very busy hands. Those red driving gloves are very, very busy on the steering wheel.
Yeah, you can see it in this shot every lap and down into turn 3, and this is that battle between Strittmatter and Gatos.
Oh, Strittmatter's got a problem.
With mechanical.
Yeah, Strittmatter's pulling off.
Very heads up to move over to the track, to the right side of the track and pull as far off as possible. We'll be able to stay green flag racing with where he's got.
Yep, that's a good job for him to get it right there by the track cutout. In fact, he's going to back it in behind the wall. That's great awareness on his part. It's going to keep this thing going.
This battle is raging. Mason Workman and Joe Moser back and forth. A couple of Ohio drivers, I think, though Joe Moser now lives in Texas, battling it out, Miata versus Integra, and I think the Miata has the handling, the Integra has the power, but it's very, very close because I don't know that Moser has the fastest motor of any Honda in this field. Clearly, Kevin Ruck has been able to just clear these guys out by about 5 seconds now. He's not even in the same shot.
This battle for second spot. Moser, busy hands through the carousel, constantly correcting that car. As they exit under the Mission Foods Bridge and make the run toward the kink.
Something must have happened to Doug Weaver. The 03 has dropped back a couple of positions, I think. Or unless I made a mistake. They're actually much closer to Mason Workman and Joe Moser as they've been swapping positions. That number 03 car, the blue car, is closed up. No, I was correct. He did drop back a couple of positions.
Yeah, both Bednarz and Simons was able to get around him. So Weaver's back there coming under the clutches of Ken Kennard.
And Charlie Campbell's dropped off as well. I have to wonder if maybe Doug Weaver and Charlie Campbell got racing a little bit. A little bit of puff of dust. Someone drops a tire on driver's right. Another drop of dust there for David Bednarz, trying to clip every inch he can off these apexes.
Mason Workman stretching his advantage here, and this is where Joe Moser usually is able to close down. He's definitely got terminal velocity as that car is definitely quicker as he gets at the end of the front straightaway, but he just doesn't get quite enough. And now Bednarz going side by side with Simons as they're battling for the 4th spot. Kennard has gotten around Doug Weaver. The Acura in the midst of this cluster of Miatas.
This is a former championship winning car with Mark Carpenter at the wheel, I believe at this very track, although over a decade ago. There's a lot of pedigree, of course, obviously also won last year's championship with Ken Kennard at the wheel at VIR. He's using the power to his advantage because he gets by both Miatas. He gets by Bednarz, but now he's challenging for Simons. This is for 5th. It's actually for 4th. Kennard gets through.
Yep, late on the brakes, gets the job done. But Simons going to try to answer back as he tries the over-under.
Great defense from Kennard, left a lane. He made that move before Simons did. That's a perfectly fair defense.
Yep. He wasn't moving. He just picked his spot and stuck to it. And that's exactly what you're permitted to do. So now Mason Workman going to see if he can keep the handling advantage. He's going to stretch it here through the carousel, I would guess.
This is that section we've seen the Miatas come alive towards the second half of this carousel. The second half of this sector. In Sector 2 through the carousel and the kink. This lap, Kennard looks strong, though. Look at him breaking away just a little bit and starting to run down Kenny. Does he have time to run down Mosier? That's actually the question.
Yeah.
Looking at 5 minutes on the clock, coming up to lap number 12 of 13 at a 2.5-minute lap. They are going to finish, I believe, all 13 laps. But I'm bad at math, so we'll keep cheering for Kevin Ruck as he's cleared this field now by 6 seconds. There is the second place driver of Mason Workman, and Joe Moser is dropped significantly off the back.
Yep.
For some reason.
Moser no longer in the hunt for this second spot. I think he's still hoping for a podium, but I think Kennard is thinking, hey, I got a chance for another medal here.
Well, the other part is Moser, with double dipping into the other category, he got a lot of extra seat time. He also got a lot of extra hours on that car.
Yep.
These are built motors. They're strung out to within an inch of their life if they're built well. And if they're not built well, they aren't going to last forever. So it looks like maybe some power issues at this point, just starting to look very slow on the straights is Moser. Kennard going to go by very, very easily.
Yeah, Moser's lapping almost 4 seconds off his best lap, so clearly that car not as happy as it once was.
He's going to race for it, though. Look at this side-by-side for the two Integra drivers around the outside. Kennard's going to have the power, unfortunately. I'm starting to see, I can't tell if it's little sparks or if it's fire underneath of Moser's car on shifts or something. There's definitely a backfire, but Kennard almost misses turn 3, runs wide.
Yeah. Moser's waving him by. Yeah, I think he realizes he's got a problem. And he's letting him by. So Ken Kennard now up into third spot. Moser maintaining as much pace as he can, but he's letting these Miatas get back by him.
Oh, look at Doug Weaver chasing the back of the car through the apex of turn 5 up the hill right in front of that big crowd there, putting on a show. Charlie Campbell gets the position away from Moser as well. After that kind of awkward moment in turn 3, Kennard gathered it back up. And now it's going to be Doug Weaver in the third position, then Simons and Bednarz.
Mason Workman now pretty much by himself, 6.5 seconds behind our leader, Kevin Ruck. And about 10 seconds, another 4 seconds back to now the third place runner, Ken Kennard, looking to be on the box for the second year in a row in this class. Yeah, Doug Weaver's been seesawing back and forth. These 4 Miatas have just been swapping positions throughout the course of this race as they are very evenly matched.
Yeah, it's a fabulous battle. And these cars are all going to be very similar. They look like pretty serious race cars, but they really are not any much more special under the hood than a Spec Miata. They're going to have a couple more horsepower, 10 or 20, but nothing crazy. So this is a highly momentum car. You see body flares, no roofs, obviously.
Right.
But really cool little race cars as all 4 of them battling it out. Charlie Campbell's got himself back up in this battle. Maybe he can work his way forward and finish out his runoffs career with a top 5.
Keeping an eye on the flag stand, the white flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Kevin Ruck has got all his fingers and all his toes crossed right now.
This is when every clunk, bang, grind, and squeak in the race car becomes 10 times louder because you've got nothing to do but finish this lap. It sounds so simple, but it's a very long, long lap. We've got a lot of jockeying here. Bednarz coming up on the back end of Simons, pushes everybody by. Charlie Campbell pops to the inside. He's going to go for that top 5. Going to think better of it down into turn 5, though. Picks up 1. He's now 7th.
Simons and Bednarz, and just as we were bragging on Doug Weaver, he drops all the way to the back of this quartet.
Well, it's not done yet. He's done that a couple times and still ends up at the front of it eventually.
Yeah.
Little dirt drop at turn in for Charlie Campbell, using every inch of the road and grabbing some dirt with the sidewall of that racing slick. As we see Joe Moser across from our commentary booth in the pit lane. So unfortunately, no checkered flag for that 64 car. He put on a really good fight.
Simons, Bednars, and Campbell in that order. A little love tap from Bednars on the back of Simons, trying to loosen him up, I think, for the run up the hill.
Yeah, came off the brake pedal and said, I'm not going to let you slow me down. You better go. Just a little exchange of yellow and silver paint just there, but all healthy and fair. And this is the battle for 4th position, so if anything in front happens, this is a medal. Otherwise, it's just the best battle on the track between Simons, Weaver, Bednars, and Campbell.
You know, all the wind we've had, and of course with the fall colors here, you can see the leaves on the grill of Ken Kennard's car as these guys are hoovering up some of the vegetation blown off the trees with the wind. You can see the beautiful fall colors here, but the most beautiful color for this man right now is checkers. Oh no!
No way.
It can't be.
Kevin Ruck with a mechanical issue. A motor lost down into turn number 12, and he loses it in his own oil. There's cars coming in with oil on the circuit.
It cannot be again. Oh my goodness gracious.
Mason Workman comes through, clears Kevin Ruck.
I just can't believe it.
Workman gets there too. These
look
cars
out,
all
guys.
clear. Oh,
yellow flags should be out.
And this is why we don't know what's going to happen in F production until it's already done. Mason Workman finds himself after a phenomenal battle, a phenomenal drive, did not expect this at all, will come up to the checkered flag first.
Absolutely. This will be his first national championship. As you got to be there at the finish to finish first. You first must finish, the oldest adage in racing. And Ken Kennard's going to take second, one down. And look at that, Steven Simons right on Kennard's back bumper as he crosses the line in 3rd spot. David Bednars comes across in 4th. Charlie Campbell in his runoff swan song comes home with a top 5 finish.
Number 2 car there, that's a familiar car to a lot of Runoffs fans, formerly owned and driven by Eric Prill to some championships.
Indeed.
Bill Verdeen has it now, and he's started 15th, will finish in the 8th position, coming up right in front of Mark Webber and Gerald Lamb in a pair of red Miatas. Good charge forward for the driver out of Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, not too far from here.
Mark Webber, also another top 10 for his resume.
I just can't believe Ruck has to sit and watch this race finish with his cockpit full of smoke down there in Canada Corner.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're down in Canada Corner, give that man a standing ovation.
Oh,
he
man.
deserved that race.
Oh, man, yes. Oh, man, yes. Oh, my goodness gracious. What terrible luck. But, hey, take nothing away from Mason Workman. He was in the thick of it all race long. You know, the Miata among all the Hondas. And he was the one who outlasted everybody except Ken Kennard. And look at the Miatas. It's with the Integra in 2nd spot, and then it's all Miatas all the way down to 10th position. And then Mike Nat in the MG Midget up to 11th at the end of the race.
That's a fantastic drive. There's the 112. We mentioned Bill Storms out of British Columbia, bringing that Del Sol home right in front of the PLP50. Volvo P1800, a little different weird car, but the 29 car with those big bat wings on the back, bringing it home. Does that say for sale?
Robert Keller?
It does say for sale on the gas tank there.
Yeah. Robert Keller, the last car running, comes across the line in 19th position. Whoa, what an eventful race. My goodness gracious. But tip of the hat to Mason Workman getting the job done. Ken Kennard in 2nd, Steven Simons in 3rd. And those 3 will be making it around on their cool-down lap as the safety vehicles there to console Kevin Ruck.
And this, in fact, will be the first national championship won by not only Mason Workman, but won by a Miata at Road America and F Production. It's always been either a Honda product, a Spitfire, or a Super 7. This is the first win for a Miata at this race.
I remember
track.
We talked about Eric Prill, now a multiple national champion. I remember at one of his races here, and I think it was in F Production, he had a brake failure in Canada on the last lap from the lead. So, you know, he and Kevin Ruck are in a very exclusive club who have come about 3 corners short of yet another national championship. But this man got all the corners done.
Yeah, I wonder
Mason
when it'll sink in. He doesn't. Well, there's a celebration. I was going to say, I haven't seen much celebrating yet. I know he knows that he's past Ruck, but it can't feel real just yet.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, both these drivers from Ohio, they certainly know each other well. And Mason Workman celebrating his first ever national championship. He's had 2 other medals, a pair of third-place finishes, but finally gets the gold. As he brings it around, celebrating, and makes it into the pit lane, where he'll join Ken Kennard and Steven Simons for the victory celebration. There's Mason Workman in the 52 Miata. A few leaves in the grill work. There's that number 2 of Bill Verdeen. Simons and Kennard already in position.
Yeah, I don't know that we got to mentioning it, but Steven Simons raced his way to a bronze medal after all of that drama. He was in that pack of 4 Miatas that was shuffling and shuffling and shuffling. He ended up at the front of the pack by the checkered flag. So the 63 of Steven Simons out of Texas, a fabulous job to come home at the right spot at the right time for a 3rd place.
Mason Workman getting his helmet off here, and once he's got that gold medal around his neck, we'll send it down to Hayward Wagner.
You want this off? You want the Hans off?
Yeah. You can stay in the car, Mason. Okay.
All right, there you go. Congratulations.
All right, Hayward, you've got a very surprised and a very happy gold medal winner in Mason Workman.
Mason, it's not often I don't know where to start one of these interviews, but I got to tell you, I don't.
Man, that was tough. We didn't have a lot for these big motored cars except for balls, and I don't know how to make it, but man, I went around, roped Mosier on the outside of the carousel. I don't think I had anything for Kevin, but what a race. Cannot believe it.
What did you think coming down to Canada on the last lap? Could you see that Ruck had lost the motor? Did you just see the oil? Did you see the smoke? What did you see?
Yeah, I saw the smoke, and then I slid through it, and just kind of lucked out. I went around the backside of him because I slid through his stuff. But 2 hours before this race started, the transmission was locked up, and we just kind of Frankensteined a gearbox together for this race. Bill and, geez, my daughter that was 11, and my son and my wife, my nephew, everybody just thrashed, and we made it to the grid, and here we are. This is unbelievable.
This is your first gold medal. You've tried several times. How does it feel to be a runoffs champion?
So it's strangely my 52nd national win and easily the most important. Geez, Hoosier and Carbotech and all these people to thank, and Chris Patrick and my parents, and it's amazing.
Well, you get to spend one more lap around this track. Enjoy your victory lap.
You can tell from the emotion, Mason Workman is a happy camper. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Don't forget your victory lap, Mason. You get to go around one more time.
And if you didn't catch that, it's his 52nd win. He races car number 52.
Yeah.
It was fate.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely. Get congratulations from his crew, some of which I'm sure will be snaking a ride. Here's the unofficial standings with Mason Workman taking the win over Ken Kennard. Margin of victory just about 5.5 seconds. Steven Simons brings it home on the podium. David Bednarz, Charlie Campbell, Doug Weaver, Bill Verdeen, Mark Webber, Gerald Lamb, and Wiley Timbrook, your top 10. Let's send it right back down to Hayward Wagner, as he has got our second and third place finishers, Ken Kennard and Steven Simons.
Ken Kennard, in production racing, sometimes keeping your nose clean is all you need to do, and today you drove a pretty smart race. How's it feel?
Oh, that's awesome. It was one of the best runoffs I probably ever ran. It's too bad we had that full course caution. You know, I really would have rather ran green the entire time, but we had a great race. I mean, I was in those Miatas, like, every time I get by, a couple passed me back, and it was just back and forth and back and forth. We had it was just a tough race, but well, last 2 laps, I finally got clear of them and then just drove. So, yeah, it was just staying out of trouble. And sometimes I had to kind of let somebody go to stay out of trouble.
Well, great job staying out of trouble. Another driver who stayed out of trouble, we got Steven Simons here. A bronze for you. This is your first runoffs podium?
That it is, yeah. It's by far my best finish at the runoff, so I'm still not quite sure what just happened. But, yeah, no, it's been a tough week until now, so this is awesome.
When you came into Canada, did you know Kevin was there? Did you know there was something? Did you see flags? What was your preparation coming into Canada Corner?
I just saw smoke and kind of smelled something and came around and saw him sitting there, and it was just, I was trying to count in my head, 1, 2, whoa, this may be cool. So, so yeah.
Well, cool indeed. Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you very much.
Some very happy podium finishers, obviously. John Doonan there to celebrate, obviously. John, long affiliated with Mazda, and congratulating his Mazda-clad winners. So great job for him. Great to see John here this weekend with the partnership between SCCA and IMSA. As we get a look at the highlights, Cliff Ira taking the early lead.
This was that fabulous battle that Mason Workman was saying, I don't have the pace, but I've got the bravery, Alter. He's just doing everything he possibly can. Hints of weakness from Joe Mosier early on, and then it was that yellow and orange Miata from a little further up the road, a lapped car that would ultimately end up with Cliff Ira out of the race. But they had such a good battle up before that. Hands waving, everybody slow down. For the most part, everyone makes it out clean, especially for the kink, except for those unfortunate two.
You can see Mason Workman waving his arms, warning the people behind him. And then Ken Kennard going around Joe Mosier, who clearly had developed a problem. And then this is the heartbreak. On the last lap, coming to the checkered flag, Kevin Ruck's motor expires in the most frustrating way. A kerblamo, as Steve Matchett would say. And Mason Workman picks up the pieces and comes home with his first runoffs win. Ken Kennard finishing second, Steven Simons third. And they're going to head out on their victory lap, but we've got more racing to come. So thanks so much for being with us. Thanks to Mazda for presenting this broadcast. On behalf of Tom O'Gorman, I'm John Phippen. Hayward Wagner down in the pits. We'll see you down the road.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
one of the most beautiful views in all of motorsports. That is the bottom of Canada Corner in the trees, the hills in the background. This is the Kettle Moraine Forest. This is America's National Park of Speed. It is Road America. We're here for this 60th running of SCCA's historic National Championship Runoffs. Big thank you to Mazda for presenting our coverage. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry, and we're going to get down to the third member of our team. That is Hayward Wagner. Hayward, what's up?
Good afternoon, gentlemen, here on the Prototype 2 grid. These are very, very interesting race cars. A lot of carbon, a lot of wing, a lot of aero, and a lot of RPM. These cars turn a lot of, have a couple of different options on power plant. Some are passenger car based, some are bike based. But the car that our camera just came by, our pole sitter, that is Bart Wolf. That car is significantly larger than nearly everything else on this grid. And that means that the draft with these cars is going to play a little different than it normally would if everyone was in the smaller cars. I was talking to Tim Day. He's going to be your third qualifier. He'll be right behind Wolf. He believes that if that big, larger car can punch a big enough hole in the air, he can hang on down these long straightaways. But the big X factor that you guys, I'm sure, will be talking about all show, these cars are very aero dependent, and there is a lot of wind out here right now, which is really going to be something tricky for these drivers to figure out.
Oh, absolutely right, Hayward. I mean, obviously, they're lightweight. They're very susceptible to aero. You get a big tailwind, you lose the aero downforce. If you get a big headwind, it doubles it. It's remarkable. And at this place, there are plenty enough long straights, and particularly 1 to 3 and the carousel area, I would think would be real issues with a crosswind.
Yeah, going down this May long straight, in fact, it's going to be a headwind for the wind's coming out of the south. They'll be driving right into it. That draft, as Hayward mentioned, may come into play. A bit of a crosswind as they turn through 1 and again through 3. It becomes a tailwind, which means the trap speeds are going to be even higher than they were during qualifying a few days ago as they go down that back straight. That'll get them to the twistier part of the track, which is a little bit lower elevation for 5. They come up over the 6 and into 7. Crosswinds could play a game there. Down into 8. Then they go around the carousel. The wind's going to change direction on them. It's coming on your screen. It'll be like a left to right wind. They'll go down through the kink, which is shielded by the trees. Not much wind effect there. They're going to make a very fast run all the way down to Canada Corner at 12. Great passing opportunity if we get some slipstream down that long straightaway. Bring them back up through the short hill at 13, Bill Mitchell Bend, and then into final corner at 14 to start the straightaway. And you can see the hill as you come up that front straight, how important it is to get a run off of 14.
Yeah, it's a massive hill, much steeper than we can really show you on TV. It's a really critical climb up that hill. And this is, as you said, the P2 class, Prototype 2, and lots of different types of makes of car, lots of different engine configurations. We'll take you through it when we come back to Road America. Stay with us.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
We are back at Road America, and you can see the field over there in the pre-grid getting ready to go. And Hayward alluded to it, Larry. We got a number of cars powered by bike engines. There's 3 in the field that I count that are powered by automotive engines. And the one that's on pole, and that's that blue and black one there, that's Bart Wolf. If ever there was a hometown favorite, it's him, because he lives in Elkhart Lake, just this side of Elkhart Lake.
Driven by his shop twice in the last, or every single day, twice a day. He's right here.
Yeah, it is. This is home for him. He has 6 times been on the podium here in Sports 2000, but never got the win. And he is our Tire Rack Pole Award winner. Right there is Bart. And I've known Bart for years. And he told me earlier, he said, I didn't have time to get the graphic made, but on the front, I wanted to run a graphic that said, Racing in Memory of S2. It's a class he absolutely loved. And so he said that was going to be right across that hood there. Bart is a consummate mechanic. He does this racing program for himself this year. He decided to get back into it. He hasn't raced actively, a lot for a while, but he fields multiple cars in vintage and historic racing all around the country, has built that great organization up over there. He's a great guy, and I know from very much personal experience, he's a fabulous landlord. So we go back a bit.
Yeah, it's good to know. And he's going to be able to lead this field to the green flag in just a couple of minutes. That'll be pretty exciting for the hometown guy.
You know what? Just to go through a count here, Bart has 6 medals, not a gold. Qualified second, Mike Rupert, 2-time gold medalist in this class. Starting third, Tim Day, 2-time gold medalist in this class. And by the way, if Tim Day wins, he gets the super sweep, which is brutally difficult to achieve. Greg Guyan is a 2-time gold medalist here. He's our Hawk Breakthrough Award winner, advancing more positions from Tuesday qualifying to Wednesday qualifying. Then you got Raiden Nickel, who was moved up, very quick young driver, switching from Spec Miata, deciding he wanted to try some prototypical stuff, and that's what he's doing. Sherman Chow, he's got a shot to win that super sweep, but Day basically has to not finish. So that's going to be a difficult one. You got Scott Vaughn. Here's interesting. The defending champ, Lucian Pensia, back in 8th.
Yeah, I expect to see Lucian maybe get back on pace here. They had some very interesting qualifying sessions this week. Difficult to get a lot of green laps for all of them. There was maybe one of those 3 sessions where they could, and I suspect Pensia may have been caught out by some of that. Keep our eye on Lucian to see if he can make a move through the field today.
Yeah, exactly. And then the guy that starts 9th now has 6 gold medals at the runoffs. One of them coming earlier today in GT Light. Peter Shadowin has decided to give it a go here, driving a West with a Suzuki engine in it.
Yeah, he's been in that car for a couple of years. Obviously success in the GT Light for a long time, but he's been trying his hand here at P2 for a while, and it'll be interesting to see someone like that with the veteran hands. How does that work on a track that he's been to many, many times in conditions like this?
Absolutely. Then the 04 is going to be Brian Lindstrand. There you see the 25, that's Vaughn Scott. You see a little different look to that car, and that's a Hidari Firefly chassis. Really unique in this field.
Yeah, very different. What you do see a lot of are those Store, which are the low-slung chassis out there. A couple of the taller ones, like the Ligier in the front, as well as a Radical in there. But, yeah, a couple of very unique ones, and that's what you get in prototypes. You get a lot of custom stuff.
And this one here, the 04 Brian Lindstrand, this is a Van Diemen Prince powered by a Kawasaki, the only Kawasaki in the field. And then that yellow and black car that just rolled off, that's Richard Colburn. He has a silver medal in runoffs competition. This will be his 50th runoff start, second only to Mark Webber. And one of the great things about Richard Colburn, usually somewhere on his car he's got to thank workers. He is just an absolutely great gent. And they are making their way out on the track. There is Bart, again, the Tire Rack Pole Award winner. And he broke the track record for runoffs qualifying in P2. Ironically, he set the fastest lap in the sprints for the race lap, set that record quicker than he qualified here. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of laps he can throw down here.
Yeah, in these conditions, this should be very good for high-speed laps. The tailwind down this back straight, I can't emphasize how strong that wind has been today. So from this point where you see them all the way down to turn 5, they're going to have the wind pushing the cars along, and for that big Ligier, that may help him in his trap speeds and his lap times.
And you look at the trees that's just coming into view on the left there, folks. That's how stout this wind is here. It's strong. Officially give you a quick run through the grid, as I said, on pole, the tire rack pole, the 28 of Bart Wolf out of Elkhart Lake, the Wolf Motorsports Ligier Honda. Outside the front row, number 7, Mike Rupert out of Hubertus, Wisconsin, another Milwaukee region member. In the Hoosier Sunshine Metal Store Suzuki, starting in the 3rd spot, the number 8 out of Scottsdale, Arizona, in San Francisco region. Tim Day Jr. In the Goodyear Summit Racing store, starting in the 4th spot, the 83, Greg Guyan out of Western Springs, Illinois, Chicago region, our Hawk Breakthrough Award winner, 2-time gold medalist. He drives the Geico International Argus Magnetic Store Suzuki. Then in 5th, this is somebody I think we really need to keep a watch on here. Only his 3rd runoff start, the 93 Rayton Nickel out of Houston, Georgia, literally right next door to Road Atlanta down there. The Primal Racing Aero Group, that Radical SR3, which is the Radical that has a fair amount of aero to it. Starting in the 6th spot, in his 9th runoff start, the 03 of Sherman Chow, Palm Beach, Florida, Central Florida region in the store Suzuki. Starting in the 7th spot, 3rd runoff start for the 25 of Vaughn Scott, Royal Oak, Michigan's Detroit region, and the silver 25M and 4M Industries Hidari Firefly. Starting in the 8th spot, his 11th runoff start, your defending champion 99 Lucian Pencia, all the way from San Antonio, Texas, Lone Star region, in the Lucor Young Racing Store Kawasaki. Starting in the 9th spot is the number 12 in his 20th runoff start. We talked about Peter Shadowin, 6-time gold medalist out of West Palm Beach, Florida, in the road and race Goodyear West Suzuki, starting in the 10th spot. 4th runoff start for Brian Lindstrand, the 04 in the LMI Hoosier Van Diemen Prince, that's that Kawasaki-powered machine, starting in the 11th spot. 50th runoff start for the 97 of Richard Colburn, a former silver medalist, I think in the DSR class, in the Sunshine Metals Nestendo Suzuki, starting in the 12th spot. 9th runoff start for the 11 of Dale Vanderbush from Humboldt, Wisconsin, a Milwaukee region member. I love the name of his team, Lake Effect Motorsports, in the Spartan VV2 Mazda. Starting 13th, the rookie, the 27 of John Godin, Wind Lake, Wisconsin, a Milwaukee member in the Godin Motorsports, Wolf Motorsports, Lola B7090 Mazda, and then completing your field in 14th. 5th runoff start for the 77 of Michael Bolton out of Wilmington, North Carolina region, the Young Racing Store WF1 Suzuki. And this is going to be a really important lap for them as they come through here to really spot where that oil dry is, where all of that mess was from earlier here. And you can see them over, some of them smartly even over on it, just trying to get a feel for, is there grip there if I get forced there?
At this point, it looks like they did a fantastic job of cleaning it up. I don't really see much. What I do see a lot of, and you can see it, are the leaves down. We had some shots earlier. You could literally watch the leaves fall, and we'll see a few of those here. But look at the ground. Look at that pavement. That can get into the radiator inlets in these cars. It could really wreak havoc on them for their temperature management.
That's exactly right. One thing you don't need to worry about is taping your inlets here, because they're going to get taped.
Look at the oil dry down through 12. Some of them are testing it. Most of it's offline. We had that from the earlier race. That is a lot of oil dry. That means it may take away a passing zone for these guys, at least for the first couple of laps.
I agree, and obviously it's on the line you want as you come into Canada Corner, so you're going to cheat to the inside of that a little bit, and somebody eventually is probably going to brave it out, go wide, try and do a little over-under move, and we'll see how that plays out. But here we go, lights out on our Mazda pace car. And again, a huge thanks to Mazda for everything they do, including presenting our coverage here this weekend, and this field getting ready to go up the hill. And you heard Hayward talk about it from this back shot. You can see there's a lot more volume to Bart's car there on the right. He's going to punch a pretty big hole. So what he's hoping is he's just got outright pace. And we're about to find that out. They are over the crest of the hill. This is the run for the gold in Prototype 2. We're green! And Bart Wolf, with the little bit of torque of that Honda engine, gets a nose ahead as this field streams by. Now, does Rupert have the top end and the stick to do something around the outside into turn 1? I have a feeling, based on the qualifying times, they don't want to let Bart lead. And Rupert came across, and I think that was Tim Day. They just touched, and Rupert ended up snapping around. Fortunately, some great avoidance driving, Larry, by everybody else.
Quick reflexes by the back of the field to avoid him. He's shaking his head. That is not how he wanted it to go.
Yeah, you can see he's frustrated. Of course, that has given Bart that big gap already.
Oh, no.
And that's oil dry.
Oil dry.
That might just be oil dry. There was a fluid leak of some sort, just a spot there. And so right now, Bart has a big lead as he heads down into turn 5. And let's take a look again at what happened. And just what, Tim Day's got that inside. Rupert a little bit There's
Rupert
nowhere
turned
Day
down.
could
I don't think Rupert realized Day was already that deep down in there. Day had the line. Rupert just didn't see him, and Rupert luckily didn't get any contact. We'll see if he's able to continue. But look at Wolf already. Big lead early on.
Yeah, and obviously it was the second and third place cars that had that coming together. Everybody had to check up. And Bart looking in his mirrors going, oh boy, this is an opportunity here. And now we're going to see what kind of speed does Tim Day have, does Greg Guyan have, and does the 93 of Raiden Nickel. There's the 83 of Guyan. Oh, the 27 is off. That's John Godin, a rookie. He's trying to get it back on the track here. Looks like he might just be able to do that.
That looks like the exit of 6 maybe hooked off to the left there.
Yeah, good point. Easy to do that up there.
But I think we're going full course.
We are. Full course, and Bart ruining his luck at this moment here. But Tim Day and everybody else is so thankful for that. And the opportunity to be able to close it up here, which tells me, I don't know whether that was because of Godin. It looked at me like Rupert couldn't get that car restarted.
That may be the issue,
he may still be just sitting up there.
Yep, and that would totally be the reason, because it did look like Rupert was able to get his moving, but for him out in the front there, for Rupert, I should say, not be able to get his running, that would be the cause of this, which should also be a pretty quick recovery of that car. Just maybe one lap, and then we can get going again. My fingers are crossed. This is obviously your Bart Wolf. You're saying, oh man, why did that have to go this way? But if you're Tim Day, who had a fantastic start, obviously, and the other is Lucian Pansea was able to get, I believe, a position moved up. He's sitting in the 5th spot, able to jump around a few cars.
He started 8th.
Yeah, remember, he had a really tough day of qualifying. Wednesday was his best performance. Tuesday and Thursday, never able to get a good lap in. So he may be thinking, hey, you know what? This is my time now that we've kind of closed the group, closed up the pack a little bit.
All right, so here we go. The field has caught the pace car as we go around on Rupert. And he just spun. I think it's just a matter that the car would not restart. Yeah. So they're probably going to back him up here. And he might even dump the clutch, get it going, and be able to take off again. He'll be down a lap.
They might do this with a little reverse in the truck, and maybe, just maybe.
Yeah.
See if he gets it fired up. You can see him popping the clutch.
He's trying.
I don't know that he's going to make this work. They're taking him into the grass. So he can get it running, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. Well, that's an unfortunate there for that front row of Rupert. Rupert came in, as you had said, with nearly 28 starts. Was a DSR champion back in 1997, one of the Mid-Ohio runoffs. But he's been in this class for a very long time, was probably thinking this is going to be his year. Unfortunately for Mike, his race is going to end in the first turn.
Yeah, and you can see him pounding the wheel. And he's been doing this a long time. I think he may recognize that I should have given a little bit more room down there. You know, just seen it. So
he may not be thinking that right now, but I think when he goes and watches his video, he may realize that I believe at least that Tim Day had the line. Both these guys are all veterans. They've all run against each other with the runoffs every single year. So there's a lot of familiarity in this group.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're on the outside going into one, you got to assume someone's going to be down there. For Rupert, unfortunately, didn't quite leave enough room and didn't see any damage on the car. That's good. May have just stalled it as looks like he's going to hop out of the car.
Yeah, it just wouldn't restart. You can see him trying to bump it 2-3 times, and it just wouldn't catch. And there's a pro. Notice what he did: reach down, shut the electronics off. Yeah. He's been doing this long enough. This is part of racing, and it's a frustrating part. And people will say, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm tired of this. But the joy of the driving overcomes the frustration. And look at this crowd out here. How you guys doing? Looks like you're having an absolutely great time here. Turn 5, get some racing going here.
It's a great place to spectate. They got the big screen right across the way. They can watch the coverage on.
And there's from where this camera is looking down, big grandstand there if you want to be up in the air a little bit. But because, one of the things that makes this, I think the reason that they call it America's National Park of Speed is one of the joys of this place is go to different corners.
Yes.
Bring your lawn chair, bring your coolers, and just go around to different corners because every one of them is different. That's what really makes this place special.
Yeah. Yeah, you can go down to, you can watch in Canada now. They've got that great bike path or golf cart path that takes you down to Canada Corner. You can watch all the passes that happen down there. And yeah, right at the top of the hill there where these folks are sitting just on the outside of 5. Beautiful views there.
And these are the folks that are either very sturdy or brought the extra warm gear because they're okay sitting in the shade. This is Canada Corner. This is... And it's the northernmost corner on the track, and there was a joke, I think. I don't know if this is why it happened, but, you know, I heard one story was that somebody made a comment once early going, wow, that's at the end of a long, fast thing. If you go off there, you're going to end up in Canada. So that's how that may have got its name. So, and you can see the steps up there. There's massive parking up there. You just come down the steps. This track offers you everything.
It really does. I do love this place. Great views. It really is like a national park. It's just beautiful, beautifully maintained. They really do a great job.
Lights are out on the pace car. Lights are out on the pace car, so we are going to be going back to green here, and we'll be starting lap 3 of 13, so plenty of racing yet to go here. And the field is just, you know, let's look at it this way. They got an extra good look at the track and where the oil dry is and what's going on. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And their tires are going to need a little bit of warming,
That's
though.
true.
Brakes are going to need a little bit of warming. We know that the leader, Bart Wolf, had a pretty good jump on the start. Obviously, with the incident behind him, was able to open that gap. I'll be curious to see if Tim Day this time anticipates, as well as he did on the opening lap, to try and stay underneath the back of Bart Wolf here on the restart.
Yeah, 67 degrees out there. The sun has kind of been intermittent, so the track's not getting as much heat as it might otherwise. But here we go, up the hill, and sitting there in that 4th spot, Greg Guy and Lucian Penchia backing up just a little bit here, but let's watch for it. We should be having a restart any second. We're back to green, and a nice launch by Raiden Nickel, but Tim Day just had that Store Suzuki in the right gear and just pulled away from Raiden. In the back, the 99 Lucian Penchia trying to come up with a move here, and picks up the 4th spot, goes right around Greg Guyan. And a nice job there. And Raiden Nickel using every piece of the track at the exit of turn 1. Here we go, down into 3. Wolf carves into turn 3 with Day sitting in the 2nd spot. Raiden Nickel in 3rd.
Day tried to restart right underneath the back of Wolf. You could hardly even see the car behind the big Ligier. Flag came out. Wolf takes off. Apparently Raiden in that Radical's got a pretty good punch of power, was able to get up next to him, and here he is again, kind of taking the defensive line, or even look at Penchia coming underneath.
Yeah, Penchia, but look at Raiden. That young man on the brakes said, I am ready to get back after it. And late lunch down into turn 5, and it paid off. He's right back in to that 3rd spot. But yeah, you're right, Penchia in that store with that bike engine seems to have a lot of good top-end speed. Here we go. Whistling now down into the very tricky turn 8. Another of those crazy downhill braking zones. And then the run into the carousel, this long, and in these cars with all the downforce, really fast corner.
Yeah, very quick through here. And I love looking at, even though the store chassis, I love looking at the different front splitter sections of how the aero goes underneath the car. There is a lot of aero underneath and around these cars. Really neat to see how they've all customized it to work for them.
And this isn't a spec class, so you know you can run a store, and if you want to modify the front end, the back end, you can do whatever you want. You can see here everybody just cheating a bit to the right of that big line of oil dry, and that makes total sense. Somebody at some point is going to do that and run through it, and looked like it really didn't hold them up too much.
I saw Penchia just dip a tire into a big puff of that dry oil dry smoke kind of came out of there, so he was testing it a little bit. You can see there's still a lot of that powder down.
And I wouldn't put it by any one of these drivers if somebody's right behind him coming through the kink to go over, drop that left set of tires and throw up a little bit of dust. They are sneaky no-gooders at times here. That's all part of the play. And the guy behind him in the moment will be frustrated. And at the end of the day, he'll go, man, that worked. That was pretty smart, bud. You know.
Look at that radical of Raiden Nickel taking that different line. It's a big, durable car. That they run those things in series.
Guyan now diving down to the inside of the 99 Lucian Penchia. And now, but Penchia, I think, got the better run out of 3, Larry. And he's already over the back, all over the back, and here he comes.
Yeah, remember those two are the last 2 champions in this class, Guyan and Penchia. These guys have run against each other a lot, and they're doing it again. They're dicing back there as Penchia now with the inside move.
Gets that done. And Raiden Nickel, sounded like somebody missed a gear on the down change into turn 5. I think that may have been Radin, had a little bit of a down change issue and got it back going again. And you can see that car has a lot higher CG, a lot higher center of gravity. It's a much taller chassis, but the young man is driving the wheels off it. And Ian in the background, still in that absolutely fabulous battle right now with Lucien Penchia.
Yeah, I think Greg and Lucien have different strengths here, and they're both just playing with it. Who can get one corner better than the other, and they're dicing around. And they're very similar stored Suzukis. These guys are, actually, I think one of those might be in the Kawasaki.
Did you see the front end of Day's store give up mid-corner through the carousel there? He just asked a little bit too much of it. The front end just suddenly walked sideways. He did a great job to save it, but that, that will tell you, all right, you're at your limit in that part of the corner.
And Penchia sliding in as well through that dust.
Margin last time by for Wolf was 1.8 seconds. Again takes a lunge and then just checks up a little bit. I think he was trying to get Penchia to try and cover him, because he immediately swung back out trying to get a run up the hill. And now it's draft time. And for Lucien, he's not close enough to take a big advantage at this point of that rather bigger hole in the air I think that Radical would produce. Although here he comes.
Yeah, now they get to their top speeds. He can do that. Here he is popping out.
But we've seen Radin be absolutely diabolical on the brakes, and he does it again. But there's that super wide line. Lucien trying to come over. Meanwhile, Guyon dives down the inside of Lucien, and now he's going to try a late braking move on Nickel, and Nickel has nothing to do with that, covers it completely, and away we go. But now Guyon has that opportunity for that draft again on Radin Nickel.
He's going to try it, but we've seen how Radin can be so good on the brakes. If you think you can outbrake him, you may be wrong.
Yeah, they couldn't get it done. Nice job. By the way, last time by for Wolf, that's now 3.5 seconds. He just ran a 2:09.2 to a 2:10.8 and is opening that up just a little bit. Tim Day has about a second lead back to Radin Nickel right now. Here we go. A tricky turn 7, falls away, off camber. You have to really try and avoid the apex curve there, because that will just walk the car sideways. You have no camber to catch you. I want to watch now Day again through here. Now we're going back to Nickel. He looks really planted, as does Guyon.
Yeah, they look like, again, running a good, tidy, and tight line there. No drama this time around, and Day even staying off the exit curbs. A lot of the stores, they're definitely staying off those curbs a little more than what we've seen out of the Radical of Radin Nickel, who seems to be willing to use some of them. Not the exit at the kink, obviously, but in some other spots he's using some. Maybe even start using it here as they come into Canada.
Here he goes. And they're just starting to say, okay, we got grip. We have grip now through that, at least at that point of it. And so they're just using it. Here's this tricky turn into Billy Mitchell, blind uphill. Every instinct in your body tells you to square that up just a little bit, like a real corner. And then you get to the top and look, and you've got 4 feet to the exit curb, and you realize, I need to turn in a little bit sooner and drive that like a sweeper.
Good run here for Guyon underneath the back of Radin Nickel, and as they get to their top speed like we saw before where Penchia tried, I think we're going to see Guyon try to pop out here behind Nickel at that huge Radical.
Yeah, look at this. He's got a nice draft position. He's going to pop out, but again, then Radin's so good on the brakes. It just gaps him by about a car length.
And none of those stores are using any of the rumbly curbs on the exit of 1, but the Radical, he's going straight for the smooth part on the outside of the rumbly curbs, and knowing that he can do that, he can actually carry a little more entry speed.
Yep, and when you look at the back shots here, that Radical is pretty low to the ground, but when you look from the back underneath the chassis, there is a little bit more room. And I think Radin, as a result, willing to do that. And here comes Penchia again, sort of hunting on Guyon. And then Sherman Chow is slowly putting on a really, really effective run here. And coming up on the back of those guys, it looks like he's bringing Vaughn Scott with him as well. There's Radin. Talk about going to a completely different platform. Last year, Radin, he had himself a pretty good race at Virginia, 8th in a huge Spec Miata field. Yeah. And then I guess he decided to Monty Python it and go, now for something completely different.
That doesn't get any more different from Spec Miata to running a Radical with a bike motor. It's a huge switch, but look how fast he is. He's racing with cars that are very different than what he's at. It means he's got to work on making speed differently. Right now, the straightaway speeds and the brakes in that car are fantastic, but some of this section, like the carousel, look how much faster Guyan is. I don't know if Guyan can use the drafts going down to Canada, but he's going to try it.
That is a look, I think, at Brian Lindstrand. Meanwhile, here comes Bart Wolf. He has stretched that margin to 4.8 seconds right now. He just turned on the last lap at 2:09, essentially flat, at 2:09.1. And is really putting together a stunning drive. And one track, Bart knows inside and out, of course, is home here at Road America.
And that Honda-powered car is moving very well. He's really proud of being able to run a true car engine in one of these, as Hayward was talking about, and you were talking about. He wants to run in one of these, not the bike motors. The bike motors are what you see behind him. All 5 of the cars in the shot there are all running some sort of Suzuki or Kawasaki engine power. Look at that.
Yeah. Used that draft and decided he had to outbrave him. And now again, dives down to the inside. Wow, that was close, Larry.
Well, he knows that Raiden's got great brakes, so let's go ahead and get in front of him and make him use them.
And that is your battle right now for the final spot on the podium. And you know it's going to be fierce, because if you can't win at the runoffs, you at least want to be on the podium, so you can have, leave with a medal. And this is by no means done. We still have almost half the race to go here. And right now, it looks like I'm looking at the times. Day just ran a 2:10.6, a 2:10.5 for Raiden, a 2:09.5 for Lucian with that draft all the way down that front straight. And now Guyan is attacking on Lucian. Thought for a minute he might do that outside move. And I wonder now, Raiden, we've seen him use those ultra wide lines, but normally he was just driving that way. Now it looks like the car is slipping that way a little bit.
Yeah, I'm wondering how his tires are holding up at this stage. But we know that car's been great on the brakes, so if it comes down to a braking contest in anywhere, I would be putting my money on Raiden Nickel right now. But you can see the twisty part of the track, the turn 5 through the carousel, how much quicker those store chassis are than the Radical. But this is where the Radical strength is, on the long runs down to places like Canada.
Yeah, it is. The interesting thing too with these, with these cars that have more downforce than that Radical. The Radical makes good downforce, but those stores they are just incredible. The faster you go, the better you stick. So you get in these long, high-speed duration corners. That's where those stores are just magic.
Yes, they're amazing. They're lightweight, they're quick, and they got an aero. Look at Raiden Nickel, great line there, just clipping maybe an inch of where that little pothole is, but perfect for him. Let's see if he can get a run down the straightaway. But the two stores now drafting each other almost, kind of looking like a couple of Spec Fords going down the front straightaway.
A couple of very high-speed Spec Fords here, and and I think right now, that's what Guyan is. Is it Guyan or Guyan?
I think it's Guyan.
I think you're right. I think he may be playing that game instead of racing with Lucian right now, considering that they are running laps consistently quicker than Day. I think he may be doing exactly what you're talking about, is let's just draft each other, pull us both up to Day, then we can race when we get into the final few laps.
They just pulled about a half a second out of Day's advantage, so now it's just about 1.6 seconds between them, and that's what I think both Lucian and Greg are thinking right now is, hey, Tim is right there. Let's catch up to him and make this a fight for second.
Well, visually, they're reeling him in. There's no question about that. And Raiden right now, sitting back, is just trying to hang on to that sixth spot, as Sherman Chow is chomping at the bit right behind him in his number 03. There he is in that red and white. That's another store. Suzuki-powered machine.
Yeah, those three, though, that are battling for second, we get Tim Day, Lucian Pitze, and Greg Guyan. Those are your last three winners of this class.
Yeah.
Day winning the class, of course, at Indy in 21, Guyan at 22 at VIR, and then Lucian Pitze, your defending champ, from 23. So these guys, they are as quick as this class gets, and they're gonna get up there and try and fight. But right now, as it stands, only two of them can get medals. So, but if they're gonna try, and each one of them wants that second step, or if something happens to Bart, you never know.
Yeah.
They would love to see the top step. Right now, Bart is.
Look at that as Panchia got in just a little hot and got more than he wanted onto that oil dry, and the car just slipped for a second, and Guyan pounced.
Lucian's been testing it.
Yeah, he has.
The test did not pass that time.
Now, let's see what Guyan can do with Panchia behind him and see if they can push and run up today here as we are working lap 9 of 13. Wolf goes by, and wow. His fastest lap so far is a 2:08.6. He just turned a comfortable 2:09.3. And Lucian, boy, he protected a little bit into one there. Not necessary, because Guyan wasn't that close. And you can see that just allowed Guyan to close right back up on a big lockup for Lucian into 3.
Yeah, you can definitely see that big puff of smoke from the lockup there. That may hurt his exit speed here as Guyan's going to get a run.
Boy, isn't he, though? And if he gets through there nice and clean, you know, that can kind of propel you a little bit up, and he's just playing the game still.
Look how close they are to Tim Day, though.
Yeah, that's now down to 2 car lengths. They are playing this chess game for this second and third spot on the podium pretty darn well.
Yes, they are. They're sitting here working lap 9. These guys know there is a chance for a second place on the line. After a little bit of fighting earlier, Guyan seems to have grown a little bit of patience here at this stage.
Well, he certainly is playing the game, right? And that's kind of a key here. And one of the things you'll note for Lucian, he's got that sort of shark fin that they've folded in, and Guyan behind him just has the normal sort of regular roll hoop with the air scoop built in.
Panchia also with a Kawasaki power plant. Guyan, I believe, in the Suzuki.
Yes,
so there are little differences. The cars may look the same, but trust me, there's enough of a difference. They are not the same car.
And now what happens? Lucian probably going to be a little more tentative coming in here. Is indeed, and that gave Guyan, you can see how much he closed, took a little run. No name for this little kind of right-hand bend at the exit of Canada. Then you fold into the left. That is Billy Mitchell.
Guyan looks very good through that part of the track. We've seen this now a couple times in a row where Lucian almost looks loose. Maybe it's the oil dry, maybe it's the car. But Guyan looks very good there, getting back on the power, exiting at 12.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Day has responded. You know, they had closed up and were really close, and Day just suddenly turns a 2:09 flat. And still, though, Panchia 2:08.5. They made up from the exit of 14. Look how much ground they made up.
I think there's a little bit of a push draft coming from Guyan behind Panchia, and there might be a bit of a trickle of draft coming off a Day as he has gotten within that 1 second or a second and a half margin. So that helped Panchia quite a bit right there. Meanwhile, Bart Wolff reset fastest lap of the race last time around, 2:08.3. By himself, no draft.
No draft, just cooking.
Yep.
Look at now, Day starting to do that little bob and weave, trying to make sure, but it's too late. Lucian Panchia has caught him. Day protecting big time down into 5, and still was able to exit 5 with about a 3 car length margin. But Panchia, when he went through with Guyan, he got really, really close. I don't know.
He made Day think about it for sure.
He sure did. Yeah, he had him protecting. And I don't know whether Day's got any extra little gear to get into here, but he certainly got the wake-up call there.
Let's see how they make this run down around the carousel, where I think Guyan's looks pretty quick most of today. We'll see if he has an advantage again, even in the air wash behind Panchia.
But look at the ground Day made up from 6 down to the exit of the carousel. And I think that's because I've been, Day, we've seen him get that little, or where the front gives up just a little bit. I think he is pushing a lot harder through the carousel than Panchia and Guyan, and I think that's paying off. You don't want to lose it when you're doing that, because then it's bad, but I think he's just driving really, really well through that section of track.
Yeah, he may be running a little bit, either a slightly different gearing or where it's paying off on the twistier stuff, or perhaps his top end isn't as strong, or maybe he's running a little bit more wing, slowing him down on the long straightaways, but it's benefiting him then through that more quote-unquote infield section there from 5 down through the carousel.
Meanwhile, up the hill, Wolff begins lap 11 of 13, and let's see here, is Lucian close enough to get any kind of a pull from Tim Day? Boy, it sure looks like it. He is closing. I don't know if he's going to have enough by the time he gets to 1, but he got there. Ooh, wiggle from Day. That might give Pensia a little opportunity here. Pensia's thinking about it. Look to the inside. Guyan goes outside, and Pensia says, well, I better cover that. Guyan cuts down underneath and then checked up just a little bit. But look at Pensia. I thought I saw something come off the nose of Pensia's car. I think it was a leaf.
It might have been
just
the
kind
leaves
of came
blowing.
up, but it certainly is that close. And we've got some traffic they're going to come up on too here. Pensia's through.
Yeah,
He's got him. Outside move into turn 5. Completed it before turn in. We have a new second place runner right now.
But Day's been faster in this part of the track.
Yes,
I suspect
he
there's
is.
going to be a counter move, maybe even as early as going into 8 for Day if he can get a good little run here through 7.
And this is where you've got to be looking at how much ground are you making on this car that you're closing on. Where are you going to get that pass made? Let's see. Blue flags were out, so Pensia's going to get through. Day is going to go around the outside, and that's going to force Guyan to do the same thing. And Pensia did get a little bit better of that exchange, Larry. He opens up about a 4 car lengths margin here.
Just a little bit. That could be evaporated here when they come down. I suspect Guyan's going to maybe make a move on Tim Day going into 12.
Well, and remember, Lucian had that moment down in 12, so he might still be a little more circumspect here. And Day willing to put those lefts out there just a little bit, trying to open that radius up. Day bounces across the exit curbs.
I'm still thinking that oil dry exfoliating off the track down there is actually causing these guys to not make it a passing zone. They're really tentative to try to go in there too wide.
And nicely done by Pensia here as he stretches it out. And now here comes Guyan making that move. He and Tim Day, a drag race down the front straight at the line. It will officially go to Day by just a little bit, and that could have been a little foreshadowing of what we see at the end of this one.
Yes, a good draft can make it a really tight finish at the stripe. Look how wide.
Way too wide. Carried in a lot of speed.
Remember, we saw him twitch on the last time into one. Or what if he's having a bit of a brake issue, like a brake bias problem on that car?
That could be. Oh, but then Guyan overshoots in a big wobble as he gets off track, and it almost snaps as he gets back on over that big backside of that curb. That's going to blunt his momentum, and I think Dave might be in a position. No, I think Dave checked up because he didn't want to get caught up in something, and suddenly Lucian Pensia finds himself with a little bit of a gift.
Yeah,
look at that margin.
Lucian doing a great job. Opportunity here, but again, a little bit of a slide there for Dave behind Guyan, but he's going to try and stuff his nose in.
And Guyan shutting that door aggressively. And now through turn 7. Coming down the hill here. Hard on the brakes, down the hill. Such tricky braking zones into 5 and 8 here. And you can see immediately Guyan just pinning it a little bit more to the inside, trying to get a run. And this is where Day, I thought, had been really driving the wheels off it. The problem is that he may have used up tire. He was pushing so hard through that section of track.
And if he's got an aero advantage by himself, it may be a problem in the wake of Guyan in front of him. So he may not quite have quite the same effect.
Oh, here he goes. He got a draft as they came through the kink, and he is through and clear already. Now it's getting it wound down. He does, looks good. Guyan, though, he hits those bumps on the exit, and for a second, Guyan thought about it. And we are anticipating Bart Wolf, who's got the margin up to over 10 seconds right now, will be coming up the hill and should pick up the white flag. There he goes by us. And Lucian, there's Bart heading down into turn 1. You can see the crew giving him the signboard. And here next should be the yellow and black machine of Pensia. Here it comes. And here's that battle for the final spot on the podium. Day to the right of your screen, Guyan to the left. Again, drag race down into turn 1. Day went really wide here last time. He checks up a little bit.
I think that's that brake issue he's got. He couldn't quite push it to try and outbrake him. He's got to do it somewhere else.
And this is where we saw Guyan go really wide off the track. This time, it's Day flowing a little bit too much speed there. He didn't have quite the size moment that Guyan did, but it was big enough.
No, I don't think that this will also mean no chance to pass him going into 5. Guyan's going to have at least a free shot at it. Meanwhile, Pensia has kind of pulled out about 20 car lengths on these two. That's not even a battle now for a second.
Yeah, but look at Day. if he has a brake issue, he was willing to test him there. He made up a good car length and was able to hang on to that at the exit of the turn here. And this is where I was watching Day earlier. 7 and through the carousel, he was just magic. Can he pull something out on the last lap? Locked it up. I think that may have been that brake issue. He got in really hot, and suddenly it locked, and it was a big twitch here. But adrenaline is a beautiful thing. Let's see what he can do, Larry.
Well, it'd be interesting if he gets one move into off the kink. Oh, look at that. That's going to hurt him a little bit.
Yeah. Dirties your tires up.
Yeah. Needs to stay close, and maybe we can get a photo finish on this third-place spot if Tim Day can get a run out of Canada and through 14.
Wow, I'll tell you, Day makes up a lot of time. Oh, he makes up enough time. He's going to give it a go, but it's going to be a braking duel extraordinaire. Guyan through the oil dry, off the track. Day is through. Meanwhile, out of 14, climbing the hill, heading to his 7th medal, but his first gold at the runoff. Bart Wolf, hometown favorite from Elkhart Lake itself, gets the win done. The shop's about a mile north of us here. Here comes Lucian Panchia after the gold last year at VIR, ends up with the silver, and Day with a fraught few final laps somehow comes through and grabs the bronze.
Great battle there. That was so much fun to watch.
Oh, it's crazy. Great stuff. Then it's Guyan in 4th. Sherman Chow got around on Raiden Nickel and was able to grab that 5th spot. Raiden Nickel, he's going to be somebody to watch, though. Wow. Such talent under the brakes. It was phenomenal. There's that very unique machine of Brian Lindstrand at Van Diemen Prince.
I like those colors.
I do too. It looks sharp.
That blue and we'll call it maize. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's nice. Up the hill he goes. Final margin of victory for Bart, 12.4 seconds. He put on kind of a clinic.
He really did. Yeah. Honestly, we didn't cover him too much because he was too fast for the cameraman to catch up to him. He was so quick out there, essentially doing qualifying laps for all 13 times around. He is going to be one happy guy. And if you haven't talked to him before, if you didn't see on the pre-race coverage today, the interview with Brian Belansky, Bart is a great guy. Look how happy he is waving to all the workers.
He's a great character.
Yes.
Great character. He truly is. When he was running in Sports 2000, and most of it was club, but he did a few pro races, and one of them was here. I was announcing, and I asked him if I could grab a radio from him so I could try and interview him on the grid. Mm-hmm. And I knew Bart, obviously. Like I said, I rented from him when I lived here for a while, and I know he's such a fun character, but I wonder what he's good, what he's going to be like for this interview. It was like he was a pro and had been doing interviews forever. The man is just chill.
Yeah.
He's just chill. And he helped us film one of our funniest ever segments when we were doing the runoffs at Mid-Ohio, when Dorsey Schrader did a segment there we ran 18 laps, and he called it the 19th lap through Tech. And Bart, they said he'd help us out, and he took his S2 car, got his crew on it, and we filmed them pulling in. They're all cheering into Tech, and they dropped the doors. And then, of course, we go around the back, and the doors open. And this was all Bart's idea. At the end, the doors open. He comes walking out in a pair of red, white, and blue boxer shorts. That's it. In a box full of parts, looking at Dorsey and the camera going, what just happened? He is willing to do anything. And as you can see, folks, he is one talented race car driver. He loves driving prototypes, always has.
Oh, he's absolutely he's going to be completely ecstatic when he gets down there, the whole team. Well-deserved, just dominated in qualifying, and it carried over to the race. Even on the restarts, that no one had anything for Bart today.
Nope, and like he said, I am racing in memory of S2. He loved that class, and coming in here. And now that he's got it done, I will say that he said, I am determined to win this class with an automotive engine. So he's quite as I said, a character. And I forgot to mention, back in high school, he was a state championship level fullback.
Yeah.
And set, I think, a record for touchdowns over his career in that. So,
well, Hayward, you got to try to tackle him here at one point in the interview, because
he
might be running around jumping for joy here.
What a race he put on. Again, Lucian Panchia adding to his medal count, Tim Day Jr. as well. And Guyan and Chow and the rest of the field. I'll tell you what, I think the guy that really impressed me here, though, was Raiden Nickel. I can't wait to see him.
The
in
Radical
future.
isn't normally considered to be a competitive car in these P2 fields, but it was great to see Raiden piloting that Radical here today and showing that, yeah, it can run.
All right, there it is, the 7th medal to go around Bart Wolf's neck, and the first gold. Hayden Hayward, he's got to be absolutely delighted.
Bart, there is tremendous satisfaction in having the right tool for the job and getting to use it. It looks like that's exactly how your day went.
It was exactly as we planned. We did a lot of testing, a lot of tire testing, a lot of development on the car, and it was kind of how we thought it was going to go. And I was a little disappointed. I thought we'd get a little more speed out of the car, but it was good enough to win.
Talk about the decision to run this car, this engine, this tire, this package here at Road America.
I kind of looked at Bob Iverson about 4 years ago. Looked like he had a pretty good package. And coming from Sports 2000, I really wanted to win with an automotive-based motor. The motorcycle motors have kind of had their way in this class, so it's kind of nice. And I think they do have good parity. Mike Rupert was pulling me on the straightaway on the start, and then went to the brakes early. So from there, it was kind of smooth sailing.
Well, congratulations to you on the gold medal. You get to take one more lap. Enjoy it.
I definitely will. Thank you.
Barty Wolf, folks, what a story. Born and raised in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and man, you know, he's just chill, but you know he is just going to be beside himself having done this one literally at home. Let's take a look at our top 10 officially, and it's Bart Wolf with the win over Lucian Panchia, the defending class champion. Tim Day, a great drive in third. Greg Guyan in fourth. Sherman Chow, a nice run through the field up into fifth. The impressive Raiden Nickel in sixth, Brian Lindstrand in seventh, the evergreen Richard Colburn in eighth, Dale Vandenbush in ninth, and Michael Moulton rounding out the top 10 here at this run for the gold in P2. And he's waiting to get the high sign. He's found him. Let's get back down to Hayward.
Yeah, Lucian, you just said what I was going to ask you about. It got a little lonely out there for you, didn't you?
Yeah, I did at the beginning, but you know, I tried to save tires. I had some issues with the brakes, but then once I figured out, you know, that I could drive around it, then you know, I put the hammer down and second place. You know, I didn't have the best qualify. We had a lot of issues with the car, but we're here. I'd like to thank my family, Young Racing, Goodyear, God, and for everybody that's involved. I love it.
Congratulations on the silver.
Thank you.
And Tim, you were never lonely aboard in this race, were you?
No, not after the second half. Everybody reeled me in. It's a little bit like VIR last year, where we did really well in qualifying, but we couldn't seem to find that pace in the car during the race. I'm not sure why that is. Part of it is our aero was hurt, and I want to apologize publicly to Mike Rupert. You know, he was trying to pass Bart on the outside, and then he cut all the way to the inside, and I was there. And a very unfortunate incident, but it was pretty much unavoidable. I'd call it a racing incident. But great team result. I'm really happy that, you know, hopefully it's not the last P2 race at the runoffs, but if it is, you know, the team got it on the podium, so we're really super stoked about that. So,
well, congratulations on another runoffs medal, this time bronze.
Yeah, we would have liked a few steps up, but you know, it's a nice way to close out what has been a crazy, crazy week. So,
indeed.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys.
You know, that says a lot about Tim Day, because I don't really think that was his fault at all. And I don't think he was apologizing that he caused it. I think he was apologizing to a friend that it happened.
Yeah, that he was just in kind of a place where it was unfortunate Rupert wasn't going to be able to see him. And this is the incident he's talking about. Rupert was on the left, and he cut to the inside, not realizing Tim was going to be there. Tim feels bad for it, but trust me, Tim, you were good. Great action here. Look at the battles, though, right behind Tim. This time, Raiden Nickel with Lucian Pansea as Lucian was working through the field.
Yeah, I mean, Raiden was just absolutely demon on the brakes. It was phenomenal. There's Day, and then this is when this got really crazy here as Lucian pops over and makes that run. And you can see a little lap traffic up in front. Lucian comes through, and then here's this last lap duel here in Day, just finding a way by Guyan, and then Day runs a little bit wide, and then this is actually the last lap move. Watch Guyan. He had no choice but to try and round him up around the outside. Got out there a little bit too wide, and then Bart Wolf coming through again, 12.4 clear of the field. And tell me that guy's not a racer when he said, we were hoping to get a little more speed out of the car. What, you wanted to beat him by 20 seconds? That was a great run, and Bart gets this very special lap here. Once again, Want to say a huge thank you to the folks at Mazda for presenting this broadcast of the 60th running, the historic running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. The run for the gold in P2 is done. I'm Greg Creamer. For Larry and for Hayward, a huge thank you, folks. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the runoffs. Bart Wolf is.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome to Road America, Wisconsin. It's actually Elkhart Lake, but this is Road America. Look at the beautiful trees. The colors are changing here on this brisk fall day, almost as we're watching. We are at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs, and there's nowhere else I could imagine running this historic 60th anniversary than at one of the most historic venues in all of North America. It's time for GT1. Let's go down to the pits with Hayward Wagner.
Well, guys, unlike every other race, we're a little lonely down here. The cars just rolled out a few minutes ago. The crews are making their way off. So we are on a really tight schedule at the moment, which is why we had kind of a quick flip here to get these cars rolled off grid to stay under our hard close. Not a lot of storylines, not a lot of cars in this group. I think probably the only thing you guys need to hear from me is if you can get a shot of it, the back of David Pinteric's car clearly states, anything worth doing is worth overdoing. And if there is a slogan for GT1, that's got to be it.
Oh, it is. I like that. These are for the guys that just can't get enough of anything. It's amazing. These are the thunder machines, is the only way to put it. So, 900 horsepower, Tomo? I mean, these things are absolute beasts. They, in a straight line, they are staggeringly fast. And they tend to be a little bit finicky, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they can last 13 laps around this remarkable racetrack.
They are absolute rocket ships. Hey, Greg, happy to be here for GT1, and it feels just so correct to race this kind of car on this kind of racetrack. Yep. Taking a look down into their favorite sector, I'm sure, those high speeds, clearing 180 miles an hour twice in Sector 1 alone, down into Turn 1 and also down through Turn 4 towards Turn 5. Then we get into the most tricky section for these drivers and these cars. A lot of horsepower, but they are very, very high-tech cars. There's so much technology that has gone into these space frame chassis that have just these bodies draped over them. There's a lot of aero, there's a lot of tire to get through turns 5, 6, 7, 8, into the big carousel, leaning on the aero, then through the kink, a big checkup, but clearing almost 180 miles an hour once more down into turn number 12 through Canada Corner, then the big dig up through turn 13 and 14. These are the only cars that probably don't really feel that hill coming back towards start finish.
That's a really good point. And in our top 4, we have 16 gold medals around the grid. Your Tire Rack Pole Award winner is Dave Rouleau. He had a silver right here in 2020 in his number 31 Chevy Camaro, and he is capable of getting it done. His speed in qualifying was a new GT1 qualifying record for the runoffs at a 2-minute 2.535. That's booking around here. Second, Dave Pintark, 2-time gold medalist in his number 57 Kreider Racing Goodyear Ave Motorsports Ford Mustang. In the third spot, Tony Ave himself in the number 35, 4-time gold medalist in his Ford Mustang. In the fourth spot, it is number 12, Michael Lewis, 10-time gold medalist across a variety of classes. But the challenge for him in that black and orange Jaguar is that car, that chassis, is 24 years old. So he's just trying to keep it running. In the fifth spot, our rookie, the number 2 of Adam Romito out of Opelika, Alabama. He is running the Dodge Challenger SRT, beautiful car. Just great lines on it there. Starting in the sixth spot, one of the veterans. I remember announcing this guy in Trans Am back in the early 90s. Rick Dittman at a Lincolnshire, Illinois, Chicago region in the RDE Chevy Corvette. Then the 07, Ryan McManus. He was our Hawk Breakthrough winner, making the biggest gain from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2. Out of Seville, Ohio, Northeast Ohio region, the McManus Agency Corvette. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 11 of Rocky Eli out of Winnetka, Illinois, Chicago region, the Fields Auto Group Chevy Corvette. In the 9th spot, the number 3, David Furstand out of Fort Worth, Texas, making his 21st runoff start in a Ford Mustang. And then 10th, the number 44 of Dominic Martinolich in a Porsche 9912 GT3 Cup car. And just a couple of notes here. Tony Ave is making his 18th start, one of the best you would think. Michael Lewis is 46th start.
He's done half of those at this event, I think.
Yeah,
but
I think it's now probably 47.
Yeah,
because he's run one already. I know.
We're coming up to the green flag, but I should say real quickly, Hayward said there's no big storylines on the grid, but this class has storylines. We haven't had a standard race, let's call it, in 4 years since we were at Road America. Rain, cancellations, etc. These guys want to race.
They truly do. They really just want to get a good, clean race in. Let's see if we can have that happen here. And we're about to find out. Dave Rouleau looking really, really strong here this weekend. And alongside David Pintarek. That's the group watching. And you're going to hear it when they go green.
Oh, Pintarek was in the wrong gear or something.
He
completely
surely
sleeping.
was.
Tony Ave goes with him and then tagged. The 07 goes around.
That was just an unfortunate moment for Ryan McManus as Pintarek was slowing, and they just touched. And right after we were hoping they'd have a good, clean race, McManus gets into the wall, and Pintarek still not moving. I wonder if he broke something as he went to the throttle. Unbelievable here. Meanwhile, Rouleau leading from Ave. And Ave is an Iron Man here, isn't he? He's doing something on the order of 5 different events here. So he's getting tons of track time, that's for sure. And that beautiful blue Dodge Challenger of Adam Romito able to move up here. And now Ave taking a big run, diving down inside Dave Rouleau. And Tony Ave absolutely, well, who doesn't, driving these things. And look at Romito. He's got a lot of something coming out of the back of that Dodge Challenger, but certainly not hurting his speed as he just absolutely rumbled past on Dave Rouleau. That might just be fuel.
Yeah, I have to wonder if that's just spare fuel burning out of the back of that Challenger, but Ave is up on the wheel early. He's pushing big time, and Dave Rouleau is showing signs of weakness right now. Maybe some issues with that car, or would prefer to get the car way more in, but you see he's not even using all the track.
Well, I think
as he needs some build.
He's trying to avoid that fuel that's getting laid down. It doesn't evaporate off that fast on a cold day. And it can be slick for a moment. And getting word, we have a full course caution. Full course caution is coming out. And obviously McManus just could not drive that McManus Agency Chevy Corvette away here. I'm really intrigued to have a look at another look at what happened there. Because it all started when Pintark, that Mustang of his, just completely laid down, Tomo.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere at the start. It caused a big stack up in that left side lane, and somehow 2 cars came together. Michael Lewis ended up turning this 07 car of Ryan McManus just towards that left side barrier. Luckily, this could have been way worse. Here's how it happened. Lewis trying to avoid just a complete circumstantial accident that I don't think any of these drivers can be blamed for at all. It's very unfortunate for McManus to have his race cut short that way. Just that clunk into the concrete wall, just can't get the car going again.
Yeah, you know, the thing is here, we're talking about cars. What are they? Were they 355 V8s in a lot of them? 900 horsepower. It's an amazing amount of torque. And when you go, gearboxes can snap. Things can happen on these cars. They are wickedly fast, but they're also really finicky and tricky, you know, to keep running. And that's just a really tough moment here. And we got another replay we're going to show you here. Just watch it from this perspective. And when it goes green, you're going to see the 31 Arulo and that whole row go, and Pintark, nothing. And
he tries, but it's Lewis that has to avoid or slow down. He's got cars coming up behind him again. McManus has no reason to believe that he's not fine.
Yeah.
They're just such a big, wide car. 3 wide on the front straight is too tall an order.
And the question is, how is Lewis's car? And I think he may have hurt that right front corner as well.
So we may have lost 3 drivers essentially in this one quote-unquote incident, with Lewis pulling over and Pintark having that initial incident, mechanical issue, which is just going to take this thing down.
Oh,
yes, there
Lewis
it is.
Flat right at least. And I think Michael Lewis is probably, his hair is getting grayer as he's driving up pit lane, because he has had just some frustrating runs in this category, and a lot of them had nothing to do with this being an older car. He's still a superb driver, but he's just been caught out in some just bizarre things, and I think he's probably just absolutely beside either that, or he's just, I knew something was going to happen.
Maybe, one of the two. I guess it's optimism or pessimism, whichever one he has, but
maybe just realism.
Realism, to be honest, But the car, this is, like as you mentioned, it's just things happen so fast in a car like this, and you can't really appreciate, you know, a driver when you're used to cars, even that are modern cars that can go to a track day and run a lap that's, you know, sub 230 at Road America. That's a fast car. That's a fast lap, but doing a 202, I mean, you can't comprehend that difference in speed and how much quicker things happen. The momentum behind that, you have almost no time for decision making relative to what you can probably picture, either what your commute looks like on the road or what your experience is behind your own wheel of your own car.
That's a really, really good point. And it is a big track, but when you're going that fast, it just comes out. I mean, you know, take a look here. On the opening lap from a rolling start, not full speed down the front straight.
And half under yellow.
And half under yellow, we got a time or a trap speed even there of 101 plus or 171 plus miles an hour.
Yeah.
These things are stonking fast.
And with that yellow, the fastest lap of the race would be pretty competitive in B-Spec. So they got around pretty quick, and that's nothing against B-Spec. It's just to say these cars are so quick. So Tony Ave, I kind of mentioned that the last time.
You went from one side to the other of the old SCCA pendulum there. That was nice.
Hey, I've done one. Hopefully I'll do this one too.
I would love to see that.
I mentioned Tony Ave. I mentioned that this race has not really been a quote-unquote normal race for a number of years. We had a wet race at Indianapolis in 2021. We had a wet race at VIR in 2022. The race was canceled due to attrition in 2023. The last time that a car won a normal race in the dry with just a straight-up battle was that car on camera. Maybe not that car, but Tony Ave won the 2020 runoffs at Road America here. So he's feeling like, looking like he's confident enough to do it again.
You know, Tony Ave is kind of an interesting story. The first racing he did was Formula One snowmobiles. And those things on an ice oval are just insane. Yeah, Tony started in snowmobile racing, then went to S2000, is where he started to really cut his chops in sports car racing. Then went and ran Formula Atlantic for a little bit, and at the sprints one year got into a huge incident here and really hurt himself. And he said, I'm the luckiest guy in the world, because at the first National of the Year the next year at Blackhawk, he showed up back in an S2. And I said, how you doing? He said, you know, normally, you know, he's talked to people that have gone through those big leg injury recoveries. And he said when it's cold, they ache, and they got to get up and break up the scar tissue and walk around in the morning. He said, I got none of that. He said, it's ridiculous. He said, I feel absolutely normal. Got back in his sports too in his first race after that massive wreck and just devastated the field and said, all right, I guess I'm okay.
Yeah.
And
wow.
And that was 25 years ago. He has just continued to run at the very top level and build incredibly fast GT1 cars.
Yeah, it's pretty much a living out of it. I mean, there's a
Yeah.
shop. There's a lot of these cars are built. You know, the chassis for the cars, I should say, are built by Tony's in the shop.
Yep, absolutely. He gets it done. So looks like they've got McManus's car on the back of the the tilt back here, so they ought to be able, once the field goes by, to get him cleared pretty quickly. So hopefully we'll be going back to green this next time by here. And you know, the guy at the back of this queue right now, that blue and white Corvette of Rick Dittman, as I said when I was doing the introductions of the drivers or the grid run through, back in the early 90s when I started working, traveling with Trans Am and announcing, Rick showed up at about a half of the races. You know, if it was a West Coast race, that was a little bit too far. And you know, he was always knocking on the door of top 10s. And so I got to interview him a number of times, and then he was always running an SCCA National stuff. And it didn't matter what kind of a weekend he was having, if it was just problem-filled or he was out there driving beautifully. He was the same guy, just one of the nicest people I've ever met, and just you know, one of those people that when you walked up to him, his smile was just like, come on over here, let's talk. You know, one of those people. So there's some absolutely fabulous people in this field in the GT1 category. And, you know, this is a pretty special type of machine here. And one, they aren't cheap to run because of the fact that they're finicky and the like. But two, it takes something special in the driver's head and elsewhere to be able to hustle these things around a track.
Yeah, just the confidence to even build up to the speed that they can do, let alone executing on that. I don't know a lot of these drivers personally off the track, but I do know Dave Pinterick. I'll throw him in there as another one of those just welcoming, kind.
Yep.
He's cheering for a lot of the younger drivers in some of the spec classes. He's opened up opportunities to, you know, come under his tent and use his crew, and has a lot of other drivers that he helps support through the Pride of Racing and the Goodyear tent there. So it's really heartbreaking when you see someone like that have a bad race, and it's great to see someone like Rick Dittman having a great race, avoiding that kind of sketchy moment between he and Rocky Ellie in those two black Corvettes. They were side by side and had to pinch both through on Lewis and on McManus.
Yeah, absolutely here, and looks like this front straight is clear, and I'm wondering if we might be going back to green here. The field seems to think so, as they start doing the old bob and weave. And how about that? Adam Ramito, again, I think that's one of the prettiest cars here this weekend, that blue Dodge Challenger with the yellow highlights. It's still throwing out a lot of fuel as he's going around the track, which is, I'm sure, giving Rulo little bits of fits here. But hopefully that'll sort of ease away, and we'll see how everything continues on.
It's definitely imposing.
Yeah.
When you see that behind you, that would be intimidating. And I'm curious to see if Dave Rulo can recover from that somewhat weak start. He appeared to be uncomfortable, if not mechanically hindered somehow by that car. Tony Ave was certainly confident. Adam Ramito was going right with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Tony, and that's one thing you can always say about Tony. Tony is very confident, particularly in the cars he builds, and so he has no problem on an opening lap saying full bore on the throttle, full bore on the brakes, let's get going here, let's go racing. And so let's see what happens here. And here we go through 14. And once again, let's see, that's 5 cars times 9. That's about 4,500 horsepower.
We're going to slowly rotate the earth a little on this restart. I think.
Yeah. When they go to throttle, time's going to shift by about 3 seconds. All right, here we go up the hill, and let's hope we get this one going. And we go clean and green to the finish here. We're green, and here we go. Dittman looking to the inside here, maybe thinking a little bit about taking a shot at Rocky Ellie here. And you can see Ramito covers on Rulo right there, and that is going to give Tony a little bit of a jump.
A big jump, really. Rulo very defensive by putting that wide Challenger just smack dab in the middle of the track, and I don't think you can fit that Camaro on either side of it when he does that. Now up on the throttle, down towards 180 miles an hour at those speed traps in turn 5. Watch that speed board down there, spectators. You're going to see the number pop up.
It should be spectacular, but I'll tell you what, Adam Romito is flying right now. Just motors by Ave. Here comes Rulo as well. Is Ave suddenly having some sort of an issue? You don't see him just get motored like that. He pulls out of the way. Tony Ave struggling as well. Unbelievable. And Adam Romito has taken over the lead with your pole sitter, Rulo, in second. Dittman through into third. And Ave just trying to hang on now in fourth. And he's out of fourth, too. Rocky Ellie has picked up that spot right now. And there is Tony Ave. Clearly struggling, Tomo.
Yeah, hopes of repeating this Road America Championship are gone, I would say, for the 35. And I agree with you, though. Up at the front, Dave Rulo is basically driving to avoid the spray off of the back of Adam Romito's car. So while Tony Ave is dealing with heartbreak, Dave Rulo is dealing with visibility and liquid issues.
Yeah, everybody having something unfolding here, so it seems. And Ave, he's running 5 different classes in this year's runoffs. And this one, I think, is the one that means an awful lot to him. Maybe that in the Atlantic that he'll be running a little bit later on as a class that he's very connected with as well. But Adam Romito, and keep in mind here, folks, Adam qualified in the 5th spot and was a few seconds off of Rulo's pace. Whatever the problem was with that Dodge Challenger, they have apparently sorted it out rather well because he is flying right now.
Yeah, it's cooking. I'll never forget a couple years ago, that car and that team had some of the fastest trap speeds. They weren't the fastest lap time, but they were well clear a couple mile an hour up on everybody else. They make big motors and a lot of straight line speed for those Challengers. As Rulo, we noticed in qualifying, was a bit of a slow build. I wouldn't be surprised to see that 31 continue to keep the pressure on or even get a little bit quicker. But right now, Romito's got this thing very under control, spitting flames down into 3.
That's just magic, isn't it? Just seeing those big burps of fuel igniting, coming out the side. And here we go. Rulo tucked right in as close as he's been. Dittman, as we said, now up into that 3rd spot. And let's see what's going to happen. Rulo thinking about it, and Romito covering absolutely. Making sure.
Big swiggle trying to avoid the back of Romito for a moment, got on the curb and had to fight the car for just a split second. I'm sure it was a pucker, but then they were all okay.
Yeah, and you got to think Rulo is probably trying to, radioing in, going, look, there's a bunch of fuel coming out of the back of this thing, and it's kind of like Jimmy Clark and Parnelli Jones at Indy with the infamous oil leak in the back of the car, saying, have him pit, and they let him stay out, and he ended up winning it. So we'll see what happens here. Rulo certainly giving notice that if he is given one little opportunity, he's through.
It's cool to watch those flames. That's related to the throttle. Every time you see that car belch flames, he's lifted or put the throttle back down. You see him doing it through the carousel. He's just playing with the throttle on that 800, 900 horsepower range that he's got to work with. Probably only doing about half of it through the middle there, but belching flames. And then that Rick Dittman machine is going to be in a bronze medal position if he can bring it home.
Yeah, it's basically unburned fuel, isn't it? When you lift, because they, in these engines, they are just pumping so much through it that when you lift and that unburned fuel hits the headers, it just burns out like that. But Romito's in particular, I think you could weld things with that.
And Romito's pushing. I would say Rulo looks calm. Romito is pushing. So he's doing everything he can in that Challenger to start to run away.
I think Romito is sensing I've got a rare opportunity here, and the car's working. Build a margin, make them have to run me down here. And Rulo can do it. Not quite close enough here. And just to let you know for Dittman, how important would this be? His best finish in GT1. How about this, folks? 4th, 1983 at Road Atlanta.
Oh.
So if he, 40 years later, could actually get his first medal, what a story.
Be fantastic.
Yeah.
Circumstances aside, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, hey, racing's racing. Stuff happens.
Fastest lap last time through, Dave Rulo, 0.3 quicker than the leader, Adam Romito, in that blue Challenger. So the pace is there. He's got to figure out a way by. That Challenger is maybe strategically a little bit extra wide. What do you think?
It kind of looks it, doesn't it?
They added a lot to the sides of that car.
Yeah, they really have. And, of course, that gives it nice plant and all that, nice stability through these long duration corners here. But, yeah, that's a wide beast. And right now, Adam Romito is running within a second of where he qualified, so they have really figured something out with that car. and it just looks good.
It does. Big old lift there to tuck the nose right towards the end of the carousel, tucked it into the banking that kicks in about 2/3 of the way through. Grab some curb on the entry into the kink. That's a little sketchy. Uses all of it on the way out too. Romito just looks confident. This is a great drive.
Yeah, he's just hooked up. As you said, you know, confidence builds speed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And most of all, what builds confidence? It's comfort. It's just feeling comfy. You know, you're good. You know, everything's great. I'm liking what I'm doing here. Man, he's giving this a ride. Listen to that sound.
And it just
looks come up.
Looks nice and compliant on the curbs. You see him hop the curb at the inside of turn 13. No drama. A little bit of body roll. You don't usually see body roll in these cars. They're so stiff and low. But the mechanical grip on that Challenger is looking strong, although Rouleau is still just lurking in that background. And we talked about how imposing the Challenger looks. The Camaro is pretty scary looking in the mirrors, too.
Well, that it is, especially in the hands of Dave Rouleau. It was awfully stout here. And, of course, he got the year that I think Ave won it here. Rouleau got a really competitive second as well. So it's not like he's a stranger to doing very well here at this track. So he's closed up a little bit under that run from 1 down to 3. Let's see if he's got enough of a head of steam. He is starting to unwind it. He's looking. Romito drifts over to dissuade him.
Moves in response just a little bit. Adam's got to be careful about that. That's considered blocking, but Rouleau shows the nose.
And I'll tell you what, Rouleau showed the nose, and Romito had none of it, and just turned in, and Rouleau gave it up. Still plenty of time left, about halfway through this race. So there's lots of opportunity here, but just taking a look here, and Romito just set fast lap at a 2:08.3. So he's getting it done, Tomo. You are right. He is hooked up and enjoying this.
It's among the fastest cars we're going to see here. They qualified, did actually Rouleau at a 2:02.
Yeah.
That's obviously probably a different compound tire, qualifying trim, weight out of the car, et cetera, et cetera. We may not see 2:02s today, but under 2:10 is wild. Romito all the track, all the way out to the outside, and that little move that Rouleau tried to pull on Romito down in turn 5 really balked his progress. He's going to take a lap or two to get back there, I think.
Yeah, it did. It did. That's one of those things. You would think, okay, you have that little loss of momentum from that little lift. You got 900 horsepower, man. That's going away. Well, the guy you just lifted, who's in front of you has 900 horsepower. Momentum's momentum.
Absolutely.
And, it's just going to take you. You're going to get it back quicker, but you're still going to carry that deficit to the next braking zone.
That classic Dorsey Schrader story from Spec Racers.
Yeah.
When you come to Trans Am cars like this, it still matters. Momentum is everything.
Yeah, absolutely. The more speed you can carry mid-corner and out, relative to your competitor, doesn't matter what level of horsepower the car's at, you're going to be quicker. That simple.
Well, even with getting slowed down a little bit, Dave Rouleau was the quickest car on track last time through by 2/10. Look how much he's closed back up. Romito looks a little loose turning in for turn 1 that time, and I have to wonder, is Dave Rouleau just kind of waiting for the obvious chance instead of the risky one?
Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe he is. And it looks to me like Rouleau's got really good straight line.
Big time.
And maybe, Romito, obviously, we're watching him. He's just really committed through 6 all the way down to Canada Corner. And now, let's see, does Rouleau try and squeeze down the inside? Romito covers it. Remember, this is 900 horsepower and a bit of weight. That's going 180 plus miles an hour, and you got to somehow slow it down downhill. Rouleau thinking about it into turn 6. That's sketchy, but you've got to slow down an awful lot of mass coming at a huge rate of speed into downhill braking zones at least twice here. That's tricky.
With no anti-lock brakes,
yep.
It's all driver skill.
And not much aero
with these cars.
Not generally. You talk to these drivers, they go, oh, yeah, we don't have nearly enough tire, and so they're slinging it around.
Meanwhile, they'll barely roll through your front door. They're huge.
They are. That's very true. And I'll tell you what, I'm getting a little nostalgic here back in the 90s in Trans Am when they were all running the Goodrich bias flies tires. There was nothing prettier than watching, 15 cars drifting through turn 1 here on those bias plies. I miss that. I miss that for sure. But these guys are giving it one heck of a run. They may only have, the 2 cars that are battling for the gold right now, but what a show they're giving us.
They're doing a great job, and the other thing is with these fast cars, the race goes really fast. We're already going to be starting lap number 9 of 13.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We have plenty of time to finish this thing out under green, despite the yellow flag. So this is starting to hit that tipping point where Rulo's going to be running out of time a little.
And did you see what Romito just did there? He squared up 14, and I heard him go to the throttle way before Rulo did, because I think he knows Rulo has some motor here. And here, as opposed to that risky pass into 5, how about an easy one with power into 1? Exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, it makes it very easy. As he goes deep on the brakes, it's going to kind of square it up and try to get in the way of of Romito, and Dave Rulo goes to the lead.
Yeah, he was a little twitchy on the brakes as he started to turn in there, as he was way tight to the inside. As Romito doing the smart thing and not giving him any opportunity to open the arc up into that corner. And nonetheless, Rulo was through, and now, for the last few laps, I didn't see any fluid coming out of the back of Romito's car, so to see what kind of pace Rulo has here, and he's already opened up a fair bit, but man, what a ride. Wherever he ends up here, what a ride Adam Romito has put in here. And you think about where he qualified back in 5th and coming up and racing at this level with Dave Rulo, pretty cool.
Very cool. And it's not over yet. We've got 3 more laps, 3.5 more laps, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Rulo start to pull away pretty quickly now that he doesn't have the track impeded. And I will say, to give these drivers some extra credit, the fact that this class is what it is, being expensive, fast, etc., they may not get to wheel-to-wheel race these cars all that often. They obviously drive them a lot.
Yeah.
But you saw Rulo was very, very strategic with how I'm going to race this next car around me, because maybe I don't do this that very often. Maybe I come to the runoffs and this is the main time that I race my competitors.
Yeah, really door to door. That's a really good point, Tom. Absolutely. Here's Rick Dittman, who is looking to maybe earn his first ever medal, and then Rocky Eli. I don't know if it's Eli or Ellie, to be honest, in that beautiful black Chevy Corvette out of Winnetka, Illinois. Another Chicago region member here. There he is, as he sits in the 4th spot, chasing Rick Dittman here, looking for that first ever podium. And just wanted to make note here. Trying to think of, Dittman started in 6th. He's 3rd. That might be our Sunoco hard charger. Certainly a good candidate for it in this class, so he could be earning some extra honors as well. And this is all part of what is called SCCA Summit Equipment, Summit Road Racing Program. That includes the Hoosier Super Tire Super Tour, and then also the Majors program. And there are a lot of different paths that you can get to the runoff, but it all folds under the Summit Equipment Road Racing Program for SCCA, and this is where it culminates, and it's a joy to be a part of it.
For the drivers, of course, but also for the teams, crews, family, flaggers, workers, volunteers. That all falls under that category. We talk about the drivers mostly, of course, but they're all a part of that that Summit Road Racing Program.
Well, and I've said for years that the unsung heroes of this sport are the crews.
Yeah.
And
I hate leaving the track before the crew is done. It just feels wrong.
Yeah.
As a driver, it's like, I don't know how to help, but I want to be here with you.
Yeah. But at a certain point, one of 2 things happen. One, the crew goes, look, we appreciate it, but you'll just be in the way. Leave. Or they're saying, no, go get yourself some rest, because when we get this car running right, we want you to be at your best to drive it. And that's what makes it a team sport.
Yeah.
A lot of times, like you said, we're talking about the drivers. But without a crew, it's really difficult to get out. And keep in mind, the crews don't just give you a fast car. For Romito, they give you a car that is safe, and you're willing to do what he just did to the King there.
Yeah, which
that's
was
a huge part of it. Yeah.
Every inch of the track. Yeah. And that goes top to bottom. We've certainly seen our share of what could be very scary incidents over the years at the runoffs, and safe cars are the most important.
You betcha. And I mean, you think about what happened in Spec Racer Ford 3 with Ogden when he had that tow out on that left rear, and he was still just flat, going flat through the kink. That's because he said, all right, I figured out I could drive it. I felt confident it was going to stay underneath me. It was tough, but you can do it. And that's because he felt that the crew gave you a car that's going to hang on. I mean, you know, they are absolutely indispensable here. So that's why normally on the victory laps here at the runoffs, you pack as many crew members in that car as you can, because they truly have shared it with you here, as we are on lap 11 of 13. And Rula, once he got to the front, just easy. He just turned, I see that right, at 2:06.8. Yeah, that's flying.
Yeah, lapped last time by 3 seconds faster than Adam Romito. So while he was patient, he had plenty of speed in that Camaro. Hard on the brakes down into turn 5 for the third to final time. Showing off the flames of that car to the crowd on the right.
Yep.
Little flat slide on the way out, riding the rotation of that car beautifully.
Yep. And I've got a feeling that while, of course, Rulo was trying to figure out a way to get through on that really wide Dodge Challenger, I think he was probably really enjoying how Adam Romito had just picked that car up and was throwing it around this track. You know, as a driver, you see somebody taking a car that maybe shouldn't be as fast as it's going and making that happen. You respect the hell out of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. But man, Rulo is just ticking the laps off right now. And it's such a shame, obviously, for Pintarek and for Lewis and for Ave. You know, that group of 4 at the front, and then Romito being able to come into the mix maybe. What a show this could have been, because they are all top-tier talents. To be sure here. And I'm looking at the margin between Dittman and Ely, and what are the times. Ely about a half-second quicker than Rick on the last lap, but he's got to find the better part of 3 seconds, and we're running out of time here.
Yeah, that could come really quick, or it could be really hard to find depending on where those drivers are with the cars. You know, the ceiling of these cars is so high, the difficulty of getting there is also incredibly high. So it's not uncommon for someone to just find a second.
Yeah.
Whereas in Spec Miata, you would never see that. No one just finds a second in Spec Miata because the ceiling's not as high. So Rocky Ellie, as he's continuing to lap in 4th place in that black Corvette, only 3 seconds back of Rick Dittman in the blue and white. Right there, they were in the same shot. If Rocky Ellie has a particularly inspired lap, something goes and gives him a little bit extra confidence, I wouldn't be surprised to see him catch him.
Yeah, or Dittman makes just that little bobble somewhere.
Exactly.
And hey, once Rulo got uncorked, so to speak, look at that trap speed, 175.5 miles an hour down into turn 5. That's booking.
Fastest we saw in qualifying was 182.2. And it was just unbelievable. But it took 5-6 laps for them to get there. It tells you what it takes to build up to. There's a good look at Rocky Ellie that we were talking about.
Gorgeous car, isn't it? Just absolute gloss black, simplicity defined, and absolutely beautiful here. And here's Dittman. So that's that margin, as we now are on lap 12 of 13. So Rulo, when he comes around the next time, will pick up the white flag. And the run for the gold in GT1 will truly be near its completion here. Yeah, I mean, I think some great stories here. Romito never probably thought or should have be able to be up front and run that fast, and found it. Rulo played a perfect waiting game. Dittman could get his first ever podium and beat his best ever previous finish that was done some 4 decades ago. Rocky Eli coming up here, started in the 8th spot in that Chevy Corvette. I think he's a rookie, at least maybe here at the runoffs, and might just find himself with a 4th place finish. Some pretty cool stuff unfolding. Unfortunately, slim field, but I tell you, these guys at the front have given us a show.
Yeah, in a bit of a sick way, they could say they beat a bunch of national champions, can Rocky Ellie.
Yeah, exactly. In a sick way. I like that.
Unfortunately, at the detriment of some of our favorite drivers in the field. So our heart definitely goes out to them. But there's your leader continuing to circulate and taking that white flag.
1 lap to go. And thinking about in a sick way comment here. You know, Tony's driving 4 other races here. Lewis is probably driving at least 2. So, you know, they're just giving these guys their moment to shine, right? Yeah.
Sure.
We'll look at it. The one guy who's probably really annoyed is Pintarek. I'm not sure he's running something else. He lives for this GT1 race out of Canfield, Ohio, and this one's going to smart.
But you know he'll be back.
Oh, absolutely.
Talked to him before the race a couple days ago, and he said, I may be old, but I'm driving better than ever. I'm getting better and better. This car's getting better.
Yep.
He's just positive, so I know he'll be back.
Absolutely, absolutely. And on air, I mentioned a quote from a guy you know, James Houghton, when I asked him after he had led a race and then something went wrong and he broke. And I said, "How you doing?" He said, "I'm a broken man, Greg. This sport has broken me." And I said, "Why do you keep coming back?" He said, "Because I'm stupid and I love it."
Because I'm broken.
Yeah, I'm broken. It has me. It has me. It had me at start your engine.
Yeah, it's the cause and the effect.
There you go. And for these guys, you know, driving these cars, I got a chance to do 4 laps in a GT1/Trans Am car from the Archer brothers back in the day around Brainerd. And oh my God, you know, it is something else. And I was nowhere near what the car was capable of. And actually, Bobby Archer told me, he said, "Greg, just remember one thing, you know," and you know, Brainerd, the old turn 1, 2 there. He said, "This car is going to probably be going faster than you've ever gone, which means if you go off, you'll probably slide farther than you've ever gone and hit harder than you ever have." Just keep that in mind. So I was like, okay. But still, you know, these cars are truly beasts, folks. And the guys wheeling it like Dave Rulo is right here are very special. 1 in the bravery department, 2 in the talent department, and 3 for Rulo in this one. Beautifully executed race up and over the hill, and Dave Rulo coming through, and he is going to beat his best ever finish, a silver here at Road America in 2020. He adds a gold and a remarkable run by Adam Ramito in the Dodge Challenger, up from 5th on the grid, leading a large chunk of this race. And for Rick Dittman, his best ever finish in 1983 back at the runoffs. And Rick Dittman, a 4th, and he is going to come through and earn his first ever medal at the runoff. Look at that, some 4 decades later, he is going to have some hardware around his neck. And Rocky Ely really flying. As a matter of fact, on that last lap, Rocky lapped 1.6 seconds quicker than Dittman. So Rocky was giving it everything he possibly could here. But, you know, you think about a well-judged drive. We may have seen a definitive one from Dave Rulo.
I think so. I think that was just, especially with the dramas and the reset and knowing that he was 3rd when he was expecting to be the fastest car on the track. Of course, immediately was gifted one of those positions a little awkwardly because Tony Ave was broken, but he just had to take his time, take his deep breaths, and not let these cars get ahead of themselves because it's easy to let that happen.
That's very, very true. And, you know, he took that one look down into 5, and you caught it, I think. You said, you know, when Ramito kind of seriously slammed the door, and at that moment you said, I think he's waiting for a safe pass, not a risky pass. And when he did it, it was just that easy drive-by down that front straight. And, you know, clearly when you look at the top speed he had versus what we were seeing out of Ramito, about 4 or 5 miles an hour faster. And look at this. He's Ramito's running him down here because I think those two had a blast racing each other, too.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a really special moment. You get to do the cool-down lap, especially if it's your buddy. I don't know if these two know each other personally. They're from Wisconsin and from Alabama, so maybe not. But they've been in this class together. When it's your friend and you're coming out and you're waving, and just that really awesome feeling of enjoying, wait, this is my last lap of this track, at least for most of us. Rulo gets one more.
Absolutely. Yeah, Rulo gets that very, very special one, to be sure. And, man, is it well-earned. No question about that. And I'm so happy for Rick Dittman. You know, like I said, he was that true independent privateer running Trans Am back in its second glory days. And he said, I know I'm not going to win. I know I'm probably not going to be top 10. But, man, I'm running. And, you know, and running something like this is pretty cool. And he's still getting it around here and running quick enough to podium as Rulo bringing it up the hill. And, of course, he is going to be heading toward our Hayward Wagner to do a little bit of chatting. Let's see if he has the memo here and doesn't turn straight into victory circle. We've seen that happen a few times. People anxious to celebrate.
I want to know if they're going to keep the leaves to remember this event by.
I think they should.
From the grill.
They should scrape them out, put them in a bag, and lay them nice around the trophy.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, that's good. I like
good.
that.
That's
yeah.
a little you know, Halloween, October decoration for your trophy. Look at that bad boy. And it was. Man, straight line, this thing was a missile. And Rulo, what a beautiful drive.
Way to go, Dave.
You can hear celebrations and congratulations coming from a number of folks here as the helmet comes off. Look at that
Congratulations.
smile. Look at that smile.
We're going to get you decorated, get you interviewed, and then get you off.
Here comes that piece of hardware. That is an incredible moment, no question about it. There's the hat, and I think if, oh, is this it? Oh, yeah. Got to have the Hoosier necklace when you're running those Hoosier purples. That's for sure. Let's get down to Hayward.
It's just the world we live in. I'm watching the text messages come in on his watch as everybody's congratulating him on the win. Dave, a gold medal here at the runoffs. How does it feel?
It feels wonderful. This has been a long time coming. It was a rough start there, but I was able to fight through it, and it was a good race.
You had a little bit more adversity than you might have anticipated, I think, and the guys in the booth were really kind of applauding the measure of this race, that you kind of waited for the right chance to make that pass. What was that mental process like?
Yeah, it was waiting. He was pulling a lot of defensive moves, so kind of fighting. I was fighting, trying not to get tangled up, so then I backed off and just waited a few laps and waited for the right time, and away we went. So it's a great race.
So you get one more lap around this track. This one's with the checkered flag. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thanks to all my crew, family, everybody. So they've been great. Couldn't do it without them. Couldn't do it with Hoosier. My wife, my kids, my mom, my entire crew. So love you guys. Thanks.
Congratulations.
It takes a neighborhood in a way to get it done, because you've got all those different components, especially in this kind of a car that is so high performance. Everything's got to work. Everything's got to tick. Let's take a look at the official, or the provisional results, I should say. Rulo with the gold. Ramito, what a drive. I can't wait to see what he does here. In second, Dittman. Man, what a story. So happy for Rick. Rocky Ellie in that 4th spot. He was coming at the end. Look how much he closed that margin up to. And then Tony Ave, Michael Lewis, David Pintark, Ryan McManus, all out along with first stand. I don't know that first stand in Martin and Olich actually took the green. I think Martin and Olich did not. But at any rate, that is your top 10. And let's get back down, because we've got 2 more medals to hand out, and pretty special ones at that, I think. Hayward, Adam Ramito, and Rick Dittman.
Adam, it looked like you were trying to make this already pretty wide car even wider there for a couple of laps. Tell us about the drive.
Yeah, I cooked the brakes and the rear tires off of it. They just had the top end speed. I was better through 5 and probably 14, but he was better than me up through here in the front straightaway and through 2 and 3. So I tried everything I could to hold him off, but can't thank everybody on the car enough. Goodyear, RDR, SRI, Sunoco, Chris Sumner for the engines. Who else? 2-3 companies, Zeta Performance, Epic Electric, which those guys are around here somewhere. So everybody else involved. It's been a fun weekend. It took us a little while to get going earlier in the weekend, but we kind of scraped back some. So anyway.
Congratulations on the silver.
Thanks.
We're going to get our bronze finisher. Rick, I am told that you have some runoffs experience.
Yeah, back in the old Atlanta days when they had 3 cars and you had to run 20 races to get down there and everything else in that. Yeah, so that was in the 80s, something like that. So,
well, how's it feel to come back and walk away with a bronze?
This is unexpected, because we were a good motor we broke on Monday. This motor is 15 years old and it ain't got no oomph, so we were lucky at the right spot, but you got to finish, So we're tickled to death.
Well, as the adage goes, to finish third, you must first finish.
Exactly right. That's what we planned on. So this is a real treat for me.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yep, Rick Dittman. What a joy to have him on that podium after all those years. Great story. And I like Ramito. I was a little quicker, I think, in here and there. And I beg to differ, sir. I think you have to add in, he was a little better in the kink. That was awesome to watch. All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. There you can see at first, Pintark, that car just not going anywhere. Lewis trying to avoid him, collecting McManus, and that brought us right to a full course caution.
But again, could have been way worse, so I'm really glad to see that was as mild as it was. Then we got the thing restarted. This is when Ramito went straight to the lead, took Rulo with him, and it was also our first hint that Tony Ave was not healthy.
Yep, and then he just pulled over there and went up. And this battle was waging here. And here you can see, at this point, Rulo was trying to figure out a way through. Looked at it here and watched Ramito just turn across and shut the door. And that's when Rulo said, well, I'm going to have to do it with some straight line speed. Tomo, you kind of called it. And when he did it perfectly.
just pulled straight ahead and then never looked back. Started turning laps 3 seconds faster and brought the thing home 12 seconds to the good for his first championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I will take with me from this one, obviously Rulo, just the execution that he put together in this race. But I'm going to remember watching Ramiro running through the kink. That was joyous. That was absolutely phenomenal. Big thanks once again to Mazda for presenting our coverage here. A huge thanks to all of our volunteers and all of our crew members, and of course to Apex Productions, a great production group, and to my booth partner here, Tom O'Gorman, and to Hayward Wagner down in the pits. I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks so much for joining us in the Run to the Gold in GT1 here at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Afternoon, late in the afternoon here at Road America. Let's go right down to our pit lane with Hayward Wagner. Hey, Hayward.
Hey guys, we're on kind of a push schedule right now to make sure we get all of these races into full distance, so the cars are already out on their pace lap. Just really two notes for you. The first one, the front row cars both are running scrub sets of tires. Everybody else seems to be running on stickers, or at least the next group of the grid. And just an interesting story, Tony Ave, who was in the GT1 race that literally just finished, is in his car, third on the grid, ready to go. He did come off of that race a little bit early with a mechanical issue, but back-to-back races for Tony Ave. And I got to give a quick shout-out to our buddy Greg, who's working grid here. Greg's one of the guys that's doing the shows during the day, Greg Ginsburg. And when he gets an off session, puts on the vest and comes and works grid, just like the rest of us.
Thanks so much, Hayward. I'm John Phippen alongside Lefty McLeod, and we're about ready to go Formula Atlantic racing. This is the last race of the day here for the second day of Hagerty Race Days for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Well, you got a track map to get through. Lefty, take us around quickly.
We do. They're going to be very fast going down that front straightaway into turn 1, about 110-mile-an-hour apex speed for the fastest of these vehicles around turn 1. They'll go down the hill through 2 into turn 3 and get the fastest straightaway speeds, leaving 3 all the way down into turn 5, where they'll slow down and make that left-hander come up the hill through the Corvette Bridge around turn 6. Flat through turn 7 all the way down the hill to 8, where it's going to be that tight left-hander, and then around the carousel, which is turn 9, 10, around the kink to 11, and all the way into Canada Corner, down that the lowest point of the track at 12. They'll come out of there, up through 13, and finally through turn 14, where they get to make this run again, and these cars are fast.
For years, the Formula Atlantic was the fastest cars in SCCA competition. They've only been supplanted by the prototypes in the recent years, but these are still very quick. The pole time, 2:01.56. If you're getting around this 4-mile track in 2 minutes, you are hustling. Let's do a quick rundown of the grid. On the pole for the 4th time, the tire rack pole, Hans Peter in the number 66, Dudley Fleck alongside in the number 74. Tony Ave jumping out of his GT1 car into his Formula Atlantic in the 49 is 3rd. John McAleer in the 77 is 4th. 5th is James French, local driver from right here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, in the 41. Tony Opheim in the number 31 alongside. A rookie, the number 12 of Riley Harris in row 4. Next to him, the 06 of R. Bruce Hamilton. Then we've got another rookie, Brandon Schwartz in the number 46, followed by the 09 of J.R. Smart. The last 3 drivers all making their first runoff start. The 14 of Camille Kopko, the 22 of Derek LaManna, and the 32 of Andrew Bernardi. We've got a variety of cars. The Swift 016 is the dominant chassis here, but we've got a couple Ralt Toyotas, a Swift 014 of Van Diemen, field formed up 2x2, and again, sorry for the hustle through this, but we've been running a little late as we've had some races go long because of yellow flag situations. But this is our final race again of day 2, Hagerty Race Day, here at the 2024 runoffs. Hans Peter and Dudley Fleck bringing the field to the attention of the starter, as these very, very potent open wheel cars, the fastest of the formula cars in SCCA competition. And there is the green, and we're away. Hans Peter wasting no time getting to the front. 3 wide, 4 wide, and we've got crash already as we've got a car into the barrier hard, as these open wheel cars definitely do not take to wheel contact.
Did not catch which number that was, but that
sorry,
was a little bit of a push over to the wall along the pit lane side. We'll have to see how quickly that car can get recovered to stay out of the way. Out in the front, all 4 of these fronts are Swifts with Mazda power plant. That's the updated power. You remember the old classic Toyota Atlantics? That's what these were. These 016 Swifts now with Mazda in the front runners. A couple Toyota still in there. But remember, FA is kind of a hodgepodge of classes now. You've got the F1000s of the Formula Bs in there, and you even have the Pro Mazdas with the rotaries in them. Not as fast as the front runners, but they're all out here together putting down some pretty good speed.
Yeah, the Ligier JSF3 runs in the Formula Regional Americas Championship, which I announced, and that's a turbocharged K20 Honda motor.
Yeah, you'll see that. That'll be the slightly larger body, but with the halo, and that'll be your F3 car, easy to spot. You can see these front. These are all the Swifts with the Mazda, and Hans Peter already out to a pretty good lead.
Hans Peter in that number 66 Swift 016 Mazda. He's picked by Sports Car to be the winner of this race, and he's putting that prognostication to good use here. He's a 3-time champion, most recently in 2007 in this class. Right behind him in second spot, Dudley Fleck in the 74. As Dudley making it through the kink. These cars are so awesome to watch, man. They are just stuck to the ground. This is aero at its best. Wide tires. A lot of aero through Canada Corner. They've got a little oil dry there from an earlier engine expiration from an earlier race today, so they've got to be a little careful getting through that. And yeah, we're going to have to go to a full course caution to recover that car that was off in the run down to turn number 1. As a couple cars got together and in contact with the barrier, we're going to do a replay so we can see that incident unfold.
Let's see when we get that replay here in a second.
Here they come. And you can see a couple cars getting crowded, and wow, that car just jumped over the the wheel. And I'm trying to get the number, and I just can't do it. But when they come by the line here, we'll be able to tell by process of elimination. It looks like it's J.R. Smart in the 09.
Yep, it did look like they just sort of ran out of room over there on the opening laps. And, of course, all the folks down there on the pit lane telling the driver stay to the left. There may be some oil down, as well as you've got the vehicles there recovering the car off the driver's right. So good start for Hans Peter. He's going to have to do it again. He's a veteran in this field and pretty much any field. I think we're going to take another look at this start. Look at the back of the shot there. You'll see the car come across the nose. I think that is the 09. That comes across the nose at first. It just gets into the front wing. The car behind, quite catch which number that was, may have had his own issues then. We'll see if that car has got any damage on it.
Yeah, look at that wheel bounding across the racetrack. Fortunately, nobody caught that, as that is certainly an additional hazard as well. But it was J.R. Smart in the 09, the car that is off from Fitchburg, Wisconsin, local driver here from the Milwaukee region in a Swift 014 Mazda.
Starting to think maybe that might have been Camille Kopko in one of the Pro Mazdas, one of those rotary-powered Pro Mazdas that had the car of Smart coming across those Pro Mazdas. Not the most horsepower in the field. I suspect perhaps that the Mazda-powered Swift of Smart had a jump, and maybe he didn't estimate that the Mazda would still be there in his on his right. Let's hope there's no wing damage to the front of Camille Kopko.
Indeed. Let's take a moment to thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible, and we'll be right back once we get this full course yellow here.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
We're back here at Road America for the gold medal run for Formula Atlantic, the fastest open wheel cars in SCCA Club Racing competition. As you can see, these drivers doing their best to keep temperature in these wide tires, as they're going to try to keep them as warm as possible, as the lights still on the Mazda pace car. Thanks again to Mazda, not only for presenting our broadcast, but for also providing the pace cars here this weekend. As it looks like we're going to have to go around one more lap unless they make a late-breaking decision to click those lights out and get this race underway. These races are 13 laps or 40 minutes, whichever occurs first. But again, an incident on the very start of the race in the run down to turn one. A couple cars coming together, and unfortunately J.R. Smart leapfrogging over the wheel of an adjacent car, getting into the pit wall on driver's right and doing damage to the right front of that car. He's okay, but unfortunately the car is not. And we just need to get it out of harm's way before we can get this race back underway. And there also may be some debris there on the front straightaway that the track crew is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, they may have to. The driver was able to keep the car essentially down the right side of the track, so it would at least be contained to the pit lane side, but there is a little bit of work they have to do. Let's hope it's just one more time around. We're going to keep an eye on Hans Peter, the veteran out there. You see he's weaving a little bit, trying to get some heat built back in those tires. Dudley Fleck there. You've got Tony Ave and Jim French. They were both back in this group. You mentioned about Ave having jumped out of his GT1 car, getting over to this. He's able to do that. The front five now, 4 of those are Mazdas, one of those being, I think, a Toyota power plant. And then look at the 5th spot. spot that Riley Harris, that car looks a little bit different. That is a Van Diemen chassis. That is actually one of the old F1000 power plants, which has been homologated over here into the Formula Atlantic. So it's an Atlantic prepped F1000 power plant in there. They had some issues late in the week in qualifying session number 3. They're still sitting on their Tuesday time. The team felt pretty confident that the car is going to be quick. They've got good pace in the car, and it looks to see that the car's great to see. I guess that now the car is actually running well so far. Let's see if this restart could be an advantage for him if he can keep up with all of the Toyotas and Mazdas in front of him.
Yeah, the DP01 Van Diemen in his hands. We talked a little bit about the Ligier JSF3 Honda in Brandon Schwartz's hands in the number 46, currently lying in the 9th spot. You mentioned it's the only car here with the halo, which is mandated. It's a bit of a disadvantage in this class, even though that turbocharged Honda motor makes about a little north of 300 horsepower. It is a heavier car than the rest of these because it's built to very stringent FIA safety requirements, and the crash structures in that car are quite robust because the FIA mandates that in these open wheel cars. They've got Xylon intrusion panels on the side of the car. The front and rear crash structure is very significant. So the car's a bit heavier, so it's not quite as nimble as the lighter Atlantic cars in front of it. But
and it's meant to be running essentially a spec series.
Correct.
Normally you'd see an F3 where everyone's running the same engine, same chassis,
Correct.
with then all of the aero they can tweak and whatnot, but not in one of these sort of a bit of a bunched class now that the FA here has become an SCCA. And so it's just down a little bit from where the pace is of these Swift chassis with the Mazda power plants or even the old Toyota powered Swifts.
Yeah, exactly right. See that Van Diemen coming by with a very different looking bodywork on the side. Like I say, looking more like a Formula 1000 car than an Atlantic car. Not to take anything away from its pace. Riley Harris qualified that car in 7th position as the highest placed rookie at a 2:04.367, only about 3 seconds off the pace of the cars in front.
He was able to make that jump past, I think it was Oppenheim and McAleer on the opening couple of corners there before we went yellow. Yep. That's a good sign for him. But now let's see if McAleer and Oppenheim can come back at him as they're both driving. I know that Oppenheim's in one of the Toyotas, McAleer in one of the Mazda Swift chassis. See if they have maybe a torque advantage depending on how fast their rolling speed is when we go green. Maybe has an advantage on the bike motor. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Good shot of the couple of folks here at the back. You got Camille Kopko, Andrew Bernardi, Derek LaManna back there. They're in those Elan Star Pro Mazdas back there, which again has been in the past in its own spec series. Yep. Fantastic cars. If anybody's familiar with iRacing and the sim world knows that the Pro Mazda is actually in the sim. It's now one of the retired cars, so to speak. Right. Still one of my favorites to drive. I love the sound of the popping rotary spinning back there, flames spitting out. So when you see flames come out the back of them, that's what it is. Typical rotary action. Hell, lights are out.
Yep, lights are out, so we're getting ready for the restart. Those Pro Mazdas also known to be very loud. That Mazda rotary motor makes a really piercing exhaust note. And I remember at one of the last Formula Mazda races we had when the runoffs were still at Mid-Ohio, we had 2 or 3 drivers at the front disqualified because of sound problems. So, you know, there's a sound limit that they have to stay within, and they even point the exhaust headers off in one direction to try to get around that sound issue. But unfortunately, the cars were just a little bit too loud, and they were fast, but couldn't bring it home because they made too much noise.
Yeah, the Han's going to back the field up just a little bit, get the bunch together, let the pace car get off into pit lane and out of the way. There is a start zone. Let's see how Hans does this.
Hans Peter, as we mentioned, a 3-time champion, most recently in 2007. Tony Ave, a 4-time champion, most recently in GT3 here a year ago. But he is the Iron Man this weekend, racing in 5 classes, including this one. Currently in 3rd spot in that black Swift 016, and we are green. And Ave getting a pretty good run here as he jumps right up on the back of Dudley Fleck as the field's weaving back and forth behind him. And here comes Dudley Fleck trying to make a little bit of a challenge on Hans Peter, but Hans is able to maintain that fantastic corner speed. These cars don't have the straight line speed of a big V8 powered like a GT1 car, but they are absolutely magic through the corners as they are stuck to the ground and generate a lot of downforce. It's a very light car as well, and so obviously they're very nimble, and through the twisty bits they can definitely put on a good show. Down the hill they come, the 2 red cars out in front, Hans Peter and Dudley Fleck. drawing away just a little bit. And Tony Ave has been passed as James French got around him in that 41.
Yeah, the little bit different chassis there for French, and one of the Ralts. It looks a little different. You can see a little longer. You see the tail coming off of the inlet there. Just a bit of a different chassis, but Jim French very fast around here. Former champion. He was, I think it was 21 in Indy that he won this class.
Right.
So he's trying to make his way through past the 3-time champ and up.
Yeah, French here had a prototype car earlier in the weekend that unfortunately caught fire, and he's not able to recover from that.
Let the team sort of focus on the FA car then once that car was decided it wasn't going to be able to run this week.
Yeah. And when James is not running an SCCA, he runs a vintage competition, and he's got a 1987 Formula One car that he races here. So he's got some fun.
All right, we got some action coming in here. Looks like a couple of passes maybe.
Dudley Fleck down to the inside at Canada Corner. Can he make that pass stick? He cannot. As again, the oil dry on the outside of this corner, causing a little bit of an issue in that prime passing opportunity, as that's been a couple races ago, and it's gradually getting worn off the racetrack, but it's still a little dodgy for these big wide slicks because they lose traction when they get over that.
Well, watching Ave and French have their battle behind, Ave should know. He just ran the last race before this one. He should know exactly how grippy, or should I say lack of grip, there is across that stuff, and he just got caught out on it as French had made the inside moves. Now French in third, Ave into fourth, but the front two are dicing it up.
Here goes Dudley Fleck once again. He just set fastest lap of the race. Does he have enough to get through? No. Hans Peter uses that downforce to just sweep around the outside of turn number 1. Down into turn 3 they come. There's French with Tony Ave right behind him. And then behind those two, Riley Harris in that Van Diemen with the Formula 1000 motor in it. And John McAleer just behind him in another of the Swifts.
Yeah, Hans Peter, those guys right now are hitting the trap speeds at about $160 out there. And I'll tell you, all 3 long runs, whether it be going down towards Canada, the front straight, or this back straight, all within a couple of miles an hour of each other. So 3 different times nearing 160 miles an hour.
Both our leaders go wide there at the exit of 5, kicking up a little dust. A little tidier line through 6, and then the immediate switch back to the right-hander at turn 7. This part of the track called Hurry Downs takes him down to turn number 8. Fleck and our leader, Hans Peter, nose to tail. Tony Ave dropping off the back of that battle just a little bit. There's the 12 of Riley Harris in that Van Diemen.
He's been passed, I think, by McAleer in the orange car up in front of him. Yeah, there's McAleer.
Yep, no question. So the Swifts are rising to the front here, as expected. Let's see if Dudley Fleck gets the same kind of run he's had the last couple of laps. He's been able to get side by side with our leader, Hans Peter, in the run down to Canada. He's not quite as close this time, as Hans trying to stay off that oil dry, taking it right out to the edge. These cars are just so planted to the ground. I mean, there's just no wiggling. There's very little oversteer that these drivers have to contend with, as these cars are stuck to the ground. The high-speed corners here at Road America are absolutely tailor-made for a car like this.
Well, last time down the front straightaway, Peter and Fleck were side by side. Peter's able to do a much better job under brakes to hold his line. He's going to make Fleck go around the outside. Fleck's going to have to outbrake the veteran Peter here into 1.
Those cars virtually identical. Here they come down into the line. And once again, Hans Peter carries a little more corner speed. He pinches off his exit there, and I think that's going to compromise his run down to turn 3, but he's still able to maintain the advantage. Tony Ave appearing to be a little bit resurgent here as he's closing down on James French, looking for that final step on the podium. French in the Ralt. Like I say, a little different appearing car, much lower. There goes Fleck again. This time he's going to try to make the pass at turn 5. He's gotten it done. Dudley Fleck takes the pass, but here comes Hans Peter trying to answer back in the run up the hill to the Corvette Bridge. Can't quite do it. Dudley Fleck again holding the fast lap of the race, and he's finally made it stick to take over the point. Now, can he hold it? That's the question.
Yeah, Hans, I think, is going to sit behind him for a couple of corners. Maybe look for some tendencies here, see what kind of pace Dudley really has in that red and white car. It reminds me of the old Danny Sullivan paint job from the old Indy days.
Yeah, it's got the Miller livery on it. As they bend it through the carousel turn. Get a replay of this passing maneuver coming down into turn number 5. Just as they come under the Sargento Bridge. Hans Peter right in the middle of the road, but Dudley Fleck pops early, so Peter has to maintain his line. And then he just outbrakes him down into turn 5.
Yeah, great job there. We saw going into 1, Peter had the advantage on the brakes, but it's a much faster corner entry. It's a 105-mile-an-hour corner entry normally.
Yep.
5, the slowest corner on the track. Perhaps a little better at the slow speeds with mechanical grip for Dudley.
Yeah, Dudley, now that he's gotten around Hans Peter, has begun to stretch his advantage here just a little bit. And let's see if he can reset that fast lap.
That's James French.
Oh, man, French with a problem. He has pulled off at the outlook. Is that the outside of the carousel?
I think it might be.
Yeah, it looks like it. He's right on the grassy verge there, right at the edge of the track, not all the way into the gravel trap. And with a little telltale smoke at the back, it may be that the power plant expired on that Ralt Toyota.
Might be down just to the left, going in that same area. He might be down actually a little closer to the Speedville Bridge, but we'll see what they do with that car.
And yes, the yellow flag, I think, is about to come out again.
Yep. One more time.
One more time for the full course yellow. Of course, at the pace these cars run at, they can afford to burn up a little yellow flag time because they are some of the fastest cars here.
They absolutely are. In their last time around, for Hans Peter a 2:03.6, for Dudley Fleck a 2:03.5, which is where you see the two of them just screaming fast. There's the replay, just catching.
Yeah, that's out of turn 8. And it looks like, yes, there are two cars that came together. That's the 49.
That's Ave.
Of
Ave.
Ave.
49.
Yeah. So Ave and
should be French, the other one.
French got together. They
they're
both
both
went off the track.
yeah.
Ave's been able to continue, but James French had to stop. And now we've had another car go off behind them.
Either maybe trying to avoid them.
Yeah, it could
seeing
be
them.
either that or there may be some fluid down here.
Yeah.
I thought I saw some as we panned to the camera shot. I thought I saw some smoke, which may not have been dust. It may have been French's engine expiring, and Ave slid off in that line. Is that an oil line?
I do wonder if that's what that is. So we're gonna have to see. There is a debris flag being waved as they come underneath the bridge there, coming into 8. So you may be right. There may be some oil down all the way from that bridge all the way down the outside loop, and perhaps that's what if Ave may have gotten caught on.
Yeah, we're getting a look at it. You can see that line of fluid just off to the left side of the track there. And I think that may be exactly what happened. And Tony Ave slipped in that. And that goes, that's sort of a telltale line which ends right at where James French's car stopped. So I have a feeling that's what happened.
If that's how James French day ends, that is a rough week considering what you mentioned earlier about his prototype that had a bit of a thermal event on Thursday.
Yeah.
To have this happen now and have the engine let go here. So both cars, that is tough for that team because these teams like his, they work so hard to get these cars prepped. To have that happen on 2 different vehicles now is really tough.
Yeah, that's a tough break for sure. As the rope tow on its way, but we'll probably have a little delay here for some oil cleanup. So let's take this an opportunity to give one more thank you to some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you after this yellow flag expires. The shadows are long here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed, as this is our final race of day 2, Hagerty race day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. And we are in our second full course yellow here for Formula Atlantic, and this for an oil down at the bottom of the hill there at Hurry Downs into turn 8. Exiting turn 8 under the Sargento Bridge, not the bridge in the background, but a little further around the track. And we're going to need a little time to get some oil dry down on that section. We've still got 17 minutes remaining of the 40 minutes, and we are working race lap 8 as we speak. So again, these cars are fast enough that if we can just get a few more minutes of green flag running, we'll get all the laps in. But we have to honor that 40-minute time limit as well, should this full course yellow drag on for just a little bit longer.
For Dudley Fleck, he wouldn't mind this dragging on a little bit longer, quite a bit longer, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Fleck finally got that move around after a few laps behind Hans Peter. Now he finds himself out in front following that pace car, wondering, I don't really want this. Either I need a lot of heat in my tires, or I really would rather not continue this race. But every racer wants to race, but winning a championship is always special. Dudley Fleck here in that position out in front, if we get to go green again, to be fending off the veteran Peter. I believe that's Riley Harris up there in that top 4. John McAleer has moved his way up into 3rd. Tony Ave, good recovery after that trip through the gravel slide there to be sitting there, and I believe in the 5th spot.
Yeah, he only lost a couple spots, so he's back in 5th. Our Bruce Hamilton in the Swift 14 in the 6th spot. Tony Oppheim in the number 31 Swift 014 in 7th. Brandon Schwartz in the Ligier F3, number 46 in 8th. Derek LaManna in the number 22, the first of the Star Pro Mazdas. Camille Kopko in the 14, right behind him. Andrew Bernardi in the number 32 Pro Mazda, the last car running. So we still have 11 cars in the field.
Yeah, look at the shadows. Now that we're late in the day here in Wisconsin, look at the shadows. This entire section of track now is starting to cool. In this place, there's one spot of sun right there just past the apex at the kink. Everywhere else, a lot of shadow down here, which means it cools quickly. I remember yesterday at the end of the day, we got done with the last race. I walked out the door, walked right back in and grabbed my jacket because it had already dropped about 10 degrees in probably 20 minutes. Sun goes down, the air cools fast, and that's what's going to happen with these cars and with the track. So if we go green, they're going to have good and strong motors. The tires are going to need some help.
Yeah, the other place they have to watch is the run from turn 1 down to turn 3, as the sun low in the sky is right in the driver's eyes. They're looking directly into that sun in that run down the hill to turn 3. So that's another issue that these drivers have to contend with. And these late races, I believe the lights are out on the safety car, and that is a good sign because that indicates we're about ready to go green once again.
They are.
Yep.
Look at that. Excellent.
Excellent. So, the Mazda safety car, thanks again to Mazda for making that happen. I want to give a shout out to John McAleer. He was also the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for the most improvement between the first and second days of qualifying. And Dudley Fleck, who was the Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner for a qualifying time closest to .260. As we wait for the green, there it is. It was a little late. Dudley Fleck now will lead the parade for the first time. Let's see if Hans Peter's got anything for him here on the restart as we're working race lap 9. Peter down to the inside. They go side by side. Once again, the 77 of McAleer holding off Riley Harris, but Tony Ave will be anxious to get by those two if he can. Hans Peter back to the front now as the 74 of Dudley Fleck in second.
Good move for Peter, knowing he's been able to outbrake Dudley Fleck several times into one. The confidence there to do it again. You talked about Ave. He's all over the back of Riley Harris in that F1000. He wants to make that move soon. Look at him popping already to the inside.
Yeah, he should have Riley handled pretty well down into turn 5. Let's see if he can get McAleer as 1. Oh, they go a little bit wide, but he does get 1 position. Now he's going to set his sights on John McAleer.
And Fleck made it around Peter. Peter had trouble on the brakes back to the slow corner again where we had seen Fleck outbrake Peter. He does it again. Peter almost outbrakes himself. Now he's going to drop back a spot.
So Dudley Fleck retakes the lead that Hans Peter had taken back. So these two, the only two that have led this race. Peter with the first stint, and then Dudley Fleck took the lead midway through that stint until we had the second full course yellow after the aborted start with the incident on the run down to turn 1.
See how much heat these guys have in these tires when they get down to Canada. How comfortable are they on the brakes? I've already seen Hans Peter struggling there in the slow corner at 5. Down here at Canada's another one that's not the fastest corner. What kind of braking can they do?
They stay line astern at this point, probably waiting to get a little more temperature into the tires. We'll see if Tony Ave's got anything for John McAleer. As it looks like Ave may have gotten that pass done. We just got a glimpse of him in the background there as they come into turn 14 to complete race lap number 9. Both of them going a little bit wide. Fleck at the point. Peter giving chase.
Now they can't weave down the straightaways. You can't do that the old classic break the draft deal. You can't weave. You can make a move. If you go to track right coming out of corner, that's fine. You can make one move. He's made his one move, and now he's going to go to the braking zone, but Peter's going to dive to the inside.
Yep. Peter really seems to have that turn 1 braking zone handled, but not as good at turn 5.
No, well, that's what's coming up next. We'll see if Hans has that in the back of his mind, and he's got to be better on the brakes. This looks like McAleer still in front of Ave, though.
They were side by side coming into turn 1, but McAleer able to hold him off. Again, those two identical race cars, so they're pretty much an even match.
And Bruce Hamilton looks like he was able to get around Riley Harris as well, that red Swift in front of the white Van Diemen.
Yep, absolutely. This time, Hans Peter able to maintain his lead. Dudley Fleck, a little wiggle there as he gets on the power, coming out of turn 5.
Big slide there for Riley Harris, actually, as he got on the power coming out of 5. There's not much aero advantage, no real good grip. It's all mechanical there. Tires on that car are so skinny.
Yeah, by comparison, the big fat tires on the Atlantics, and look how skinny the tires are on that white car in the background. That's that Formula 1000 chassis for Riley Harris. But tip of the hat to John McAleer. He's doing a great job here. John, a 7-time starter at the runoffs, but has never had a gold medal, a medal of any kind. He's had a top 5 and 5 top 10s.
A mainstay in the P1 group, and the prototype won the other fastest class in all of the runoffs. A little bit of testing that chocolate via the oil dry line out there is Hans Peter, so I'm trying to see if there's any grip on it. Did see still a little bit of dust comes up, and that was almost 2 hours ago.
Yeah, exactly. So John McAleer, again, stepping out of his prototype. Basically, this is a prototype car without the fenders.
Yeah.
The Swift 016 is the basis for a lot of these prototype machines. So
a little different is the engine plant, power plant of this as well. I'd have to go look and see what he runs in his prototype, but here with this Mazda, just a little bit different way you have to manage the car, manage the race, and rev that engine out, but now he's under a lot of pressure.
There goes Tony Ave around the outside and makes that stick. So Ave back up into a podium spot. McAleer, and then right behind them, Bruce Hamilton in the older Swift, the 14, as they exit turn 3 and make the run down the hill toward turn 5. Working race lap number 11. So there'll be 2 to go next time by, and looks like we'll have enough time to make that happen easily. We've still got 9 minutes left on the clock, so barring another yellow, we'll get all the laps in easily. Riley Harris coming under more pressure now. Here comes the Ligier JSF3 of Brandon Schwartz.
Pace has really come down a little bit. I think these guys were trying a different tire this week than they have been running in the past, and some of that you just don't have the time to do your tire development and develop the car around it, so you're kind of guessing a little bit. And again, one of his sessions this week was cut short. That may have hurt him a little, but through these twisty parts of this track, there may be a bit of an advantage for that really slick car. And the Ligier being so big, such a big F3 car, maybe a little struggle there through the slower corners.
Yep, exactly right. Just behind them, the 31 of Tony Oppheim in the Swift 14. In fact, Oppheim looked like he's going to give a little bit of a challenge to Brandon Schwartz. You can see the F3 car, the tires not quite as fat as the tires on the Swifts.
Oppheim's a classic Toyota power plant in that Swift.
Yeah, Toyota Atlantic Championship back in the day. These cars were just so wicked fast. It was fun to watch. Twin cam Toyota motors pretty much unobtainable anymore. That's why so many folks have gone to the Mazda-based power plant, because the Toyotas are just almost impossible to find and to maintain.
They're not inexpensive.
Yes, exactly
that
right.
Way. Look at this, a little bit of move here for the F3 down the front straight.
Yep.
And another one here for Sarave again.
Yep, that's McAleer trying to retake that spot from Ave. In fact, McAleer got alongside him there at turn 1, but couldn't quite close the deal. And we are working lap 12, so the white flag next time by.
Dudley Fleck just reset fastest lap of the race last time by at a 2:02.3. Those two are very close on track. You can see them here coming into 5.
This is the battle for the lead. The 66 out in front of Hans Peter, the all-red car. And then the car red with the white trim with the Miller on the side. That's Dudley Fleck, who is the fastest car on track right now, a 2:02.3, as Larry mentioned.
Maybe red cars, a little bit of red mist flying. These guys are on full-on heaters. They're resetting sector times. Hans Peter just reset the first sector fastest time and a personal best in the traps at 150.2 miles an hour. He knows he has to push now with Fleck behind him.
Yeah, these cars, again, after that yellow flag situation, it takes these cars a couple laps to get these tires fully up to temperature. You'll find that these times will get faster. Also, the fuel burning off, the cars get a little lighter. Fleck thinks about it. They're coming to the white flag. And if he's in that position next time, I think he'll send it. That's my guess.
I think Dudley was making Hans think about it at that point. Just say, hey, I'm still here in case you didn't see the red in your mirrors.
Yes, indeed. So here we come to the white flag. One more lap to go. This battle at the front is a compelling one. Fleck tucks right into the draft. He's going to get as big a run as he can before he pops. There he goes. This is a dress rehearsal as well to see if he can pop and still get to the line first.
He was by 1/1000th. He was ahead when they went under the starter stand. Now it's a braking contest into 1.
So Fleck knows that if he can be right on his gearbox as he exits 14, if he gets a good enough run, he might still be able to get it there. But right now, Hans Peter with the advantage.
Hans so good in the braking going into the high-speed entry of 1, but we've seen it before. Dudley's been better in 5. This is their last chance. Hans is going to have to be perfect here.
Yep.
Look at the defensive moves.
Yep, Hans is taking up the middle of the track. Dudley pops late on the brakes, but Hans a little later, but he goes a little wider. Let's see if Dudley can do the over-under. Hans moves over to kind of block that move. Dudley thinks about it, shows him a little dummy, but then falls back in single file.
Yeah, that was Dudley saying, I'm going to make you brake perfect, and Hans responded. Great job for both these drivers. No one's getting tangled. We're just showing each other, but I do believe you. This is going to come to a turn 14 run to the finish stripe.
Yep. Or a move down into Canada corner. Either one. And no matter who leads coming out of Canada, it could go either way.
Yep.
It's that close. These cars
Remember, Canada, out of Canada, we still have all that oil dry down from the race 2 races ago.
Exactly.
It's going to make it very difficult to be on the outside line, so watch them protect the inside.
Here we go. Dudley gets a great run through the kink every time. He's alongside as they come into Canada. Here we go, a out-braking maneuver. He's going to try to force Hans Peter over into that oil dry, but then he goes a little deep himself. Hans Peter going to try to answer here as they come out of Thunder Valley through the Bill Mitchell Bend, on the way to the final turn, on the final lap. Dudley Fleck at the point. Hans Peter, I think, is too far back.
No,
he went wide. He is now. As he just carried too much speed through 14, he was going to try to get that run and see if he could pass him before the stripe, but Dudley Fleck is going to bring it home, and he will take the win in the number 74 for his first championship. Hans Peter in second. Tony Ave holds on for a third place finish. John McAleer right behind him comes across in fourth. Bruce Hamilton, great drive in the 06 Swift 14. And now here's a side-by-side battle between the F3 car of Brandon Schwartz and Tony Opheim in the number 31 Swift. Schwartz coming through in that 6th place. Our Bruce Hamilton, as we mentioned, finishing in the 5th spot.
Boy, that was exciting. These two put on quite a show at the front. Oh, that was just incredible. And Hans Peter knew he needed a good run off of 14. He gave it everything and just a little bit too much on the other side of it. Great stuff. A great move for Fleck to take that opportunity. Did you see him coming into Canada? He moved Hans-Peter over towards that oil dry line to say, I'm going to make you drive the oil dry. You're going to be behind me. And that's how it went. Just beautiful stuff. It's just great. No contact, nobody blocking. It's just great racing.
Yes, absolutely right. So great job, Dudley Fleck. In his 9th, this will be his 10th runoff start. Picked by Sports Car to finish in 2nd position, but he got one better. Hans-Peter picked to win. Tony Ave picked to be 3rd. So Sports Car got the top 3 right, but the order a little bit swapped thanks to a brilliant bit of driving by both of these drivers.
Yeah, and you know what, for Ave also a great drive there. Remember, he was
in the gravel trap.
He was in the gravel trap, got down in that oil, recovers from that, had a couple other times where you weren't quite sure if the car was going to be good for him, and gets back up. Had a great battle with McAleer. Those guys, I'm sure, are going to go and share a beer at the end of the night. That looked like a lot of fun.
You betcha. Tony's got 2 more races to go. He's doing GT3 and GT2 tomorrow.
Maybe you won't have a beer. He's going to go maybe some water, maybe some power drink, something like that. He's going to need to recover.
Well, exactly right. The tip of the hat to Dudley Fleck is again with a... looks like Riley Harris is not going to make it to the end.
Oh, that's unfortunate for him.
Oh, man. Tough break. And that's down at, that's at Bill Mitchell, I think. On the way to turn 14. Oh, man, what a heartbreak for Riley. As he will not complete the last lap, and he'll be scored in 11th position. Darn it.
This should be a fun little interviews here with the podium finishers. Such a great race out front. Tony Ave, great race on his own. That was exciting. What an awesome way to wind up here on day 2.
Yeah, and I know Tony had to be disappointed with his GT1 car on the race just prior to this. And that's a spoiler. Sorry, folks. If you watch this race before you watch the GT1 race.
You should be watching them all. Come on.
Yeah, come on. So Tony will get a little redemption here on this one. So tip of the hat to Dudley Fleck, taking his first gold medal. Hans-Peter with good success. He's had 3 gold medals, 6 other medals, a total of 6 medals. And so now he's got a 7th to add to his collection. Tony Ave in 17 runoff starts, 4 gold medals, 7 medals all told. So he's going to add another one to that collection as well.
Apparently Fleck's fan club is going a little crazy right now as well up on the hill. So that was great. This is going to be a lot of fun.
I think I was at a race, man. Makes it hard on an old guy.
Congratulations.
We'll get the gold medal around his neck and a hat on his head, and then we'll send it down to Hayward Wagner for the interview of a very happy winner.
You are officially my favorite racer right now. We'll go ahead and we'll do the interview.
Guys, I don't know if you heard that or not, but the pit workers just asked Dudley if he wanted his victory lap. He said, nah, the workers need to get in. It's been a long day.
Oh, what a guy.
So, yeah, pretty cool.
That's up to him. Some water for you.
I'll buy him a free beer from the worker party tonight.
There you go. All right, the Honda bracelet necklace is on. Hayward, take it away.
Hoosier tires, I finally won one of these.
Dudley, before asking anything else, I have to know, what does it feel like to keep it pinned through the kink and pass for the win going into Canada at the runoffs?
It feels awesome, just like you dream of it. You know, that's one of the few places on the track where you can really pick up a toe. It was my last chance, and I had to make it work. And Hans was just so gracious. I love racing side by side with him.
I think he's coming in to give you congratulations here.
Good job, Race. Good job. That was one of the most fun races I've ever. Oh my God. Good job. Thanks for giving me room. I hope I gave you enough. Oh, yes. Okay.
Folks, I think that's the very definition of gentleman racing right there. Congratulations on the gold. This is here at Road America. You're going to forego the victory lap, but we'll see you on the podium.
Yeah, I've only been trying this since '86, so I thought it's probably about my turn, huh?
Why be in a rush?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Oh, man, what a gracious win. Can't wait to hear from Hans-Peter, as we'll talk to him in just a second. But just a quick rundown of our top 10 finishers in this race. Dudley Fleck, your winner by just about a second over Hans-Peter. Tony Ave comes home in 3rd spot. A great recovery drive for him. John McAleer, fought valiantly with Tony all race long. Bruce Hamilton finishing 5th, Brandon Schwartz in the F3 car in 6th, Tony Opheim in 7th, Camille Kopko, Andrew Bernardi, and Derek LaManna in the Formula Mazdas come home in 7th, 8th, and 9th. And let's send it back down to Hayward Wagner as he's got our 2nd place finisher Hans Peter and our 3rd place finisher Tony Ave.
You said your strategy for this race was to lead into turn 5. That part went brilliantly. The rest of it seemed to be a little bit more of a handful.
Yeah, he was on my toe the whole time. I mean, it was a back and forth. It's just, which is what racing's supposed to be like. So he picked it at the last time. He got the last one, and yeah, the rest is history. But I've been racing with Dudley a long time. We both love racing against each other, and he's fast, and I couldn't have lost to a better person.
Well, congratulations on the silver, not the one you wanted most, but still a pretty good souvenir.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you to Merle Swan, because I can't do any of this without him. He's my driver coach. He preps the car, builds the cars. I mean, drives the truck. He does everything, and he's really awesome. So anyway, thank you.
Very good. Tony, another medal for you. This one is bronze, a bit of a recovery drive, straight out of the GT1 car into this. Talk about what it's like to go from a GT1 race to a Formula Atlantic race back-to-back.
I used to do this 30 years ago in the pro races, go from a Trans Am car to Formula Atlantic, and it seemed like it was a lot easier back then. But no, it was fun. I'm disappointed in myself. I got up to 2nd on the start and just did a lousy job in turn 1, and Dudley got back by, and then I was stuck racing with, I raced with James, and he blew up, and I had to spin in his oil through the gravel, got going again. So we were lucky to be 3rd. But Hans and Dudley were just a little bit faster all week. I need to spend a little more time working on the car and driving it. And other than that, I had a lot of fun, and thank Bob Monette and Hoosier Tire and all my guys back at the shop.
So this is race 3 out of 5. You've come to talk to me at 2 of them. You got 2 to go.
Yeah, GT2 we're up against it a bit, but GT3 I was supposed to be on the pole, but we had to change engines, so we got to start in the back. So it's just not been my week, but I won't give up till it's over.
Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you.
Ironman Tony Ave doing 5 races here this weekend. God bless him for doing it.
And it's exhausting.
Yeah, you bet. And he wrenches on all his own cars too. Here are the highlights. As Dudley Fleck got the lead early on, Ave right there alongside him, and then obviously we had the incident taking out the 09 of JR Smart. Fortunately, JR was okay, but the right front corner of that car, not so much. And then the battle between Ave and John McAleer continued throughout much of the race. And the battle at the front was just dynamite. Back and forth these two went. And you can tell they're very familiar with each other. Here's Ave and McAleer doing the same thing. Ave sweeping around the outside late in the race. But here's the pass that made it stick. Coming down into Canada corner, neck and neck, absolutely neck and neck. Dudley a little later on the brakes, and that's all it took. As Hans Peter gave everything at that final turn, but just quite able to make it happen. As that's going to put paid to the second Hagerty race day of the weekend. Thanks again to Mazda for being the broadcast presenter as well as providing our safety cars. And on behalf of my friend Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner down in the pit lane, I'm John Phippen. Thank you so much for being with us. We've got a full day of racing tomorrow. Be sure to join us tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Until then, good night.
Well, I'm coming back in a second.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
wake up.